Is there a poop martial soul appearing at the Soul Awakening event? Su Yuntao was dumbfounded, and he asked the devil angel Xiang Wentian to create a scene. Xiang Wentian squatted on the broken rooftop and sighed. After 6 years of crossing over, the system's devil angel martial soul hid 2 divine skills, but the Heavenly Demon Destruction Sutra was stuck at the first level and couldn't move. The rice jar at home was empty, and his child bride, Ru Ming, was pouring thin porridge into his mouth, burning her tongue but still claiming it wasn't hot. The village chief suddenly knocked on the door. Tomorrow is the martial soul awakening. Gather at the church. When the next day arrived, the other children looked at them as if they were beggars. Su Yuntao walked over proudly, tossing out 6 black stones. Stand inside, don't be afraid. The first child awakened a teddy dog, and Su Yuntao rolled his eyes, a fighter among waste martial souls. The crystal ball showed no reaction and was directly eliminated. Then it got even more ridiculous. Scissors, pliers, the last child, actually produced a lump of poop. Su Yuntao turned pale. Did this village poke a nest of waste martial souls this year? It was now Xiang Wentian and Ru Meng's turn. The devil angel martial soul he hid was stronger than a 6-winged angel. Could the innate soul power granted by the system instantly defeat everyone present? Su Yuntao had just lamented the blue-silver grass of the Holy Soul village, and the next moment he might kneel. When Xiang Wentian awakened next, would it blind everyone directly? What trump card was Ru Meng hiding? This plot, just the bizarre martial souls from before were enough to make one laugh, and the following parts were definitely going to be explosive. Devil Angel Martial Soul Dual Awakening. Su Yuntao went crazy on the spot, and the Martial Soul Hall was rejected for recruitment. Xiang Wentian stepped into the awakening array, and a crack sounded in his soul. An 8-winged angel emerged from his right hand, enveloped in demonic energy. Su Yuntao's eyes nearly popped out. This is the Devil Angel, the legendary top-tier angel martial soul. When the crystal ball touched, white light exploded. Innate full soul power. Su Yuntao danced with joy. Join the Martial Soul Hall. Resources are guaranteed. Xiang Wentian pointed to Ru Meng. Let my sister awaken first. That Ru Meng extended her hand, and a crimson 8-winged angel appeared. The crystal ball lit up again. Su Yuntao trembled as if electrocuted. Another innate full soul power. I'm going to get promoted. As soon as the words left his mouth, he covered his mouth. Slip of the tongue. Definitely a slip of the tongue. Xiang Wentian directly refused. We don't want to be tools for your promotion. The village chief came to persuade him, but it was useless. After Su Yuntao reported, a shadow appeared. These 2 kids belong to me. Turning around, Xiang Wentian left a note and fled, aiming for Shrek. Flander was sitting under a pavilion yawning. Little brat, go away. Xiang Wentian pulled out his trump card. We are monsters. This brother and sister duo wants to enter Shrek? Who exactly is that shadow? When the devil angel faces Tang sans blue silver grass, who will win? This plot, just after refusing the Martial Soul Hall, they barge into Shrek. It's exhilarating. Flander was actually forced to take in people. Hunting souls in the Stardow Forest, Ru Meng unleashed a god-level soul skill. Xiang Wentian shouted at the old man with white hair. We both have innate full soul power. Flander suddenly heard the voice in the academy. The favor I owed is repaid. Taking those 2 kids at the door, Flander rolled his eyes. Rescue 1 student and make me take in 2? What loss? They are angel martial souls. Flander's face instantly turned into a smile. Come in right away. The next day, Flander took the 2 of them and flew 400 kilometers. When they landed, Xiang Wentian and Ru Meng's legs were soft, and Flander mocked. You're not happy about a free flight. In the Stardow Forest, Flander pointed to a fire cloud leopard. Little Meng, this one is suitable for you. The dagger was handed over, and Ru Meng's hand trembled. Xiang Wentian advised, just like chopping off a chicken's head. With a stab, the yellow soul ring rose. Ru Meng opened her eyes. I have a soul skill now. Fire cloud step. Speed increased by 30. Explosive power increased by 20. Flander clapped. This is a big profit. Before dark, they needed to find a soul ring for Xiang Wentian. What would the first soul ring of the Devil Angel Martial Soul be? Stronger than Fire Cloud Step? Would the system open immediately and send God skills directly? Are this brother and sister duo about to take off in Shrek? Who exactly did Flander owe a favor to? Next, facing the nighttime crisis in the Stardow Forest, can they withstand it? The plot is getting more intense. Missing a second would be a loss. Xiang Wentian actually absorbed a 100-year soul ring? Space Sealing Soul skill blew the scene. The system opened and became invincible. Just as the roasted pig leg was ready, it suddenly disappeared. Flander, with his martial soul manifested, scanned with his cat-eagle gaze. A unicorn on a branch was munching away, and it was knocked out with a punch. Xiang Wentian stared at this kitten-sized creature. I want its soul ring. Flander frowned. Only 100 years, too weak. Voices roared in Xiang Wenqian's mind. It must be. He twisted its throat, and a light yellow soul ring rose. After absorbing it, he opened his eyes. My soul skill is space sealing. Flander jumped up. A space-type soul skill? Second only to time in terms of dominance. Ding system activated. Name, Xiang Wentian. Soul power, level 10. Soul skill, space sealing. Ability, devour soul, ring soul power. 3 years later, Xiang Wentian guarded the 4th pass of Shrek. If 3 people can hold for a stick of incense, it's considered a pass that our Yu Meng revealed. His martial soul is the Devil Angel, with defense, speed, and attack all maxed out, plus control skills. The chubby guy in red was drooling over Ru Meng, completely ignoring what she said. The guy in windproof glasses and the long-haired boy turned pale. This devouring ability too much of a bug? 100-year soul ring is just the beginning. Can he eventually devour 10th sandier ones? Can the 3 monsters hold out for a stick of incense? Xiang Wenqian's Devil Angel is about to crush the whole field. This plot, as soon as the system opens, directly ascends to godhood, making people feel hot-blooded. Xiang Wentian crushed the Shrek 3 monsters in a second. In the Soul Arena, he KO'd his opponent with a single punch. How outrageous! Dai Mubai unleashed the White Tiger's light wave, and Ma Hongjun breathed out the Phoenix fire line. Xiang Wentian sneered. Space sealing. The 3 of them were instantly frozen in place, with Ma Hongjun still in a position of sticking his butt out to breathe fire. Xiang Wentian approached and kicked. Let you look at Ru Meng drooling. After lifting the seal, Dai Mubai was dazed. The incense hasn't burned out yet, Xiang Wentian arrogantly stated. What I say counts. The next day, they headed straight for the Soto City Soul Arena. Teaming up with Oscar, they called themselves the Angel Sausage Combo. As soon as the opponent released their martial soul, they were frozen by space sealing. Xiang Wentian activated his 2nd soul skill, Angel's Glory, and his speed surged by 50. In the blink of an eye, he knocked each opponent out of the arena. The audience went crazy. What kind of divine operation is this? The referee roared. The Angel Sausage Combo wins. They won 20 gold soul coins, and Xiang Wentian tossed 10 gold to Oscar. Oscar waved it away, but was glared back into submission. Take it. Stop being so whiny. They went to eat big pancakes with meat, and Ma Hongjun wanted too. Ru Meng shot him a glance. Why don't you treat us to a big meal? Ma Hongjun immediately cowered. I was just joking. Just then, Xiang Wentian suddenly frowned. Someone is watching us. Let Ru Meng lead the others away first, leaving him alone. Whose gaze is this? Is it from the people of the Spirit Hall? Or that shadow? Is Xiang Wenqian's devouring ability about to be unleashed? Next, is he going to solo the pursuer? How much can his soul power increase after devouring the soul ring? This plot is so intense that it's hard to stop. Xiang Wentian actually exploded the head of a soul master with 1 punch. The devouring soul ring directly upgraded to purple. That's too fierce. A deacon from the Spirit Hall blocked the dead end. Join the Spirit Hall or die. 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings lit up. The ghost leopard spirit activated, accelerating and launching a ghostly slash. Xiang Wentian sneered. Space blockade. The deacon froze instantly, screaming in his heart. Why can't I move? Is it a space soul skill? Once Angel's Glory was activated, his speed surged by 50%, and Xiang Wentian punched out. Crack! The head exploded directly. He squatted down to start devouring, and the corpse instantly turned into a dry corpse sting. Obtained a 2,000-year soul ring. Soul power 1,000. The first soul ring changed from yellow to purple, and the years skyrocketed to 2,100. His level shot directly to level 29. Xiang Wentian looked at the panel and laughed crazily. This devouring ability is simply invincible. Back at the academy, Ru Meng was waiting for him at the door, crying. She hugged him and gave him a kiss, blushing and running away. Xiang Wentian licked his lips. So fragrant, so sweet. Oscar asked cheekily, isn't kissing great? Xiang Wentian raised an eyebrow. You'll know when you have a girlfriend. 3 years later, Xiang Wentian broke through to Soul Master level 39. The 3rd soul skill, Angel's Judgment, was obtained with 2 purple and 1 yellow soul ring. Just as he stepped out, he encountered Dai Mubai boasting. I hooked up with a pair of twins. Will the Spirit Hall let this go? Will they send a Soul Douluo next? How many more soul rings can Xiang Wentian devour? Next, during the enrollment assessment, will he run into Tang San? How strong is Angel's Judgment? This plot is violent and addictive. It's hard to stop. Zhao Wujin was beaten into a pig's head. The Shrek 7 devils gathered, and the Stardo Great Forest is about to explode. Xiang Wentian took 2 candidates to the 4th trial, and just as they entered, Ru Meng brought 2 more. All 4 were exempted from the 2nd and 3rd trials. Zhao Wujin slammed the table. In the last trial, take my incense stick attack. Xiang Wentian added, Teacher Zhao is a 76-level Great Strength King Kong Bear. His defense is maxed out. Half an hour later, Zhao Wujin came out with a pig's head. These 4 candidates are too fierce. The next day at the playground, Flinder looked at the list and laughed crazily. Xiang Wentian, 39-level Demon Angel. Ru Meng of the same rank, Seraph. Daimu Bai, 37-level Evil Eye White Tiger. Oscar just broke 30 level. The most explosive are the new additions. Tang San, 29-level Blue Silvergrass. Xiao Wu the same rank with Rabbit Spirit. Ning Rongrong, 26-level 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda. Zhu Zhuqing, 27-level Phantom Spirit Cat. Flinder waved his hand. Go to the Star Do Great Forest and help Oscar hunt for his 3rd soul ring. Zhao Wujin led the team, and the 9 of them set off triumphantly. You have to know that in the Star Do Great Forest, soul beasts from 1,000 to 10,000 years are everywhere. Can Oscar, a food system soul master, withstand it? Who is more impressive, Tang San's Blue Silver Grass or Xiang Wenqian's Demon Angel? What kind of surprises will happen when the 7 devils work together for the first time? Next in the Star Do Great Forest, what soul beasts will they encounter? Will Zhao Wujin get beaten again? This plot is heating up as they assemble, making people feel excited. Zhao Wujin's face is swollen like a pig's head, but still stubborn. The Shrek 7 devils beat up Sanhui Academy. It's so satisfying. Xiang Wentian looked at Zhao Wujin's swollen face. Teacher Zhao, are you poisoned? Zhao Wujin roared. Poison what? Hurry up and set off. Xiang Wentian directly took off. I'm an 8-winged demon angel. Flying is normal. Tang San and the others were shocked. It can be played like this? Arriving at the 7th level town, Xiang Wentian chose a hotel. Zhao Wujin mumbled quietly. Isn't it too expensive? Xiang Wentian handed him a single room. Ill treat. Don't let them know. Ma Hongjun was wildly ordering me in the restaurant. Brother Tian has money. Go all out. Suddenly, Dai Mubai shouted. What the hell is Sanhui Academy being so arrogant for? Both sides immediately clashed, and Xiao Wu took down the opponent's students in just a few moves. Sanhui teacher Yi Zhiqiu jumped out. Mystic Turtle possesses. Thinking of bullying the weak, Xiang Wentian signaled. First soul skill. Space blockade. Yi Zhiqiu was instantly immobilized. Xiang Wentian shouted. Rong assist. Charge. The 2nd soul skill, Angel's Glory, was activated, and the 3rd soul skill, Angel's Judgment, was unleashed. A pitch-black giant sword appeared in the air, piercing towards Yi Zhiqiu. Locked in space, he couldn't dodge at all. This group fight was so refreshing. Sanhui Academy is probably going to cry in the toilet. Zhao Wujin hid in his single room drinking, knowing this would probably make him jump up and cheer. Next in the Star Do Great Forest, will they successfully find the soul ring? Will Sanhui Academy retaliate? How much hidden power does Xiang Wenqian's Angel's Judgment still have? The plot is high energy all the way. Even the fights are so methodical, making people's fists clench. Xiang Wentian actually learned the Buddha's palm. A 40-level soul master crushes the phoenix tail, chicken crown snake. That's too outrageous. The giant sword struck Yi Zhiqiu, and with a boom, after the smoke cleared, he lay on the ground covered in blood. Xiang Wentian shook his hand. Continue eating. Ma Hongjun was anxious. I haven't made my move yet. That night, Xiang Wentian was practicing on the rooftop when the system suddenly prompted. Ding! Level up to 40-level Soul Master. Ding! Reward. Divine Skill, Buddha's Palm. Xiang Wentian jumped up. This is a peerless palm technique capable of exterminating all evil. The 10 palm techniques range from the first light of Buddha to the Buddha's extermination of demons, becoming directly invincible. The next day, just as they entered the Star Do Great Forest, Zhao Wujin shouted, something is approaching at high speed. Xiang Wentian flew up. It's the 1,000-year phoenix tail, chicken crown snake. Once the space blockade was activated, the snake was frozen in midair. Oscar, holding a dagger, was actually tapping the snake's head playfully. Xiang Wentian roared, hurry up and attack. I can barely hold it. The dagger pierced in, and a purple soul ring rose. After Oscar absorbed it, Xiang Wentian squatted down to devour the snake's corpse. Ding. Soul power, 1,500. The panel shot directly to level 40 with 1,550 points. With a Buddha's palm, who would dare to provoke? What kind of extraordinary existence will the 4th soul ring they seek be? The Snake Lady is coming. Can she defeat Xiang Wentian? Once this divine skill is unleashed, even title Douluo would tremble. The plot is getting crazier and crazier, and it's hard to stop. Xiang Wentian actually wants to marry the Snake Lattice granddaughter. A 40-level soul master kills in one move. That's too impressive. After Xiang Wentian devoured the phoenix, tail, chicken crown snake, Ma Hongjun's eyes widened. Brother Tian, are you going to turn all the soul rings into 100,000 years? Before Xiang Wentian could speak, Ru Ming added, I can also devour fire elements to level up. Oscar had a mournful face. Compared to you guys, we're just ordinary people. Suddenly, a beautiful woman rushed over. Why has my phoenix-tailed chicken crown snake turned into a dried corpse? The snake lady Kao Xiangxiang appeared leaning on her snakehead staff, and 6 rings lit up. Zhao Wuji immediately opened his 7 rings to confront her. The immutable king is here? Kao Xiangxiang laughed. So it's the immutable king. This snake belongs to us. We need an explanation. A Hongjun was unconvinced. Why do you say it's yours? 3 scars on the snake's belly were there, leaving them no way out. Kao Xiangxiang opened her mouth wide. Let the kid with the soul-absorbing ring come with us. Xiang Wentian stepped forward. I'll fight, using only my first soul skill and 30% of my soul power. Kao Xiangxiang's eyes lit up. If you lose, you have to join my family. Oscar suddenly jumped out. That's unfair. If you lose, you pay with a snake, and if we lose, we pay with a person. Let's make a bigger bet. If your granddaughter loses, she has to marry him. To everyone's surprise, Kao Xiangxiang agreed. All right. Meng Yiran's face instantly turned red. Grandma. The battle began, and Xiang Wentian activated his martial soul. First soul skill, spatial lock. Meng Yiran had just taken her stance when she was instantly frozen in place. Kao Xiangxiang was stunned. A spatial soul skill? This talent is too outrageous. Xiang Wentian shrugged. In this battle, we won, right? Is the snake lattice granddaughter about to become Xiang Wenqian's wife? Will the Dragon Club come for revenge? Who can break Xiang Wenqian's spatial lock? How many fierce characters are still hidden in the Stardow Forest? Will this betting agreement hold? The plot is getting more exciting. Missing it would really make you cry. Xiang Wentian released the control of the soul skill, and the freed Meng Yiran shouted loudly. This doesn't count. He attacked me first. Kao Xiangxiang walked over and said, Yiran, even if it was a sneak attack, you still can't defeat a spatial soul skill. In this world, only time-type soul skills can overcome spatial soul skills. Meng Yiran, who was always competitive, couldn't accept the fact that she lost, lowering her head as tears streamed down her face. Seeing Meng Yiran sad and crying, Xiang Wentian quickly said, the previous bet doesn't count. You don't have to marry me. He turned to Zhao Wuji. Teacher Zhao, let's go. Meng Yiran said, I always keep my word. I will honor the bet. 3 years later, you come to the Meng family to propose to me. Upon hearing this, Xiang Wentian replied, no need. I already have a fiancé. After Xiang Wentian finished speaking, Zhao Wuji led the Shrek Academy group into the depths of the Stardow Forest. As they walked, Ma Hongjun said, Xiao Ao, what is your 3rd soul skill? Hurry up and release it so we can see. Oscar replied, I can show you, but you mustn't laugh. Dai Mubai said, we won't laugh. After that, Oscar began to chant the spell, imaginative mushroom sausage. Upon hearing this, everyone burst into laughter. Ma Hongjun laughed so hard he held his stomach and said, imaginative is fine, but you also have a mushroom sausage that's really small. Oscar, feeling embarrassed, said, didn't we agree not to laugh? Xiang Wentian asked, is it just about flying? It should be more than that, right? Oscar replied, of course it's more than that. My 3rd soul skill allows me to fly at the speed of a phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake for 1 minute. Zhao Wujin said seriously, it's afternoon now, and we have half a day left before it gets dark. Let's hurry and help Xiao Tian find a suitable soul ring. Let's go. Everyone searched diligently for the whole afternoon, and just as it was about to get dark, they finally helped Xiang Wentian find a suitable soul beast, a 10,000-year-old silver light python. When Tian excitedly said, Teacher Zhao, I want to handle this silver python myself, and, at the same time, let you all see my self-created soul skill. The crowd exclaimed at the mention of the self-created soul skill. Dai Mubai said when Tian, I really want to see what your self-created soul skill is and how powerful it is. Xiang Wentian walked towards the silver light python and said, I will definitely bring you a surprise. Upon reaching the front of the silver light python, it looked at Xiang Wentian warily, hissing and growling, warning him not to move forward, as it was ready to attack if he did. Xiang Wentian charged forward and shouted, Martial Soul Possession, 1st soul skill, Space Blockade. For a 10,000-year soul beast, the duration of the space blockade could only last for a few seconds. But those few seconds were enough for Xiang Wentian to accomplish a lot. The 9th style of the Buddha's palm, 10,000 Buddhas bowing in respect. A gigantic golden hand suddenly materialized in mid-air, slamming down on the silver light python with a loud bang, causing the ground to tremble even hundreds of meters away where Zhao Wujia and others were. Dai Mubai exclaimed in shock, Is this the self-created soul skill of Xiang Wentian? How can it be so powerful? Xiang Wentian released the ninth style of the Buddha's palm, 10,000 Buddhas facing the sect, which consumed 90% of his soul power. It seems that in the future, unless faced with life-threatening situations, he should try to use the Buddha's palm sparingly, as it is too draining. At this moment, the silver light python had turned into a python-shaped meat pie under the strike of the Buddha's palm. Xiang Wentian walked in front of the silver light python, sat cross-legged, and began to absorb the soul ring. A black soul ring appeared, circling around Xiang Wentian under the guidance of his soul power, gradually disappearing into his body. At this time, the celestial body was operating at full speed, absorbing the soul power attached to the soul ring without leaving a drop behind, to enhance his physique. This is also the main reason why every time Xiang Wentian absorbs a soul ring, he sees an increase in level, but not in soul power. At this moment, Xiang Wentian opened his eyes and found everyone staring at him in astonishment. Xiang Wentian, confused, asked, "What are you all looking at me for?" Chapter 14. Angelic Divine Light. Zhao Wujia smiled and said, "Xiao Tian, what is your fourth soul skill? Release it and let everyone see." Xiang Wentian nodded at Zhao Wujia, then turned and walked to an open area, shouting, "Fourth soul skill, Angelic Light." A white light column, as thick as a water barrel, shot straight toward a giant rock 100 meters ahead, causing a loud explosion as the rock shattered into countless fragments. Zhao Wujia said, "Not bad, the power is very strong." Xiang Wentian said to the crowd, "Wait a moment. I will devour the soul power of this soul beast." He squatted down and began to absorb the soul power of the silverlight python. Before long, the silverlight python turned into a desiccated python corpse. Ding! The host used the devouring skill and gained 11,000 points of soul power. Checking the system panel, Xiang Wentian silently thought. Name, Xiang Wentian. Level, Soul Master MartialSoul. Demon Angel Soul Power. Level 412550100000. Soul Rings. Purple age, 2,100 years. Yellow age, 800 years. Since the soul rings obtained through devouring are added to the first soul ring, the second soul ring remains at 800 years. Purple age, 3,000 years. Black age, 11,000 years. Soul skills. First soul skill, Space Lock. Second soul skill, Angel's Glory. Third soul skill, Angel's Holy Judgment. Fourth soul skill, Angel's Divine Light. Divine skill, Buddha's Palm Cultivation Method. Heavenly Demon Destruction. True Canon. Sky Overlord Body Ability. Devour. Can devour the soul rings and soul power of enemies or soul beasts to enhance his own soul rings and soul power. Xiang Wentian closed the system panel, stood up, and said, "Our journey to the Stardow Forest as members of Shrek Academy has come to a successful end. The Stardow Forest is too dangerous. We should return to the Academy as soon as possible." Zhao Wujia nodded and said, "Xiao Tian makes a good point. Let's hurry back." "Wait a moment, Teacher Zhao," Tang Sen said. Zhao Wujia asked in confusion, "What's wrong, Xiao San?" "Teacher Zhao, I just broke through to level 30 and need a soul ring," Tang San replied. Zhao Wujia was excited. "What? You also broke through to level 30? Huh. Old Flander will be thrilled when we return. All right, then we'll help you obtain a soul ring." Everyone was happy for Tang San's breakthrough to level 30, and the group spent 2 more days in the Stardow Forest searching for a suitable soul beast for him. However, after 2 days of searching, they still couldn't find a suitable one. "It's getting dark. Let's set up camp here for the night," Zhao Wujia said. "Xiang Wentian, I'll take the first half of the night watch." Everyone nodded, and Dai Mubai said, "If Wentian is on watch for the first half, then I'll take the second half." Zhao Wujia said, "All right, then everyone hurry up and set up camp." As the night deepened, everyone fell into a deep sleep. Xiang Wentian sat cross-legged under a large tree in front of the camp, cultivating and constantly scanning the surroundings with his spiritual sense. Soudainly, un dangereux aura approche rapidement. Xiang Wentian opened his eyes and shouted loudly, "Everyone get up, a large soul beast is approaching." At this moment, the ground began to tremble slightly, and suddenly a huge black giant ape appeared in front of Xiang Wentian. Xiang Wentian exclaimed in surprise, "Is this the Forest King, the Titan Giant Ape?" Xiang Wentian shouted again, "Enemy attack. It's the Titan Giant Ape. You all quickly leave, I'll hold it off." He soared into the sky and let out a long howl. The Tathagata Divine Palm, 10th style, Tathagata exterminates demons. In that instant, Xiang Wentian felt his soul power, mental strength, and physical strength being completely drained. A gigantic golden hand suddenly manifested from his hand. The 10th style, Tathagata, exterminates demons, was completely different from the 9th style, 10,000 Buddhas faced the same direction. The enormous golden hand it presented was fully materialized. Xiang Wentian descended like a golden meteor, and under the push of the gigantic golden hand, the Titan giant ape appeared exceedingly small. With a loud bang, everything within a 5-mile radius was reduced to ashes. The Titan giant ape seemed to feel pain and roared angrily at Xiang Wentian. Under the backlash of mental energy, Xiang Wentian directly fainted. When he woke up again, he found himself lying in the Shrek Academy dormitory, with Ru Meng sitting beside the bed, leaning against the bed frame, already asleep. She must have been waiting for Xiang Wentian for a long time. At this moment, Xiang Wentian felt an unbearable headache. He never expected that the last style of the Tathagata Divine Palm would integrate soul power, physical strength, and mental strength into an unprecedented massive strike. It was just that the Titan giant ape was too powerful, which led to Xiang Wentian suffering from the backlash of his soul power and fainting for a long time. Chapter 15. The cunning Flander. At this moment, Ru Meng noticed that Xiang Wentian had moved. Upon opening his eyes and seeing that Xiang Wentian was awake, she threw herself into his arms and cried, "Brother, you scare me to death. Mom is gone, and you're my only family in this world. You must not leave me." Raising her dreamy head, Xiang Wentian wiped away her tears and said, "Minger, brother promises you, I will never leave you in the future, okay?" Ruma nodded and said, I will go tell the dean." After a while, Dean Flanders walked in under Rumu's guidance and pretended to be angry. "Say, kid, you're not dead yet? You fooled me terribly for the past 6 years." Upon hearing this, Xiang Wentian immediately knew that the master must have arrived at Shrek Academy. Xiang Wentian said solemnly, "Dean, I admit that 6 years ago I deceived you, but it was out of necessity. If I hadn't lied to you then, my sister and I would have starved. What would you have done in my place? Moreover, over the years, your care for me has been like that of a father. Perhaps in your eyes, I am just your student, but in my heart, you have long been like a father to me. All the money I earned in the Soul Arena has been given to you, without a single cent left for myself." Hearing Xiang Wentian's words, Flinder's stern face softened, and there seemed to be tears welling up in his eyes. Dean Flinders said, "You little rascal, don't try to sweet-talk me. I want to fall for your tricks again. I've learned my lesson, and I don't want to be deceived by you a second time. All right, you stay in the dormitory and take care of your injuries. I'm leaving." As Dean Flinder reached the door, he turned to Xiang Wentian and said, "Yu Xiaojiang came to our Shrek Academy a few days ago. Once you've recovered, go find him to report." In the afternoon, after resting, Xiang Wentian felt that his body had almost recovered and was very hungry. He got up and went to the cafeteria. Upon arriving, he saw a short-haired middle-aged man who was chopping wood and boiling water. This must be the Yu Xiaojiang that Dean Flinder mentioned. He should address him as Master. "Hello, Master. My name is Xiang Wentian, and I'm a student of Shrek Academy. I sincerely apologize for using your name to sneak into Shrek Academy 6 years ago." The master smiled and said, "No problem. It seems this is fate. If you hadn't used my name, Flinder wouldn't have found such an outstanding student like you." Xiang Wentian awkwardly said, "Master, you flatter me." At that moment, the cafeteria door suddenly opened, and Dean Flander walked in and said, "Xiaogang, I do not agree with you. This little brat has been deceiving me for so many years. Let's not talk about anything else. You should at least compensate me for some mental distress." Xiang Wentian knew that the cunning Dean Flanders was plotting against him, and weakly said, "Dean, how much do you think is appropriate?" Dean Flanders smiled slyly and replied, "It's not much. You can't take out more anyway. So let's say 100,000 gold soul coins. 100,000. Dean, why don't you just rob it?" Xiang Wentian exclaimed in surprise. "Robbing is no fun. It's better to deceive someone with their own methods to get it." Dean Flanders chuckled. 100,000 gold soul coins. Can you handle that, Dean? "Don't choke on it," Xiang Wentian said through gritted teeth. "It's fine if I choke. Then at least you won't see it. Didn't you see that Xiaogang is boiling water?" Dean Flanders' cunning intent was even more apparent. The master said, "I'm boiling salt water. It's too salty for you to drink." Dean Flanders laughed and said, "It's fine. I can drink any kind of water." Xiang Wentian weakly said, "Can urine be drunk?" Dean Flander turned his head and glared at Xiang Wentian, angrily saying, "You little brat, are you tired of living?" Xiang Wentian saw Dean Flander lose his temper and ran away like the wind. That evening, Xiang Wentian came to the master's room and said, "Master, I want to go to the Soul Arena in Soto City to improve my combat experience over the next few months." "Why do you want to go to the Soul Arena instead of training with them?" the master asked. "You should have heard Dean Flanders say that my martial soul talent skill is Devour. Most of the energy I devour is reinforced in my body. So my physique is very strong, and I don't need to participate in intensive training, Xiang Wentian replied. After considering for a long time, the master said, "What you said makes some sense. When you go to the Soul Arena, let Zhao Wuji accompany you." "No need, master. Fighting in the Soul Arena is also a form of training," Xiang Wentian said. Chapter 16, Slaughter and Devour the Next Morning. Xiang Wentian came alone to the Soul Arena in Soto City. He said to the beautiful receptionist at the front desk, "I want to participate in the life and death battle." The beautiful receptionist smiled and said, "Your current rank is Silver Soul, and if you participate in the life and death battle, your opponent will also be Silver Soul. Are you sure you want to participate?" "Absolutely," Xiang Wentian replied firmly. "All right, then you can wait in the lounge," the receptionist smiled. Not even 10 minutes after arriving in the lounge, Xiang Wentian heard the announcement. "Silver Soul Xiang Wentian, please go to Arena 8 to participate in the life and death battle." Upon arriving at Arena 8, Xiang Wentian saw that the life and death battle arena was completely different from the competitive arena. The life and death arena was a large circular iron cage, and only one person could come out after both entered. Standing opposite Xiang Wentian was a man in his 40s with a long scar on his face. The man said fiercely, "My name is Iron Pillar, MartialSoul, Iron Bull, Level 49 Assault System, Soul Master. Xiang Wentian, MartialSoul, Demon Angel, Level 40 Strong Attack System Battle Soul Sect." The Han mocked, "You dare to participate in the life and death arena at level 40? Kid, don't blame me when you're dead. We're all just trying to earn a living." Xiang Wentian shook his head and asked, "Can the referee announce the start?" The referee, standing outside the iron cage, shouted, "The life and death battle of the soul fighting begins." At the moment the referee finished shouting start, Xiang Wentian yelled, "First soul skill, Space Lock. Fourth soul skill, Angelic Divine Light." At that moment, the imposing figure of the strong man charging forward was suddenly frozen, and then a thick white beam of light shot out. The strong man's eyes were filled with terror as he was blasted away with a loud bang, landing unconscious when he hit the ground. Xiang Wentian walked over and twisted the strong man's neck to activate his Devour skill. Ding! The host uses the Devour ability, gaining 1 4,000-year soul ring, 5,000 soul power points. The audience below had already erupted in excitement. The shock of a level 40 soul master killing a level 49 soul master was not the greatest impact. The biggest surprise was that Xiang Wentian acquired a 10,000-year fourth soul ring and the Devour skill. After Xiang Wentian devoured the strong man and turned him into dried meat, the audience had classified him as a member of the evil faction. By the end of the day, Xiang Wentian had killed 10 soul masters above level 40. Each time he devoured, his soul power would return to its peak. If it weren't for his physical exhaustion, Xiang Wentian could continue fighting. The system added all the devoured soul rings to the first soul ring. Ding! Enhancement fusion completed. Please check the system panel. Name: Xiang Wentian. Level: Soul Master Martial Spirit. Demon Angel Soul Power. Level 40. 565501000000. Soul Rings. Black. Age: 40,100 years. Yellow. Age: 800 years. Purple. Age: 3,000 years. Black. Age: 11,000 years. Soul Skills. First Soul Skill. Space Lock Second Soul Skill. Angelic Glory Third Soul Skill. Angelic Holy Judgment Fourth Soul Skill. Angelic Divine Light Divine Skill. Tathagata Divine Palm Cultivation Method. Heavenly Demon Annihilation Scripture. Overlord Body of the Heavens ability. Devour. Can devour enemy or soul be soul rings and soul power to enhance one's own soul rings and soul power. Xiang Wentian closed the system panel and headed straight back to Shrek Academy. Chapter 17. The Fatty Gets Beaten and Unhappy. 3 months later. During these 3 months, Xiang Wentian fought in the life and death arena during the day and returned to Shrek Academy to cultivate at night. He lived a fulfilling life every day, with his soul power increasing from level 40 to level 43. All 4 of his soul rings were upgraded to over 10,000 years. The most significant improvement was in his physical condition. Through the enormous energy gained from his devouring ability, his body was continuously transformed by the celestial tyrant body. In these 3 months, Xiang Wentian's physique had been elevated several levels. Ding! Opening the system panel. Name: Xiang Wentian. Level: Soul Master MartialSoul. Demon Angel Soul Power. Level 43. 326650400000. Soul Rings. Black. Years. 40. 100. Black. Years. 46. 000. Black. Years. 48. 000. Black. Years. 42. 000. Soul Skills. First Soul Skill. Space Lock, second soul skill. Angel's Glory, third soul skill. Angel's Holy Judgment. Fourth soul skill. Angel's Divine Light, divine skill. Buddha's Palm Cultivation Method. Heavenly Demon Annihilation Scripture. Celestial Tyrant Body Ability. Devour. Can devour the soul rings and soul power of enemies or soul beasts to enhance his own soul rings, physique, and cultivation level. At noon. As usual, Xiang Wentian went to a secluded restaurant for a meal. The restaurant was not large, and there are not many diners every day, but it was quiet. At that moment, he suddenly heard a series of screams coming from a distance, which sounded somewhat familiar. Putting down his chopsticks, Xiang Wentian flew towards the direction of the screams. When he arrived, he discovered that a tall, skinny young man, looking like a blackened stick, was fiercely beating Ma Hongjun. Xiang Wentian shouted angrily, "Stop it!" The tall young man with a dark face looked at Xiang Wentian with disdain and said, "What are you? How dare you meddle in my business? Do you think you're impressive just because you have a few wings?" Xiang Wentian angrily said, "You black bastard as dark as coal. You dared to hit my junior. Today, I will let you know what regret feels like." First soul skill. Space Lock, second soul skill. Angel's Glory. The tall young man with a black face, who was immobilized in place, was brutally beaten by Xiang Wentian, enhanced by the second soul skill, focusing on his face for nearly 10 minutes. The tall young man with a black face was left gasping for breath, and only then did Xiang Wentian stop. Looking at Ma Hongjun's face, which was swollen like a pig's head, Xiang Wentian asked, "Is Ma Hongjun okay?" The dazed Ma Hongjun, seeing that it was Xiang Wentian who saved him, immediately cried out, "Brother Tian, thank goodness you came. If you hadn't come, I would have been beaten to death." Xiang Wentian comforted, "All right, don't cry anymore. I've already avenged you. Hurry back to Shrek Academy and eat an Oscar sausage, and everything will be fine." On the way, Xiang Wentian supported the injured Ma Hongjun back to Shrek Academy. When they arrived in front of the dormitory, they saw Tang San and Xiao Wu. Tang San asked, "What happened to Hongjun?" Xiang Wentian said, "I was beaten. Hongjun told me who did this to you, and Sangge is going to avenge you." Tang San said indignantly, "Yes, Hongjun, just tell us. Sister Xiao Wu will definitely help you." Ma Hongjun said, "Thank you, Sangge, but Xiao Wu doesn't need to. Tiange has already avenged me." Tang San opened the door, and Xiang Wentian helped Ma Hongjun into the dormitory. Oscar, seeing this, exclaimed, "Tiange, who is this? He looks just like Zhu Ganglai." Xiang Wentian smiled helplessly and said to Oscar, "Don't joke around. Hurry up and get a recovery sausage out." After Ma Hongjun finished eating Oscar's recovery sausage, his condition improved a lot. Tang San asked, "Wentian, what exactly is going on?" Xiang Wentian said, "Is there even need to ask? It must be that the fat guy lost in a jealousy contest and got beaten up like this. Luckily, I arrived early. If I had come a bit later, the fat guy's third leg would probably have been broken." Everyone burst into laughter, and Ma Hongjun awkwardly said, "What jealousy contest? That was just me shouting out against injustice." Oscar teased, "Shouting against injustice, huh? You still don't have a girlfriend, do you, fat guy?" Xiao Wu added, "You shouldn't be shouting. Everyone knows what you're like." The crowd laughed even more, while Ma Hongjun felt very embarrassed. Chapter 18. Shrek Academy in the Soto City Grand Soul Arena. Xiang Wentian had already risen to Gold Soul Master. There were no opponents of the same level left for him in the arena. And the Soto City Grand Soul Arena could hardly produce any Gold Soul Masters to duel with Xiang Wentian. Apart from challenging higher-level opponents, he had no rivals in the arena. In the morning, after breakfast, the familiar yet strange class bell rang, and a group of 9 stood in a line on the playground. It was a beautiful day, with a clear blue sky and no clouds, showcasing the beautiful scenery. At this moment, Master had been waiting with his hands behind his back. Seeing everyone arrive, Master said, "It has been 3 months since I came here. During these 3 months, with the help of various teachers, you have laid some foundation for your bodies, but it's still far from enough to become an excellent soul master. Starting today, I will begin the second phase of your training. I have heard from Flandra that you all have been to the Soto City Grand Soul Arena. There will be the location for your upcoming training. This training has no time limit. Whenever you obtain the Silver Soul Badge, the training will end. During this time, I will arrange for you to stay in a hotel near the Soto City Grand Soul Arena, and all expenses will be self-managed. If you have the ability, your earnings in the Soto City Grand Soul Arena will be quite considerable. By the way, you also need to remember that obtaining the Silver Soul Badge requires not only winning in 1-on-1 and 2-on-2 duels, but also winning in team battles. You will fight under the name of Shrek's 9 monsters. But I have 2 points you must remember. First, do not reveal your appearance or tell your opponents your names in the duels. Everything must be done under code names. Second, no one is allowed to use hidden weapons or arms. Third, regardless of winning or losing, everyone must participate in at least 2 duels every day. Master turned to Xiang Wentian and said, Xiang Wentian, tell us what level your soul badge has reached, and how much have you earned in the arena? Xiang Wentian nodded to the master, took out the Golden Dough soul badge, and stood up to say, Everyone, did you see? This is the Golden Dough soul badge. I'm now a Golden Dough soul. Everyone gasped in amazement, especially Ning Rongrong, who said, Brother Tian, you look so handsome. Lu Meng said, Brother, you are really awesome. Others said, Brother Tian, you are amazing. Xiang Wentian made a pause gesture and said, I earned a total of 50,000 gold soul coins at the Soul Arena in Soto City. 50,000. Everyone exclaimed in shock. Oscar grinned and said, If Brother Tian can earn 50,000, we should be able to earn at least 10 to 20,000, right? Dai Mubai looked at Xiang Wentian and asked, Wentian, what is your loss rate? 0. Everyone was astounded, and Oscar exclaimed, How is that possible? Master said, Nothing is impossible. As long as you work hard, you could be like Wentian. Ma Hongjun lowered his head and weakly asked, Really? Seeing them like this, Xiang Wentian felt that they had already lost their momentum before even arriving. He said, Look at your cowardly appearance. You haven't even arrived yet, and your momentum is already gone. You are just 2 arms carrying 1 head. Who is afraid of whom? No matter how strong the opponent is, aren't they just a person? Don't they vomit when they drink too much? Don't they poop when they eat too much? Xiang Wentian solemnly said to the 8 people, If there are enemies in your heart, then the whole world is your enemy. If there are no enemies in your heart, then there are no enemies in the world. Dai Mubai said, What Wentian said is right. What are we afraid of? We don't need to compare ourselves to Wentian. We just need to obtain the Silver Soul Emblem. The crowd formed a circle and resolutely shouted, Victory! 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 Chapter 19. First hearing of the Emperor team a month later, aside from Xiang Wentian. The other 8 members of Shrek Academy participated in team battles and achieved an impressive record of 27 wins in 27 matches. To avoid drawing attention, the master habitually registered his students last every day. After a month of soul battles, the once seemingly difficult to reach Silver Soul Emblem level was basically achieved by the 8. And now, they just needed to wait for the points to be tallied after today as soul battles. The master did not want his students to attract too much attention. Once their ages were known, they would be inundated with attention from various influential parties. Therefore, the master decided that after today, he would take the Shrek students into the 3rd stage of training he had arranged for them. At the registration point, the master took out the Shrek Academy team badge and handed it to the staff, saying, Shrek team, registering for team battles. The staff member took the badge and, upon seeing the 5 large characters Shrek team, gasped in surprise, Shrek team. The master frowned and said, Yes, it is Shrek team. Excuse me, sir. Are you the leader of Shrek team? The staff member asked with a smile. The master looked around and said, Yes, please hurry up with the registration. Sir, please wait a moment. The staff member ignored the master's expression and walked straight towards the back of the registration desk. After a while, the staff member returned and said to the master, Sorry to keep you waiting. At that moment, a middle-aged man walked out from backstage and said to the master, Hello, esteemed leader. I am the supervisor here. My surname is AO. I wonder if we can have a talk. It won't take too long. The master asked, Are you seeking to talk to me on behalf of yourself or the Soto City Grand Soul Arena? Supervisor AO smiled and said, Of course. I am representing the Soto City Grand Soul Arena. Leader, let me get straight to the point. I hope Shrek team can participate in today's team battle at the Central Main Soul Arena. Oh, the master said in surprise. This doesn't seem to comply with the rules. Supervisor AO smiled and said, Esteemed leader, please don't be modest. Given Shrek's performance, it's only a matter of time before you go there. The master replied indifferently, You all don't seem to be lacking in these few days, either. Supervisor AO said seriously, Let me be straightforward. A powerful team arrived at the Soto City Grand Soul Arena a few days ago, winning consecutively. Several major powers have heavily bet on this team, causing great losses to the arena. We can no longer produce a second Soul Master team capable of resisting them. So, upon hearing Supervisor AO's words, the master said, So you want Shrek team to defeat this powerful team, am I right? Supervisor AO nodded and said, Of course. The Soto City Grand Soul Arena 1T let your team fight for nothing. If your team wins, we will offer a reward of 10,000 gold soul coins. After thinking for a moment, the master said, All right, I agree. Supervisor AO smiled and handed over the information about the team, saying, Here is the information about this team. Please keep it safe. The master took the information to the waiting room for Shrek team. At this moment, only Dean Flanders and Vice Dean Zhao Wujia were in the room. The master approached and repeated what Supervisor Ao had said to the two. Dean Flanders said helplessly, "Xiao Gang, it's not that I'm criticizing you, but you should negotiate a bit with the Soul Arena. Maybe you can squeeze out some benefits." The master replied irritably, "Since when did you become so greedy?" Dean Flanders shook his head and sighed. "There's no way around it. Money makes the man, and without money, it's tough." The master said, "If Shrek team wins, this profit is already considerable. After all, it's 10,000 gold soul coins." After a while, the 8 members of Shrek team, along with Xiang Wentian, returned to the waiting room. The master said to Shrek team, "This time, I've found you a powerful opponent. Come and take a look at your opponent's information." As Xiang Wentian walked over to take the information, he opened it and saw the Royal Fighting Team, consisting of 8 members, all holders of the Silver Soul Badge. Captain YuntaoIs, MartialSoul, Heavenly Dragon Snake Emperor Sword, level 41 Attack System Soul Master, Soul Rings, 1 yellow, 2 purple, 1 black. Vice Captain Yu Tianheng, MartialSoul, Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus, level 39 Attack System Soul Master, Soul Rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple. Team Member Dugian, MartialSoul, Azure Scale Snake, level 38 Control System Soul Master, Soul Rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple. Team Member Shimo, MartialSoul, Black Tortoise, level 38 Defense System Soul Master, Soul Rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple. Team Member Shimo, MartialSoul, Black Tortoise, level 37 Defense System Soul Master, Soul Rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple. Team Member Yufeng, MartialSoul, Wind Chime Bird, level 36 Agility Attack System Soul Master, Soul Rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple. Team Member Yi Lingling, MartialSoul, 9 Heart Begonia, level 35 Support System Weapon Soul Master, Soul Rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple. Aside from Xiang Wentian and Ryue, everyone else gasped in surprise upon seeing the information. They had anticipated that their opponents would be strong, but they didn't expect them to be this powerful. Flanders said solemnly, "If I'm not mistaken, this team should be the Tiando Royal team. How did they end up in Soto City?" "Xiaojiang, you really shouldn't have agreed to this soul battle. I'm afraid the little monsters won't be their opponents." The master said, "Only under pressure will there be motivation. Flowers in a greenhouse cannot withstand storms." Flanders sighed. "All right, you make a point, but everything must prioritize safety." The master nodded and said, "Ryue, Tang San." "Master, teacher." Ryue and Tang San quickly stepped forward. The master said, "Ryue, this time you don't have to suppress your strength. Tang San, I still require you not to use hidden weapons, but I allow you to use the 8 spider lances." Ryue asked, "Master, do you think we can't defeat them?" The master looked at Ryue and said, "The chance is only 30%, mainly relying on you 3, you, Tang San, and Zhu Qing." When Tian took a step forward and remembered what he had said, "If there is an enemy in the heart, then the whole world is the enemy. If there is no enemy in the heart, then there is no enemy in the world. Live and fight. If you die, so be it. Apezon dis. But a bird flies to the sky for tens of thousands of years. What is there to be afraid of? Prepare a battle strategy. Tomorrow I will come to watch your fight. I wish you all a victorious return." Chapter 20. The Imperial Fighting Team versus the Shrek Fighting Team. 1. When Tian was right. If there is an enemy in the heart, then the whole world is the enemy. If there is no enemy in the heart, then there is no enemy in the world. Dai Mubai said loudly, "Have you forgotten? We have achieved a record of 27 consecutive victories. Although the opponent is very strong, are we weak? We must believe that we are the strongest." Dai Mubai stretched out his hand, and the Shrek Fighting Team all extended their hands in unison, shouting, "Victory! Victory! Victory!" In the VIP room No. 3 of the Soto City Great Soul Arena, members of the Imperial Fighting Team were waiting for the team battle to begin. At that moment, the door suddenly opened, and when the Imperial Fighting Team saw the person, they all stood up respectfully and said, "Teacher." The person who walked in was naturally Qinin. Duguchobai stepped forward and asked, "Teacher, what happened?" Qinin sighed and said, "This time, you may have encountered a formidable opponent." Qinin handed over the information of the Shrek Fighting Team and said, "Take a look." Duguchobai took the information and opened it to see Shrek Fighting Team. 9 members, origin unknown, Gold Fighting Team. Dugu Yin saw this and angrily said, "Is there no one in the Silver Fighting Team of the Soto City Great Soul Arena? How can they let a Gold Fighting Team deal with us, the Silver Fighting Team? Isn't this bullying?" Qinin replied, "There is only one holder of the Gold Fighting Team badge, and he will not participate in the match." YuntaoIs opened the information and read, Shrek Fighting Team, Captain, Demon Angel, MartialSoul, Demon Angel, Level 43 Assault System Soul Master, Soul Rings, for Black. After reading the information about Demon Angel, everyone from the Imperial Fighting Team exclaimed, how can there be a configuration of 4 Black Soul Rings? This is impossible. YuntaoIs said, nothing is impossible. Everything is possible. Isn't my 4th Soul Ring also a 10,000-year Soul Ring? Vice Captain, Radiant Angel, MartialSoul, Radiant Angel. Level 41 Assault System Soul Master, Soul Rings, 2 yellow and 2 purple. Team Member, Evil Eye White Tiger, MartialSoul, White Tiger, Level 38 Assault System Soul Master. Soul Rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple. Team Member, Thousand Hand Azura, MartialSoul, Blue Silvergrass, Level 32 Control System Soul Master, Soul Rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple. Team Member, Softbone Charm Rabbit, MartialSoul, Jade Rabbit, Level 31 Assault System Soul Master, Soul Rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple. Team Member, Evil Fire Phoenix, MartialSoul, Phoenix, Level 29 Assault System Soul Master, Soul Rings, 2 yellow. Team Member, Nether Spirit Cat, MartialSoul, Nether Spirit Cat, Level 28 Agility System Soul Master, Soul Rings, 2 yellow. Team Member, Sausage Specialty, MartialSoul, Sausage, Level 31 Support System Weapon Soul Master, Soul Rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple. Team Member, 7 Treasures Glazed Tile, MartialSoul, 7 Treasures Glazed Tower, Level 27 Support System Weapon Soul Master, Soul Rings, 2 yellow. Note, since this month, the Shrek Fighting Team has achieved a perfect record in team battles. Their true strength is far beyond what their levels show, and 2 members need to be particularly cautious. Radiant Angel has never used her 3rd soul skill in team battles. Thousand Hand Azura has extremely strong control, and the 2 of them need to be especially careful. YuntaoIs couldn't help but chuckle and said, Teacher, it's fine to pay attention to that Radiant Angel. But what is there to worry about with a blue silvergrass? Qin said seriously, remember, do not underestimate your opponent. Know that even a lion uses all its strength when hunting a rabbit. You must be prepared today and come up with a decisive strategy. Also, rest well today to prepare for the battle tomorrow. The next evening, as night fell, during the day, there were 1-on-1 and 2-on-2 soul battles, but in the evening, the main event, the Team Soul Battle, would take place. At this time, the Soto City Great Soul Arena was bustling with activity, as crowds began to gather from all directions. Through various means of promotion, people learned that there would be 2 powerful teams battling tonight, as people have always loved watching team battles throughout history. Of course, for the wealthy, this is a chance for ultimate enjoyment. For ordinary people, they can also see team battles, as the Soto City Great Soul Arena sells cheap tickets or standing tickets every day. At the same time, gambling is also a way for the wealthy and powerful to engage in covert struggles. Chapter 21, The Imperial Fighting Team vs. The Shrek Fighting Team, 2. In the central main soul battle arena's crystal observation platform, when Tion stood there watching the battle arena below, encouraging his classmates in his heart, Shrek Fighting Team, you are the strongest, you will definitely win. Suddenly, the lights in the central soul battle arena lit up. A very beautiful girl, with her left hand on her hip and her right hand holding a microphone, with a pair of pure white wings behind her and a professional smile, appeared. The girl looked around 17 or 18 years old, with a devilishly attractive figure. Long wavy golden hair shining brightly, and her long legs were clad in a pale yellow ultra-short mini skirt, showcasing her perfect figure. The girl's white wings fluttered as she flew up, saying, Hello everyone, I am very happy to see you all. I am the host for tonight, Douluo. Tonight will definitely be an exciting soul battle. Although they only have soul skills of levels 30 to 40, if I had to describe them, I would say they are geniuses. Now, I will introduce the information of both teams to the distinguished guests. The captain of the Imperial Fighting Team is YuntaoIs. The acting captain of the Shrek Fighting Team is Radiant Angel. The host Douluo introduced the team members of both teams. Then, she said, All right, now please have the members of both teams take the stage. At this moment, the magnificent doors of the battle arena opened, with the Imperial Fighting Team on the left and the Shrek Fighting Team on the right. Both teams, please prepare. You now have 1 minute to summon your martial souls. When I announce the start, you may attack. Victory is achieved when one side concedes defeat or all members fall off the battle arena. As Dream called out, summon MartialSoul. The 1 minute time began and the team battle started. Dai Mubai shouted, First soul skill, White Tiger Shield, and an oval translucent shield enveloped Dai Mubai. Let's deal with one first. Dai Mubai jumped up and rushed towards the brothers, Shimo and Shimo. When the Shimo brothers saw Dai Mubai charging at them, there was no fear on their faces. They shouted in unison, "First soul skill, turtle shell defense." And a thick layer of black turtle shell covered their bodies completely. Meanwhile, with the enhancement from Ning Rongrong's light, Dai Mubai's attack came, and he struck the turtle shell with a tiger claw, producing a loud sound. What strong defense! My tiger claw was stunned by the impact. At that moment, Tang San shouted loudly, "Mubai, retreat!" Tang San's blue-silver grass quickly extended towards Dai Mubai, trying to pull him back. Dugu Qiubai shouted, "Tianheng, let's go together." Dugu Qiubai used his first soul skill, sword control technique, and a 10-meter-long, 1-meter-wide giant heavenly dragon serpent sword appeared out of thin air, transforming into a golden light that pierced through Dai Mubai's body and chopped Tang San's blue-silver grass into pieces. Dai Mubai, unable to withstand the blow, fainted immediately, and the other members of the Shrek fighting team exclaimed, "Mubai!" At this moment, Yu Qianheng's first soul skill, Thunder Dragon Claw, also appeared just in time, striking towards the fainted Dai Mubai in midair. At this time, Zhu Zhuqing wanted to rush over to save her beloved, but Dream shouted, "Zhuqing, come back. Let me go. Your soul power is too low, and you might get hurt too." Dream, angry, gritted her silver teeth and turned to Ning Rongrong and Ma Hongjun, saying, "Rongrong, give me support. Ma Hongjun, protect Oscar and Ning Rongrong well." Ning Rongrong said, "First is strength, second is speed." In order to save Dai Mubai, she had to take risks. She used her second spirit skill, Angel Wings, and her third spirit skill, Angelic Sword. As expected, she released both skills immediately, showing how much she valued Dai Mubai's situation. Suddenly, wings sprouted from her back, and a massive crimson sword, radiating extreme heat, shot towards Yu Qianheng. At this moment, Tang San had already arrived below Dai Mubai, wanting to use blue-silver grass to drag him back. However, he was discovered by the Shimo brothers, who threw their turtle shell at Tang San. The turtle shell transformed in mid-air into countless tiny turtle shells, chasing after Tang San, but Tang San's movements were too elusive, and for a moment, they truly couldn't catch up. Dugu Qiubai smiled slightly and said, "These are the blue silver grass and radiant angel spirit masters that need special attention according to the data, right? Now, both of them are about to fall into my encirclement." Chapter 22, Tiando Team vs. Shrek Team 3. At this moment, Ruan Meng and her crimson giant sword had reached in front of Yu Qianheng. To save himself, Yu Qianheng had no choice but to strike at the crimson giant sword with his Thunder Dragon Claw. Yu Qianheng's spirit power was already lower than Ruan Meng's. So how could his first spirit skill, Thunder Dragon Claw, withstand Ruan Meng's third spirit skill, Angelic Sword? With a loud bang, Yu Qianheng was sent flying and fell off the stage. Seeing this, Dugu Yin shouted anxiously, "Tianheng." She turned angrily towards Ruan Meng and said, "You dare to hurt Tianheng." She used her third spirit skill, Phosphorescent Purple Poison, and the blue scale snake spirit wrapped around Dugu Yin raised its head and spat out a large amount of purple poison towards Ruan Meng, who was flying in the air. Ruan Meng smiled and said, "My radiant angel spirit is least afraid of poison." She passed through the phosphorescent snake's poison and flew above Dugu Qiubai, shouting, "You injure my teammate Dai Mubai. I will make you pay the price." With her fourth spirit skill, Blazing Flame of Heaven, a massive amount of extremely high-temperature crimson flames erupted from Ruan Meng's radiant angel spirit and fell above the Tiando team members. At this moment, Tang San saw that Ruan Meng's fourth spirit skill, Blazing Flame of Heaven, had broken the encirclement. He shouted, "First spirit skill, bind," and several thick blue-silver grasses wrapped around Dai Mubai and pulled him towards the Shrek camp. Dugu Qiubai, seeing such a large-scale Blazing Flame of Heaven, became serious and quickly released his fourth spirit skill, Heart of Defeat. A small golden sword, no bigger than a pinky finger, pierced through Ruan Meng's chest and rapidly turned in midair, shooting towards Tang San, who was about to run to the Shrek camp. At this moment, Tang San felt a crisis approaching and hurriedly released his soul bone, the 8 spider lances. With a loud bang, although the 8 spider lances blocked the Heart of Defeat, Tang San was knocked back, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Ruan Meng, heavily injured, fainted and fell outside the arena, and the uncontrolled Blazing Flame of Heaven also disappeared from the air. At this moment, Xiang Wenting activated his MartialSoul, flew out from the observation platform, and instantly reached below Ruan Meng to catch her. He anxiously shouted, "Ruan Meng, how are you? Wake up quickly." At this time, Dugu Qiubai looked towards Xiang, winning from the arena, and said, "She is fine, just heavily injured. After resting for a while, she will recover." Xiang Wentian held the severely injured and unconscious Rumung in his arms, gritting his teeth and saying, "Dugu Qiubai, I look forward to the day when I can battle with you. I will definitely show no mercy." Hearing Xiang Wentian's words, Dugu Qiubai replied with a hint of loneliness, "I have stood at the peak of my level for a long time. I truly hope to find an opponent who can make me exert all my strength." At this moment on the arena, the Shrek team was already at a disadvantage. Zhu Zhuqing and Osro were locked in a fierce battle. Xiao Wu was surrounded by the two brothers of Shi family. Ma Hongjun, supported by Oscar Sausage, was evenly matched with Yufeng. The injured Tang San was utterly powerless against Dugu Qiubai, and defeat was only a matter of time. Slowly regaining consciousness, Dai Mubai shouted to Zhu Zhuqing, "Zhuqing, use the Phantom White Tiger." Upon hearing Dai Mubai's call, Zhu Zhuqing unleashed the Phantom 100 Claws to push Osro away and rush straight toward Dai Mubai. Dugu Yin saw that Zhu Zhuqing and Dai Mubai were about to use their MartialSoul fusion skill and anxiously shouted, "Not good, it's a MartialSoul fusion skill. Stop them quickly." The Shi brothers, hearing Dugu Yan's urgent cry, hurriedly abandoned their attack on Xiao Wu. Simultaneously, they used their third soul skill in an attempt to interrupt the MartialSoul fusion of Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing, but it was too late. The fused Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing transformed into a gigantic phantom white tiger, and with the roar of the white tiger's attack, Osro and the Shi brothers were knocked unconscious. Seeing the situation, Xiao Wu attempted to sneak attack the support soul master Yi Lingling of the Tiando team, but was blocked by Dugu Yin. The two entangled in combat, and it was clear that Dugu Yin was no match for Xiao Wu, who used her soft skills and a waist bow to throw Dugu Yin off the stage. At this moment, Dugu Qiubai noticed Xiao Wu and thought to himself, "Let you experience the power of my self-created soul skill, the first style of Dugun 9 swords." A massive sword light sent Tang San, who was still struggling, flying. The second style of Dugun 9 swords followed, with an even larger sword light slicing the phantom white tiger in half. The third style of Dugun 9 swords unleashed an even greater sword light towards Ma Hongjun, before Dugu Qiubai could unleash the third style. A white cloth was thrown onto the arena, and the master shouted, "Stop! We concede." Hearing the master's words, Dugu Qiubai adjusted the trajectory of the sword light aimed at Ma Hongjun, redirecting it to the center of the arena. With a thunderous roar, the arena was marked with a massive sword scar, showcasing the power of the third style of Dugun 9 swords. The host, Douluo, announced the Shrek team concedes. "The Tiando team, stop your attacks. I declare, the Tiando team wins against the Shrek team." At the moment, the host announced the battle result. Tens of thousands of spectators in the viewing area erupted in cheers. One exciting battle. Did you see? That Dugu Qiubai, despite being only in his 40s, was able to unleash such immense soul power. Other spectators echoed, "Indeed, the two sides on the arena truly live up to the name of geniuses." Chapter 23. Qin Ming Dumbfounded, Vice Dean Zhao Wujin, and the master rushed over to help the injured members of the Shrek team. The master anxiously asked Xiao San, "How do you feel?" Tang San weakly covered his chest and replied, "I'm fine, teacher." Dumbfounded urgently said, "Quickly take the kids to the waiting room to heal." In the waiting room, Oscar distributed a recovery sausage to each injured member. "I'm sorry, teacher. I let you down and couldn't achieve victory this time," Tang San said with guilt. The master sighed and smiled slightly. "Failure is the mother of success. Without experiencing failure, how can one understand the difficulty of success?" "No, Xiao San, it's not your fault. The captain of the Tiando team is just too strong." Zhuqing and Ai's MartialSoul fusion skill was utterly ineffective against them. Dai Mubai said with disappointment, "The strength of the opponent is also cultivated. If they can cultivate to such a level, why can't we?" Rumung weakly said as she opened her eyes, "Teacher, after we go back this time, please give us the most rigorous training." "Yes, Sister Meng Meng is right. Teacher, we need to become stronger," Zhu Zhuqing said. The master saw the determined expressions on his students' faces and couldn't help but smile. Just then, footsteps were heard outside the door, and Dumbfounded, Vice Dean Zhao Wujin, and disciple Qin Ming entered. Xiang Wentian walked over and opened the door, only to see a short-haired young man dressed in a white robe. The young man glanced at Xiang Wentian and walked straight into the room. Following him was a beautiful woman, whom Xiang Wentian recognized as Yi Lingling, the auxiliary soul master of the royal fighting team. The young man's name was Qin Yin, who was the teacher of the royal fighting team. After entering the room, Qin Yin went directly in front of Flinder and Zhao Waoqi, knelt on one knee, and respectfully said, Disciple Qin Yin greets Dean Flinder and Vice Dean Zhao Waoqi. Flinder smiled and said with a strange expression, in just a few years, your teaching skills have surpassed us old fellows. Vice Dean Zhao Waoqi chuckled as he helped Qin Yin up. It's been years, and you are still so polite. Qin Yin respectfully bowed and said, Dean Flinder, you flatter me. No matter when, I'm always a disciple of Shrek Academy. The students of Shrek Academy couldn't help but exclaim, a disciple of Shrek Academy. Flinder patted Qin Yin on the shoulder and said, You've been away from the academy for so many years, yet you are still so reserved. Let me introduce you. This is the Master, and these 9 little monsters, 8 of whom you saw on the soul fighting platform, and the 9th one is the one who opened the door for you just now. Qin Yin respectfully bowed to the Master. Hello, Master. The Master turned slightly and did not accept Qin Yin's gesture. Seeing that the Master did not accept his greeting, Qin Yin felt a bit embarrassed. Flinder quickly laughed and smoothed things over. You're his nephew's teacher, so from that perspective, you're peers, and of course, he won't accept your formalities. Qin Yin looked at the Master in confusion, and Flinder said, At this point, are you still hiding it? Do I have to tell Qin Yin that Yu Tianheng is your nephew? What? Everyone gasped in surprise. Dean Flinder, Vice Dean Zhao Waoqi Master, I sincerely apologize for the injuries suffered by the Shrek students. That is why I came here specifically to bring you Lingling, the auxiliary soul master of the royal fighting team. Her martial soul is the 9-heart sea dragon, which is very effective for treating injuries, Qin Yin said respectfully. Flinder smiled and patted Qin Yin on the shoulder. You've got a good heart, kid. Lingling, hurry up and treat the injured members of the Shrek team. Qin Yin said. Yi Lingling nodded and released her martial soul, the 9-star sea dragon, to help treat the injured members of the Shrek team. The healing effect of the 9-heart sea dragon was indeed remarkable. Soon, Tang San and the others had fully recovered. Qin Yin glanced at the 9 Shrek students, his gaze falling on Xiang Wentian. If you weren't students of Shrek Academy, I would find a way to recruit you into the Tiando Royal Academy. Flinder asked, Are you teaching at Tiando Royal Academy? Yes, Dean Flinder, Qin Yin replied. Flinder said, This isn't a place for conversation. Let us go to the hotel where we're staying and chat slowly. Upon arriving at the hotel, Xiang Wentian said to Dean Flinder, Dean, the junior brothers and sisters are all injured. Let me order some good food and drinks to help them recover. Don't worry, it's on me. Dean Flinder patted Xiang Wentian on the shoulder and said, Kid, you're quite thoughtful. Xiang Wentian ordered a large table of sumptuous dishes for everyone and said to Dean Flinder, I want to go out for some fresh air. All right, go ahead, and come back early. The dean replied with a smile. Xiang Wentian strolled alone through the bustling streets, always feeling as if someone was following him. He tried to shake off his pursuer and ended up in a grove on the southern outskirts of Soto City. Chapter 24. Forced to become a disciple since I can't shake you off. I'll see who you are. A shadow slowly floated towards Xiang Wentian, who warily asked, Who are you, and why are you following me? The shadow replied slowly, Kid, I am your lifesaver. Lifesaver? Xiang Wentian questioned, puzzled. The shadow snorted coldly and said, Haven't you thought about why the Spirit Hall hasn't made any moves since the first time they targeted you? Is it not because of Dean Flandra and Vice Dean Zhao Wujia? Xiang Wentian replied. TCH the shadow scoffed. Do you really think 2 soul saints can stop the people the Spirit Hall wants to kill? Is it because of you? Xiang Wentian asked uncertainly. Oomph. The shadow coldly snorted. I've been watching you since the day you awakened your martial soul. Your growth speed astonishes me. If I hadn't been protecting you from behind, you would have been killed by the Spirit Hall long ago. Why do you want to protect me? Xiang Wentian asked in confusion. Because your martial soul is a demon angel, similar to mine. I see potential in you and intend to take you as my disciple. Are you willing? The shadow said slowly. I don't even know who you are or what your strength is. How could I easily become your disciple? Xiang Wentian replied. 9 soul rings slowly floated up from the shadow, which were yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black. Xiang Wentian exclaimed, Title Douluo. There are only a few titled Douluos in the 2 empires. Who exactly are you? Who I am is not important. What matters is whether you are willing to become my disciple, the shadow said impatiently. Just hearing your voice without seeing your martial soul, could it be that you are? Sure. The shadow interrupted Xiang Wentian. Just knowing in your heart is enough. There's no need to say it out loud. What would happen if I become your disciple? And what if I don't? Xiang Wentian asked. If you become my disciple, you will receive my full support and protection. If you don't, you'll die. The shadow emphasized the word die particularly heavily. Fine. Then I'll become your disciple, Xiang Wentian said helplessly. The shadow expressed surprise. So straightforward? You won't be trying to trick me, will you? Xiang Wentian said with a hint of anger. If I don't take you as my master, I'm dead in the water. Do I have any other choices? Those who know how to adapt are the true talents. You've done well. Genius. What is a genius? Only those who grow up can be called geniuses. A genius who dies young, no matter how astonishing, is ultimately just a pile of bones, the shadow praised. Since you've already taken me as your master, I might as well tell you that there are people who want to take your little wife as their disciple too, so you don't need to worry about her safety. Moreover, the Spear Hall deacon who attempted to assassinate you back then was sent by me to test you. The shadow laughed heartily and disappeared. After the shadow left, Xiang Wentian let out a sigh. This black guy is really insidious. To take on a disciple. He has been watching for so many years. Today, I'm really unlucky to take such a useless title Douluo as my master. By the time he returned to the hotel, it was already night. Dai Mubai asked, Wentian, where have you been? Why did you come back so late? Just went out for a stroll to clear my mind. Xiang Wentian smiled. Oh, right, I have something to tell you. In 2 months, all the teachers and students of Shrek Academy will move to the Tiando Royal Academy. Dai Mubai said. I know, Xiang Wentian replied lightly. Dai Mubai said, why are you not reacting at all? Aren't you surprised? I thought of this a long time ago. If Shrek Academy couldn't find a good place to settle, it would have to close its doors, Xiang Wentian said. A few days later, the master introduced a sleep cultivation method to everyone, allowing them to cultivate while sleeping. Ever since Xiang Wentian got the master's sleep cultivation method, he dreamed every night of his soul power continuously rising. Soul power 10, soul power 10, soul power 10. 2 months later, Xiang Wentian successfully broke through 2 levels, reaching the rank of a 45th level soul master. Checking the system panel. Name, Xiang Wentian level. Soul master MartialSoul. Demon angel soul power. 45th level, 5123666600000. Soul rings. Black. Years. 40,100 years. Black. Years. 46,000 years. Black. Years. 48,000 years. Black. Years. 42,000 years. Soul skills. First soul skill. Space blockade. Second soul skill. Angel's glory. Third soul skill. Angel's holy judgment. Fourth soul skill. Angel's divine light. Divine skill. Buddha's palm cultivation method. Heavenly demon destruction scripture. Santian body. Ability. Devour. Can devour enemies or soul. Be soul rings and soul power to enhance one's own soul rings and soul power. Chapter 25. Today I need to go tilling in the fields, so I might not be able to update. I hope everyone can understand. Thank you. Chapter 26. Departure in 2 months. Ru Ming, Xiao Wu, and Tang San each increased their soul power by 1 level, and others also made significant progress. Now, the soul power levels of Shrek Academy students are Demon Angel Xiang Wentian, MartialSoul. Demon Angel, 45th level Assault System Soul Master, Soul Rings, for Black. Seraph, Ru Ming. MartialSoul, Seraph, 42nd level Assault System Soul Master, Soul Rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple. Evil Demon White Tiger Dai Mubai, MartialSoul, White Tiger. 38th level Assault System Soul Master, Soul Rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple. Thousand Hand Azura Tang San, MartialSoul, Blue Silvergrass, 33rd level Control System Soul Master. Soul Rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple. Softbone Charm Rabbit Xiao Wu, MartialSoul, Jade Rabbit, 32nd level, Assault System Soul Master, Soul Rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple. Evil Fire Phoenix Ma Hongjun, MartialSoul, Phoenix, 29th level Assault System Soul Master, Soul Rings, 2 yellow. Ghostly Spirit Cat Zhu Zhuqing, MartialSoul, Ghostly Spirit Cat, 28th level Agility System Soul Master, Soul Rings, 2 yellow. Sausage Specialist Oscar, MartialSoul, Sausage, 31st level Support System Weapon Master, Soul Rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple. 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Ning Rongrong, MartialSoul, 7 Treasures Glazed Tower, 27th level Support System Weapon Master, Soul Rings, 2 yellow. In the past 2 months, everyone spent their time training and cultivating, while Tang San was different. He remained in his quiet room, forging hidden weapons every day, and Xiang Wentian knew this by the sound of metal clashing coming from inside. Today was the day to head to the Tiando Royal Academy. In the morning, after everyone finished breakfast, they waited for Tang San to emerge. After a while, the door to the quiet room opened, and Tang San walked out. Dai Mubai laughed. Oh, our Iron Man is out. Why are you dressed so neatly today? It must be that little San's wife who washes clothes, Xiang Wentian teased. Xiao Wu blushed and looked down, pulling at her clothes, saying, "No way." "Hey look, Xiao Wu is shy," Ru Meng laughed from the side. Upon hearing Ru Meng's words, everyone burst into laughter. Seeing Xiao Wu's embarrassed expression, Tang San quickly changed the subject, smiling slightly, and said, "Now that I'm done, I naturally had to come out. If I delayed any longer, it would waste our time going to the Tiando Royal Academy. During this time, besides making a few hidden weapons for everyone, I also forged something quite useful for you all," Tang San said mysteriously. "Do we all get one?" Ru Meng exclaimed with joy upon hearing this, and the others also revealed excited smiles. "San, your actions are really too clever. Where is it? Hurry up and show us. Don't make us forcefully take it," Oscar said with a mischievous grin. "Third brother, what exactly is it? Hurry up and let us see," Ma Hongjun urged impatiently. Tang San took out a cylindrical metal-like object and attached it to his arm, adjusted it, aimed at a large tree in front, and said, "Everyone, watch my operation." He pressed a switch, and with a soft sound, a hole was immediately pierced through the large tree dozens of meters away. Ma Hongjun said, "This doesn't look as powerful as the Zhuge Divine Crossbow." Tang San replied, "This is called the Flying Claw, and its strength isn't its forte. Its specialty is flying." He pressed the switch again, and the Flying Claw's rope immediately pulled him up into the air. "Indeed, this thing has its unique advantages," Xiang Wentian said. Then Tang San distributed his set of hidden weapons to everyone. In the morning, the sun was shining, and the weather was pleasant. Under the guidance of Dean Flander, Vice Dean Zhao Wujia, and the Master, everyone from Shrek set off for the Tiando Royal Academy. However, Flander and the Master flew while the others walked. "I can also take one person while flying. Who wanted to take them along?" Ru Meng said. Everyone looked at each other, and Ning Rongrong stuck out her tongue, saying, "Sister Meng, why don't you take me?" "Okay." So Ru Meng flew away with Ning Rongrong. "I'm so envious of that flying soul skill. When will I have a flying soul skill?" Ma Hongjun said. "I can also take one person while flying," Xiang Wentian said. But before he could finish, Ma Hongjun eagerly said, "Brother Tian, take me flying." When Tian pointed at Ma Hongjun's belly and said, "Look at your figure. Aren't you afraid of crashing?" Dai Mubai said, "When Tian, you should take Oscar and go first. He is a support-type soul master and the weakest in terms of physical strength among us." Oscar replied, "How about this? I'll use all my soul power to make recovery sausages, so you won't have to worry about lacking soul power." Ma Hongjun said, "That's a good idea. Then we can travel without stopping." So, Oscar made dozens of recovery sausages, using up all his soul power. After distributing the recovery sausages to everyone, when Tian took Oscar and flew into the sky, heading straight for the Heaven Do Royal Academy. Chapter 27, Level Advancing Challenge 1. The group from Shrek realized that to reach the Heaven Do Empire, they would have to pass through the Sylphs' kingdom north of the Bala Kingdom before entering the territory of the Heaven Do Empire. Xiang Wentian's MartialSoul, the demon angel's flying speed, is extremely fast. In just a short while, he left everyone else so far behind that they couldn't even see his taillights. Oscar shouted in panic, "Tiangu, slow down, it's too fast." "It's fine. Let's catch up with the Dean first. I want to compare with him to see who is the true king of the sky," Xiang Wentian replied. Before long, they saw Dean Flandra flying quickly in the air with the Master. "How about a little game, Dean?" Xiang Wentian said. "You little brat, dare to play games with me? What do you want to play?" Dean Flandra asked. "Let's race to see who can fly faster, your cat eagle MartialSoul or my demon angel. The finish line is the capital of the Sylphs Kingdom. Loser treats the winner to a meal. What do you say, Dean? Are you up for it?" Xiang Wentian said with a smile. Dean Flandra laughed. "Looks like I won't have to spend money on dinner tonight. All right, as the Dean, I'll let you have a 1-minute head start. You said it, don't regret it. I'm off." With that, Xiang Wentian disappeared in a flash. "Hey, how is this kid so fast? I need to catch up quickly," Flandra said. The Master teased. "Didn't you say to let him fly for a minute before catching up?" Dean Flandra awkwardly replied, "Shao Gang, why do you always ruin my plans?" When Dean Flandra and the Master arrived at the capital of the Sylphs Kingdom, Sylph City, they found Xiang Wentian waiting for them. "Dean Flandra, I've already booked a hotel, just waiting for you to treat us to dinner." The Master teased. "Have you ever seen a stingy iron rooster lose feathers?" Dean Flandra's face darkened. "If I'm treating, we're having noodles for dinner." Oscar shouted, "Dean, no way. We've traveled all day." Dean Flandra looked at Oscar and said, "Do you have any objections?" Oscar was so scared that he took a few steps back and weakly said, "No objections." After the sky completely darkened, Vice Dean Zhao Wujia and the others finally arrived at Sylph City. Upon reaching the hotel, Ma Hongjun exclaimed, "I'm starving. Are the dishes ready?" Oscar dejectedly replied, "They're ready, but it's just a bowl of plain noodle soup." What? Plain noodle soup? Everyone exclaimed. Tian Yi. I know you're the richest. Please treat us to something good. We've been traveling all day and are starving, Ma Hongjun flattered. All right, no problem. Everyone went to the restaurant on the first floor, and Xiang Wentian said, Waiter, bring us all the delicious dishes you have here. After a while, when the food was served, everyone started to eat ravenously, and of course, the fastest eater was still our sidekick, Ma Hongjun. The next day, to solve the financial crisis, Dean Flandra decided to have the Shrek team participate in a battle at the Sills Grand Seoul Arena. The Sills Grand Seoul Arena looked even more magnificent than the Soto City Grand Seoul Arena, as it was the capital of the Sills Kingdom, a few levels above Soto City. When the Shrek team put on the masks distributed by the master, they heard a staff member say, Dear Soul Master, you cannot participate in tonight's team battle. Everyone was dumbfounded. Why? Is there really no one in the Grand Seoul Arena? Dean Flandra angrily asked. The staff member replied, Dear Soul Master, we really do not have a team of Soul Masters at level 40. Flandra urgently asked, Is there really no other way? Of course there is. Challenging at a higher level is not subject to Soul Badge restrictions. You can participate in tonight's level 50 team battle, the staff member said with a smile. Level 50? Flandra firmly shook his head and sighed. Then let's forget it. No, I think it's possible. The master stepped forward and said, Xiao Gang, are you crazy? That's a level 50 Soul King team. Do you want to send the kids to their deaths? Flandra exclaimed. Do you think I would let my students die? Don't worry. I have my reasons, the master replied. The master said to the staff member, I want to choose the most ferocious team within level 50. Is there one? The staff member thought the master would choose the weakest level 50 team, but unexpectedly, the master chose the strongest one. Yes, the Blood Slaughter team. Since its registration, it has maimed 86 opponents and killed 123, earning the title of the King of Slaughter in the Silver Soul battle teams. Because no one wants to face them in a match, they haven't participated in a battle for nearly a month. Then let's choose the Slaughter team. Our team name is Shrek Team, with a total of 9 people participating in the match, the master stated firmly. The staff member asked in surprise, Are you sure? Sure. The master nodded again. Chapter 28. Challenging at a Higher Level, Part 2. After completing the procedures, the Sills City Grand Seoul Arena immediately spread the news. By nightfall, the Sills City Grand Seoul Arena was packed with people. Have you heard? A level 40 Gold Soul battle team wants to challenge the level 50 Slaughter team. Isn't that asking for death? The Slaughter team has a notorious reputation. Who would dare to fight them? Who says otherwise? Let's go take a look quickly. If we go late, there won't even be standing tickets. Yes, let's hurry. Voices expressing skepticism about the Shrek team were everywhere in Sills City. It's understandable. Challenging at a higher level is rare, and successful challengers are even more so. It's not surprising to hear such comments in Sills City. The betting area of the Sills City Grand Seoul Arena was crowded, with long lines forming to bet on the Slaughter team's victory, while not a single person was betting on the Shrek team's victory. From a distance, Xiang Wentian saw the large screen in the gambling area. The odds for the killing team were 1-1, while the odds for the Shrek team were as high as 1-10. Ru Ming stomped her feet angrily and said, Damn it, they look down on our Shrek team too much. The odds are as high as 1-10. Isn't this just saying we're bound to lose? Xiang Wentian gently stroked the dreamlike, silky hair and said, Don't worry, the good show is yet to come. He turned to Dean Flandra and said, Dean, I have 50,000 gold soul coins here. Please help me bet on the Shrek team to win. Dean Flandra shook his head and sighed. Xiao Tian, do you really have confidence? Don't worry, Dean, Xiang Wentian said confidently. Soon, as more and more people bet on the killing team, the odds for the Shrek team rose again, reaching a terrifying 20-1. In front of the betting area, a bizarre scene formed. In front of those betting on the killing team, the lines seemed endless, while the Shrek betting area was completely empty, with not a single person. Just then, a sudden voice startled the staff at the Shrek betting point awake from their drowsiness. I bet 50,000 gold soul coins on the Shrek team to win. What did you say? How much? The staff asked, bewildered. 50,000 gold soul coins. Dean Flandra said loudly. The people next to them who were betting on the killing team mocked. There are fools every year, but this year there are especially many. What can you do if you're a fool with too much money? Who told you to be rich? Hey buddy, if you have too much money and nowhere to spend it, can you give it to me? Dean Flandra looked at these people without retorting, just snorted in anger. An hour later, the referee's voice came from above the battle arena. Please invite the killing team and the Shrek team to the number 3 battle platform for the match. On the stage, the killing team's aura was overwhelmingly fierce, while the atmosphere among the Shrek team was entirely the opposite. Oscar's legs trembled uncontrollably, and even his speech was shaky. Wentian, Mubai, If the other side charges at us, can you two hold on with Rongrong's assistance? Dai Mubai answered without hesitation, we can't hold on. Xiang Wentian replied solemnly. If the hidden weapons of the third party don't kill the opponent, everyone except Ru Meng will retreat to the bottom of the arena. The crowd responded well. Both sides prepared, and the group battle spirit began. At this moment, the audience was completely boiling. Kill them. Tear them apart. Killing squad. I have bet everything on you. You must tear them into pieces. Tang San shouted. Zhuge Divine Crossbow. Release. Buffed. Clang, 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 clang. 3 members of the killing squad died on the spot, while the remaining 6 members successfully defended against the attack of the Zhuge Divine Crossbow. Xiang Wentian hurriedly shouted, everyone retreat. Ru Meng, fusion of martial souls. The other members of the Shrek team quickly jumped off the soul fighting platform, while Xiang Wentian and Ru Meng embraced each other rapidly. The viewing platform and the audience area erupted in excitement. Look, it's a martial soul fusion technique. A man in black in the viewing area exclaimed in surprise, Daughter, you amaze me. You've actually found a partner for the martial soul fusion technique. Chapter 29, Level Up Challenge 3. On the soul fighting platform, golden light was dazzling and radiant. The brilliance of the golden light made people involuntarily close their eyes. At this moment, a golden 12-winged battle angel, clad in golden armor and stepping on myriad rays of golden light, descended from the sky, majestic and imposing. Xiang Wentian controlled the 12-winged battle angel and shouted, Angel Judgment. A massive golden sword swept across the battlefield. Xiang Wentian had only released one skill, and the 2 soul power was completely exhausted, falling onto the outer fighting soul platform. When the golden light dissipated, the audience saw that the remaining 6 members of the slaughter team had been severed in half. Ru Meng fainted due to the depletion of her soul power, while Xiang Wentian briefly regained consciousness thanks to his willpower, as he still had one skill left to unleash Devour. Ding! The host used the Devour ability, devouring 9 people, gaining 9 5,000-year soul rings, 90,000 soul power points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for leveling up to the 46th level soul scholar. Xiang Wentian excitedly said, Add all 9 5,000-year soul rings to the first soul ring. Ding! Enhancement successful. Open the system panel. Please check for yourself. Name, Xiang Wentian level. Soul Master MartialSoul. Demon Angel Soul Power. Level 46, 236-670-0000. Soul Rings. Black. Age 85,100 years. Black. Age 46,000 years. Black. Age 48,000 years. Black. Age 42,000 years. Soul Skills. First Soul Skill. Space Lock. Second Soul Skill. Angel's Glory. Third Soul Skill. Angel's Holy Judgment. Fourth Soul Skill. Angel's Divine Light. Divine Skill. Buddha's Palm Cultivation Method. Heavenly Demon Extinction True Sutra. Azure Sky Overlord Body Ability. Devour. Can devour enemy or soul B soul rings and soul power to enhance one's own soul rings and soul power. After reaching level 46. Soul power instantly restored. Xiang Wentian picked up the unconscious Rumung and walked towards the Shrek team's waiting room. Suddenly, the referee shouted in disbelief. Killing Team versus Shrek Team. Shrek Team wins. Killing Team is completely annihilated. At this moment, the arena was in an uproar, with curses everywhere. The Killing Team was too useless. I bet all my savings on them, and now I've lost everything. How am I supposed to live now? I, Lu Laon, have gambled my whole life and have never lost, but I never expected to lose everything today. Sue Hua, I can't marry you anymore. I lost all my betrothal money. I advise everyone to take me as a lesson. Do not gamble for the happiness of your family. Please stay away from gambling. Xiang Wentian solemnly said, Stay away from gambling, stay away from darkness, cherish life, and embrace the sun. How could the Soul Arena allow such an evil soul master to participate, relying on devouring others to enhance his own strength? Kill him. At this moment, a gambler who had lost everything shouted angrily, Kill him! Kill him! Kill him! The audience was in an uproar, filled with shouts of anger and calls for blood. I want to see who dares to kill him. Step forward. At this moment, a figure in a black robe floated in midair above the arena, with 9 soul rings pulsating around him, shining with colorful light, especially the last red soul ring, which sent chills down people's spines. What is the red soul ring? It represents a 100,000-year soul ring, the ultimate treasure that every soul master dreams of throughout their life. Not only is the red soul ring striking and eye-catching, but more importantly, it represents a power that can deter thousands of troops, a synonym for peak strength. As soon as the figure in the black robe appeared, the audience in the arena immediately fell silent. At this moment, a boy in red, gritting his teeth, said, "He is just a titled Douluo. Why should we be afraid of him with so many of us? Let's all go together and kill him." Bang! The boy in red's head exploded like tofu. "Is there anyone else?" The figure in the black robe spoke slowly. "I have always hated you cowardly bullies who prey on the weak. Wentian, you can leave. I want to see who dares to stop you," the figure in the black robe said to Xiang Wentian. Xiang Wentian nodded to the shadow and hugged Ru Meng as they returned to the waiting room. Oscar quickly made a few recovery sausages. After Xiang Wentian input some soul power into Ru Meng, she gradually woke up. Ru Meng, upon waking, asked, "Brother, how did the soul fighting go?" "We won," Xiang Wentian replied. "Really? That's great," Ru Meng exclaimed excitedly. "Come on, eat Oscar's recovery sausage first." After Ru Meng finished the recovery sausage, she slowly began to cultivate to restore her soul power. As Ru Meng was eating the recovery sausage, Tang Xin walked over and asked, "Who was that person in the black robe just now?" His voice sounded somewhat familiar. At that time, Tang Hao was speaking in a hushed tone, "So you naturally couldn't tell it was your father," Xiang Wentian said. "I don't know who he is either." The members of the Shrek team were all fearful about what just happened. Fortunately, Wentian had a noble person to save him, otherwise the consequences would have been unimaginable. In fact, Master, Flinder, and Zhao Wujia all knew that the person just now was Tang Hao because Master had seen Tang Hao before, and Zhao Wujia had been beaten up by him. They all recognized his outfit, but Master, Flinder, and Zhao Wujia had promised Tang Hao not to tell anyone. At this moment, Dean Flinder opened the door and came in, exclaiming joyfully, "Haha, we hit the jackpot. Guess how much gold soul coins we earned?" "Stop keeping us in suspense. Just say it," Master said. 1,000,000 gold soul coins, and after deducting the handling fees and the arena's share, we have 800,000 left. How's that? Isn't it a lot? Exciting, right? Flinder said excitedly. "That money isn't yours, so why are you so excited?" Master said disdainfully. Flinder's smile abruptly stopped. "How can it not be mine? This is all mine." Zhao Wujia patted Dean Flinder's shoulder and said, "That money belongs to Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian is just mine, so I'll keep this money for him first and use it for him to marry a wife in the future," Flinder cunningly retorted. Seeing Flinder's shameless expression, Master shook his head helplessly. Zhao Wujia danced around with exaggerated expressions and loudly said, "Oh my goodness, I've seen shameless people, but I've never seen anyone as shameless as you. Not only are you refusing to pay back the 10 gold soul coins you owe me, now you want to swallow Xiao Tian's 800,000 gold soul coins too." Flinder's face turned red with embarrassment. "I'll give it to him. Do you have to insult me like this?" He took out 10 gold soul coins and handed them to Xiang Wentian, saying, "You can spend these 10 gold soul coins first. If it's not enough, come to me for more. Remember, make sure to spend carefully." Xiang Wentian took the 10 gold soul coins and sighed. "Although I was poor when I was young, I was very happy. I thought growing up would be better, but I didn't expect that after growing up, I would be both poor and unhappy." Everyone heard Xiang Wentian's words and collectively looked at Flinder, speechless. The next day, in order to avoid drawing attention, the master led everyone to quietly leave Sylve City before dawn, continuing towards their destination, the Royal Academy of Tiando City. Chapter 30, The Royal Academy of Tiando, 1. The next day, as everyone rushed at full speed, they finally arrived at the Royal Academy of Tiando City. The academy is built on a mountain, surrounded by beautiful scenery with mountains and water. Ma Hongjun exclaimed, "This is the place where we will study in the future. It's so beautiful. If I cultivate here, I'm sure I would achieve twice the result with half the effort." That's right. The Royal Academy of Tiando has many simulated training environments. Not just you, but everyone else will benefit greatly from training here. Just as they reached the entrance of the Royal Academy of Tiando, an unpleasant voice came from ahead. "Stop. This is the Royal Academy of Tiando, not a place for you to come. Hurry up and go back the way you came." A group of more than a dozen young soul masters blocked their way. Xiang Wentian noticed that they were wearing light blue and white uniforms. So these must be students of the Royal Academy of Tiando. Dean Flinder, unconcerned, said, "We are from Shrek Academy, invited by the Royal Academy of Tiando to exchange knowledge. Please lead the way." The leading young man looked at the Shrek Academy group with disdain, saying, "You bunch of country bumpkins dressed like beggars. I think you want to sneak into our academy." Although the group had been on the road for several days and looked a bit travel-worn, they were not as pitiful as the other party claimed. The other side was clearly judging by appearances. The Royal Academy of Tiando was well known as a noble academy. The most basic requirement to enter was to be a noble. Even a most useless soul master could enter as long as they had a noble title. Thus, while the Royal Academy of Tiando was famous, it was not as impressive as it seemed. Hearing the disdainful and insulting words from the other side, the Shrek group became angry. Xiang Wentian suddenly flashed to the front of the Shrek group and coldly said, "I don't care if you insult others, but insulting my teacher and classmates is unacceptable. I insulted them. What can you do about it? Try touching me, you idiot. Do you know who I am?" Before the other party could finish speaking, Xiang Wentian charged forward and kicked out, knocking several of the opponent's teeth out. Then, he activated his martial spirit and gave the group a thorough beating. None of the opponents had soul power exceeding level 30, and they were all easily beaten by Xiang Wentian, leaving the leader of the group looking like a pig's head. As he left, Xiang Wentian even left a parting remark that almost made the leader vomit his overnight meal. "Oh, sorry, I forgot to wipe the dog poop off my shoe, and your teeth helped me scrape it clean. Thanks, you bastard. I will kill you. You are causing trouble at the Royal Academy of Tiando, challenging its authority." The leader of the group said angrily, "Save your breath. Look at how you're talking. You're going to lose your tongue if the wind picks up. If you want revenge, I'm always here," Xiang Wentian said proudly, patting his chest. "What's going on?" A strong voice suddenly rang out. A middle-aged man emerged from within the Royal Academy of Tiando. He had an oval face, dark skin, thick eyebrows, and big eyes with his hands behind his back, giving off an air of pride. "Great, it's Mr. Sun." The leader pointed at Xiang Wentian. "You're doomed. Mr. Sun, they came to our Royal Academy of Tiando to cause trouble and beat us like this. Look, my teeth are all gone. You have to stand up for us. Stop crying and behave. What kind of demeanor is this?" The middle-aged man would not scold his students in front of outsiders. "Why did you injure my students? Especially here at our Royal Academy of Tiando? Do you think we have no one here? Whether you have people or not has nothing to do with us. We came to the Royal Academy of Tiando to find someone," Dumbfounded said indifferently. "Oh, looking for someone? Who are you looking for?" the middle-aged man asked arrogantly. Flander coldly snorted and said, "Qin Ming." Upon hearing Flander's words, the other party's attitude immediately took a 180-degree turn, becoming polite. "I am Sun Buyu. Could it be that you are from Shrek Academy?" "Exactly," Zhao Wujia said indifferently. "An academy that can educate someone like Qin Ming must be extraordinary. Please, I will take you to see teacher Qin Ming," Sun Buyu said politely. Chapter 31. The Royal Academy of Tiando, 2. Under the guidance of Sun Buyu, everyone arrived at the reception room. In a short while, accompanied by hurried footsteps, Qin Yin quickly walked in from outside. Qin Yin bowed respectfully to Flander, Zhao Wujia, and the other teachers, saying, "Disciple Qin Yin pays respects to the teachers." Flander hurriedly helped Qin Yin up, saying, "Why are you still being so polite? Don't be so formal. We're here to seek your help, haha." "Teacher, how can you say that? It is my honor for you to come to the Royal Academy of Tiando." Qin Yin replied respectfully. Qin Yin could only say it was his honor, as he could not represent the Royal Academy of Tiando. "We'll be following you from now on. Have you arranged everything here?" Zhao Wujia asked. "Rest assured, Teacher Zhao, I have already informed the higher-ups of the academy. They are very welcoming of you all joining, and the talents of the younger students have been recognized by the school with my and the Royal Battle Team's endorsement. You can stay here tonight, and tomorrow I will take you to meet the academy leaders to finalize everything," Qin Yin said, leading everyone to the accommodation building located at the southernmost part of the academy. The accommodation building was a 3-story small building, accompanied by a bamboo forest nearby. Inside the accommodation building, all the furniture and supplies were complete, and Flander was very satisfied with Qin Yin's arrangements. Ma Hongjun excitedly shouted, "Wow! This place is way better than our thatched cottage at Shrek Academy." Tang Sen patted Ma Hongjun on the shoulder and smiled. "That essay given. The Royal Academy of Tiando is directly supported by the Tiando Empire, so financially, there is no comparison. It's only natural for the academy to be so luxurious." "Calm down, Hongjun. We are also geniuses, so we can't be too loud, or we might embarrass Dean Flander," Oscar said, putting on a gentlemanly demeanor. Dai Mubai kicked Oscar in the butt, saying, "You're no better than Hongjun." Everyone burst into laughter at Dai Mubai's words. The Royal Academy of Tiando is directly supported by the Tiando Empire. Officially, the Dean is the Snow Knight Emperor of the Tiando Empire, while the management of the academy is handled by the 3 longest-serving committee members. Some routine matters are handled directly by the 3 committee members, but important matters still require the approval of the Snow Knight Emperor. Teachers and students at the Royal Academy of Tiando are divided into 3 levels. Teachers from level 40 to level 50 are Tianwei level. From level 50 to level 60 are Tianji level, and those above level 60 are the highest level, Tiando level. The students are classified as follows. Those with a strength below level 25 are at the Tianwei level. Those between level 25 and 30 are at the Tianji level. And those above level 30 are at the Tiando level. Qin slowly introduced. Then we can also mix in as Tiando level teachers, Flander smiled. Of course, Tiando level teachers are only responsible for teaching in Tiando level academies, and the salary is indeed very generous. With a basic salary of 3,000 gold soul coins plus commission. 3,000 gold soul coins plus commission? Flander and the other teachers exclaimed. As they talked, they had already arrived at the Education Committee, which is located in the center of the Tiando Royal Academy and is one of the largest buildings. A luxurious single-story structure measuring 10 meters high and 50 meters wide, exuding a sense of grandeur and solemnity. Before they even entered the Education Committee, they saw 3 old men slowly walking out, standing on the steps. The 3 men stood on the steps without releasing their martial souls, giving an overwhelming sense of pressure. The 3 elders were dressed in black and red interlaced cloaks, with black capes draped over their backs and a peculiar flower embroidered in gold thread on their chests, which belonged to the exclusive attire of the Spirit Hall. Only those who reach the rank of Soul Douluo at level 80 are qualified to wear it. Generally speaking, such attire is rarely worn by Soul Douluo level powerhouses, only during certain solemn ceremonies. This attire represents solemnity and respect for certain matters and individuals. Since today is not a day for any ceremonial event, the only conclusion for the 3 members of the Education Committee to dress this way is a sign of great respect for the Shrek group. Seeing their attire, Flander personally went out to greet them. Even though Flander the Dean was proud, he couldn't help but feel flattered, so he hurriedly stepped forward to pay his respects, saying, "I am Flander, the Dean of Shrek Academy, MartialSoul, Owl, a level 78 agility type soul sage. I have met the 3 seniors." Chapter 32, Tiando Royal Academy, 3. The elder in the middle took a few steps forward and laughed heartily. "Dean Flander, you don't need to be so polite. I am the chief of the Education Committee, Meng Xinji, MartialSoul, Black Demon, Control System Level 86 Soul Douluo." A fat elder who stood to the right of Meng Xinji stepped forward. This elder was not just any kind of fat. He weighed at least 600 pounds. He was the second in command of the Education Committee by Baoshan, MartialSoul, Celestial Star Furnace, Defense System Level 85 Soul Douluo. The elder who stood to the left of Meng Xinji then stepped forward as well. This elder was the exact opposite of Bai Baoshan, being extremely thin, like a stick. He was the third in command of the Education Committee, Jilin, MartialSoul, Celestial Green Vine, Control System Level 83 Soul Douluo. Meng Xinji gestured for them to enter. "You have all traveled a long way. Please come inside." Everyone entered the Education Committee and took their seats. Because there were not many seats in the committee, the members of the Shrek team could only stand behind Flander and the other teachers. And excitement could be seen in everyone's eyes, as the 3 in front of them were renowned Soul Douluo powerhouses. At this moment, Xiang Wentian noticed Xiao Wu, who was hiding behind a curtain. When Xiao Wu saw Xiang Wentian staring at her, she couldn't help but smile awkwardly. Meng Xinji had someone bring tea and snacks, and his gaze swept towards the Shrek team. "I've heard from Teacher Qin that Shrek Academy has a powerful team that has fought against the Tiando team. I wonder if Dean Flander could introduce them?" Meng Xinji said politely. "Chief Meng is being too modest." "Of course," Flander replied courteously. "You little monsters, why don't you come out and introduce yourselves?" Shrek Team Captain, Evil Angel, MartialSoul. Evil Angel, Level 46 Assault System Soul Master, Soul Rings, for Black. After reading the information on Evil Angel, the members of the Imperial Fighting Team exclaimed in surprise, "How can there be a configuration of 4 completely black soul rings? This is impossible." The members of the Shrek team stepped forward to bow to Chief Meng Xinji, saying, "Xiang Wentian, MartialSoul, Evil Angel, Level 43 Assault System Soul Master. Ru Meng, MartialSoul, Seraph, Level 42 Assault System Soul Master. Daimu Bai, MartialSoul, White Tiger, Level 38 Assault System Soul Master. Tang San, MartialSoul, Blue Silvergrass, Level 33 Control System Soul Master. Xiao Wu, MartialSoul, Jade Rabbit, Level 32 Assault System Soul Master. Ma Hongjun, MartialSoul, Phoenix, Level 28 Assault System Soul Master. Zhu Zhuqing, MartialSoul, Nethercat, Level 28 Agility System Soul Master. Oscar, MartialSoul, Sausage, Level 31 Support System Equipment Soul Master. Ningrongrong, MartialSoul, 7 Treasure Glazed Tower, Level 27 Support System Equipment Soul Master. Indeed, It is no wonder that it is known as the Monster Academy in the Soul Master world. Every student nurtured here is a rare genius, Meng Shinji praised. Chief Meng is overly flattering. We are still far from the Tiendo team of the Tiendo Royal Academy, Flander humbly replied. Alas, Dean Flander, there is no need to be so modest. I heard from our student council chief, Dugu Bai, that the captain of the Shrek team did not participate at that time. May I ask who it was? Meng Shinji inquired. Xiang Wentian stepped forward and saluted the chief of Dream Machine, saying, I am just a young student. My name is Xiang Wentian. Oh, our academy student, Dugu Chiochi, has defeated all opponents in Heaven Do City, seeking a loss among his peers. Anyone who can frequently be mentioned by him must be a genius among geniuses. An elite among elites, the chief of Dream Machine praised. Thank you for the compliment. If I had held the Silver Soul badge back then, the Heaven Do team would definitely have been defeated, Xiang Wentian said seriously. Hey. I look forward to the day when the two teams will compete fiercely. The chief of Dream Machine laughed. Just then, a voice rang out, loud and powerful, with a hint of authority and respect towards the three committee members. Is the chief of Dream Machine here? The chief of Dream Machine thought to himself. Why is he here? The three committee members quickly stood up to welcome him. Soon, 3 people and a dozen soldiers entered from outside, and among them was the young man Xiang Wentian recognized, the one he had beaten at the academy gate yesterday. Chapter 33, titled Douluo. The young man followed an elderly man who was dressed in a splendid yellow python robe, with a slicked-back hairstyle, exuding an air of authority, standing proudly with his hands behind his back. Behind them stood a tall, thin, elderly man, standing straight like a spear, with hair and beard slightly dark green, his eyes scanning the entire audience. After being scanned by this person, Xiang Wentian felt as if he had been targeted by a poisonous snake. Xiao Wu directly crouched behind the crowd, too afraid to stand up. The 3 committee members slightly bowed and greeted, Your Highness, why are you here? The old man in the python robe glanced at the Shrek crowd and said with an indifferent smile, Aren't you going to introduce your guest to me? Meng Shinji's expression slightly wrinkled, and with an unnatural smile, he said, Your Highness, this is Flanders, the president of Shrek Academy. He has come to discuss cooperation with us. Meng Shinji continued, This is His Highness Prince Xueshing of the Tiendo Empire, who oversees the Tiendo Royal Academy. Flanders stood up and said, I greet His Highness Prince Xueshing. However, Prince Xueshing didn't even glance at Flanders and coldly said, Shrek Academy? I seem to have never heard of it. Are they not reputable students? Meng Shinji, how could you allow such people to come to our Tiendo Royal Academy? Upon hearing this, the Shrek crowd instantly became furious, and Zhao Wujia looked ready to explode, but was stopped by the rational Flanders beside him. Meng Shinji's expression changed. Your Highness, Shrek Academy is by no means an unqualified academy. Our academy's teacher, Qinin, comes from Shrek Academy. It is an honor for our academy that President Flanders and the teachers from Shrek Academy could come here. Oh, according to the academy's rules, hiring teachers should require an assessment, right? Prince Xueshing said lightly. Meng Shinji hurriedly replied, The teachers from Shrek Academy have all reached level 60 and do not need to be assessed. Your Highness, did you come here specifically for this matter? The Tiendo Royal Academy is the pillar of the Empire, nurturing talents for the Tiendo Empire. I absolutely do not wish for the Academy to hire some arrogant and overbearing individuals. Meng Shinji, I heard that when the people from Shrek Academy arrived at our academy yesterday, they humiliated my nephew, the 4th Prince of the Empire, His Highness Xuebing. How does your Highness wish to resolve this matter? I wonder if you have asked your nephew why he was humiliated, Flanders said lightly. Prince Xueshing glanced at Flanders. I have always treated talents well. Since you are here to seek cooperation, you must prove to me that you are indeed talents. At this moment, Chu Jiangyin burst into laughter. Your Highness, are you trying to drive us away? Although we do not know how we offended you. I certainly did not beat up His Highness Xuebing. You should know that hidden dangers lie in the dark, and you do not understand how to cultivate your own forces while excluding others. As the saying goes, the most heartless are the royal people. Since Xuebing is the 4th prince, he must have the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd princes backing him. Now that the Xue Emperor is aging, if one day a new emperor ascends the throne, do you think Xuebing and his faction will still survive? One must know that one cannot allow others to sleep soundly by their side. You dare. Discussing the royal family is a death penalty. Don't you know that? Prince Xueshing shouted. As for the death penalty, I don't know. What I do know is that everyone present is clear in their hearts. It's just that no one has spoken it out loud. I am merely tearing down this layer of window paper. If I am not mistaken, Your Highness wants us to prove whether we are talents. And we must pass this title Douluo's test first, right? Xiang Wentian said seriously. Shut up, Xiao Tian. Flanders shouted to stop him. Prince Xuexing teased, oh, you can tell that Mr. Dugu is a title Douluo. You are not wrong. He then turned to the green-haired old man respectfully and said, Mr. Dugu, I asked for your assistance. This kid has some ability. He could tell I'm a title Douluo. The green-haired old man stepped forward, and 9 soul rings of yellow, purple, and black lit up, revealing a green-scaled snake. Use strength to prove yourselves. You all come at once. Meng Xinji angrily said, Prince Xuexing, do not go too far. Prince Xuexing coldly responded, how have I gone too far? The whole academy belongs to me. All right, then let us 3 old fellows experience the skills of the poison Douluo. How shameless. Don't think that just because you're a title Douluo, no one can deal with you. Shrek Battle Team, step forward. Today, I will extract your snake bones and stew snake soup. Xiang Wentian shouted angrily. Chapter 34. 3 title Douluos all right. You're the first to dare to speak to me like this. Kid, remember my name, Dugu. Don't let it be unknown to you when you arrive at the king of Hell's place. Now, tell me, how do you want to die? Xiang Wentian let out a cold snort and said, let's go outside. I can't unleash my power here. Just as he wished. Dugu looked at Xiang Wentian as if he were looking at a dead man. Arriving at the open space in front of the education committee, Dugu calmly asked, are you ready? Let's go together. With the manifestation of his martial soul, he activated his first soul skill, Space Lock. Xiang Wentian shouted. It was clear that Dugu completely ignored his own space lock and directly grabbed his throat. Under the pressure of a title Douluo, the Shrek team was instantly frozen in place, unable to move. At this moment, Flander, Zhao Wujia, and others also launched their attacks. Stop. Just then, a vague and ethereal voice echoed. Old poison, quickly let go of my disciple. At this time, 2 figures floated in the void, one of which was indistinct, just a shadow. The other held a peculiar flower known as the heavenly chrysanthemum. Upon hearing this voice, everyone immediately ceased their attacks, and the Shrek group exclaimed, 2 title Douluos. How could these 2 guys be here? Dugubo's expression became grim. Who is your disciple? The shadow slowly replied. It's that young man in your hands. Dugu sneered. What if I don't let go? The other middle-aged man holding the flower said, I remember your granddaughter is studying at the Tiando Royal Academy, right? If anything happens to my disciple, your granddaughter will accompany him to the grave. Don't think we can't do such a thing. This young man is my hard-won prize disciple. If he dies, I can do anything, the shadow threatened. Both the chrysanthemum and the old ghost have always been ruthless in their dealings. Countless geniuses have perished at their hands. I cannot gamble with my granddaughter's life. All right, if I let this kid go, you cannot harm my granddaughter. That is natural, the middle-aged man with the flower replied. Dugu released Xiang Wentian, finally freeing himself from suffocation, followed by a violent coughing fit. Like a dream, he quickly stepped forward and patted Xiang Wentian's back, asking, bro, are you okay? Xiang Wentian looked at Ru Meng with a dreamy smile and said, don't worry, I'm fine. They could only hear the voice, but not see the martial spirit. Could it be that these 2 are Yuguan and Gue Mei? When did Gue Mei become Xiao Tian's teacher? The master pondered. When did Xiao Tian get involved with the spirit hall? Flander thought, wow, Wenqian's teacher is actually a title Douluo. The Shrek team was overjoyed, their emotions overflowing. The members of the Shrek team were deeply bonded, and having a big backing made everyone happy for him. At this moment, Xiang Wentian noticed that Xiao Wu was not here. She must be hiding out of fear of being discovered. Dugu looked at the 2 adversaries and knew that staying here would not bring any good, so he quietly left. The 2 title Douluos saw Dugu leave and realized that Xiang Wentian would not be in danger for the time being, so they also left. After the 3 title Douluos departed, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Flander sighed and said, since the Tiando Royal Academy does not welcome us, we will not stay here any longer. Let's go. Dream Machine saw Flander was about to leave and hurriedly said, President Flander, President Flander. Flander heard Dream Machine trying to retain him, but he did not turn back. Since he was not welcomed here, staying would only add to his troubles. I'm truly sorry, the 3 committee members, but I think I should also leave the academy. Shrek Academy is the place that nurtured me. I was born a Shrek Academy person, and with the teachers gone, I, as a student, do not wish to stay here, Qinin said angrily. The 3 committee members were stunned, and even Prince Xuexing was taken aback. Qin Yin's status in Tiando Royal Academy was only second to the 3 committee members. Qin Yin was one of the youngest recorded in the Spirit Hall to reach level 60. The three committee members always believed that Qin Yin would definitely become a title Douluo before turning 60, making him a rare talent for Tiando Royal Academy. Dream Machine, seeing Qin Yin and Flander leave directly, angrily said, "Hey, Prince Xuexing, look at what you have done. After this incident, I will definitely report this to His Majesty Yin and let him decide." Prince Xuexing said nothing and turned away with blood collapse. Halfway through he said to Blood Collapse, "You've caused quite a bit of trouble for your uncle this time." Blood Collapse showed a smug expression. "I will continue to be my playboy. Uncle, you just keep cleaning up after me." After leaving Tiando Royal Academy, the master asked Wentian, "When did you become a student of a title Douluo from the Spear Hall?" "It's been a while. Once, I noticed someone was following me and I couldn't shake them off. Suddenly, a shadow appeared in front of me and said I had to become his disciple, or I die. I had no choice but to agree." Your choice was correct. If you had refused, you would surely have died. The Spirit Hall is known for being ruthless, the master said. "Sai, where's Xiao Wu?" Flander asked. "Director, I'm here." Xiao Wu emerged for the crowd. "What were you doing just now?" "I didn't see you," Flander asked. Xiao Wu said a bit awkwardly. "I saw the title Douluo and got weak in the knees, so I went to the restroom." Everyone burst into laughter upon hearing Xiao Wu's words. "Oh, stop laughing," Xiao Wu said, blushing in embarrassment. Tang San took Xiao Wu's hand and comforted her. "No matter what happens in the future, I will stand by your side to protect you." Xiao Wu held Tang San's hand, smiled, and a blush appeared on her face. Chapter 35, Blue Ba Advanced Soul Master Academy, Part 1. The group walked along the road. The atmosphere heavy. Why don't we expand the academy? With the strength of our Golden Doe Spirit team, participating in soul fights should yield considerable income. If not, our Shrek team could also form a mercenary group. Income shouldn't be a problem. One day we will make Tiando Royal Academy regret the decision they made today, Xiang Wentian said. As soon as he said this, the members of the Shrek team expressed their agreement. "Sai, let's forget it. I don't have the mood to reorganize the academy right now," Flander said. "Then where should we go now?" Zhao Wujia asked. "How about we go to our home? Seven Treasure City? It's not far from our Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School," Ning Rongrong suggested. "Forget it. I no longer want to feel like a guest in someone else's home." "Rongrong, thank you for your kind offer." Flander shook his head. The group arrived at the city gate under a repressive atmosphere. Just as they were about to enter the city, they saw an advertisement on the bulletin board in front of the city gate. Blue Ba Advanced Soul Master Academy is sincerely hiring 15 soul masters of level 40 or above due to expansion. Those with higher soul power will be prioritized. Once hired, the treatment will be excellent. I've seen this academy in travel notes. Although it hasn't been established for long, it has complete facilities. And this academy only accepts commoner students and rejects all nobles. Let me tell you a little secret. The teachers at Blue Ba Advanced Soul Master Academy are all beautiful, Xiang Wentian said. "In which travel notes did you see this?" The master asked. "The record of seeking defeat in Tiando. When I was at the Soto City Great Soul Arena, Dugibo gave it to me, saying he was worried I wouldn't be able to find him and have no one to spar with. So he gave me this book. You can see his name and address on it," Xiang Wentian replied. The master took the book and, sure enough, saw the child's name and address. After looking at the content about Blue Ba Advanced Soul Master Academy for a while, he suddenly exclaimed, "How is this possible? The director is actually called Lu Erlong." "Where? Let me see." Flander walked over and said. Xiang Wentian was eating an apple and said casually, "What's wrong with calling Lu Erlong? As long as she's good looking. It doesn't matter if she's called Lu Yahundong. You know, I heard that the principal of the Blue Ba Advanced Soul Master Academy looks like a woman in her 30s. Still charming, with curves in all the right places, beautiful and alluring. Just one glance could add 10 years to your life." At that moment, Ma Hongjun and Oscar were drooling. Smack! "Hey, who hit me?" Xiang Wentian screamed. "I did. You're just a little kid who doesn't know how to behave. And now you're thinking about women," Flander scolded angrily. "No, Principal Flander, I just thought the atmosphere between us was a bit tense. So I made a joke to lighten things up. Besides, I have Ru Ming at home. Why would I think about anyone else?" Xiang Wentian said, trying to please him. Flander snorted coldly. "Young love is not a good thing. What does a kid like you know about romance?" At that moment, Ru Ming walked over with a stern face and said, "Brother, don't mention other women in front of me from now on, or I won't talk to you anymore." She whispered to Xiang Wentian, pouting. Holding Ruyue's dreamy hand, he sincerely said, "Ruyue, I have always been consistent with you. Just now I was trying to lighten the mood. Do you believe me?" "I believe you," Ruyue replied, her face flushed. Ma Hongjun looked at the two of them and muttered, "You two have been together for so long. Why are you still so clingy every day?" Xiang Wentian and Ruo Ming felt instantly embarrassed and flushed upon hearing Ma Hongjuan's words. At this moment, Master and Flinder seemed to be discussing something. Xiaojing, how long do you want to keep avoiding this? Don't forget, we can't be sure it's her yet. What if it's just a namesake? Let's go take a look, okay? After nearly an hour of discussion, Flinder finally convinced Master to go to the Blue Tyrant Advanced Soul Master Academy. Chapter 36. Lu Erlong appears at this time. Qinin said, I know the Blue Tyrant Advanced Soul Master Academy. I'll lead the way. Good. Flinder was filled with anticipation, eager to see if the president of the Blue Tyrant Advanced Soul Master Academy, Lu Erlong, was indeed the Lu Erlong he knew. With the help of the signboard and guide Qinin, the group navigated through the streets and soon arrived at the gate of the Blue Tyrant Advanced Soul Master Academy. They saw a large sign with 8 gilded characters, Blue Tyrant Advanced Soul Master Academy. This is it, we've arrived, Qinin said. At this point, an old man at the gate asked, Who are you looking for? Qinin stepped forward. Hello, sir. We saw the advertisement at the city gate and came to apply for teaching positions. Oh, then follow me. The old man led them to the recruitment office and knocked on the door. Is Teacher Lee here? Creak. The door opened, and a middle-aged man asked, What brings you here, Uncle Wu? These soul masters want to apply for teaching positions, Uncle Wu said with a smile. Oh, Teacher Lee looked at the Shrek group. Guomein. They entered the office, which was specifically for recruiting teachers. The interior was quite spacious, about 50 meters long and 20 meters wide, with only a podium inside. Teacher Lee said blandly, To apply for a teaching position, you need to be assessed for your martial soul level. Only those above level 40 can be accepted. Upon hearing this, Flinder smiled and said, Qinin, you go first. Qinin nodded in agreement. He was filled with pent-up frustration from his time at the Tiando Royal Academy. At this moment, he unleashed his martial soul without any restraint, and a blazing firewolf appeared, putting immense pressure on Teacher Lee. Qinin, martial soul, blazing firewolf, powerful attack system, level 62, 6-ring soul emperor. Teacher Lee was just a level 50 soul king, and the pressure from a soul emperor was overwhelming. Before he could react, Flinder said, Let's do this together. Level 63 Dragon Pattern Staff Soul Emperor, Li Yusong, powerful attack system. Level 66 Star Luo Chess Soul Emperor, Lu Qi Bean, control system. Level 71 Candy Bean Soul Saint, Xiao Xin, food system. Level 76 Mighty King Kong Bear Soul Saint, Zhao Wujia, powerful attack system. Level 78 Owl Soul Saint, Flinder, agile attack system. From weakest to strongest. All 5 teachers from Shrek Academy released their martial souls. At this moment, Teacher Lee stood on the podium, stunned, and respectfully said, Please retract your martial souls. I can't make the decision for this assessment. I need to consult the president. Please follow me. The Shrek teachers retracted their martial souls and followed Teacher Lee to a bamboo grove behind the academy. Flinder laughed. Your president knows how to enjoy life. Establishing a bamboo grove here. Teacher Lee replied with a smile. The president usually spends time in the bamboo grove. He generally won't be bothered unless there's something important. Understanding. Flinder used to be a hands-off manager, so he understood this well. As they arrived in the bamboo grove, they heard a faint yet melodious singing coming from within. Master exclaimed, It's her, it's my wife, Xiao Longlong. Master exclaimed and turned to run. Flinder shouted, Is it Erlong? Your husband, Yu Xiaojing, is here. Come out, or he'll run away. A figure shot out from the bamboo grove and blocked Master's path. Xiaojing, is that really you? I must be dreaming. You're not dreaming. It's really Xiaojing, Flinder said excitedly. Lu Erlong turned to Flinder. Flinder, how come you guys are here? Don't ask why we're here. Just keep an eye on Xiaojing. If he runs away, you'll never see him again, Flinder said. Don't worry, Flinder. Do you think I'll let him escape again this time? Lu Erlong replied. Chapter 37. A sword comes from the west. Celestial beings, descend. How did you end up here? Lu Erlong asked again. Flinder then explained the backstory to Lu Erlong. After hearing it, Lu Erlong was furious. Since you're here, Flinder, this is your home now. Feel free to stay. Flinder covered his face and said, My salary requirements are quite high. Lu Erlong laughed. The salary will be your concern later, Flinder. You are the leader of our Golden Iron Triangle. Starting tomorrow, I will hold a meeting for all faculty and students to change the Blue Tyrant Advanced Soul Master Academy to Shrek Academy. Once everything was settled, a teacher named Haidafu said to the members of the Shrek team, Today is the first day of the month. There will be a Student Council Peaks Soul Battle tonight, so it might be a bit noisy. No problem, teacher. We won't mind, Xiang Wentian smiled. Since the members of the Shrek team were Flinder students, and Flinder was now the president of this academy, all the teachers were very polite to them. That night, As Xiang Wentian began his cultivation, he heard a noisy ruckus coming from the academy, like a concert. He ended his cultivation, slightly angry. What's going on in the academy? Are they having a bonfire party? It doesn't sound like it. Dai Mubai said. Tang San and the others went out to see. Should we go take a look too? Okay. Upon arriving at the academy, Xiang Wentian saw a crowd of students bustling about, chattering noisily. At that moment, a powerful voice echoed from the sky on the night of the full moon. On the peak of the blue tyrant, a sword comes from the west, celestial beings descend. A student said to Xiang Wentian and Dai Mubai, you guys just arrived today, and you can witness the 2 major student council chief soul battles at the Blue Tyrant Advanced Soul Master Academy. You're truly lucky. Dai Mubai scoffed. What is so great about that? It's just 2 students battling. Why make such a fuss? The student replied with admiration. These 2 chiefs are praised by our president Lu Erlong as future title Douluo. It's a done deal. Their talent is astonishing. Since they enrolled, they've been dueling every half month without a clear winner. Other students who think they're strong can't even last a single move against them. Is it really that exaggerated? I have to see if their martial souls are stronger or if my white tiger martial soul is superior. At this point, the 2 figures in the sky had already landed on the highest building of the academy. On the left stood a person clad in white, with a proud expression and handsome features. On the right stood a person in black, with a red complexion and good looks. The young master of the Shushan sword sect. Shimen Shui Shui, martial soul, heavenly sword, level 45, powerful attack system soul master. The young lord of Nodding City, Yi Gu Chung, martial soul, dragon slaying knife, level 45, powerful attack system soul master. Shimen Shui Shui, I have just comprehended a peerless sword technique today named Tian Y Facian. I don't know if you have received my self-created sword technique. Yi Gu Chung, I am ready, Shimen Shui Shui said coldly. Yi Gu Cheng's eyes narrowed, and the dragon-slaying blade's martial soul slashed out continuously as he shouted word by word, Tian Y Facian. Suddenly, a white fairy, transformed from sword energy and holding the dragon-slaying blade, appeared out of thin air and slashed towards Shimen Shui Shui. Shimen Shui Shui shouted, Unity of man and sword. Sword God smile. Instantly, Shimen Shui Shui transformed into a giant sword and pierced towards Yi Gu Cheng's Tian Y Facian, resulting in a loud explosion. A cyan shockwave emerged in the sky, rushing towards the distance. Shimen Shui Shui did not expect that my self-created soul technique could not match your sword God smile. No, Yi Gu Cheng, do not be humble. My self-created soul technique, sword God smile, also cannot compete with your Tian Y Facian. Shimen Shui Shui. Next time when I create a new soul technique, I will compete with you. Yi certain goes, and Yi Gu Cheng vanished into the academy. At the same time, Shimen Shui Shui also soared into the air and disappeared. I am not their opponent. Seeing the 2 of them is like seeing Duga Chiobai. That feeling of helplessness is hard to express, Dai Mubai sighed. Don't worry, everyone has their own opportunities. I believe that one day you will surpass them and become one of the few masters of the younger generation, Xiang Wentian encouraged. Chapter 38. Opportunity the next day. The sun was bright and the weather was clear with no clouds in sight. Xiang Wentian found Tang San and said, Today I will take you to seek opportunities. Are you coming? Tang San thought Xiang Wentian was joking with him. Xiang Wentian said word by word, the ice and fire yang, I, and countless immortal herbs. What did you say? Hearing this, Tang San was very excited. You mentioned the ice and fire yang I. How do you know about it? I know a lot more. I'm like an encyclopedia. Upon hearing this, Tang San narrowed his eyes and said nothing. I see you have done quite a bit of research on hidden weapons. I wonder if you know how to detoxify, Xiang Wentian asked mysteriously. A little. Why do you ask this? Tang San questioned, wondering why Xiang Wentian was acting so strange today. A little is enough. Knowing too much is useless. Come on, let's ask Dean Flender for leave. Just follow my lead. Whatever I say goes, don't talk nonsense, got it? Before Tang San could respond, Xiang Wentian pulled him toward the dean's office. On the way, they saw Xiao Wu. Brother, Wentian, where are you going? We're going to ask the dean some questions. It's nothing. Xiao Wu hurriedly said. What's with you two in such a rush? Did you take the wrong medicine? Sister Ming Ming must know. I'll go ask her. Arriving at the dean's office, they saw Dean Flender reclining in a rocking chair, reading a book. Xiang Wentian dragged Tang San inside. Dean, Tang San and I would like to request leave. At this moment, Flender saw Xiang Wentian and Tang San and scolded. You don't even knock when you come in, rushing in like this. Just now you said you want to take leave. What for? Oh, Today Tang Sen told me his father misses him and wants to see him. And his father thinks I'm handsome and wants to introduce a wife to me. Flender said in confusion. You kid never makes sense. He turned to Tang San. What's going on, Xiao San? Oh, Tang San sighed and said naturally, it's my father who wants to see me and also wants to meet Wentian. As for the wife thing, that's purely nonsense. Flender angrily said, all you think about is women. If that big-breasted girl sees me, I might just slap you. Flender took off one shoe and chased after Xiang Wentian around the academy. Look how steady Tang San is. Oomph. You little brat, don't let me catch you, or I'll slap you silly. After the leave request was over, the two arrived at the school gate and saw Ru Meng and Xiao Wu standing there. Xiao Wu asked, Wentian, what are you taking Xiao San to do? This is a matter between men. You don't need to ask, Xiang Wentian replied. What kind of matter between men, can I ask? You have to hide it from me and Sister Meng Meng? Xiao Wu questioned. All right, I'll tell you. Xiang Wentian said with a slight smile at the corner of his mouth. I bet 100 gold soul coins with Tang San to see who is bigger. Aren't we just looking for a quiet place to compare? Xiao Wu and Ru Meng's faces turned red. You are shameless. After saying that, the two girls covered their faces and ran away. Tang San awkwardly said, Wentian, isn't that a bit inappropriate? What is inappropriate? Those who achieve great things don't sweat the small stuff. Let us go, Xiang Wentian said. At this moment, in a corner of the academy, a man in a black robe muttered to himself, what is that kid taking Xiao San to do? The man in the black robe watched as Xiang Wentian and the others left the academy and followed them. The two arrived in a forest, where they found a green poisonous barrier blocking their way. Xiang Wentian shouted, is Elder Duga here? After a while, Duga Bo appeared before them. What are you two little guys doing here? Xiang Wentian patted Tang San's shoulder and said, we are here to save you. Ha! Duga Bo laughed wildly and said, save me? With just you two little guys? If someone really wanted to kill me, you two little ones wouldn't even have the qualification to serve the dishes. How could you save me? Xiang Wentian whispered to Tang San. As long as you can the poison in him, we can negotiate terms with him to collect the immortal herbs from the Eye of Ice and Fire. Chapter 39. The Eye of Ice and Fire. Tang San squinted his eyes and said seriously, Senior Dugu, you are poisoned, and it has already penetrated your marrow. Ha ha! Dugu Bo laughed loudly. I played with poison all my life, and I have only ever poisoned others. How could I possibly be poisoned? Boy, do you want to make me laugh myself to death? Is it really that funny? Then let me ask you, whenever it rains on a cloudy day, do you feel an itch in your ribs that gradually intensifies over time, occurring once at noon and once at midnight? Given your current condition, it should last for over an hour. Additionally, around midnight, do you experience a needle-like pain in your Bai Wei and Yongquan acupoints, resulting in full body spasms for at least half an hour? If it weren't for the poison penetrating your marrow, how could you exhibit such symptoms? Dugu Bo was shocked. How do you know? This is Dugu Bo's greatest secret, and he does not allow others to know. At this moment, the killing intent in Dugu Bo's eyes was almost tangible. How could he know? Let me tell you. Seeing the killing intent in Dugu Bo's eyes, Xiang Wentian hurriedly changed the subject and said, Tang San has studied medicine since childhood. From minor ailments like headaches and fevers to severe illnesses, he can treat them all. Especially gynecology, which is Tang San's specialty. Tang San awkwardly looked at Xiang Wentian. Senior Dugu, may I have a word with you? Xiang Wentian asked. Boy, you better convince me today. Otherwise, don't even think about leaving here alive. Xiang Wentian and Dugu Bo stepped aside. Xiang Wentian whispered, Senior Dugu Bo, we came here today for two reasons. One is to help you with the poison, and the other is to gather some herbs from you. I assure you every word I say is true. Additionally, you have a little granddaughter who is also poisoned to the bone. At your age, you may not fear death. But what about your granddaughter? She is still young. By the way, do you know who Tang San's father is? It's Tang Hao. Dugu Bo exclaimed in surprise. How is that possible? His martial soul is just blue silvergrass. That's right, but he has a twin martial soul, Xiang Wentian confirmed. Is that really true? Dugu Bo asked. Dugu Bo then walked up to Tang San and asked, You are Tang San, right? Would you be willing to take me as your master? But I already have a teacher. Tang San replied. Hearing Tang San's words, Dugu Bo sighed. What a pity, such a good seedling. How do you plan to detoxify the poison in me and my granddaughter? Of course, we need medicine for detoxification. We require a large quantity of precious herbs, Xiang Wentian said. Fine, I have plenty of herbs here. However, if you two cannot detoxify the poison in me, I won't care who his father is, Dugu Bo said with a gloomy tone. At that moment, a chill ran through both of them, causing Xiang Wentian and his companion to shiver. Rest assured, Senior Dugubo, without the capability, how could we dare to take on this task? Xiang Wentian said. Xiang Wentian quietly said to Tang San, are you confident in dealing with this old guy's poison? Tang San pondered, if it really is the eye of ice and fire inside, then I have confidence. What are you two whispering about? Hurry up and follow me. Dugubo scolded as he turned around. Soon, under Dugubo's lead, Tang San and the others reached the mountain peak. In front of the peak was an inverted conical hollow, with thick fog rising from it. The hot air was very humid and carried a hint of the distinct smell of sulfur. Follow me, Dugubo said as he jumped down directly. Xiang Wentian spread his wings and held onto Tang San, following him down. Before they landed, Tang San excitedly shouted, it really is the eye of ice and fire. Wow, so many immortal herbs. After landing, Dugubo asked, you just mentioned the eye of ice and fire. What is the eye of ice and fire? Tang San pointed at the eye of ice and fire and said, this is the eye of ice and fire. Xiang Wentian hurriedly said, with the help of the ice and fire yin-yang eye, we have a 90% chance of curing you. And as for your granddaughter, it's a 100% guarantee. No problem. Hearing Xiang Wentian's words, Dugubo's expression relaxed a bit as he pointed to the herbs around the ice and fire yin-yang eye. You can freely use the herbs here, but do not destroy them. Otherwise, I will make your lives worse than death. Rest assured, Senior Dugu, we cherish such a good place and wouldn't dare to destroy it. Also, do not touch the two hot springs of extreme heat and extreme cold. Even I cannot endure them for too long. If you touch them, it will only lead to death. After saying this, Dugubo soared into the air, leaving the place like a great eagle spreading its wings. Level 40. Terrifying improvement after Dugubo left, Xiang Wentian disdainfully said, that old poison master talks too much. He keeps threatening to kill us. Once we become titled Douluo, I will definitely beat him until he can't find his teeth. At this moment, Tang San didn't hear what Xiang Wentian was saying. His body trembled with excitement, mumbling something under his breath. At this time, two flowers caught Xiang Wentian's attention. He saw one red and one white flower blooming incredibly beautifully on either side of the ice and fire yin-yang eye, swaying without wind. Xiang Wentian exclaimed excitedly, could this be the Higanbana? Legend has it that the Higanbana comes in red and white. The red Higanbana blooms in hell, while the white Higanbana blossoms in heaven. The Higanbana is also known as the gentleness of the devil. It is said to be a flower that voluntarily enters hell, sent back by the demons but still lingers on the road to the Yellow Springs. The demons, unable to bear it, agreed to let it bloom on this road, providing guidance and comfort for the souls leaving the human world. The snow white and blood-red Higanbana together represent death. It is rumored that the white Higanbana blooms on the road to heaven, so there is only a thin line between hell and heaven. As the saying goes, white represents angels, while red represents demons. Xiang Wentian exclaimed with joy, these two flowers are mine. After saying this, he collected the two Bayan flowers and swallowed them. He quickly sat cross-legged and began to circulate the Heavenly Demon Destruction Sutra, continuously absorbing the medicinal power from the Bayan flowers. At this moment, Xiang Wentian felt his martial soul, the demon angel, continuously sublimating and gradually becoming stronger. Ding! Congratulations to the host for consuming the Bayan flowers. Soul power 100,000. Soul power 100000. Soul power 100000. Not knowing how long it had been, Xiang Wentian finished absorbing the medicinal power of the Bayan flowers and woke up from his cultivation, exhaling a breath of turbid air. So comfortable. I feel like I've advanced several levels, he said. Checking the system panel. Name, Xiang Wentian level. Soul Master MartialSoul. Demon Angel Soul Power. Level 49. 3192688400000. No soul rings. Cannot level up. Can only level up after obtaining soul rings. Soul rings. Black. Age 85,100 years. Black. Age 46,000 years. Black. Age 48,000 years. Black. Age 42,000 years. Soul skills. First soul skill. Space lock. Second soul skill. Angelic glory. Third soul skill. Angelic judgment. Fourth soul skill. Angelic divine light. Divine skill. Buddha's palm cultivation method. Heavenly Demon Destruction Sutra. Azure Sky Overlord body ability. Devour. Can devour enemies or soul soul rings and soul power to enhance one's own soul rings and soul power. Closing the system panel. He looked around and found that Tang San was missing. After searching around, he discovered that Tang San was soaking in the eye of ice and fire. Xiang Wentian then looked to the sides of the eye of ice and fire, and noticed that the octagonal mysterious ice grass and the fiery apricot blossom were gone, leaving only 2 roots. Damn, that kid Tang San is too ruthless. He didn't even leave me anything. At that moment, a faint light illuminated Xiang Wentian's face. Following the barely noticeable light, he saw a crystal-like flower blooming in the dark corner of the Eye of Ice and Fire. It was hard to notice unless one looked closely. This flower resembled a crystal orchid, which he had read about in many books in his previous life. The crystal orchid is also known as the ghost flower and has always been regarded as a flower with terrifying magical power. It can emit an alluring white light in the dark, which is frightening to think about. The crystal orchid has been given the title of ghost flower due to its peculiar habits and appearance. And many people also refer to it as the death flower of the underworld or the necrotic flower, shrouding it in a layer of mystery. The crystal flower is also considered to possess supernatural powers, but those who attempt to pick it have never returned alive, making it a sinister object that can cause death invisibly, sending shivers down one's spine. Xiang Wentian solemnly muttered to himself, "The crystal orchid cannot be touched. It can only be devoured through one's own innate abilities, or else one wouldn't even know how they died." He then extended his hand, with the power of devouring wrapping around his palm, and pressed it against the petals of the crystal orchid, silently reciting the devouring incantation. Before his eyes, the crystal orchid slowly withered under the power of devouring. Ding! The host used the devouring skill to consume the celestial grade herb, crystal orchid, gaining 6,000,000 soul power, with his physique reaching the peak level of the celestial overlord body and his mental power achieving the state of unity with heaven and man. Soul power, level 49, 919268810000000. No soul rings available for upgrade. Upgrades can only occur after obtaining soul rings. At this moment, Xiang Wentian felt that his body was about to burst. He couldn't consume any more herbs. It was better to sit down and cultivate. Chapter 41, Earth Core, Fire Lotus. During his cultivation, Xiang Wentian suddenly heard a faint voice, "Child, come out for a moment, child, come out for a moment." Xiang Wentian opened his eyes and thought to himself, could it be an illusion? But that doesn't make sense. My spiritual power has already reached the realm of unity with heaven and man. How could there be an illusion? I might as well go out and take a look. Xiang Wentian stealthily approached the direction of the sound, and suddenly a figure in a black robe appeared in front of him. Xiang Wentian slammed on the brakes, but ended up crashing into the arms of the black-robed man. At that moment, Xiang Wentian could see that the man's entire face was hidden beneath the robe, leaving only his chin visible. From the robe, it was clear that this person was very strong. "Child, your name is Xiang Wentian, right? I am Tang San's father. My name is Tang Hao. How is Xiao San doing?" Tang Hao asked, a bit worried since it had been a while since Tang San had come out from the mountain hollow. "Uncle, Tang San is cultivating in the mountain hollow. He is doing very well now, so don't worry," Xiang Wentian replied respectfully. As a father, Tang Hao felt guilty for not taking care of Tang San, so he said, somewhat apologetically, please help me take good care of Tang San." "Don't worry, uncle. Tang San and I are good friends, and I will definitely take care of him." "All right, remember, what you see about me must never be told to Tang San, understand?" "Understood, uncle. If you have time, please tell Dean Flinder that we're doing well now, so he doesn't need to worry. I'm going to continue cultivating in the mountain hollow. We will meet again if fate allows." After saying this, Xiang Wentian returned to the mountain hollow, standing by the ice and fire yin-yang eye, watching Tang San being tempered back and forth by the fire and ice energies. Xiang Wentian shook his head and said, "Your clothes have been completely refined. What are you still cultivating for? But you, kid, have a strong physique, just like Oscar." Looking at Tang San's naked body compared to his own, Xiang Wentian laughed proudly. "Tang San is still Tang San. He has to be ranked third, but he still can't compare to me." Turning back to breathe in the medicinal fragrance in the air, he sat down cross-legged and continued to immerse himself in cultivation. After an unknown amount of time, Xiang Wentian felt someone calling him. He opened his eyes to see Tang San. "What's wrong, Tang San?" Tang San looked at Xiang Wentian and said, "Let's go back to the academy. It's been so long. We just arrived a few days ago. Cultivating here is very fast. Let's stay a few more days," Xiang Wentian replied. "A few days? Are you dreaming? It's been half a year," Tang San said, looking at Xiang Wentian. "What? Half a year? So this is what it means to lose track of time in the mountains?" Xiang Wentian exclaimed. After saying that, he calmed his mind and ended his cultivation. Seeing Xiang Wentian finish his cultivation, Tang San said, "This is the Earth Fire Lotus I obtained from the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Eye. You can take it back and give it to Rumeng to use. Xiang Wentian awkwardly said, "This isn't good. I'm giving it to Rumeng. What about the others?" Tang Sen laughed and said, "Don't worry. I prepared something for everyone. There's enough for all." "Then I won't be polite," Xiang Wentian replied. The Earth Heart Fire Lotus is an element hidden within fire energy. It takes 100 years to form, 1,000 years to lay eggs, and 10,000 years to bloom, making it a rare treasure for those with fire attributes. Tang San said, "We should hurry and leave. Otherwise, if the old monster comes and sees that the celestial herbs here have all been taken, he will definitely be furious." "All right," Xiang Wentian said, picking up Tang San and flying away. Before they could fly far, they heard an angry roar from behind. "You two little rascals, stop right there," Tang San excitedly replied. "You said I could collect the herbs. You never mentioned how many I could take, and I left the roots and seeds for you. They will grow back in a few years. You little brat, I said you could take them, but I didn't say you could take them all." Duuluo shouted angrily. "What's going on, Tang San?" Xiang Wentian asked. Tang San explained, "I said I needed a lot of herbs to detoxify his granddaughter, so I took all the herbs here." Hearing Tang San's words, Xiang Wentian laughed heartily and turned to the chasing Duuluo, saying, "Senior Dugu, no need to see us off, just go back. We will make good use of your herbs to treat your granddaughter, don't worry." Tang San added, "Old monster, after some time, bring your granddaughter to our academy, and I will naturally help her detoxify. No need to see us off, we're leaving, goodbye. You two little brats, you're driving me crazy." Duuluo looked at the two flying further away in the sky, extremely furious. Chapter 42. Return. Xiang Wentian brought Tang San to the entrance of the academy and saw that the former Lamba Advanced Soul Master Academy had now been renamed Shrek Academy. The old man Wu Bo was still at the gate. "What are you two young men looking for?" Wu Bo asked. "Wu Bo, I'm Xiang Wentian. And this is Tang San. Don't you remember us? Half a year ago, it was you who took us to interview for teaching positions with Dean Flender." Wu Bo suddenly realized. "I remember now. You two are Dean Flender's students. Hurry in. The Dean and Master have been missing you." Tang San glanced at Wu Bo and said, "Xiang Wentian, do you think Wu Bo might have a bit of dementia?" Xiang Wentian nodded and said, "I think it looks a bit similar. When I have time, I'll send him 2 bundles of paper to tear up for fun." Upon seeing the Dean's office, Xiang Wentian pushed the door open and saw Dean Flanders sitting in a rocking chair reading. Xiang Wentian smiled and said, "Dean Flanders, Tang San and I are back. Are you happy, surprised, or delighted?" Dean Flanders stood up excitedly when he saw Tang San and Xiang Wentian standing at the office door. "Oh, you two little monsters actually remembered to come back. I thought you had forgotten about the academy and me as the dean. Look at what you're saying. How could that be? For the past 6 months, Tang San and I have missed you all the time, right, Tang San?" Tang San awkwardly replied, Yes, that's right. It was strange. Why were the dean and Wentian so natural? Why didn't the dean ask where they had been for the past 6 months?" Tang San was puzzled. Just then, Master came in from outside. When Xiang Wentian and Tang San saw Master enter, they hurriedly greeted him. "Hello, Master." "Hello, teacher. Xiao San, Xiao Tian, you're back. How you been these past 6 months?" Master said excitedly. After all, he hadn't seen his direct disciple Tang San in half a year. How could he not be excited? But besides Master and Dai Mubai, the ones who missed Tang San and the others the most in the past 6 months were definitely Rumeng and Xiao Wu. "Teacher, during this half year, Wentian and I have been doing well. How is everyone else?" Tang San naturally referred to the members of the Shrek team. Master smiled and nodded. "They're all doing well. I didn't tell them what you two were up to. I just told them you were in seclusion training. You two came back just in time. If you had returned a few days later, we might not have been here." "Why?" Tang San asked. Master smiled with satisfaction. "In the past 6 months, they have all made considerable progress. Ma Hongjun, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing have all broken through level 30. Oscar's soul power has also increased by 2 levels. Xiao Wu has increased by 3 levels, and Rumeng has increased by 4 levels. Dai Mubai is currently in seclusion, breaking through the level 40 bottleneck. The breakthrough might be a bit difficult, but it should be almost there. Once Dai Mubai breaks through level 40, we will accompany him to hunt soul beasts and obtain his 4th soul ring." Listening to Master, Xiang Wentian secretly admired that although he and Tang San had made great progress, their partners had also been busy. Each member's strength had improved significantly, and now all members of the Shrek team had broken through level 30, which would undoubtedly enhance the team's overall strength. "Master, let's go see them." Xiang Wentian was eager to meet his friends. Master smiled and nodded at the two. "You just got back. Don't you need to rest a bit?" Tang San glanced at Xiang Wentian, who nodded at him. "Teacher, we're not tired. Besides, I have gifts to give everyone." Dean Flanders walked over and said, "Why don't we go together? Dean Flanders also wanted to see what gifts Tang San had brought. Previously, Tang Hao had come to find Flanders and told him that Tang San and Xiang Wentian were training with Duuluo, where the environment was great and there were many unknown herbs that were very beneficial for cultivation. The little monsters have all been training in the simulated environment, which is located at the back mountain of the academy. Follow me. Dean Flanders led everyone to the simulated environment at the back mountain. On the way to the back mountain, Master asked, "How did you two end up training with Duuluo?" Xiang Wentian and Tang San exchanged a glance, and Xiang Wentian said, "When we were at the Tiando Royal Academy, I discovered that Duuluo's MartialSoul, the Emerald Phosphor Snake Emperor, has some flaws in its poison skills. Additionally, I detected a faint herbal fragrance from Duuluo, indicating that he has herbs beneficial for cultivation. Since Tang San has deep research in the use of poison, I brought him to Duuluo to help resolve his flaws in poison skills while using the herbs and environment there to assist our cultivation." Chapter 43. Reunited Lovers? Oh, Tang San is actually stronger in the use of poison than Duuluo? The master asked in confusion. "Ah, that's right. I used to have a family heirloom poison skill called the 10,000 Poisons Divine Skill. I wasn't interested in the use of poison, so I let Tang San take a look at it, and then I discarded it," Xiang Wentian said to avoid raising the master's suspicions. The master looked somewhat doubtful and asked, "Is that so, Xiao San?" Tang San and Xiang Wentian exchanged glances and smiled, saying, "Yes, that's the case. Xiao San, during this time helping Duuluo resolve his flaws and poison skills, you shouldn't have had too much time for cultivation, right? Your soul power hasn't fallen behind, has it?" The master asked. Tang San replied, "No, teacher. We spent about 90% of our time cultivating. I've already reached level 37 while at Duuluo's." "What? Level 37? Both the master and Flender exclaimed in surprise. The master then revealed a slight smile and asked, "Wentai, what about you?" "I have reached the peak of level 49 and only need to obtain a soul ring to break through level 50. It seems my worries were completely unnecessary. Even without me by your sides, your cultivation speed is the fastest among the Shrek team. Now I can rest assured. In less than half a year, the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Tournament will begin. If things continue like this, Xiaosan, you might break through to level 40, and Wentai, you probably have a chance to break through to level 43. It's not a chance, it's a certainty. Both Tang San and I have consumed 3 immortal-grade herbs, and our bodies are filled with vast medicinal power. As long as we lay a solid foundation and stabilize our cultivation in the coming months, our strength will soar," Xiang Wentian said. Flender chuckled and said, "I really envy your talents and opportunities." Everyone smiled at each other and continued walking forward. They arrived at a thicket of bushes, over a meter high and quite dense. The master shouted into the bushes, "Xiao Wu, pause for a moment, see who is here." Upon hearing the name Xiao Wu, Tang San's expression instantly froze, his eyes showing a mix of urgency and happiness. As soon as Xiao Wu saw Tang San, she rushed over like a hen that had seen its chick, immediately hugging Tang San, wrapping her arms around his neck and her legs around his waist. Xiang Wentian saw this and couldn't help but break out in goosebumps. It had only been half a year since they last met. Was it really necessary for the two of you to act this way? All right, let's not give everyone a live broadcast." Upon hearing Xiang Wentian's words, Xiao Wu and Tang San blushed and released each other. Xiao Wu, with a flushed face, lowered her head and said, "What does it matter to you, Wentian? When Ming Ming sees you later, just wait and see how I tease you." With a huff, Xiao Wu took Tang San and went off to another place to be affectionate. At that moment, Flender said, "Wentian, come here." Flender led Xiang Wentian to a broken wall, where the temperature was noticeably higher than elsewhere. In front of them sat a graceful figure, eyes closed, surrounded by strands of soul power. "Ruhong." Xiang Wentian couldn't help but shout. Ruhong opened her eyes, finished her meditation, and slowly walked towards Xiang Wentian, her eyes filled with longing, tears streaming down her cheeks. She gently caressed Xiang Wentian's face and said with deep emotion, "Brother, where have you been for the past 6 months? You didn't even come back to see me. You have no idea how much I've missed you." Xiang Wentian wiped away the tears on Ruming's dreamlike face without saying anything, just holding her tightly. At this moment, silence spoke louder than words, conveying the intensity of Xiang Wentian's longing for Rumung. After a long while, Xiang Wentian released Rumung and smiled. "I brought you a gift." He took out the Earth Heart Fire Lotus and quickly swallowed it. "This is the celestial grade herb, the Earth Heart Fire Lotus, which will greatly benefit your martial soul." The Seraph. "Rumung did not take the Earth Heart Fire Lotus, brother. What will you do if I take it?" "Don't worry, I've already consumed 3 celestial great herbs before this. If I swallow any more celestial great herbs, my body would explode. To reassure Rumeng, Xiang Wentian directly activated his martial soul. Rumeng exclaimed in surprise, level 49 peak. Brother, congratulations. She smiled sweetly and took the Earth Heart Fire Lotus. You can consume it here. I'll protect you, Xiang Wentian said gently. Rumeng nodded with a light laugh and began to consume the Earth Heart Fire Lotus. Chapter 44. The strength of the Shrek team. 3 hours after Rumeng consumed the Earth Heart Fire Lotus, raging flames surged around her. At that moment, Rumeng's clothes turned to ashes in the violent flames, revealing her pure white body like congealed fat. Xiang Wentian hurriedly turned his head away, fearing that if he continued to look, he wouldn't be able to suppress his own desire. As time passed, the violent fire energy gradually weakened, and, at that moment, a pleasant voice came from behind Xiang Wentian. Brother, I'm done. You can turn around now. Xiang Wentian turned around and saw Rumeng gazing at him. She was even more beautiful than before. Her long, beautiful black hair cascaded like a waterfall, her slender willow-like eyebrows, a pair of enchanting eyes, a delicate nose, slightly flushed cheeks, and cherry-like lips made her face as radiant as jade, her smooth skin as white as snow, with a stunning figure, alluring and charming. She wore a fiery red, fluffy outfit paired with a pea-green short skirt. Her sparkling big eyes playfully blinked at him, and her slightly upturned nose revealed a mischievous look. Every time Xiang Wentian glanced at her, he felt a deep affection for her. Rumeng playfully smiled. Brother, are you mesmerized? Rumeng, you are so beautiful, truly beautiful. I will protect you for a lifetime, until old age, Xiang Wentian said passionately. Wentian, Rumeng, the dean is treating us to dinner today. It's truly a rare occasion. An extremely inappropriate voice interrupted the deep feelings between Rumeng and Xiang Wentian. Who is it? Shouting so loudly. Xiang Wentian angrily exclaimed. Oscar, seeing the anger in Xiang Wentian's eyes, realized he had definitely interrupted their moment, and nervously said, In nothing. You guys continue. I'll disturb you. Goodbye. Xiang Wentian saw Oscar running away like the wind and shouted angrily, You're lucky you run fast, or you'll see how I'll deal with you. Sigh. If no one had interrupted, I would have dealt with Rumeng by now. Damn, Oscar, I won't let this go. Brother, let's go find Xiao Wu and the others. Rumeng said, blinking her beautiful big eyes. Xiang Wentian felt an irresistible itch at the sight of the dreamlike scene before him. So he forcibly suppressed the raging fire within his body and said, All right, let's go. Xiang Wentian and Rumeng entered the wooden house and saw everyone chatting and laughing, creating a very harmonious atmosphere. Tang Sen noticed Xiang Wentian and Rumeng coming in and asked, Wentian, did you give Rumeng the Earth Heart Fire Lotus? I did. Xiang Wentian replied with a smile. How much has Rumeng's soul power increased? The master inquired. After taking the Earth Heart Fire Lotus, my soul power has now reached level 50, Rumeng said. After consuming the celestial grade herbs, the strength of the Shrek team had significantly improved. Captain, Demon Angel Xiang Wentian. MartialSoul, Demon Angel, level 49 peak attack type Soul Master, due to system limitations, can only reach level 49. Vice Captain, Seraph Rumeng, MartialSoul, Seraph, level 50 attack type Soul Master. Team Member, Evil Eye White Tiger Dai Mubai, MartialSoul, White Tiger, level 40 attack type Soul Master. Team Member, Thousand Hands Azura Tang San, MartialSoul, Blue Silvergrass, level 37 control type Soul Master. Team Member, Soft Bone Charm Rabbit Xiao Wu, MartialSoul, Jade Rabbit, level 35 attack type Soul Master. Team Member, Evil Fire Phoenix Ma Hongjun, MartialSoul, Phoenix, level 36 attack type Soul Master. Team Member, Nether Spirit Cat Zhu Zhuqing, MartialSoul, Nether Spirit Cat, level 38 agility type Soul Master. Team Member, Sausage Specialist Oscar, MartialSoul, Sausage, level 38 support type, Tool Soul Master. Team Member, 7 Treasure Glaze Tile Ning Rong Rong, MartialSoul, 7 Treasure Glaze Tile, level 37 support type, Tool Soul Master. The rapid increase in soul power for the Shrek team happened so quickly that no one expected it. Just as everyone was excitedly encouraging each other, Dean Flinder suddenly called out from outside. Dean Flinder, did you call for me? Tang Sen asked. Dean Flinder nodded and said, Dugu Bo has brought Dugu Yin to find you, saying he wants you to detoxify Dugu Yin. Be careful, Tang San. Dugu Bo is a very dangerous person. At that moment, Xiang Wentian opened the door and said, Tang-san, do you want me to accompany you? Tang-san smiled and replied, no need. I can go by myself. All right, then be careful, Xiang Wentian advised. Okay, Wentian, don't worry, I'll be fine. Thus, Flinder led Tang-san toward the teaching building. Chapter 45. Heavenly Star Banquet in the evening, to celebrate the significant enhancement of the Shrek team members' strength. Flinder personally paid to book a Heavenly Star feast at the largest restaurant in Heavendo City. The Heavenly Star feast included all the top dishes from the Heavendo Empire and the Douluo Empire, costing at least 1,000 gold soul coins for the entire table, making it extremely luxurious. The master said, Flinder, this isn't your style. Why would you treat us to such extravagant meals? Flinder grinned and replied, anyway, the money isn't mine. What's the difference? Besides, I've never had the Heavenly Star feast, and I must indulge today. The master's expression turned serious. This wouldn't be Xiao Tian's money, would it? Flinder awkwardly said, what S's is mine? The master rolled his eyes at Flinder. I find you increasingly lacking in principles. As the Heavenly Star feast was served, before anyone could start eating, Ma Hongjuan's big hand reached out. Ning Rongrong angrily said, Ma Hongjun, your hands are so dirty. How can others eat after you? Don't you know how to use chopsticks? Oscar asked, what is that dish in the middle? That's called cut cake. It is rumored that this pastry is outrageously expensive and has caused the 4 richest people in Douluo continent to feel heartache, Xiang Wentian replied. Is it really that exaggerated? Oscar asked. Of course. It said that 1 cut makes Ma Yun cry, 2 cuts make Jian Lin kneel, 3 cuts break Hua Tang's heart, and 4 cuts make Chong Dong regret 1,000 times. Flinder joked as he kicked his leg. Seeing so much delicious food, everyone ended their dinner in a frenzy of eating and drinking. A few days later, Dean Flinder and others led the Shrek team members and the nominal leaders of the 2 student councils into the forest to hunt for soul rings. In the morning, in front of the gate of Shrek Academy, Flinder, the master, Lu Erlong, and Zhao Wujia stood at the gate, looking at the spirited 11 members, filled with pride. Generally, to reach level 40 or 50, one must be around 30 to 40 years old, and it requires a certain talent as a soul master. Yet, the kids before them were at most 17, with the youngest only 14, but they had reached such levels. While some of this was due to chance, more importantly, these kids indeed had astonishing talent. As their discoverers, how could Flinder, Lu Erlong, and others not feel proud? Hey, buddy, you're Xiang Wentian, right? Let's have a chance to spar, Shimin Chue Shui said. Sure, we can spar after we get our soul rings, Xiang Wentian replied. Don't forget, I have a poor memory. Shimin Chue Shui said. I have a poor memory too. If I remember, I will definitely come to find you. Xiang Wentian patted Shimin Chue Shui on the shoulder. What are you 2 talking about? Dai Mubai asked. Shimin Chue Shui wants to spar with me. Xiang Wentian replied to Dai Mubai. Count me in too. I've been at the academy for so long, and Shimin Chue Shui and Yi Guqing are both very mysterious. I've never sparred with them. Dai Mubai said while glancing at Yi Guqing. Brother Yi, we should have a chance to spar in the future. Great. I can't wait. Let's wait until we get our soul rings, Yi Guqing said excitedly. Both Yi Guqing and Shimin Chue Shui were martial arts enthusiasts, obsessively pursuing greater strength, and they had been working hard for it. At this moment, seeing someone wanting to spar with him, how could Yi Guqing not be excited? Chapter 46. King of the Earth Flinder said, all right, kids, let's set off. Our destination is the Sunset Forest. Although the 4 of us teachers are accompanying you this time, I must make one thing clear beforehand. This hunt for soul beasts will be completed by you on your own. Unless absolutely necessary, we will not intervene. Yi Guqing said, this is our first collaboration. I wish us a pleasant cooperation. Compared to the Stardew Forest, Sunset Forest, aside from its much smaller area, has many differences. Stardew Forest is located in the central region of the continent and is the largest soul beast forest in that area. It is also within the tropical range, with most of the forest dominated by tropical plants. The Sunset Forest, however, is located in the central part of the Heavendo Empire. Although it is not yet in the cold belt, the temperature is much lower than that of Stardew Forest, resulting in the plants here being more typical of temperate flora found in the north. Tropical plants give a denser and more humid feeling, while temperate plants feel fresher but lack the density of tropical plants. Therefore, moving through the forest in Sunset Forest is much easier than in Stardew Forest. Of course, powerful soul beasts generally prefer the tropical rainforest of Stardew Forest. Therefore, although there are many soul beasts in Sunset Forest, there are not many that have cultivation levels of over 10,000 years. Most are between 1,000 and 10,000 years. Additionally, the reckless hunting by soul masters has led to a general decline in the quality of soul beasts. Now, to hunt a suitable soul beast, one must not only have strength, but also patience. There is still half a month until the official start of the Soul Master Academy Elite Competition, which is the last deadline for the Shrek team to hunt soul beasts. Within half a month, regardless of whether there are any gains or not, everyone must return to the academy to participate in the preliminary rounds of the Tiendo Empire Tiendo City Division. It has been half a day since entering the Sunset Forest, and the number of soul beasts encountered on the way is roughly the same as in the Stardew Forest, but their quality is somewhat inferior. Although a few thousand-year level soul beasts were encountered, most were just over 1,000 years, clearly not what everyone hoped for. Those soul beasts did not come to provoke their large group. Let's take a break and search again when it's cloudy, Flanders said, looking at the already darkening sky, stopping the Shrek students who were searching for soul beasts. With the help of soul-guiding devices, everyone was well prepared, and in a short while, 2 tents had been set up to respond more quickly in this soul beast forest. The tents chosen by everyone were large and sturdy. For teachers stayed in one tent, while the Shrek students occupied another. It was not their first collaboration, and the coordination among the Shrek team was very harmonious. Ma Ongjun, Oscar, and Dai Mubai were responsible for setting up the tents, while the girls, led by Lu Erlong, prepared food. Tang Sin wandered around, using some special powder on him to mark their camping area, which not only had a certain deterrent effect on soul beasts, but also helped avoid the intrusion of snakes, insects, rats, and ants. Xiang Wentian, Shimin Chue Shui, and Yi Guqing agreed that the 3 of them would take turns keeping watch at night, and at this moment, the 3 were resting with their eyes closed, preparing for the night watch task. After dinner, everyone returned to their tents to rest, leaving only the 3 to keep watch. Xiang Wentian sat cross-legged, practicing while scanning the surroundings with his spiritual sense. At that moment, a fire-type soul beast appeared in Xiang Wentian's spiritual sense. Xiang Wentian opened his eyes and said to Shimin Chue Shui and Yi Guqing, "There might be a soul beast approaching ahead. I'll handle it. Do you need help?" Shimin Chue Shui asked. "I can manage it myself," Xiang Wentian replied, then flew forward. Not long after flying 1,000 meters, he saw a gigantic scorpion with a fiery red tail hook. At this point, Xiang Wentian had already identified the type of soul beast. From its appearance, he could deduce that this was a king of the earth, a fire attribute soul beast. This scorpion, known as the King of the Earth, was extremely domineering and murderous. Definitely a high-grade fire-type soul beast. From its 9-segment tail, it could be seen that the King of the Earth had a cultivation level of around 4,500 years, as its tail would grow 1 segment every 500 years. The King of the Earth comes in 3 colors. A red King of the Earth has a cultivation level below 1,000 years, with each tail segment corresponding to 50 years of cultivation. When its cultivation reaches 1,000 years, its massive body will revert to its original size, but its color will change from red to white. Only when its cultivation evolves to 10,000 years will it change color again, at which point it will become dark blue. From the color and the number of tail segments, Xiang Wentian immediately and accurately judged its strength. Indeed, this soul beast was just right for the current needs of the Shrek team members with their level 40 soul power. "You're unlucky to encounter me." Xiang Wentian activated his martial soul, using his 2nd soul skill, Angel's Glory, which greatly enhanced his speed and power. The King of the Earth saw a human suddenly charging at it, thinking that this human was hungry and wanted to offer itself as a snack. Although the human was a bit small, it could be accepted. The King of the Earth unleashed fire-type energy from its tail, shooting several fire pillars directly at Xiang Wentian. "Humph, you dare to fight back? If it weren't for my companions needing your soul ring, I would have killed you long ago." Using his 1st soul skill, Space Lock, Xiang Wentian rendered the King of the Earth and its soul skill, Earth Lava, completely still. Xiang Wentian flew over, grabbed the King of the Earth's tail, and directly broke it, using its tail as a weapon to swing at the King of the Earth. With just one swing, the King of the Earth's tail was broken into several segments. "What a waste. Why is your scorpion tail so weak?" Then Xiang Wentian jumped onto the back of the King of the Earth and started punching it fiercely on the head. He didn't know how many punches he threw, but seeing that the King of the Earth was panting heavily, he quickly released the space lock, rushed to grab one of the King of the Earth's thick legs, and ran towards the tents. Upon reaching outside the tent, Xiang Wentian shouted, "Hongjun, come out quickly, your soul ring is here." Shimin Chue Shui and Yi Guqing asked, "This soul beast is good. It's perfect for fatty. Are there any more?" "No, just this one. And it came here by itself," Xiang Wentian replied. "This old beast has been beaten so badly. Why didn't we hear any noise?" Yi Guqing asked. My first soul skill is a space-type soul skill that isolates all sounds, so of course you couldn't hear anything. Space-type soul skill. The two exclaimed in surprise. Tianyi, where did you get this soul beast? Ma Hongjun rushed out of the tent, excitedly asking. Xiang Wentian hurriedly said, why care so much? Don't you see it's about to die? The king of the earth, with a cultivation age of 4,500 years, is just right for you. Hurry up and kill it, absorb the soul ring. All right, Ma Hongjun took out a dagger and stabbed it into the head of the king of the earth, then sat down to begin absorbing the soul ring. Chapter 48. Pink Goddess Flender said, Hongjun is currently absorbing the soul ring, and as his teacher, I need to protect him. Wujia, you can go back to sleep. Zhao Wujia awkwardly replied, sleep? The tent is like a firecracker going off. How can I sleep? Why don't you go back to sleep, and I'll guard here. The two fell into an awkward silence at the same time. Xiang Wentian noticed that both Dean Flander and Zhao Wujia were simultaneously at a loss for words, so he came up with an idea. I have a question for both deans. If one day you saw two women fall into a river at the same time, one extraordinarily beautiful and the other extremely ugly, and if saving the beautiful woman would mean she would offer herself to you, while saving the ugly woman would grant you 10 billion gold soul coins, which one would you save? Just to be clear, you can only save one. Zhao Wujia widened his eyes and said, is there even a question? Of course, I would save the beautiful woman. Dean Flander then replied, it's not that I wouldn't save the beautiful woman, but the key is that I prefer the ugly one. Upon hearing Flander's words, everyone burst into laughter. Zhao Wujia laughed while holding his stomach. I didn't expect you, Flander, to be such a greedy old man. Flander then realized what was happening, took off his shoes, pointed at Xiang Wentian, and said, all right, I didn't expect this little brat to dare to mock me. Let's see how I deal with you. Xiang Wentian saw Flinder about to hit himself with the shoe sole and, without thinking, ran away. The next morning, it was another sunny day. The others came out of their tents, and Tang Xin asked, Dean Flinder, has Ma Hongjun absorbed his soul ring yet? Flinder replied, he finished absorbing it a long time ago. I'll let him continue to train so that the energy from the soul ring can fully integrate with his body. Xiang Wentian helped him capture this Earth King, which is just right for him. It seems his fourth soul ring skill should be quite good. You all need to work hard and quickly find a suitable soul beast for yourselves. The four girls felt much more comfortable knowing that the remains of the Earth King had turned into a dry corpse overnight, clearly devoured by Xiang Wentian. At that moment, Lu Erlong supported the master as he walked out of the tent. After a night of hard work, it was evident that the master was a bit overwhelmed. Ma Hongjun woke up from his training and saw the master trembling, his eyes vacant, and his face pale. He asked, what's wrong with the master? He looks like he has been devoured by Brother Tian. Lu Erlong glared at Ma Hongjun and coldly said, little fatty, we haven't had breakfast yet. I want to eat roasted phoenix. I wonder if you mind sacrificing yourself. Hearing Lu Erlong's words, Ma Hongjun trembled in fear and said, don't eat me. I'll go make breakfast. After everyone had breakfast, they continued their journey to find soul beasts. The master and Lu Erlong were at the back of the group, holding hands, seemingly talking about something. The happy expressions on their faces made everyone envious. Just as the group had walked less than 300 meters, suddenly, a strange wind blew from the front, and the morning mist changed color. The dense white mist instantly turned pink and enveloped the group. There was a faint sweet smell in the pink mist, creating an intoxicating feeling. Everyone be careful. This is the mist emitted by the Pink Lady, which has a confusing effect on soul masters. Bingsno, MartialSoul fusion technique. Yi Guqing said, the invincible sword domain was activated, and the martial soul fusion technique used by Shiman Bingsno and Yi Guqing was a rare domain-type soul skill. In the invincible sword domain, Yi Guqing was the sky of the domain, while Shiman Bingsno was the earth. Within the area covered by the domain, the mist dissipated, and after the mist cleared, countless spiders attacked the group. A giant pink spider followed closely behind. At that moment, two voices echoed in the domain. Sword shatters the void, blade splits the earth. As the voices fell, countless sword energies and blade lights sliced through the spiders into two pieces. At this moment, the master shouted, don't kill that Pink Lady. Just subdue it. We need its soul ring. Countless sword energies and blade lights surrounded the giant pink spider tightly. The voice in the void rang out again. Whoever needs this soul ring, quickly kill the Pink Lady. We can't hold on much longer. Xiaowao, Uhi, Flinder urged. Oscar took a dagger from his soul guide and ran towards the Pink Lady. He reached the giant spider soul beast, which was constrained by the sword energies and blade lights, and stabbed the dagger into the spider's head. A purple soul ring slowly floated up, and Oscar immediately sat down to absorb this soul ring. At this moment, Shimin Bingsnow and Yi Guqing could no longer maintain the martial soul fusion technique and fell to the ground, fainting from soul power depletion. Flinder and Zhao Wujing quickly helped them up, injecting a bit of soul power into their bodies. With the replenishment of soul power, they gradually regained consciousness and sat down to recover their soul power. Chapter 49. I will keep updating this book for free. If you think my writing is good, you can send me a few recommendation votes. If you think my writing isn't good, please don't scold me, and especially don't scold those who support me. One reader amusingly said that he lost 200 yuan today and then scolded me. You say, who did I provoke? He even wouldn't let me delete his post. What if a scolding post affects other readers, right? Here, I wish everyone happy reading and joyful enjoyment. May you marry a lovely wife every day and make a fortune. Chapter 50. Blood God Fruit. Ma Hongjun asked, Master, why did you let Oscar absorb the Pink Lady's soul ring? This soul beast has decent cultivation years, but its strength isn't strong. The master replied seriously, for soul masters who need soul rings, there are no strongest soul beasts, only those that are most suitable for them. This Pink Lady is more beneficial for Oscar than any other soul beast. If I'm not mistaken, after he obtains this fourth soul ring, it will help enhance your overall attack power. Xiang Wentian asked, Master, do you mean that Oscar's fourth soul ring effect will mix the excitement toxin from the Pink Lady's poison mist? The master nodded and said, Exactly. Oscar possesses a food-type martial soul, and even if he absorbs the martial soul of a poisonous soul beast, his soul skills will not produce toxins. Therefore, the skill that originally belonged to the Pink Lady will undergo some transformation after being absorbed by him. The effect should be to enhance excitement for a short period. I can't be sure about the extent of the enhancement, but it should be an all-attribute boost. All-attribute boost? Everyone exclaimed. Sure. Oscar is still absorbing the soul ring. Everyone speaks softly, Flanders gestured. After about the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, Oscar woke up from his meditation. Since the Pink Lady was killed by Oscar, a food-type soul master, her resentment was very strong. So Oscar's speed in absorbing the soul ring was much slower than Ma Hongjuan's last night. It took a full hour to complete the absorption process. I don't know if it was influenced by the Pink Lady's dazzling appearance, but after absorbing the soul ring, Oscar seemed to look even more handsome. Ma Hongjun, who had just finished his practice, couldn't help but say, No wonder you have a pretty boy's face. Oscar, however, was indifferent to the fat guy's sarcasm. You're just jealous. I'll pretend I didn't hear you. Anyway, you have no chance of being as handsome as me in this lifetime. Everyone gathered around, and Dai Mubai eagerly asked, Little Oscar, what is your fourth soul ring skill? Oscar's eyes sparkled with the same excitement as the fat guy's this morning. My fourth soul skill is Frenzy. It can enhance all attributes by 10% for 5 minutes. All attributes enhanced by 10%? Xiang Wentian exclaimed. That's a pretty good soul skill. With your fourth soul skill's assistance, your personal strength can instantly reach 101%. Yi Guqing, who had recovered his soul power, stood up and said, What smell? It smells so good, Dai Mubai sniffed. Yes, I smell it too, everyone replied. At this moment, they smelled a faint and strange fragrance. It's the scent of heavenly materials and earthly treasures, Xiang Wentian said. The smell is coming from ahead. Let me go take a look. You all stay here and don't move, Flanders said. Whenever heavenly materials and earthly treasures appear, there must be soul beasts guarding the area. Among them are often soul beasts that are 10,000 years old or even tens of thousands of years old. As a sensitive attack type battle soul saint, Flanders is the most suitable to go. In less than half a cup of tea's time, Flanders flew back and said to everyone, Do you want to hear the good news or the bad news? Ma Hongjun, being Flanders' disciple and often joking with him, boldly said, Of course, we want to hear the good news. Flanders smiled slightly. The soul rings you need are all ahead. And there is also a blood god fruit that is about to mature. Blood god fruit? Tang San exclaimed. Are you sure that's the blood god fruit, Dean Flanders? Of course I'm sure. When we, the Golden Iron Triangle, traveled the continent, I read a lot of books. Otherwise, I wouldn't be wearing glasses because of nearsightedness. Although I may not be as good as Xiao Gang in MartialSoul research, in terms of geography, human nature, and heavenly materials and earthly treasures, there are very few who can compare to me on the continent. Yes, Flanders is right. There are indeed very few who can match him in these areas. The master said as he walked out. At this moment, everyone's eyes were filled with admiration for Flanders. What is the bad news? Xiang Wentian asked. Hearing Xiang Wentian's question, Flanders' face became serious. There are more than 10 soul beasts around, and the strongest among them has already reached about 80,000 years. 80,000 years! Everyone exclaimed. Regardless of how many tens of thousands of years the soul beasts are, we must obtain the blood god fruit, Xiang Wentian said solemnly. Why? There are soul beasts guarding it for 80,000 years. Is it worth the risk? Ning Rongrong asked. Definitely worth it, Xiang Wentian affirmed. Perhaps you don't know what the blood god fruit is. It may just seem like a heavenly material or earthly treasure in your eyes. But to tell you the truth, the blood god fruit is not a fairy-grade heavenly material or earthly treasure, but a divine-grade one. Divine grade, everyone exclaimed. Xiao Tian is right. The blood god fruit is indeed a divine-grade heavenly material and earthly treasure. As long as you obtain it, even if you just take a small bite, it can bring the dead back to life, restore youth, invigorate the body, and greatly develop one's potential, not to mention the increase in soul power, Flanders said slowly. At this moment, after hearing Dean Flanders' words, the Shrek group was filled with desire, their eyes sparkling, especially Ma Hongjun, whose drool was everywhere. Tang San, Xiang Wentian, and Flanders were the calmest. Even the master and Lu Erlong showed great desire upon hearing the words restore youth. Dean Flanders, what should we do? Tang San asked firmly. After thinking for a while, Dean Flanders said, First, wait for the blood god fruit to mature. We can estimate that it will mature in less than 3 days based on the intensity of the fragrance. When the beasts fight for the ownership of the blood god fruit, they will inevitably injure each other. At that time, Xiang Wentian and Tang San, you two must control the soul beasts with all your might, while the others, except for Xiao Gang, must attack with full force. Is that clear? Understood, everyone replied. I'll add one more thing, the master said as he stepped forward. When the control time for Xiao Tian and Xiao San is reached, you must quickly withdraw and not attack again, because you will be facing one or several soul beasts that are close to 100,000 years. All right, since the plan is set, let's set up camp first, rest well, and adjust our bodies to their best condition to face this battle, Flanders said. Chapter 51. Great battle 2 days later. As everyone anxiously waited, the fragrance emitted by the blood god fruit became increasingly rich. Even from a distance, they could smell the alluring scent of the blood god fruit. At this moment, each breath of the fragrant air made them feel their soul power slowly growing. If one were to eat one, the effect would be astonishing. At this time, the fragrance of the blood god fruit had reached an extremely rich level. The sound of beast roars broke the silence. The blood god fruit has matured. Even a master, who is usually calm, sounded excited. Facing such heavenly materials and earthly treasures, even a titled Douluo would be unable to resist temptation, let alone the master. Don't act impulsively. Hold on. Wait until the soul beasts are both injured before we rush in. I'll go ahead to scout. Follow my orders, Flanders said. Everyone nodded in agreement. At this moment, in the soul beast battlefield, no soul beast could resist the temptation brought by the blood god fruit. The blood god fruit not only had great benefits for soul masters, but also had even greater benefits for soul beasts. In the center of the battlefield stood a blood god tree over a meter tall, bearing 3 crystal clear, slightly reddish, heart-shaped blood god fruits. The blood flowing from the battles of the soul beasts in the battlefield was absorbed by the blood god fruit tree, radiating a stunning blood-red light all around. Just then, Flanders' voice came. We can't wait any longer. The blood god fruit is about to mature. If we don't pick it, in 5 minutes the blood god fruit tree will wither, and the medicinal effect of the blood god fruit will disappear. Wherever heavenly materials and earthly treasures grow, they are in harmony with the timing and conditions of the world. If not harvested in time, the spiritual energy within these treasures will disperse back into the universe, which is also a reflection of the natural laws of change and cycles. At this moment, the blood god fruit is about to ripen, and the battles among soul beasts have become even more intense. On the battlefield, only one 80,000-year-old sky tiger and 2 60,000-year-old blood shadow leopards are still fiercely fighting, while other soul beasts below 50,000 years are on the brink of death, having lost their qualification to compete for the blood god fruit. The master said gravely, We'll leave the 80,000-year-old sky tiger to us, the golden iron triangle. The 2 blood shadow leopards will be dealt with by Zhao Wujia and the children. Is that okay? No problem. Everyone replied in unison. Now charge, Flanders shouted, and the 3 of them, Flander, the master, and Lu Erlong, unleashed their martial soul fusion technique in charge of the sky tiger. Meanwhile, Zhao Wujia led Shimin Shui Shui and Yi Gucheng, who were also using their martial soul fusion technique, towards the blood shadow leopard. At the same time, the Dozhan Tian Shi combination, the Yu Ming by Hu combination, and the remaining members charged towards the other Blood Shadow Leopard. Xiang Wentian had a bold idea to use spatial confinement in the MartialSoul fusion skill. He and Rumung executed their MartialSoul fusion technique, the Fighting Angel, and activated the Fusion Ring skill. The Fusion Ring merges their soul rings together, and it can only be performed if their MartialSoul attributes are compatible. 8 soul rings were tightly connected, forming a massive soul ring glowing with colorful light, enveloping 3,000-year soul beasts. Let's attack together. We can't hold on for more than 10 seconds, Xiang Wentian commanded, controlling the Fighting Angel. The Golden Triangle's MartialSoul fusion skill, the Golden Sacred Dragon, charged with overwhelming power towards the sky-soaring tiger. Zhao Wujia's and Shimin Chui Shui's and Yi Guqing's MartialSoul fusion skill, Invincible Sword Domain, surged towards the Blood Shadow Leopard. The Netherworld White Tiger, along with Tang San and Ma Hongjun, attacked another Blood Shadow Leopard with Ning Rongrong's assistance. Everyone unleashed their full firepower, with countless colorful lights and hidden weapon attacks bombarding the 3 soul beasts, creating an unparalleled roar. In less than 8 seconds, the fusion ring could no longer hold and shattered. 7 of the 8 soul rings returned to the Fighting Angel's body, while the remaining black soul ring gradually expanded. Spatial confinement. The 3 10,000-year soul beasts, which had just regained their mobility, were once again restricted. The 9th move of the Buddha Palm. 10,000 Buddhas worshipping the ancestor, empowered by the MartialSoul fusion technique, was immensely powerful. A gigantic golden hand appeared out of thin air and struck the Blood Shadow Leopard, producing a thunderous sound as it slammed it into the ground. Tang Sin used his binding technique to pull the Blood Shadow Leopard out of the dirt, wrapping it tightly with a web binding, followed by a barrage of hidden weapons. The Netherworld White Tiger's massive claws continued to strike the Blood Shadow Leopard, creating waves of booming sounds. At that moment, Ma Hongjuan's 4th soul skill, Phoenix Crying to the Sky, followed, shooting a pillar of fire at the Blood Shadow Leopard, which caused the blue-silver grass wrapping around it to glow red from the heat. Ning Rongrong's amplification continued, and although her soul power was nearly exhausted, she gritted her teeth and persisted. Oscar continuously threw assistance sausages to everyone. Chapter 52. The Strength of Shrek's Teachers and Students on the Other Side, Zhao Wujia. Under the effect of his 7th soul skill, MartialSoul True Body continually unleashed his abilities. Zhao Wujia's MartialSoul True Body allows him to freely release any soul skill under the 7th soul skill for a short time. The immense power of the Great Strength Diamond Bear was fully displayed, with thunderous roars echoing as it battered the Blood Shadow Leopard into a bloody mess, suggesting that Zhao Wujia would quickly resolve the battle here. Sword shattering the void, blade splitting the earth, sword and blade combined, divine weapon opening the heavens. The Invincible Sword Domain resonated with roars, and an invisible blade, resembling both sword and knife light, sliced the severely injured Blood Shadow Leopard in half. Seeing his side's Blood Shadow Leopard dealt with, Zhao Wujia hurriedly rushed towards Tang San. Meanwhile, the sky-soaring tiger was still on the brink of collapse under the continuous assaults of the Golden Sacred Dragon. The 10th move of the Buddha Palm, Buddha Destroying Demons. Another massive golden hand struck the Blood Shadow Leopard, resulting in an unprecedented loud bang as it was battered into a bloody pulp on the verge of collapse. At this point, all 3 10,000-year soul beasts were defeated, and everyone's soul power was completely exhausted as they collapsed to the ground, beginning to meditate to recover their soul power. The time spent in their united battle was not long, and the fight concluded. At this moment, Flender approached the Blood God Fruit tree, trembling with excitement, saying this is the divine grade treasure, Blood God Fruit. A bite can bring the dead back to life. The master remarked, "How should we distribute the Blood God Fruit? You don't intend to keep it all to yourself, do you? You're drooling all over it." Flender awkwardly replied, "How could I possibly keep it all? Eating 3 at once would surely burst my old bones. I plan to divide each Blood God Fruit into several parts so that everyone gets a share." "That's good," the master said. Flender then divided each Blood God Fruit into several portions and distributed them. Everyone received their share with eager eyes. Xiang Wentian took the Blood God Fruit handed to him by Dean Flender and swallowed it without hesitation. It had a somewhat sweet taste, similar to mango. At that moment, a gentle energy began to enhance Xiang Wentian's body, warming his limbs and bones, providing an indescribable comfort. In this comfort, Xiang Wentian felt his soul power gradually increasing, his physique dramatically strengthening, and even his mental strength solidifying and enhancing. Ding. Soul power 1000000 ding. Soul power 1000000 ding. Soul power 1000000 at this time. Others were also undergoing significant changes within. Just then, an extremely excited voice exclaimed, "I've broken through to level 80. I didn't expect this small blood god fruit would provide such a huge boost." It was Zhao Wujia, shouting in excitement. "All right, quit howling. I've also broken through to level 80. Flinder interrupted, though his voice couldn't hide his inner excitement. The ground was littered with exhausted soul beasts. "Let's select a few suitable ones as our soul rings," the master said. "All right, let's protect each other while hunting and absorbing soul rings," Lu Erlong suggested. Xiang Wentian chose 2 soul beasts as his soul rings. One was a 30,000 year old flame demon scorpion, and the other was a 60,000 year old blood shadow leopard. Because his soul power had already increased to level 63 when he was at the Eye of Ice and Fire. He had been stuck at the peak of level 49 for a long time due to not having obtained any soul rings. Since Xiang Wentian indirectly absorbed 2 soul rings, it took a bit longer, taking a full 5 hours. After absorbing the soul rings, Xiang Wentian obtained 2 soul skills, the 5th soul skill, Angelic Flame Slash, and the 6th soul skill, Angelic Stupa. Checking the system panel. Name, Xiang Wentian. Level, Soul Emperor MartialSoul. Demon Angel Soul Power. Level 65, 5292688600000. Soul Rings. Black. Age 85,100 years. Black. Age 46,000 years. Black. Age 48,000 years. Black. Age 42,000 years. Black. Age 35,000 years. Black. Age 60,000 years. Soul Skills. First Soul Skill, Space Lock. Second Soul Skill, Angelic Glory. Third Soul Skill, Angelic Divine Judgment. Fourth Soul Skill, Angelic Divine Light. Fifth Soul Skill, Angelic Flame Slash. Sixth Soul Skill, Angelic Stupa Divine Skill. Tathagata Divine Palm Cultivation Method. Heavenly Demon Annihilation Scripture. Azure Sky Overlord Body Ability. Devour. Can devour the soul rings and soul power of enemies or soul beasts to enhance his own soul rings and soul power. After closing the system panel, Xiang Wentian noticed that everyone was looking at him. With an innocent expression, he asked, "What are you all looking at me for?" Flan said, "Xiao Tian, how did you absorb 2 soul rings and your soul power reached over level 60? It's like this, Dean. When I was with Duggabo, I once consumed 3 types of celestial great herbs. The first time I ate 2 nether flowers. After consuming them, my soul power reached level 53. The second time I ate a crystal orchid, my soul power reached level 59. Plus, I absorbed the soul power of soul beasts and consumed the blood god fruit, which allowed me to reach my current level 65 soul power. And that's why I could absorb 2 soul rings this time." "What level has everyone's soul power reached?" Xiang Wentian asked. "Let us share our strengths," Flan said excitedly. Flan, MartialSoul, Cat Eagle, 83rd level agility attack type, Soul Douluo. Lu Erlong, MartialSoul, Red Dragon, variant MartialSoul, 82nd level strength attack type, Soul Douluo. Zhao Wujing, MartialSoul, Great Strength Diamond Bear, 81st level strength attack type, Soul Douluo. The Master, MartialSoul, Luo San Cannon, 38th level Soul Zone. Shrek Academy student, Shimin Shui Shui, MartialSoul. Etienne Sword, 63rd level strength attack type, Soul Emperor. Shrek Academy student, Yi Guqing, MartialSoul, Dragon Slayer Knife, 63rd level strength attack type, Soul Emperor. Shrek Battle Team Captain, Demon Angel Xiang Wentian, MartialSoul, Demon Angel, 65th level strength attack type, Soul Emperor. Vice Captain, Seraph Romo, MartialSoul, Seraph, 58th level strength attack type, Soul King. Team Member, Evil Eye White Tiger Dai Mubai, MartialSoul, White Tiger. 49th level strength, attack type, Soul Zone. Team Member, Thousand Hand Azure Tang San, MartialSoul, Blue Silvergrass. 48th level control type, Soul Zone. Team Member, Soft Bone Charm Rabbit Xiao Wu, MartialSoul, Jade Rabbit. 40th level strength, attack type, Soul Master. Because Xiao Wu said there was no suitable MartialSoul for her here, she remains a 40th level 3-ring Soul Zune. Team Member, Evil Fire Phoenix Mahong Jun, MartialSoul, Phoenix, 46th level strength attack type, Soul Zone. Team Member, Nether Spirit Cat Zhu Zhuqing, MartialSoul, Nether Spirit Cat, 49th level agility attack type, Soul Zone. Team Member, Sausage Specialist Oscar, MartialSoul, Sausage, 48th level support type, Weapon Soul Zone. Team member, 9 treasure glazed tile Ning Rong Rong. MartialSoul, 9 treasure glazed pagoda. 47th level support type, Weapon Soul Zone. Wentian, what are your 5th and 6th soul skills? Dai Mubai asked. Xiang Wentian smiled slightly and said, my 5th soul skill is Angel Flame Slash, a powerful fire type slashing skill. The 6th soul skill is Angel Pagoda. This skill is somewhat similar to the MartialSoul avatar. It can enlarge the angelic phantom, but it is not real. The attacks of the Angel Pagoda are stronger with each strike, but the soul power consumption is also enormous, so it has its pros and cons. Xiang Wentian turned to look at the members of the Shrek team and asked, what skills have you all obtained? Dai Mubai said, my 4th soul skill is White Tiger Meteor Shower. Tang Sen said, my 4th skill is Blue Silver Prison. Although Tang Sen did not absorb the soul ring in the Eye of Ice and Fire, he still succeeded. Perhaps this is the protagonist's halo. After everyone learned about each other's soul skills, they returned to Shrek Academy to prepare for the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Competition. Chapter 53, Xiang Wentian vs. Yi Guqing. Back at Shrek Academy, Master gave everyone a day's rest to recharge and face the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Competition. In the morning, facing the rising sun, the sky looked as if it had been washed, a beautiful blue that was pleasing to the eye. The newly risen sun was full of energy, radiating red light, illuminating the entire world. Xiang Wentian was in a particularly good mood because today was a day off. He didn't have to do anything, didn't have to think about anything, carefree and enjoying the beautiful morning light. Suddenly, Xiang Wentian heard someone calling him. He turned his head and saw Shimen-Chue Shui and Yi Gucheng. Shimen-Chue Shui said boldly, just now, Dai Mubai and Tang San had a spar with us duo, and they lost. So we came to bring you along. Xiang Wentian angrily said, what? In your eyes? I'm just a pawn. Stop talking nonsense. We agreed to spar together. I'll take you down first, and then I'll have a good match with Shimen-Chue Shui. Yi Gucheng sneered. Damn. No one has been able to treat me like a plaything in all these years. You two are the first, Xiang Wentian shouted in anger. Defeat us, and you'll earn our respect. If you can't, then that makes you a weakling. Weaklings can only survive by stealing in this world, Shimen-Chue Shui said boldly. All right, who will go first? Xiang Wentian asked. I'll go, Yi Gucheng said, directly summoning his martial soul. 5th soul skill, Dragon Slayer Slash. A massive blade of light slashed towards Xiang Wentian, with several azure dragons roaring and raging around the blade. From this single strike, I can see you have the capital to be arrogant, but it's still not enough for me, Xiang Wentian replied. 5th soul skill, Angelic Flame Slash. A crimson circular wave of energy collided with Yi Gucheng's 5th soul skill, producing a deafening roar, and the shock waves from the 2 soul skills spread out in a circular pattern. At this moment, Xiang Wentian suddenly soared into the sky, shouting, my 6th soul skill is extremely powerful and has great persistence. Yi Gucheng, be careful. 6th soul skill, Angelic Floating Tower. A gigantic demonic angel phantom appeared in the void, mirroring Xiang Wentian's movements. Xiang Wentian aimed at Yi Gucheng and threw a punch. At this point, Yi Gucheng's face no longer showed any disdain. Instead, he displayed an extremely serious expression. I can't block Xiang Wentian's fierce attack with my 6th soul skill. It seems I'll have to use my ultimate move. Yi Gucheng squinted his eyes and slowly said, heaven, outside, flying, immortal. With each word, he unleashed several, even dozens, of blade lights. By the time he finished the 4 words, he had slashed out a total of 81 blade lights, which gradually converged to form a fairy wielding a dragon slayer sword. The fairy raised the sword above her head to block Xiang Wentian's incredibly powerful punch. After a loud explosion, the fairy's figure seemed to dim significantly. This was just the first punch. Each subsequent punch will be stronger. As long as my soul power is sufficient, I can unleash 100 punches without issue. This is the angelic floating tower. Let's see how many punches you can take, Xiang Wentian said, as he threw his second punch. At this moment, Yi Gucheng controlled the flying immortal with his mind. This time, the flying immortal chose to attack instead of defend. The fairy raised her sword above her head and slashed down at the demonic angel's massive fist. Another deafening roar echoed, and this time, the already dimmed flying immortal could no longer hold on and dissipated into the void. Since the flying immortal was controlled by Yi Gucheng's mind, its shattering also damaged his mind, causing him to spurt out a mouthful of blood and fall unconscious. Seeing the situation, Xiang Wentian quickly retracted his fist that was about to attack again, and then flew down from the air. Shimin Shui didn't say anything, just picked up the unconscious Yi Guqing and rushed towards the infirmary. At this moment, because of the sparring between Xiang Wentian and Yi Guqing, the area was already surrounded by students. A female classmate clapped and cheered, "Wow, Senior Xiang is so amazing." Yes. Our student council's chief Yi was defeated by Senior Xiang, so Senior Xiang will be our new chief, right? In the Douluo continent, strength is respected, and everyone admires the strong. Many female classmates, seeing how strong Xiang Wentian was, began to throw flirtatious glances and make various suggestive gestures. Ru Meng, seeing Xiang Wentian become the focus of attention among the female students, angrily pulled him back to the dormitory. "Your Senior Xiang is already taken, so don't think about him. I am his junior, Ma Hongjun, and I am still single. You can consider me," the chubby boy said in various poses, flamboyantly. The infatuated female classmates lost interest when they saw Xiang Wentian being taken away by Ru Meng, especially with the appearance of an ugly fat boy, and they dispersed. Oscar stepped forward and said, "Fatty, don't be discouraged. I believe what belongs to you isn't necessarily cake. It could also be roasted suckling pig." Chapter 54. The awkward school uniform. In the evening, everyone gathered to listen to Master explain the rules of the elite competition of advanced soul master academies across the continent. Master said, "I've already explained the competition rules clearly. Now, I will announce the list of participants representing Shrek Academy. Shrek Team Captain, Xiang Wentian, Level 65 Assault System Soul Emperor. Vice Captain, Ru Meng, Level 58 Assault System Soul King. Team Member, Dai Mu Bai, Level 49 Assault System Soul Sect. Team Member, Tang San, Level 48 Control System Soul Sect. Team Member, Xiao Wu, Level 40 Assault System Soul Master. Team Member, Ma Hongjun, Level 46 Assault System Soul Sect. Team Member, Zhu Zhuqing, Level 49 Agility Attack System Soul Sect. Team Member, Oscar, Level 48 Support System Food Soul Sect. Team Member, Ning Rongrong, Level 47 Support System Food Soul Sect. Substitute Team Member, Shimin Shui, Level 63 Assault System Soul Emperor. Substitute Team Member, Yi Guqing, Level 63 Assault System Soul Emperor. Substitute Team Member, Jiangzhu, Level 35 Healing System Food Soul Master. If anyone gets injured during the competition, Jiangzhu will help everyone heal immediately. Alright kids, get a good rest tonight and prepare for tomorrow's competition. Master smiled. The next day, in the capital of the Tiando Empire, Tiando City, the opening ceremony of the elite competition of advanced soul master academies across the continent was held grandly in Tiando City. As the most grand soul master competition in the soul master realm, it attracted not only the attention of soul masters, but also from the royal family, nobility, and common people. Every citizen of Tiando City regarded this competition as the grandest festival. The opening ceremony took place in the Tiando Great Spirit Arena. A month ago, tickets for the opening ceremony had sold out. It is worth noting that the price of these tickets was the same as the entry price for the main spirit center of the Tiando Great Spirit Arena. As the main venue for the Tiando division, the Tiando Great Spirit Arena had stopped all spirit battles a month ago for internal renovations, merging all the sub-arenas with the main spirit center to form an enormous competition venue. Except for the VIP area retained on the north side of the entire competition venue, the renovated Great Spirit Arena could accommodate 80,000 spectators at the same time. Although the ticket sales brought in a considerable income, the expenditure for the Great Spirit Arena itself was also quite substantial. In the coming period, all preliminary rounds of the Tiando division would be held here. Early in the morning, before the sun had risen in the east, the renovated Tiando Great Spirit Arena had already welcomed a large audience. The audience arrived early, not to enter the venue early, as each ticket had a designated seat number. They came to see the participating young soul masters up close on the first day of the opening ceremony. Among them were many love-struck girls. As Master said, the total number of soul masters across the continent does not exceed 6 figures. The students representing the advanced soul master academies were truly the elite among them. With a 25-year age limit, they undoubtedly became the most ideal objects of affection for young girls. Marrying a powerful soul master would undoubtedly be a beautiful thing that brings both fame and fortune. Even some nobles who purchased VIP tickets gathered outside, as nobles have always been eager to recruit soul masters. The elite competition of advanced soul master academies itself is a cradle of talent. Not to mention those who could achieve certain results. Even the students who merely participated in the competition were highly sought after by noble families. At this moment, centered around the Tiando Great Spirit Arena, Almost one-third of Tiando City was filled with crowds. Since a few days ago, all levels of hotels in Tiando City had been fully booked. The population in the city had nearly increased by 50. This shows how much attraction the elite competition of advanced soul master academies across the continent has for people. To maintain order for this competition, Tiando City mobilized a total of 5,000 city defense troops to prevent chaos. Xiang Wentian looked at everyone with their heads down and helplessly shook his head, saying, Dean Flanders' aesthetic viewpoint is really problematic. The school uniforms he designed for us look like the color of spinach that has been eaten too much and causes a stomach upset. It's really disgusting. And that is not all. The most bizarre part is that on each person's back, there are 6 large characters embroidered in white thread that read, Sincerely Seeking Sponsorship. Below those 6 characters, there is a line of smaller text. For advertising fees, please contact Mr. Flanders, the Dean of Shrek Academy, for a discussion. For this competition uniform, the contestants of Shrek once rose up in rebellion, but in the end, they were forcibly suppressed by Flanders' overwhelming authority. After much effort from everyone, Flanders reluctantly stated that if there really were advertising revenues, then 1/3 of the total income would be given to us, the participants. The remaining amount would be used for the Academy's construction funds. On the way, Ma Hongjun kept complaining, Tiangu, although we are not weak in strength, our image is already lost. We have been repeatedly trampled by this uniform. Xiang Wentian comforted, just walk your own path and let others say what they want. We will just consider this school uniform the most beautiful. Everyone was speechless upon hearing Xiang Wentian's words. Chapter 55. The Soul Master competition begins. As everyone was about to enter, Xiang Wentian encountered familiar faces, Grandpa Lin Naz and several children from Douluo village. Look, it's Xiang Wentian and Ru Ming. With an excited shout from a child, Lin Naz also noticed the Shrek Academy team. At this moment, Xiang Wentian stepped forward respectfully and said, Grandpa Lin Naz, how are you? Lin Naz was overwhelmed with emotion, tears in his eyes, and said, Xiao Tian, Xiao Ming, I thought I would never see you again. You are doing well. You haven't disappointed, Grandpa. Our village hasn't produced a soul master in nearly 100 years. And from now on, Douluo village will be proud of you. Xiang Wentian was very excited to see the old village chief and said, Grandpa Lina, we will give our all in the elite competition of the high-level soul master academies across the continent. The honor will eventually belong to Shrek Academy and to Douluo village. All right, then I won't delay you any longer. I'll wait outside for your good news. Because there were no more tickets available for the spectator area, and Lina and a few children had come from the countryside and arrived late, they couldn't enter the venue. However, they could still watch the matches on the big screen outside. After exchanging pleasantries, Xiang Wentian and Lina saw the participating teams entering the arena one after another. What made the Shrek Academy team somewhat angry was that the staff completely ignored their presence, organizing the entry of other academies one by one while forgetting about them. It wasn't until only their team was left in the waiting area that a staff member finally came over to guide them into the entrance passage. Although they were the last to enter the venue, the moment they stepped in, they were still shocked by everything in front of them. The enormous and spacious square was surrounded by countless cheering spectators. In the center of the arena, right in front, was a podium with a golden background, behind which was the transformed VIP area. The wide arena had a diameter of over 150 meters, and the academies that entered before them had already lined up in an orderly formation in the center of the arena. Each academy had a dedicated announcer introducing them as they entered. The last team to enter was Shrek Academy's participating team. Shrek Academy, formerly known as Lamba Academy, had changed its name to Shrek Academy a year ago. Look at how distinctive their strange attire is. There are a total of 11 students participating. Their registration slogan is, the champion without rivals. Listening to the announcer's words, the audience in the stands burst into laughter, with jeering sounds rising and falling. Look, they are even seeking advertisement endorsements, probably for Stinky Tofu, mocked a student dressed in the Tiando Royal Academy uniform. Damn it, I can't hold it in any longer. Dai Mubai clenched his fists tightly as he walked forward, and Tang San, walking behind him, could clearly feel that Dai Mubai's muscles were tense, ready to explode at any moment. Mubai, hold on a bit. When the competition starts, we'll let our strength do the talking, Xiang Wentian said to Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai glanced at Xiang Wentian, took a deep breath, and forced himself to calm down. If it were just him, he would have exploded long ago without caring about anything else. However, it wasn't just Dai Mubai. Everyone else was also holding back their anger, which would have to be vented on their opponents during the competition. Finally, all participating academies had entered. The The Shrek Academy team stood at the back of all the teams. At this moment, Xiang Wentian noticed that there were actually a few familiar faces in the VIP area. One of them was the Snow Star Prince, who had driven them out of the Tiando Royal Academy, along with 3 committee members from the Tiando Royal Academy, all seated in the second row of the VIP section. The first row of the VIP section only had 3 people. In the center sat a man dressed in a golden dragon robe, wearing a golden dragon crown, with a face resembling an ancient moon, looking slightly older than the Snow Star Prince, but with a demeanor far beyond what the Snow Star Prince could compare to. Although he looked somewhat aged, sitting there gave a sense of control over everything. This person must be the Emperor of the Tiando Empire, Emperor Shuya. To Emperor Shuya's left sat an even older man. The old man wore a red and white coat, embroidered with 5 strange patterns belonging to the Spirit Hall in gold thread. From the 5 strange patterns on this person's coat, Xiang Wentian could tell that this person was a platinum bishop of the Spirit Hall. The highest authority of the Spirit Hall is undoubtedly the Pope. And below the Pope are the 4 bishops, with the 5 strange patterns symbolizing the identity of one of the 4 platinum bishops. This person, who could serve as a platinum bishop, should be the head of the Spirit Hall in Tiando City, with an extremely noble status. The man seemed to be slightly dozing off, leaning against his seat in the VIP section, with narrow shoulders and a thin body like a reed. To the right of Emperor Shua sat someone Xiang Wentian had never seen before. This person wore a white robe and a 7-treasure purple gold crown. Among the 3 upper sects supporting the Tiando Empire's royal family, there was only the 7-treasure glazed tile school, so this person must be Ning Fengji, the father of Ning Rongrong. As one of the leaders of the 7 major sects, he was fully qualified to sit in this position. Ning Rongrong et. Look at the 3 people in the first row. What 3? I can't see anything, Oscar said while riding on Ma Hongjun's neck. Of course you can't see from this far, Ma Hongjun retorted. Ning Rongrong huffed angrily and pointed at the big screen above, saying, "Look, it's up there. Rongrong, do you know them all?" Tang Xin asked. Ning Rongrong replied, "The one on the far right is my dad. The one in the middle is Emperor Shuya of the Tiando Empire. To the left of Emperor Shuya is the head of the Spirit Hall in Tiando City, one of the 4 platinum bishops, Bishop Salas. He's not a good person." The announcer on the side of the VIP area said loudly, "Now, may I invite His Majesty Emperor Shuya of the Tiando Empire to announce the opening of this competition." At this moment, the crowd below erupted in cheers and applause, accompanied by the sound of drums and shouts, creating a shocking atmosphere. At the same time, countless doves of peace flew into the sky, and large quantities of colorful petals rained down. Xiang Wentian saw Emperor Xia raise his right hand and gently wave to the audience and the participating soul masters below. The cheers, applause, drum sounds, and shouts quickly stopped, and the large square fell into silence. A deep and resonant voice echoed through the loudspeakers. "I Shu, Emperor of the Tiando Empire, on behalf of the Tiando Empire and the organizers of this competition, hereby announce that the elite competition of high-level soul master academies across the continent is now open." Applause roared again, and cheers rose and fell. The members of the 28 participating teams were deeply shocked, eager to immediately battle their opponents and showcase their talents in front of thousands of spectators. When the applause finally quieted down, Emperor Xia continued, "Here, I hope that all soul masters participating in this competition can fully demonstrate their strength and achieve good results. You are all the pride of the Tiando Empire." The applause rang out for the 3rd time, accompanied by the booming sound of cannon fire, and countless colorful balloons burst in the air, creating a beautiful scene of vibrant colors. At this moment, the soul masters in the center of the competition venue had fiery light in their eyes. For them, such a grand competition would be the best stage to showcase themselves. After Emperor Xia returned to his seat, the announcer's voice rang out again. "Next, may I invite Mr. Ning Fengji, the leader of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, to give a speech for this competition." As Ning Fengji stood up, applause erupted once more, with more focused gazes directed at him. As a number 1 support soul master in the soul master world, who wouldn't want to see his charm? Ning Fengji smiled slightly, gesturing with his hands, expressing his happiness to be invited as a guest for the opening of this competition. "I have seen too many rises and falls of soul masters. Only through constant honing can one achieve growth. Just as His Majesty said earlier, today you bring glory to the Empire, and tomorrow the Empire will take pride in you." Listening to Ning Fengji's speech, a sincere smile finally appeared on the face of Emperor Shuya of the Tiando Empire. The announcer asked, "Master Ning, as the most powerful support-type soul master, which participating team do you favor?" Ning Fengji still wore a smile, I indeed have a team in mind that can win the championship. The announcer exclaimed in surprise. Which team has caught Master Ning's eye? Ning Ziyuan smiled mysteriously and said, this seat still wants to keep some suspense, but the final champion will definitely belong to the Empire. Sitting next to the Snow Knight Emperor, the Platinum Bishop, who had been keeping his eyes half closed, opened them at this moment. His eyes looked murky and lacked luster, as he seemed to be searching among the 28 participating teams for the one Ning Fengji mentioned. At this time, the audience had already begun to discuss heatedly, speculating which team Ning Fengji was optimistic about. The clever ones naturally understood that the team he referred to could not be the second team of the Tiando Royal Academy, as their strength was not comparable to that of the first team, which was a seeded team. How could they possibly be the final champion? However, there were a total of 28 teams participating in the preliminary round, and only 5 could make it through, so it was not that easy to guess. Ning Fengji returned to his seat, and the host smiled, saying, unfortunately, we couldn't extract from Sect Master Ning the team he is rooting for. Next, let us invite Lord Salis, the head of the Tiando City Spirit Hall, to conduct the draw for the first round of the preliminary competition. Platinum Bishop Salis slowly stood up, followed by court maids to the host's side, and began the draw. He seemed reluctant to speak, handing the announced pairs of opponents to the host. In the first round of the preliminary competition, Sanghui Academy versus Zixing Academy. In the first round of the preliminary competition, Oakland Academy versus Flame Radiance Academy. In the first round of the preliminary competition, Tiando Royal Academy versus Shrek Academy. In the first round of the preliminary competition, Daiwa Academy versus Dali Academy. Ma Hongjun snorted angrily. I was just looking for a place to vent my anger. And they dare to laugh at us as the spokesperson for Stinky Tofu. Let's see how we deal with you later. Chapter 56. 1 minute to resolve the battle before the match. Master assigned the task of this competition entirely to Shrek's team captain, Xiang Wentian. Thus, Xiang Wentian announced, now I will announce the list of participants. I, Ru Meng, Dai Mubai, Tang San, Xiao Wu, Ma Hongjun, and Zhu Zhuqing will take the stage to compete. Remember, we need to resolve the battle within 1 minute. If we don't make a sound, we will shock everyone. Welcome everyone to the Tiando Great Spirit Arena. I am the referee for this competition, Dodo. Now let us welcome tonight's main event. The second team of the Tiando Royal Academy versus Shrek Academy. As the crowd arrived at the arena, they saw the members of the second team of the Tiando Royal Academy on the opposite side. The opposing team looked disdainfully at Xiang Wentian and the others. Oh, isn't this the Shrek team that's about to represent Stinky Tofu? I see you guys are just here for a formality. When the match starts, hurry up and beg for mercy. Maybe we will be in a good mood and let you off the hook. Ha! The second team of the Tiando Royal Academy mocked. At this moment, Dai Mubai could hardly contain his urge to explode. Xiang Wentian quickly blocked Dai Mubai, saying, don't be impulsive. The match is about to start. There's no need to rush. Once the match begins, use your level 40 ultimate move to teach them a lesson. You have 1 minute to prepare. The match will start in 1 minute. Please unleash your martial souls. Brothers, let our martial souls manifest and make the opponent tremble under our absolute power. The members of the second team of the Tiando Royal Academy displayed their soul rings, which were the best configuration of yellow and purple rings. When the Shrek Academy team activated their martial souls, the entire arena was shocked. Xiang Wentian was surrounded by 6 10,000-year soul rings, slowly moving, creating immense pressure on the members of the Tiando Royal Academy's second team, who stared in disbelief at Xiang Wentian, stunned. Prince Xuexing's face turned extremely ugly as he stared intensely at Xiang Wentian's 6 10,000-year soul rings, shocked in his heart. This is impossible. This absolutely cannot be. Dream God Machine covered his face in pain and said, Your Highness Prince Xuexing, even at this moment, you are still deceiving yourself. This should be the honor of the Tiando Royal Academy. How could this be? A 6-ring soul emperor, and each soul ring is a 10,000-year soul ring. The Snow Knight Emperor exclaimed in shock. It seems that Sect Master Ning has high hopes for this team. Ning Fengji smiled and nodded at the Snow Knight Emperor. At this moment, Ning Fengji was also shocked. This person truly had extraordinary talent. If he could join my 7-treasure glazed tile school, 20 years later the sect would certainly gain a title de law. So, the Shrek Academy team was cultivated by your sect? The Snow Knight Emperor smiled and said, showing a hint of joy in his eyes, not worried about the Tiando Royal Academy's second team encountering such a strong opponent. Ning Fengji smiled slightly and said, the Shrek team is not cultivated by the 7-treasure glazed tile school. It's just that my daughter is also a member of the Shrek team. Initially, they were supposed to join the Tiando Royal Academy, but unfortunately, they were driven away by His Highness Prince Xuexing. They later joined another academy in Tindo City, which is now the predecessor of Shrek Academy, the Lamba Advanced Soul Master Academy. What? The Snow Knight Emperor was shocked, barely restraining himself from turning around to ask Prince Xuexing, but he immediately recalled Dream God Machine's complaints to him, his brows furrowing deeply. Prince Xuexing, this fool, actually let such a talented individual slip away. Oomph. Let me see how I deal with you when I return. If there was anyone here with the best expression, it was Platinum Bishop Salas, as he knew that Xiang Wentian was a disciple of a certain elder from the Spirit Hall. Please both sides prepare. The match begins. Charge. Brothers. Spatial blockade. At this moment, the shocked second team of the Tindo Royal Academy had yet to recover their senses and were directly restricted by the spatial blockade. Furious, Dai Mubai could no longer control himself and unleashed his strongest attack, White Tiger Meteor Shower. With a roar, all the tiger stripes on his powerful body turned golden. With another roar, golden light erupted, and countless fist-sized golden orbs instantly locked onto the opponents in front and bombarded them. At the same time, Xiang Wentian shouted, "Angel Floating Pagoda!" A gigantic, demonic angel illusion appeared out of thin air and followed Xiang Wentian's movements to throw punches. A massive angelic fist smashed toward the members of the Tindo Royal Academy's second team. A series of screams erupted almost simultaneously on the arena, accompanied by the sound of bones cracking, blood splattering, and figures being thrown into the air. Stop. We concede. The leading teacher of the Tindo Royal Academy's second team saw the situation was dire and hurriedly threw a white towel, quickly running onto the stage to stop the Shrek Academy members from continuing to attack. However, it was already too late. The second team of the Tindo Royal Academy was directly knocked off the stage by the violent bombardment of Dai Mubai's White Tiger Meteor Shower and Xiang Wentian's Angel Floating Pagoda. Their fates unknown. The referee had already been stunned earlier when a massive angel illusion of the Angel Floating Pagoda and the dazzling golden light of the White Tiger Meteor Shower filled the arena. Let alone a competition between academies. Such a brutal scene was rarely seen even in the Grand Soul Arena's group battles. Oh my god, are these really a group of students? At this moment, the 80,000 spectators in the Grand Soul Arena were silent. If the Shrek Academy members' clothes had been the subject of their ridicule before, now the Poop Green team uniforms looked so dazzling. The Shrek team demonstrated their strength to the referee and the audience, proving that their slogan, "The champion without opponents is not just empty talk," was indeed true. Undoubtedly, this was a completely one-sided match, or rather a massacre. Yet the ones being eliminated were not the Shrek Academy, as they had expected, but the Tindo Royal Academy's second team, which had been highly anticipated and symbolized the imperial family of the Tindo Empire. At this moment, aside from Xiang Wentian and Dai Mubai, Tang San and the others were still in a daze. Ma Hongjun helplessly said, "You two are too fast. We haven't even made a move, and the opponent is already eliminated." Xiang Wentian patted Dai Mubai's shoulder and turned to smile at everyone, saying, "Are you all feeling better now?" Xiao Wu huffed, "You two feel better, but we haven't even made a move yet. Who told you to be so slow?" Dai Mubai shrugged. "Referee, I want to file a complaint. They're not competing. They're committing murder. They are violating the competition rules. I demand that they be disqualified." Seeing his team members covered in blood, with broken bones and injuries, the leading teacher from the Tindo Royal Academy shouted angrily at the referee. At this moment, the referee had fully realized the situation and turned a stern gaze towards the Shrek Academy team. Xiang Wentian calmly said, "Respected referee, may I ask if they are dead? Moreover, this is a competition. It is only natural for there to be injuries. If one is afraid of being hurt, they might as well go home and hold their children instead of participating in any competition. Are you here to joke around, leader of the Tindo Royal Academy?" At this moment, Master Salas quietly transmitted to the other two referees belonging to the Spirit Hall, "Declare Shrek Academy the winner." The referees glanced this way and that, momentarily unsure how to decide. Just then, two more referees rushed over, and after a brief discussion among the three, the referee on stage announced loudly, "In the first round of the preliminary match, Shrek Academy wins." Boom! The audience erupted into a massive discussion, with voices of doubt, admiration, and even more astonishment. The second team of the prestigious Tindo Royal Academy was unexpectedly defeated by an unknown Soul Master team in just 1 minute. The shock it brought was immense. Emperor Xia stood up with a dark expression, his gaze fixed on the dazed Prince Xuexing, snorting coldly before sweeping away. Ning Fengji followed behind Emperor Xia with a smile as they exited the VIP section, while the Platinum Bishop Salas remained in his seat, seemingly mumbling something. Others couldn't hear Salas's voice, but Xiang Wentian could hear it clearly. With me here, you don't need to worry. No one dares to trouble you. Could it be that the Platinum Bishop Salas was a Contra-level powerhouse? Xiang Wentian turned to the Platinum Bishop and smiled. Thank you, Senior. Salas nodded with a smile at Xiang Wentian before getting up and leaving the VIP section. Lu Ming asked, Brother, what are you talking about? Xiang Wentian smiled and said, Oh, it's nothing. Let us go. Chapter 57. Ning Fengji. The members of the Shrek squad arrived at the viewing platform belonging to Shrek Academy. From a distance, Flanders saw the kids walking towards them. With a beaming smile, Flanders said, Little monsters, your performance has surprised me. It seems at this time the costume advertisement fee is secured. Ma Hongjun ran forward excitedly and said, Teacher, hurry up and take the advertisement. We performed so well. The advertisement fee should be substantial. When we have money, we must first change our school uniforms, and the new uniforms must be designed by our Shrek squad. Upon hearing Ma Hongjun's words, Flanders was not angry. Instead, he smiled and said, You are so troublesome. If the advertisement fee is sufficient, I'll let you little monsters design the new uniforms. Great. Dean Flanders, you are the best. I wholeheartedly agree. Oscar shouted excitedly. Why are you so happy so early? Dean Flanders hasn't even gone to take the advertisement yet. It's not too late to celebrate after he gets the advertisement. Xiang Wentian poured a cold bucket of water on everyone's enthusiasm. Dai Mubai patted Ma Hongjun on the shoulder and said, Wentian is right. We'll celebrate after Dean Flanders gets the advertisement. Everyone left the Great Soul Arena in Heavendo City. The competition for today was over, and they would come back for the next round in cloudy weather. Upon returning to Shrek Academy, Zhao Wujin immediately found Ning Rongrong. The sect master is in the reception room and wants to meet you and the members of the Shrek squad. Ning Rongrong exclaimed excitedly, Teacher Zhao, my dad is here. Zhao Wujin nodded with a smile. Ning Rongrong turned to Xiang Wentian and said, Brother Tian, my dad wants to meet our Shrek squad. Is that okay? Xiang Wentian smiled and said, Of course, it is our honor to meet the third clan of the world, the Shrek team. Let's go. The group arrived in the reception room and saw Ning Fengji and two elders enjoying tea. Ning Rongrong, upon seeing Ning Fengji and the two elders, excitedly called out, Dad. Grandpa Jian, Grandpa Bone. The members of the Shrek team bowed and said, Greetings, Sect Master Ning, Douluo Jian, Douluo Bone. Ning Fengji smiled lightly and said, No need for such formalities. Your performance today was outstanding, worthy of being praised as the golden generation of Shrek Academy by Zhao Wuji. Sect Master Ning has overpraised us. Xiang Wentian humbly replied. Ning Fengji turned to Ning Rongrong and said, Rongrong, aren't you going to introduce your friends to your dad? Ning Rongrong smiled sweetly and said, Okay, Dad, this is our Shrek team captain, Xiang Wentian, a 65th level assault type battle spirit emperor. Ning Fengji squinted his eyes and looked at Xiang Wentian, saying, You are the Xiang Wentian that Rongrong often mentions. Xiang Wentian respectfully said, Yes, Master Ning, I am Xiang Wentian. Ning Rongrong continued, This is our Shrek team's vice captain, Ru Meng, level 58 assault system Soul King. Team member, Dai Mubai, level 49 assault system Soul Emperor. Dad, this is Tang San, you have met before, level 48 control system Soul Emperor. Team member, Softbone Enchantress Xiao Wu, level 40 assault system Soul Master. Team member, Evil Fire Phoenix Ma Hongjun, level 46 assault system Soul Emperor. Team member, Ghostly Spirit Cat Zhu Zhuqing, level 49 agility system Soul Emperor. Team member, Sausage Specialist Oscar, level 48 support system Tool Soul Emperor. After Ning Rongrong finished the introductions, Ning Fengji and Jian Bondal were both shocked. Although they had mentally prepared themselves for this, hearing Ning Rongrong's introductions still left them in disbelief. The three never expected that these children, at such a young age, could achieve such high levels of soul power and accomplishments. Ning Fengji looked at everyone and smiled. Do you want to join the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School? Ma Hongjun stepped forward, patting his chest, and said, Master Ning, may I ask if you have any daughters as beautiful as Rongrong? If you do, I will immediately go to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School to be his son-in-law. Ning Fengji laughed. I only have one daughter, Rongrong. If she is willing, I welcome you to come to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School as a son-in-law. Upon hearing that Ning Fengji only had Rongrong as a daughter, Ma Hongjun immediately looked disappointed and said, Oh, then forget it. Seeing the Shrek team members silent, Ning Fengji hurriedly found a way out. Smiling, The doors of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School are always open to you. All right, Rong. Dad has things to attend to. I'll leave first. When you have time, bring your friends to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School as guests. Ning Rong waved and said, "Goodbye, Dad. Goodbye, Grandpa Jian. Goodbye, Grandpa Bone." Chapter 58. Great Way Academy. The next day, the weather was fine, with clear skies and sunshine illuminating the earth, everything radiating a brilliant glow. Xiang Wentian stretched lazily and said, "Today is a nice day. I have absolute confidence in today's match. In the face of absolute power, any tricks are just decorations." Shrek team members, assemble. Xiang Wentian shouted. In less than a minute, everyone gathered in front of Xiang Wentian. Today is our second day of competition. Are you feeling any pressure? Xiang Wentian asked. No. Everyone answered in unison. At this moment, Lu Erlong approached Xiang Wentian and said, "Wentian, today I want to take Xiao Wu to hunt for a spirit ring. Will it affect your match?" "Oh, I almost forgot," Xiang Wentian said while patting his forehead. "Xiao Wu hasn't hunted for her 4th spirit ring yet. You can take her. It won't affect the match." Lu Erlong nodded to Xiang Wentian and turned to Xiao Wu, saying, "Xiao Wu, let's go." After Lu Erlong took Xiao Wu away, Xiang Wentian said, "We're one person short in the team. Who wants to participate in the match?" Shimin Shui looked around, saw no one speaking, and stood up, saying, "If no one else is going, I'll go. It'll be like going out for fun. No time to waste, let's go." Xiang Wentian said to everyone. At the venue of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Competition, today's selection was based on a draw. As the captain of the Shrek team, Xiang Wentian naturally went to draw lots himself. Xiang Wentian approached the stage and saw a fashionable beauty holding a tray with a draw tube on it. He took out a bamboo stick, and he saw that it was labeled Great Wa Academy. Back in the waiting room, Xiang Wentian told everyone about the academy he had drawn. "What is Great Wa Academy? I seem to have never heard of it," Ma Hongjun asked. "Does anyone know?" Xiang Wentian looked at the crowd, just as everyone was shaking their heads. Shimin Shui stepped forward and said coldly, "Great Wa Academy is a small academy affiliated with the Tiando Empire. I heard about it in the sect. It is said that this academy is made up entirely of Ronin." "Ronin? Where Ronin?" Tang Xin asked. Shimin Shui replied coldly, "Ronin are wandering warriors," referring to the Ronin of Wa country. "Forget it, it doesn't matter. Whether they are wayward or lewd, we'll just take them down directly," Xiang Wentian said. "Right? Fight while alive, count it dead," Ma Hongjun added. At this moment, a voice came from the Soul Guide. "Now, please welcome the Great Wa Academy team to battle the Shrek Academy team. Let's see the strength comparison of both sides." Shrek Academy team captain, Xiang Wentian. MartialSoul, Demon Angel, level 65 Assault System, Soul Emperor. Vice Captain, Ru Ming, MartialSoul, Seraphim, level 58 Assault System, Soul King. Team member, Dai Mubai. MartialSoul, White Tiger, level 49 Assault System, Soul Master. Team member, Tang San, MartialSoul, Blue Silvergrass, level 48 Control System, Soul Master. Team member, Ma Hongjun, MartialSoul, Phoenix, level 46 Assault System, Soul Master. Team member, Zhu Zhuqing, MartialSoul, Go Shadowcat, level 49 Agility System, Soul Master. Shrek student, Shimin Shui. MartialSoul, Heavenly Sword, level 63 Assault System, Soul Emperor. Today, Shrek Academy has an unfamiliar face, surprisingly a Soul Emperor, which is truly astonishing. Let's see what surprises Great Wa Academy will bring us. Great Wa Academy team captain, Meichuan Naiku, MartialSoul, SHT, level 53 Assault System, Soul King. Vice captain, Meichuan Kucha, MartialSoul, Tengu, level 51 Assault System, Soul King. Team member, Meichuan Xiangzhao, MartialSoul, Hummingbird, level 48 Agility System, Soul Master. Team member, Kamikawa Naiku, MartialSoul, Unkillable, level 46 Control System, Soul Master. Unkillable is a type of resilient grass. Team member, Shimokawa Beishin, MartialSoul, Ghost Head Knife, level 45 Assault System, Soul Master. Team member, Combinado, MartialSoul, Shining Flute, level 43 Support System, Soul Master. Team member, Giant Mujium, MartialSoul, Ronin Blade, level 41 Assault System, Soul Master. Both sides prepared, and the match began. Warriors of Great Wa, for the honor of our country and academy. Let the screams of our opponents prove your strength. The leader of Great Wa Academy shouted from the arena. Yes, let the screams and broken bones of our opponents prove how powerful Great Wa is. Meichuan Naiku roared from the stage. Hey, could you please see clearly first? Did you put your underwear on your head? Can't you see our strength? The match hasn't even started yet. You bizarre creatures, what are you shouting about? Xiang Wentian said disdainfully. Baka, how dare you call us bizarre creatures? Meichuan Kucha pointed at Xiang Wentian and shouted angrily. Am I wrong? Look at you bizarre creatures. Meichuan Naiku isn't wearing underwear, and Meichuan Kucha isn't wearing shorts. What about any of you looking human? Xiang Wentian mocked. I'm so angry. I want to fight you to the death. Meichuan Naiku shouted incessantly. Referee, hurry and start. Look at them jumping around and making noise, Xiang Wentian said to the referee. Dodo. Dodo glanced at Xiang Wentian and said, Okay, both sides prepare. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, the match begins. Underwear formation. Meichuan Naiku shouted to Meichuan Kucha. 6 people surrounded Meichuan Naiku in the center, and all of their soul power was infused into Meichuan Naiku. Ha ha, did you not expect this, Tiendo sickly ones? My SHT, as a top-level martial soul, can absorb soul power to temporarily increase my own soul power level. Today, I will cripple all of you talented individuals from the Tiendo Empire to realize our great Wa's ultimate plan for great revival, Meichuan Naiku said frantically. At this moment, a yellow mist appeared on the arena, obscuring the view from the outside, and the sounds could not penetrate either. What is happening on the stage? Why can't we see anything? Yes, and no sounds are coming out either. It's really frustrating for the audience, the spectators said in confusion. On the Shrek observation platform, Flinder said to the master, I hope the kids are okay. Don't worry, I have confidence in the kids, the master replied with a smile. Xiang Wentian anxiously said in the yellow mist. Everyone, step back behind me. I'll go ahead and scout the way. Xiang Wentian leaped into the air and rushed to the front of the arena. At this moment, the injected soul power made Meichuan Naiku's body swell up a size. Look like a rice dumpling. My soul power has reached level 70. Let's see how you can fight me now. All of you can die, he declared. Third soul skill. SHT no Ma Drunken Demon Claw. A giant skeletal claw reached out towards Xiang Wentian. Upon seeing the skeletal claw, Xiang Wentian remained calm and shouted, Buddha's palm. 9th style, 10,000 Buddhas worship the ancestor. A giant golden palm struck towards the skeletal claw, which shattered as if it had met its nemesis, and the golden palm continued to rush forward. A scream came from ahead, and the yellow mist dispersed in response. Once the mist cleared, Xiang Wentian saw that the opposing formation was still intact, except for a trace of blood at the corner of Meichuan Naiku's mouth. Now, while the mist is gone, everyone charge together and break their formation, Xiang Wentian shouted. Meichuan Naiku sneered. You want to break our formation? Not a chance. You forced my hand. Xiang Wentian saw Meichuan Naiku slap his own crown with a palm, blood splattering everywhere. However, this blood did not fall to the ground, but was devoured by the SHT MartialSoul. After devouring Meichuan Naiku's blood, the SHT MartialSoul turned blood red and unexpectedly detached from its host, attacking Xiang Wentian. At this moment, Shimin Chue Shui and Ru Meng witnessed such a bloody and bizarre scene, and both rushed towards Xiang Wentian, wanting to help him attack the SHT MartialSoul. Xiang Wentian shouted at the top of his lungs. Quickly break their formation. Don't worry about me. Shimin Chue and Ru Meng heard Xiang Wentian's words and charged towards the opponent's formation together with the Shrek team. The 6th spirit skill, Angel Pagoda. A huge demon angel phantom appeared. Xiang Wentian hurriedly threw a punch, and a loud bang echoed. The SHT spirit did not suffer any damage and continued to rush towards Xiang Wentian at high speed. If one punch doesn't work, then 2 punches. If 2 punches don't work, then 4 punches. The sound of explosions continued unabated. Just as Xiang Wentian threw his 9th punch, the SHT spirit finally exploded in front of him, like a watermelon bursting, blood splattering everywhere, accompanied by a chilling scream that made Xiang Wentian's scalp tingle. At this moment, the already weakened Meichuan Naiku seemed to be hit hard, blood gushing out. Meanwhile, the opponent's formation was also shattered by the other 6 members of the Shrek team, sending them flying. At this time, the referee Dodo was also deafened by the booming sounds of the battle. Seeing the decisive moment on the stage, Dodo quickly shouted, Shrek Academy versus the Way Academy. Shrek Academy wins. As the referee Dodo announced Shrek Academy's victory, thunderous applause erupted from the audience. It was truly spectacular. Who would have thought Shrek Academy was so strong? Yes, I'm glad I bet on Shrek Academy. Otherwise, I would have lost big time. You made a fortune, but unfortunately, I bet on the Way Academy, and I've lost my stake. The Emperor of Snowy Night smiled and said, "This Shrek Academy team continues to surprise me." At this moment, countless merchants rushed to the Shrek Academy viewing area, wanted to buy an advertising spot from Flanders. Flanders was grinning so widely it seemed his teeth might fly out, saying, all right, everyone line up one at a time. There are plenty of advertising spots. Chapter 60, Elephant Armor Academy. In the evening, the Shrek team arrived at the principal's office. Xiang Wentian saw Flanders drinking a little wine and humming an unknown tune. Principal Flanders, you've made quite a bit of money from the advertising fees and the betting today. Isn't it time to fulfill your promise? Good. No problem, Flanders replied with a smile, his eyes squinting. Xiang Wentian took out a costume design drawing created by the Shrek team. I asked at the clothing store, and these school uniforms need 500 gold soul coins to be made. Dean, what do you think? What? 500 gold soul coins? What kind of school uniform is that expensive? Flanders exclaimed. Dean, please don't be too excited. This is a black gold luxury outfit. Of course it costs a bit more. Xiang Wentian explained. No way. I'll give you at most 100 gold soul coins, Flanders said, holding up a finger with a sly grin. Xiang Wentian looked at Flanders with a smile on his lips and said, since the dean doesn't keep his promises, we'll have no choice but to deliberately lose tomorrow's match and ruin your advertisement completely. You dare to mess around. See if I 1T beat you to death. 500 gold soul coins is just 500 gold soul coins. I'll admit defeat this time. Just wait until the match is over. And see how I deal with you, Flanders snorted angrily. Upon seeing that Dean Flanders had agreed, everyone immediately walked out of the dean's office with great excitement. Dai Mubai said excitedly, brothers, let's go. Tonight I'll treat everyone to a big meal. All right, Mubai is the coolest. Ma Ongjunchiud. The new school uniforms were rushed overnight by the clothing store and finally completed the next morning. Everyone put on the new uniforms, feeling much more relaxed. But the chaotic advertisements plastered all over the uniforms left them feeling quite depressed, yet there was nothing they could do about it. The advertisements on their uniforms read, don't just look at the high price of this product. If you buy a cheap water heater, it will plunge you into deep water and intense heat. From a certain water heater advertiser. Hiring a female secretary. Requirements. Looks like a young girl. Thinks like an adult man. Acts like a mature woman. Works like a donkey. Infamous. Fragrant for miles. Smell the stink. Taste the fragrance. After eating Zhuang brand stinky tofu, you will know the taste of meat for 3 days. A different flavor. A stink lasting 1,000 years. Savor it without sniffing. It only smells good. No stink. Sniff first, then taste. It's the best in the world. The nose's rejection, the tongue's temptation, gives you an absolute flavor that makes you feel absolutely satisfied. This year, no gifts for the festival, only accepting Explosion brand condoms as gifts. Everyone was shocked to find they were actually endorsing stinky tofu, sweating profusely. As the preliminary matches commenced, Shrek Academy left a deep impression on the audience. Although the battles were not long, the 7 members of Shrek Academy showcased a crazy explosive power, especially Xiang Wentian's somewhat cruel attacking methods and the deafening roars, which left the audience in awe. The display of strength made the spectators no longer underestimate this team, which was covered in advertisements and dressed oddly. Entering the Grand Soul Arena under the gaze of the audience, 2 staff members immediately approached them, leading them to the waiting room for competing teams. Upon seeing Shrek Academy arrive, members from other academies cast many glances, with the most attention undoubtedly on the completely black Xiang Wentian and the similarly ranked Soul Emperor, Shimin Chui Shui. Demonstrating strength was indeed the best way to prove oneself, but they were more concerned with how to defeat the Shrek Academy team. After drawing lots today, Xiang Wentian went directly back to the waiting room of Shrek Academy. Xiang Wentian, who is our opponent today? Tang Xin asked. It's the Elephant Armor Academy. Upon hearing these 4 words, Xiang Wentian noticed that, aside from Shimin Chui Shui and Ru Ming, the expressions of the other members of the Shrek team became serious. They were all too aware of what the words Elephant Armor Academy represented. Just like the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School is known as the strongest support sect, the Elephant Armor Academy has its own title, the strongest defense sect. The ancestral martial soul of the Elephant Armor Academy is called Diamond Mammoth, a super martial soul with extremely high defensive power, primarily characterized by strength and defense. Among martial souls of the same rank, hardly any soul master can break through their defenses. If it weren't for the fact that the Elephant Armor sect does not have a title Douluo, their ranking might not be just 6th among the 7 sections. Nevertheless, the sect master, an 87th level soul, Douluo, can withstand some non-main offensive title Douluos with his formidable defensive power. This shows the strength of their martial soul. Why do you all have such expressions? It's just a diamond mammoth. What's so surprising about it? Xiang Wentian laughed. Tang Sen replied seriously, Wentian, let Rong Rong replace Ma Hongjun. With Rong Rong's support, our overall attack power will be stronger, and we will have more chances of winning. Shimin Chue Shui said to Tang San. Do you think our attacks can't break through their defenses? That's not what I mean, I'm just worried. Before Tang San could finish his sentence, Xiang Wentian said, Tang San is right. Let's have Rong Rong replace Ma Hongjun. Dai Mubai noticed that Ma Hongjun's expression looked a bit bad, so he smiled and said, Hongjun, don't have any other thoughts. Your martial soul is fire attribute and can't roast a diamond mammoth. The captain is considering the overall situation, so understand. Ma Hongjun reluctantly said, all right then, I was planning to show off during the match and hit on some girls, but now that's all gone. Hearing Ma Hongjun's words, everyone burst into laughter. At that moment, the door of the waiting room suddenly opened, and the master walked in, saying to everyone, I see that your opponent today is the Elephant Armor Academy. Are you feeling pressured? Don't worry, master. With such a strong lineup, we don't need you to command us except for the finals. You can just relax and watch. Xiang Wentian smiled. All right, the match is about to begin, so get ready. I'll take my leave now, the master said, scanning the crowd before turning to leave. Chapter 61. Elephant Armor Academy versus Shrek Academy. Hello, everyone. I'm a host, Dodo. Today, on the Central Fighting Spirit Arena, the teams competing are Elephant Armor Academy and Shrek Academy. Please welcome both teams to the stage. The elite competition of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy is about to officially begin today. As an annual grand event of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academies, the guest seating is different from the first day, with 2 more people joining. In addition to Ning Fengji, the sect master of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, the Snow Knight Emperor, and the Platinum Bishop Salis, there are 2 more people sitting in the front row. One is Gu Rong, one of the 2 guardian Douluos of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, and the other person looks quite unusual. Not only did many imperial high-ranking officials in the guest area cast their gazes upon him, but even the spectators in the more distant stands also noticed his presence. This is because this person's appearance is extraordinarily tall. Judging by visual estimation, this person is at least 3 meters tall, sitting there like a mountain of muscles. His skin is dark, with explosive muscles and a pair of large, bronze-like eyes. There seems to be a special glow on his dark skin, giving an indescribable sense of oppression as he sits there. Ning Fengji did not expect this person to appear in the guest area. The Douluo next to him whispered, Fengji, why is that old guy Hu Yinjin here too? Ning Fengji replied through voice transmission, look at who Elephant Armor Academy's opponent is today, and you'll understand. The Elephant Armor sect has had close ties with the Spirit Hall over the years. Otherwise, how could he qualify to sit here? Gu Rong smiled slightly and said, it seems that this year's Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Competition is getting more interesting. Indeed, as you said, they're the golden generation of Soul Masters. When you predicted they would be the golden generation, I had some doubts. But now it seems to be true. As they were talking, Ning Fengji saw Ning Rong Rong actually appearing on the arena. Gu Shu, look, Rong Rong is also on stage for the competition. Oh, the Douluo exclaimed lightly and laughed. This makes it even more interesting. I want to see how strong our little princess of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School really is. Gu Shu, then let's wait and see. I want to see what kind of surprise our little witch from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School will bring me. Ning Fengji said with a smile. At this moment, on the arena, when the 7 members of the Elephant Armor Academy stepped onto the central competition stage, the entire stage trembled with their steps. It looked like 7 mountains of flesh rather than just 7 people. All of them had their upper bodies bare, wearing only long pants, with strange patterns covering their faces. Among the 7 contestants from the Elephant Armor Academy, the shortest one was over 2 meters tall, while the tallest one exceeded 2.5 meters. Standing in front of the Shrek Academy members, they were towering above them. More terrifying than their height was their weight. Just by visual estimation, Xiang Wentian could tell that the smallest one among them weighed at least over 300 jin, while the tallest one probably weighed over 500 jin. Their explosive muscles made them look imposing, though the only somewhat comical aspect was their Mongolian hairstyles. The captain of the Elephant Armor Academy stood in the center, took a step forward, and with his legs apart. The ground of the competition stage shook with a loud rumble. The captain of the Elephant Armor Academy, Huyin Tiniu, a 58th level defense-type Soul King, bellowed with a deep voice, glaring at Xiang Wentian with his large, bronze-like eyes. Xiang Wentian pinched his nose and weakly said, Little Niu, why are you speaking so loudly? I can hear you. Huyin Tian Niu glared at Xiang Wentian and shouted angrily. Do you dare to underestimate me? I wouldn't dare, little Neo. Tonight, our Shrek team wants to eat beef tendon. Can we borrow your cow hoof for a bit? Xiang Wentian said nonchalantly. Ha ha ha. Huyin Tianyo laughed loudly. You want to provoke me and throw me off balance. Your idea is good, but unfortunately, I won't fall for it. Chapter 62. Xiang Wentian watches the battle. Both sides are ready. The match begins. At the moment, the host shouted start. Shimin Shui patted Xiang Wentian's shoulder and said arrogantly, Wentian, you've already taken enough of the spotlight on the stage. This time, let us handle it. You just watch from the side. What do you mean I've taken enough of the spotlight? I'm also trying to win a match. Xiang Wentian retorted. Dai Mubai gave Xiang Wentian a reassuring look and said, in the last match, we hardly exerted ourselves. The Dawan Academy's formation was broken without much effort. This time, with Rongrong's support and our combined soul power far exceeding that of the Xiangjia Academy. Just watch. Tangson smiled and said, Wentian, watch how I control them and see how we win cleanly. Okay, the majority rules, so I'll just watch from the side, Xiang Wentian said helplessly. Shimin Shui glanced meaningfully at Xiang Wentian, then dashed towards the Xiangjia Academy, shouting, Huyin Tianyo, your opponent is me. Third soul skill, heaven-defying sword. Huyin Tianyo's charging figure suddenly halted as he saw a massive white sword shooting towards him at incredible speed. Third soul skill, Xiangjia defense. The 7 strong men from Xiangjia Academy lined up in front, each holding a giant shield. With a loud bang, the white giant sword struck the Xiangjia giant shield, shattering it instantly. Huyin Tianyo was momentarily dazed, and before he could react, the white sword pierced through the broken shield and struck directly at his chest, causing him to feel a sharp pain and spit out a mouthful of blood. At this moment, the other 6 members of Xiangjia Academy rushed forward, wanting to protect Huyin Tianyo with their bodies. However, before they could act, the blue-silver prison firmly trapped them all inside. Good opportunity. Dai Mubai shouted excitedly, everyone go for it. Rong, give your all to assist. Hearing Dai Mubai's enthusiastic shout, Ning Rongrong smiled and said, first is strength, second is speed, third is soul. 6 colorful lights shot towards each member of the Shrek team. The members who received Ning Rongrong's support were thrilled. Dai Mubai roared, third soul skill, White Tiger Diamond Transformation, fourth soul skill, White Tiger Meteor Shower. At this moment, Dai Mubai used 2 skills in quick succession. Seeing Dai Mubai unleash a powerful attack, Shimin Shui was not to be outdone and shouted, Unity of Man and Sword. Sword God S smile. Rumeng, witnessing such a powerful assault aimed at Xiangjia Academy, felt reluctant and thought, if I attack, will the opponent lose their life? Forget it, it doesn't matter. Fourth soul skill, Burning Heaven's Fiery Flame. Good opportunity. Zhu Zhuqing shouted, fourth soul skill, Nether Shadow Clone. As 2 skills attacked Xiangjia Academy simultaneously. At this moment, Tang San was struggling to control the members of Xiangjia Academy, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Boom, crackle, wish. The central area of the Xiangjia Academy team was filled with deafening sounds, flames filling the sky, colorful soul skills, and explosions on the stage, accompanied by screams, sounds of bones breaking, and blood splattering, painting a magnificent yet bloody scene of overwhelming dominance. Cheers, curses, gasps of astonishment, and sharp intakes of breath filled the audience, creating a continuous cacophony. Stop! Huyin Jun, the head of Xiangjia sect, roared, Xiangjia Academy concedes. Hearing Huyin Jun's roar, the Shrek team immediately ceased their soul skill output. This is not a match, this is a massacre. Lord Salus, I demand that Shrek Academy be disqualified from this tournament. Leaning against the VIP seats, Bishop Salus transmitted to Xiang Wentian. You guys have gone a bit too far this time. What do you plan to do? Xiang Wentian said to himself. Of course. We have to give our all in the competition. Why are you asking me what to do? Are you dumb? So, he quietly shook his head at Salus. The platinum coach Salus smiled at Huyin Jun and said, Huyin Zhongzhu, in a competition, it's normal for fists and feet to not have eyes. How about this? For this match, let Shrek Academy cover all the medical expenses of Xiangjia Academy. Huyin Jun noticed that Salus was signaling to him. So he sent a voice transmission to Salus. Lord Salus, I am supporting the Spear Hall. Why are you biased towards them? Salus also transmitted back to Huyin Jun. It's not that I'm biased towards them. It's because the captain of the Shrek team, Xiang Wentian, is a disciple of one of our Spirit Hall elders, and also because Shui Yi and Ning Fingji are optimistic about Shrek Academy. If I oppose the Shrek team alone, they both will likely obstruct me. Huyin Jin hesitated for a while and said, All right then, this time I, Yinjun, admit defeat. On the arena, the host announced, Shrek Academy versus Xiangjia Academy. Shrek Academy wins. The audience erupted in cheers. At the same time, the 5 major elemental academies looked at the Shrek team with serious expressions. Each academy was thinking about how they would win if they were facing the Shrek Academy team today, especially since their captain Xiang Wentian hadn't even made a move, which undoubtedly raised their perception of the Shrek team's strength even further. Chapter 63. Void Mirage. At this moment, Ning Fengji was smiling broadly, watching the Shrek team cheering on the arena, and couldn't he help but praise them in his heart. It seems that Rong joining the Shrek team was undoubtedly a very correct choice. Beside him, Douluo laughed heartily. Haha, great. Truly great. As expected of our 7 treasure Glazed Tile School's support soul master, with Rong assisting, Xiangjia sect is like a grandson, beaten to a pulp. Hu Yanjun, who was already fuming, heard Douluo's words and snorted in anger, standing up from the VIP seat. No one from the other academies dared to guarantee that they could break through Xiangjia sect's defensive formation so quickly, let alone defeat it. What shocked them was that such a powerful defensive formation was eliminated under the Shrek team's overwhelming attacks. The audience was completely ecstatic at the moment the match ended. At the beginning, only a few people were shouting the name of Shrek Academy, but now it was like a fuse had been ignited, and more people were shouting. When the 7 members of the Shrek team walked off the competition stage, the audience had even forgotten that there were still several matches left to finish, and the entire stand had erupted into waves of cheers for Shrek Academy. The vast majority of the audience were not soul masters. As the saying goes, outsiders watch the excitement. The dazzling performance brought to them by the Shrek team was simply the most spectacular match. Whether it was Tang San's blue-silver prison at the beginning, or the extremely impressive white tiger meteor shower, the unity of man and sword, and various powerful soul skills like burning heaven flames, left the audience in shock and made a deep impression on them. Moreover, the huge difference in physique between the two sides led the audience to initially view the Shrek team as the weaker side, and sympathizing with the weak was an emotion that ordinary people often felt. So when the Shrek team defeated Xiangjia Academy with overwhelming momentum, the audience saw it as a classic miracle of the weak defeating the strong. On the viewing platform of Shrek Academy, countless merchants surrounded Flander, with colorful contracts fluttering above their heads. Flander's face was as bright as a chrysanthemum, saying, "Good, good, good. Don't worry, there are plenty of advertising spots." At this moment, Xiang Wentian noticed that Flander had a gold tooth. So he said to those around him, "When did Dean Flander get a gold tooth?" Ma Hongjun exclaimed in disbelief. "What? Dean Flander actually used the advertising fees we earned to get a gold tooth. This is extremely shameless." "Wait, no. I remember Dean Flander's front teeth were fine before. How could they suddenly be replaced with gold?" Tang Xin questioned. Oscar, holding his mouth, looked at Flander, surrounded by numerous merchants, with disdain, and said, "Can't you see? It must be because he boasted too much and it got blown away." Dai Mubai said, "Oscar, isn't what you said about Dean Flander a bit too harsh? What is harsh about it? If they don't let us spend money, are we not allowed to speak?" Oscar said unhappily. At this moment, Emperor Shui Yi was still smiling, whispering something to Ning Fengji, the leader of the 7 treasure Glazed Tile School. Behind them, the 3 commissioners of the Tiando Royal Academy were glaring angrily at Prince Shui Xing. The prince, who had just been reprimanded by Emperor Shui Yi the day before, was now speechless. Even if his perception was poor, he could see how powerful and promising the Shrek Academy team was. He couldn't help but secretly regret listening to the 4th Prince Shui Bong and driving these people away. After all, this honor should have belonged to the Tiando Royal Academy. At this moment, Xiang Wentian said to everyone, "Let's go back to the academy together. Let us have a big meal while we're at it. I still have a dozen gold soul coins we can eat once." Ma Hongjun reacted the fastest, saying, "Great, great, great." Everyone laughed at Ma Hongjun's eager expression. At this moment, no one from Shrek noticed that a pair of cold eyes were closely watching them. After leaving the Great Soul Arena, everyone saw a home-style restaurant about 1,000 meters ahead, so they walked towards it, preparing to have a big meal. It was still morning, the sun was shining brightly, and the warm light gave a cozy feeling. For some reason, Xiang Wentian felt that the 1,000-meter journey seemed a bit long today. The others were still chatting and laughing, completely unaware that danger was approaching. "Stop!" Xiang Wentian made a stopping gesture and cautiously looked around. At this moment, Ma Hongjun boldly said, "Brother Tian, there are so many people on the road. What could possibly happen?" Xiang Wentian said cautiously. Haven't you noticed something strange? We are only a little over 1,000 meters away from the homestyle restaurant. Yet we have already walked over 2,000 steps. Logically, we should have arrived at the restaurant by now, but we are still nearly 500 meters away. Don't you find that odd? Ma Hongjun scratched his head and pondered. Brother Tian, I didn't notice it until you mentioned it, but now that you say it, it does seem a bit strange. At that moment, Tang San had quietly activated his purple extreme magic eye. After taking the Wangchuan Qiushui Du, Tang San's purple extreme magic eye had reached the point where it could see through illusions. He then said, "It's an illusion. Everyone be careful." Warned Xiang Wentian, "This is an illusory void. Someone has tried to harm us. Everyone be on guard and prepare for battle." Chapter 64, Soul Bone. Xiang Wentian quietly asked Tang San, "Can you locate the enemy?" "The enemy is just 500 meters behind us, an old man," Tang San quietly told everyone. 500 meters is enough distance. Xiang Wentian's eyes widened as he jumped up, turning in midair, and shouted, "Rulai Divine Palm, 10th style, Rulai exterminates demons." A gigantic golden Buddhist handprint was pushed forward with incredible speed. Boom! A loud sound echoed as the illusion shattered. At this moment, everyone realized that the homestyle restaurant was actually 800 meters behind them. This person is a soul sane above level 70. Let's all work together to take him down. Hearing Xiang Wentian's furious shout, everyone rushed towards the enemy alongside him. At this time, the old man had already been severely injured by the Rulai Divine Palm attack. Seeing the Shrek team rushing towards him, he felt both nervous and confused. He was nervous because he was seriously injured and his combat power had greatly diminished. Seeing 7 or 8 capable young people charging at him, he knew he was no match for them. Retreating was the best strategy. He was confused because these young people should have been killed by him in his dream. How could they discover his location and launch such a powerful attack that left him heavily wounded and wanting to flee? However, regardless of the old man's confusion, the situation had already unfolded, and escaping was now his only chance. Yet, as a soul saint, his dignity did not allow him to flee, but at this moment, he could no longer afford to care about dignity. Seeing the other party trying to escape, Xiang Wentian hurriedly shouted, "Zhu Zhuqing, go, and hold him back. This person must die today." As the fastest agility attack type soul master among the group, Zhu Zhuqing was undoubtedly the best choice to stop him. Upon hearing the captain's command, Zhu Zhuqing immediately unleashed her 4th soul skill, Phantom Shadow Clone. 2 Zhu Zukings rushed towards the enemy at high speed. With the enhancement of the 9 treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda's second ability, a colorful light enveloped Zhu Zhuqing, further increasing her speed. The opponent was not an agility attack type soul master, and speed was undoubtedly the old man's weakness. Before he could get far, Zhu Zhuqing caught up to him. Using her 2nd soul skill, Phantom 100 Claws, the old man was shocked to see hundreds of claw shadows attacking him. How can they be so fast? Despite his surprise, the old man did not stop his actions and directly attacked Zhu Zhuqing. He could never have imagined that an agility attack type soul master, boosted by the world's #1 support type soul master, had surpassed the limits of agility attack type soul masters. Just as the old man was about to attack Zhu Zhuqing, Xiang Wentian's spatial blockade and Tang San's blue-silver prison arrived just in time, completely immobilizing the old man on the spot. Seeing the old man thoroughly restrained, everyone was filled with rage and unleashed their most powerful attacks. 5th soul skill, Angel's Flame Slash. 4th soul skill, Sky Burning Flame. 4th soul skill, White Tiger Meteor Shower. After several loud explosions, the old man was completely knocked unconscious. The Shrek team approached. Ma Hongjun, upon seeing the old man's face, exclaimed, "Isn't this the teacher from Songhui Academy, Xinian?" "Yes, this is Xinian. I've heard from Dean Flender that this person is narrow-minded and vindictive. He's not a good person." "Wentian, let's deal with him," Dai Mubai said. Xiang Wentian said, "Ru Meng, use your blazing flames to destroy this person completely." Ru Meng stretched out his hand and unleashed a wave of fire, leaving nothing but ashes, with only a soul bone remaining. It was pitiful for a generation of soul saints to be quietly eliminated while just unconscious. Ma Hongjun excitedly picked up the soul bone from the ground and said, "A soul bone is a soul bone. This is a mental type soul bone. Let's let Tang San and Ning Rongrong share it." He spoke to Xiang Wentian. Since everyone here, apart from Tang San and Ning Rongrong, did not focus on mental cultivation, giving it to the 2 of them was undoubtedly the most suitable choice. Tang San took the soul bone and shook his head, saying, "Although this soul bone focuses on mental attributes, it doesn't quite align with my attributes. Let Rongrong absorb it. This soul bone belongs to everyone. I can't take it. Ning Rongrong sight. Xiang Wentian smiled and said to Ning Rongrong, you should accept it for now. When we obtain other soul bones in the future, we can distribute them to others. Ning Rongrong looked at everyone nodding at her, indicating that she should accept it. So she took the soul bone and said, that's settled then. Once we get other soul bones in the future, I won't ask for more. All right, let's hurry and leave before the Imperial City Guard arrives. Rongrong, you can absorb this soul bone after you get to the academy. Chapter 65. The ticket fails because the commotion caused by everyone in the Heaven-Do Imperial City was too great. They didn't eat at the home-style restaurant, but returned to the Shrek Academy cafeteria, where Tang San cooked a lavish lunch for everyone. At this time, Ning Rongrong was not present because she had gone back to her dormitory to absorb the soul bone. Meanwhile, everyone was happily indulging in food and drink to celebrate their victory in the competition and the killing of a hidden enemy. To keep the incident of the killing a secret, they did not inform Flender and others, planning to keep it to themselves. Suddenly, the cafeteria door opened, and a boy with a flat head walked in. He was extremely thin, measuring only about 1.30 meters, with a face as black as coal and quite ugly. The boy walked up to Xiang Wentian and asked, are you Senior Xiang Wentian? Yes, I am Xiang Wentian. May I ask who you are? The flat-headed boy excitedly replied. Hello, Senior Xiang. My name is Ticket Fails. Your name Ticket Fails? Is your brother named No Money? Xiang Wentian asked. Ticket Fails was taken aback and exclaimed, oh, Senior Xiang, you really are insightful. You even figured out what my brother is called. Xiang Wentian shook his head and said, is that even a question? Of course. The tickets can't be bought because there's no money. If there was money, wouldn't we have bought the tickets earlier? Tiao Buqing awkwardly replied, that's true. It's precisely because my dad has no money and always wants to go out for tickets that he gave us such unconventional names. Ma Hongjun walked over and patted Tiao Buqing's shoulder, saying, it seems your father is a role model for our generation. I also don't have money, which is why the dean always takes me out for tickets. Ha! Everyone laughed heartily. Xiang Wentian asked, what do you want from me if you don't have a ticket? There is indeed one thing I would like to request, and I hope Senior can agree, replied Ticketless, respectfully bowing. Xiang Wentian stood up and asked, what's the matter? Just say it. Tiao Buchang said, participating in the elite competition of the Advanced Soul Master Academy across the continent has been my dream since childhood. I asked the dean about it. The dean said I should ask you. As long as you agree, I can join the Shrek team for the remaining competitions. Xiang Wentian replied, since the dean has agreed, it's not impossible for you to be a substitute. So what is your martial soul? Tiao Bucheng answered. I'm a food system soul master. Before he could finish, Xiang Wentian interrupted, sorry, we already have a food system soul master. Oscar's martial soul is sausage. We don't need another food system soul master. Tiao Bucheng awkwardly said, you do have a food system soul master, but although Senior Oscar Sausage can provide soul power, it doesn't fill you up. My martial soul provides food that not only fills everyone up, but also offers a bit of soul power. Fills you up. What is your martial soul? Upon hearing that it could fill him up, Ma Hongjun immediately got excited. If it was about eating, no one could compete with Ma Hongjun. Tiao Bucheng awkwardly said, my martial soul is a bit special. Let me demonstrate it in front of the seniors. Tiao Bucheng, martial soul, poop. Level 30 food system, soul master. First soul skill, super invincible big bucket. He placed a large bucket of alternating black and yellow poop on the ground, which made a light thud sound. Due to the rebound force from the bucket hitting the ground, the black and yellow substance splattered everywhere, and Ma Hongjun was no exception. Looking as if he had just come out of a cesspit, the stench overwhelming. A furious roar came from Ma Hongjun. Tiao Bucheng, I'm going to kill you. When everyone saw the poop splatter, they quickly activated their martial souls to protect themselves, but Ma Hongjun, being the closest to Tiao Bucheng, suffered the brunt of it. Realizing his unintentional mistake had caused such a disaster, Tiao Bucheng turned and fled. Everyone, seeing the cafeteria floor covered in black and yellow substance and feeling nauseous from the smell, avoided the foul-smelling and furious Ma Hongjun. Oscar covered his nose and shook his head, saying, Hongjun, hurry up and wash yourself. It stinks. Zhu Zhuqin yelled, Tiao Bucheng, just wait. I'll make sure you never get to participate. Chapter 66. Blaze Academy. After the chaos caused by Tiao Bucheng at noon, everyone took a shower, especially Ma Hongjun, who stayed in the bathhouse until evening. The next day, everyone went to the competition venue, as usual. Upon arrival, Xiang Wentian drew the match against the Weaving Fire Academy. When they arrived at the waiting room of the Shrek team, Oscar ran over and asked, Wentian, which academy did you draw today? Xiang Wentian looked at Oscar and said, "What? Oscar, do you want to participate in the competition too?" Oscar awkwardly waved his hands and said, "No, no, no, I was just asking. How could a weak food-type soul master like me compete with you all? Could it be the Fire Academy, one of the 5 major elemental academies?" Ning Rongrong asked. Dai Mubai looked at Ning Rongrong and asked, "Do you know about this academy?" "I know a little, but not much. The Fire Academy's team is a full fire attribute team, including Fire-type attack, Fire-type control, Fire-type agility, and Fire-type support. The Fire Academy does not show their full strength when facing weaker opponents. Like the Thunder Academy, the Fire Academy is known for its attacks. Their attacks will surely be as powerful as thunder. So, we must be extra careful this time." Dai Mubai, who was usually very proud, dismissed her concern and said, "Rong, is the Fire Academy really as terrifying as you say?" Xiang Wentian said, "No matter how powerful the Blaze Academy is, we will know the outcome once we step onto the battlefield. Although we have been winning smoothly in the competition, I have one thing I hope everyone remembers. Even when a lion hunts a rabbit, it uses all its strength. Do not be proud or complacent. Remember that pride leads to defeat." The members of the Shrek Academy team replied, "Yes. Next, let's invite Shrek Academy to face Blaze Academy." The host loudly announced the list of entering team members. The players from both sides walked into the arena with their heads held high. In an instant, the entire audience erupted into a wave of cheers, with shouts of support for Blaze Academy, but even more for Shrek Academy. The Shrek Academy team had already defeated one of the 5 elemental academies, the Elephant Armor Academy. If they could defeat Blaze Academy again, their status would rise another level. All the spectators were looking forward to this moment. At this time, the members of the Shrek team arranged themselves in formation and walked to the center of the arena. What stood out was not the members of the Shrek Academy team, but their uniforms, which were covered with various advertisements of all sizes. There were ads for stinky tofu, for pots and pans, and, surprisingly, even for toilets. Perhaps due to the extraordinary effect of the advertisements, Flander had found hundreds of sponsors for the Shrek team's uniforms. The uniforms looked even more flamboyant and comical, resembling those of beggars, but Shrek Academy's profits had increased significantly. The only thing that made the Shrek Academy team furious was that most of the advertising fees went to Flander, who had a gold tooth installed. At this moment, Flander was smiling widely, his mouth full of shiny gold teeth, looking like a wealthy tycoon, satisfying his vanity. The 7 players of Blaze Academy looked to be around the same age, just over 20. The 7 formed a triangular formation. At the front was their captain, the Fire Cloud Evil God, a level 63 powerful attack system spirit master, with a martial spirit of a fireball frog. A rather perverted martial spirit that often craved swan meat, but could never get it. This person was a bald young man, of ordinary appearance, short in stature, with a pair of lewd small eyes darting around. His bright red team uniform made him look even more perverted. His baldness might be due to years of excessive behavior. Behind the Fire Cloud Evil God was their vice captain, who had a medium build, ordinary looks, and eyes sparkling with fiery light. His broad shoulders and bright, red uniform accentuated his not-so-handsome face, but gave him an imposing aura. This person was the vice captain of the Blaze Academy team, Fire Wushuang, a level 42 powerful attack system spirit master. His martial spirit was the one-horned fire Tyrannosaurus. This martial spirit had extremely high attack power with explosive attributes. Behind Fire Wushuang was another powerful attack system spirit master, level 38, with no notable features. According to the data, this person's martial spirit was a fire leopard. 2 cold-looking young men walked behind them. They looked identical and were actually twins. One was named Fire Cloud and the other Fire Rain, both with the martial spirit of a fire crane. Their soul power had reached level 39, just a step away from level 40. The last 2 were a man and a woman. The male spirit master was extremely tall, with a face full of flesh and a very fierce appearance. But he was a support-type spirit master. The other spirit master was the only female in the Blaze Academy team, extremely beautiful, contrasting sharply with the fierce male spirit master. She wore a golden red team uniform, and her long red hair made her stand out like a flame capable of melting any man's heart. Although she was the only girl in Blaze Academy, she was also the tallest among the 7 and had a very voluptuous figure, especially her ample bosom, which could almost crush an elephant. She stood in the center of the 7, always wearing a faint smile, with a fiery red birthmark on her forehead. This person was Huo Wu, a level 43 control-type spirit master, with her martial spirit being her own shadow, Fire Shadow. Chapter 67. Fire Cloud, Evil God. Both sides lined up and saluted. Fire Cloud, Evil God, coldly looked at Xiang Wentian and said, "The reason I participated in this competition is simply to find someone who can defeat me. I solemnly tell you that Shrek Academy's winning streak will end today." Xiang Wentian coldly said, "Are you that confident? Didn't you see that our Shrek Academy team has an overwhelming advantage in soul power levels? Crushing your Blaze Academy team?" Huiyun Xiaxin scoffed. Hee hee. Soul power levels have always been nothing but a joke to me. I have single-handedly defeated the Soul Sage of our Blaze Academy. So, in my eyes, you as a Soul Emperor are nothing at all. Xiang Wentian said coldly. "Don't forget that you are also a Soul Emperor, and you are 2 levels lower than me." "That's right. You are a genius. But does that mean everyone else is trash?" Huiyun Xiaxin glared, saying, "Good. Only the strong deserve respect. Let's fight to determine the victor." At this moment, Xiang Wentian's fighting spirit was completely ignited, his eyes turning red. He was ready for it. So come on. After the formalities, the match began. With the referee's command, both teams moved at the same time. Xiang Wentian collided with the Fire Cloud, Evil God, and a loud explosion echoed, causing the entire arena to tremble. The battle between the 2 Soul Emperors was unprecedented, bringing an extreme sensory experience to the audience. On the arena, the members of both teams emitted dazzling, colorful lights from their soul rings and released soul skills, with strong waves of destructive energy rapidly spreading outwards. The auxiliary system Soul Masters were surrounded by sparks, and countless small red light spots in the air quickly gathered towards those sparks. As the red light spots condensed, the sparks grew larger and circled above the 7 people as heads. Even with the assistance of the auxiliary system Soul Master, the members of the opposing team were still being overwhelmed by the Shrek team. The difference in soul power could not be resolved with just a bit of assistance. Moreover, the Shrek team not only had the strongest auxiliary Soul Master, Ning Rongrong of the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda, but also had 2 exceptionally powerful Soul Emperors, Shimen Shui Shui and Xiang Wentian. At this moment, seeing the opposing auxiliary Soul Master using a soul skill, Ning Rongrong did not hesitate. With a smile on her face, she said, "The 9 treasures are renowned. First is strength, second is speed, third is soul, fourth is control." Ning Rongrong directly released 4 soul skills at once, enveloping the members of the Shrek team in 6 colorful lights. The members of the Blaze Academy team, who were already being suppressed, found themselves in an even more desperate situation, struggling to hold on. At this moment, Xiang Wentian's fighting spirit was completely ignited, moving like a fierce tiger. And every punch against the Fire Cloud, Evil God was solid and resonant. The Fire Cloud, Evil God gasped for breath and said, "Kid, you're quite good. Your physique is stronger than mine, I have to admit that. However, while your physique is stronger, strength relies not just on the body, but also on soul skills. 5th soul skill, Frog Top, push it to the limit." Xiang Wentian saw the Fire Cloud, Evil God lying on the ground like a big toad. It couldn't be said that it resembled his martial soul, which was originally a toad. Suddenly, the Fire Cloud, Evil God, lying on the ground, shot towards Xiang Wentian at an incredible speed like a rocket that had been ignited. Xiang Wentian exclaimed in shock, "Isn't this just the toad technique? Watch how my 6th soul skill breaks your toad technique." Suddenly, a massive demon angel illusion appeared in the air and punched towards the head of the swiftly approaching Fire Cloud, Evil God. With a loud bang, Fire Cloud, Evil God covered his head and roared, "Ouch. That hurts, that hurts. My Iron Head technique has been broken by you." At this moment, a large bump appeared on Fire Cloud, Evil God's head, visibly the size of a fist, as if another head had grown on his bald crown. Fire Cloud, Evil God shouted angrily, "Xiang Wentian, I'm going all out." 6th soul skill, Wrath of the Bullfrog. A pillar of extremely high temperature fire shot towards Xiang Wentian. Before the pillar reached Xiang Wentian, he already felt the intense heat radiating from it, at least several thousand degrees. The fire pillar moved extremely fast, leaving Xiang Wentian with no way to dodge. Just then, a graceful figure appeared in front of him, and it was Ru Meng. Ru Meng blocked the attack for Xiang Wentian, and not only was she unharmed, but she actually devoured the fire pillar. "The taste of the fire pillar is quite nice. Bring me a few more, you bald guy," Ru Meng teased. Fire Cloud, Evil God was taken aback and exclaimed, "Why, you actually devoured my 6th soul skill. Good, good, good. Let me show you my self-created soul skill. Thousand-handed to Thagata Palm." When Tian shouted anxiously, "Ru Meng, get out of the way, let me handle this." Suddenly, countless golden hand shadows gathered together to form a gigantic golden handprint, somewhat similar to the Buddha's palm. The golden hand shadows rapidly surged towards Wen Tian. Xiang Wentian calmly said, Angel Floating Pagoda, second punch. The golden shadow of the palm collided with the second punch of the Angel Floating Pagoda, producing a deafening explosion. Thousand-handed Tathagata palm, second style. Angel Floating Pagoda, third punch. Thousand-handed Tathagata palm, third style. Angel Floating Pagoda, fourth punch. Thousand-handed Tathagata palm, fourth style. Angel Floating Pagoda, fifth punch. Thousand-handed Tathagata palm, 18th style. Angel Floating Pagoda, 19th punch. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, only Fire Cloud Evil God, Xiang Wentian, and Shimin Shui remained on the arena. Others had either been defeated and eliminated or blown off the stage by the aftermath of the battle between Xiang Wentian and Fire Cloud Evil God. At this moment, Shimin Shui stood at the edge of the arena, watching the two fight, constantly gesturing with his hands, seemingly simulating and comprehending something. At this time, both Fire Cloud, Evil God, and Xiang Wentian were nearly out of soul power. Xiang Wentian gasped and said, Fire Cloud, Evil God, I can't keep up with you anymore. I am exhausted. I'll just slap you off the stage to end this. Tathagata, Divine Palm, ninth style, all Buddhas face the Buddha. Fire Cloud, Evil God, who was already on the verge of collapsing, was directly slapped off the stage by this palm, falling unconscious. At this moment, Xiang Wentian, having forcibly used the Tathagata Divine Palm, ninth style, all Buddhas face the Buddha, had exhausted his soul power, squinting his eyes and fainting. At this time, only Shimin Shui remained at the edge of the arena, mumbling, 1-2-1, 1-2-1, 1-2-1. The referee, Douluo, looked at Shimin Shui, who seemed foolish, shook his head helplessly, and announced, Shrek Academy versus Blazing Fire Academy. Shrek Academy wins. Even after the referee Douluo announced Shrek Academy's victory, Shimin Shui was still mumbling, 1-2-1, 1-2-1, 1-2-1. A few seconds later, Xiang Wentian woke up. Although he had regained a bit of soul power, it no longer affected his actions. At this moment in the audience, all the spectators shouted in unison, Xiang Wentian, Xiang Wentian, Xiang Wentian. The sound was deafening and continuous. I love you, Xiang Wentian. I want to marry you and have children with you. I love you, Xiang Wentian. I want to marry you, and I want to be in a relationship with you. Xiang Wentian was taken aback when he heard that both a woman and a man wanted to marry him, breaking into a cold sweat, a profuse sweat, a waterfall of sweat like Genghis Khan. Amidst the cheers of the audience, Xiang Wentian stepped down from the stage, but Shimin Shui was still there, counting 1-2-1, 1-2 nonstop. So, Xiang Wentian took off his shoe and threw the soul at Shimin Shui with a light pop. Shimin Shui was hit by the soul and froze in place for 3 seconds. After 3 seconds, Shimin Shui excitedly shouted, I did it. Haha, I finally did it. Xiang Wentian glanced at Shimin Shui and shook his head, saying, This guy's gone crazy. Let's lock him up tightly and let him sleep with the dog. As Xiang Wentian stepped onto the arena, Oscar ran over and said, Xiang Wentian, have a sausage to restore some soul power. Okay. Xiang Wentian took the sausage and started eating. As the sausage entered his stomach, he felt a warm current flowing through his limbs, sweeping away all his fatigue, and his empty soul power also recovered a bit. Oscar laughed and said, Xiang Wentian, do you know how handsome you are on the arena? You're simply stunning. Oscar's chatter mode was activated. When the 7 members of the Shrek team entered the resting area, the gazes from both the competing and non-competing contestants, as well as those who had already finished their matches, were filled with awe, especially when looking at Xiang Wentian and Shimin Shui. In this year's Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Tournament preliminaries, the Shrek Academy team had indeed made a huge impression, especially in the matches against the Tiangjia Academy and the recently concluded battle against the Qihua Academy. They won with overwhelming strength. The members of the Qihua Academy also returned to the resting area, feeling unwilling, but what could they do about their dissatisfaction? As the matches concluded, they gradually calmed down. Chapter 68. Boiled eggs with child's urine. Yun Xia Shen snorted angrily. Oomph. The captain of the Shrek Academy team, Xiang Wentian, is too strong. Even if I exert all my strength, I still lost to him. Not even facing a soul sage has ever put me under such pressure. Xiang Wentian is indeed a rival who inspires both jealousy and respect. Huo Wushuang Sai. Who says otherwise? It's not just Xiang Wentian. The most annoying one is Tang San, who keeps controlling everything. That blue silvergrass is driving me crazy. The most frustrating is Shimin Shui. How can his strength be so great? I was eliminated before I could even exchange 10 moves with him. Stop complaining. The other side's strength is also earned through training. No one's abilities come from the wind. Since they are so strong, we must work even harder in our training and face the remaining matches with all our might. Partners, let's cheer up. Don't lose your edge because of one failure. Failure is not scary. What's scary is not being able to grow from failure. Huowu encouraged. Huoyin Xiaxin stood up and loudly said, Huowu is right. Shrek team, don't let me meet you again, or I will make sure you can't lift your heads. Qihua Academy will win. The members of Qihua Academy echoed in unison. Victory is ours. Victory. Victory. Xiang Wentian and the Shrek Academy team returned to the academy. On the way to the teaching building, they saw Dean Flanders holding a large wooden bucket in his hands, not knowing what he was doing. Xiang Wentian stepped forward and asked Dean Flanders, "What are you doing here?" Dean Flanders saw the crowd and said excitedly, "Our little monsters are back, and I'd like to ask a few of you boys for a favor." Dean Flanders then said seriously, "Boys stay. Girls go back to the dormitory to take care of your feet." At this point, only Xiang Wentian, Shimin Shui Shui, Dai Mubai, Tang San, and a few other boys remained. Xiang Wentian, puzzled, said, "Dean Flanders, just tell us what you need. We will do our best to help." Dean Flanders, feeling a bit awkward, replied, "It's just that I recently got a gold tooth, and it doesn't fit quite right. The root of my tooth is a bit sore. So, I went to the hospital, and the doctor prescribed a folk remedy, boiled eggs and boy's urine." Boiled eggs and boy's urine? Everyone exclaimed in shock. Dean Flanders said seriously, "Don't underestimate boy's urine. I looked it up, and boy's urine has benefits like reducing fire, relieving stress, aiding digestion, beautifying the skin, stopping coughs, and moistening the lungs. Experts even suggest that those with tooth pain and swollen roots eat boiled eggs and boy's urine for remarkable effects." Xiang Wentian suddenly realized and said, "Oh, so the dean wants to use our urine to boil eggs." "Yes, that's right." Dean Flanders laughed and said, "Which of you is still a virgin? Step forward." The crowd looked at each other, and no one was willing to step forward. Dean Flanders became anxious and said, "Who among you is still a virgin? Hurry up and stand up, or I will punish each of you to run 2 laps around the Heaven-Do Imperial City." Upon hearing they would have to run laps around the Heaven-Do Imperial City if they didn't stand up, Oscar hurriedly stepped forward and said, "Dean Flanders, I will go first. I am no longer a virgin. I went out with Ma Hongjun once." "Oh my, I didn't expect that, Oscar. So you're that kind of person?" Dai Mubai exaggeratedly said. Dean Flanders retorted, "Don't talk about others. Weren't you worse? You used to have so many women around you." Flanders turned to Tang San and smiled. It seems only Tang San is still a virgin. Tang San stepped forward, feeling awkward, and said, "Dean Flanders, I'm sorry. On a dark and windy night, Before Tang San could finish, Flanders interrupted, "Don't say any more. I thought you were the purest, but I didn't expect." Dean Flanders turned to Xiang Wentian and said, "So, Wentian, you must be, right?" Xiang Wentian awkwardly said to the dean, "I'm sorry, Dean, but when I was 3 years old, I already had a marital relationship with our family roomman." Dean Flanders angrily replied, "Look at all of you, you all look decent, but when it comes to doing things, it's simply disgusting." After finishing his sentence, Dean Flanders left without looking back. In the afternoon, the Shrek team heard that Dean Flanders had gathered a few old friends from back in the day, the youngest of whom was already 57 years old. Each of them contributed a urine sample to fill half a bucket for Dean Flanders. Dean Flanders then happily carried the bucket to the kitchen to make eggs boiled in young boy's urine. After the eggs were cooked, he called everyone to the kitchen and said angrily, "I'm eating here. You all watch me. This is your punishment for being disgusting." When everyone entered Dean Flanders' private kitchen, they were met with an overwhelming stench and a dark cloud hanging overhead. The scene was simply indescribably nauseating. They all covered their noses and stood against the wall in a row. Dean Flanders grinned as he looked at everyone, peeling the eggs with one hand while eating them with the other. Just then, Ma Hongjun pushed the door open and asked, "Dean Flanders, what are you eating? It smells so good." Dean Flanders replied, "I'm eating eggs. Want one?" Ma Hongjun said, "I don't like eggs. I'll just have a sip of soup." Chapter 69. Tsinghua Academy. Everyone watched as Ma Hongjun gulped down the old boy's urine soup, feeling both sweaty and nauseated. Originally, Ma Hongjun already had a foul odor, and now it was even worse, making the atmosphere unbearable. Oscar covered his nose and quietly asked in disbelief, "Doesn't Ma Hongjun feel the disgusting smell?" Dai Mubai also said in disbelief, "Maybe it's because of the first soul skill, super invincible big bucket that has dulled Hongjun's sense of taste." The group shook their heads in despair, covering their noses as they watched Ma Hongjun finish an entire pot of old boy's urine soup. feeling nauseated while also relieved that Dean Flanders hadn't forced them to drink it. However, the effects of the eggs boiled in young boy's urine were indeed remarkable. The next day, Dean Flanders' uncomfortable tooth and swollen gums had reduced in swelling and pain. The next day, the Shrek team arrived at the competition venue as usual, and today, Xiang Wentian drew Songhui Academy. In the waiting room of the Shrek Academy team, Dai Mubai casually said, Songhui Academy, no big deal. Wentian said, do not be careless or underestimate the enemy. I have decided to let Yi Guqing replace Zhu Zhuqing today. Is there a problem? Zhu Zhuqing was taken aback for a moment and replied, no problem. Oscar, puzzled, said, Wentian, is this really necessary? We didn't send Yi Guqing when facing the Blaze Academy. Do we need him to deal with those trash from the Songhui Academy? Xiang Wentian said solemnly, Songhui Academy may not really be trash. Have you all noticed their record? Since the competition began, Songhui Academy has only lost 3 matches. And those 3 were against Xiangjia Academy, Thunder Academy, and Shinkong Academy. They have won all their other matches, and they are even ranked above Xiangjia Academy overall. The powerful opponents they will face in their upcoming matches are our Shrek team, Qihua Academy, and Tianshui Academy. In these 3 matches, they need to win at least 2 to advance to the next round. Although we currently hold the initiative, I have a feeling there is something off about Songhui Academy, and coupled with the grudge between our 2 teams, I am sure they will give it their all in today's match. I'll let Yi Guqing take the field to ensure our victory and everyone's safety. Dai Mubai nodded and said, all right, those Songhui Academy kids are pretty arrogant, aren't they? Today, we will let them know how formidable our Shrek Academy team is. They think they can still enter the promotion matches? That's just a pipe dream. Hey, you're the members of Shrek Academy, right? Just as Xiang Wentian was discussing the match tactics with everyone, an unexpected voice interrupted the Shrek Academy team. Everyone turned to see a young man in a light blue and white uniform, with white hair and a mask, opening the door to the Shrek Academy waiting room. Smiling at them, Dai Mubai frowned and said, yes, we are Shrek Academy. Who are you? The young man chuckled and said, my name is Feng Xiaotian. You may not have heard of me, but that's okay. We will meet in the matches to come. I'm here to cheer for you. Make sure to give it your all and defeat that Songhui Academy. Dai Mubai and the others exchanged glances, and aside from Xiang Wentian, everyone was a bit surprised. Although they hadn't watched their opponents' matches closely, they could vaguely recognize from the young man's attire that he should belong to Shinkong Academy. There are a total of 28 participating teams, and everyone wants to win the matches to qualify for the next round. Therefore, there is very little interaction among them. This was the first time someone had taken the initiative to reach out and show goodwill to the Shrek team since the competition began. Xiang Wentian nodded and said, we will definitely give it our all. Don't worry. Feng Xiaotian laughed and said, so you are Xiang Wentian. Your strength is quite impressive, comparable to our captain. However, you should be a bit cautious. Our academy has fought against Songhui Academy before. Although their strength is quite average, I always felt like they weren't using their full strength during our matches. It's as if they were deliberately hiding something. I believe in you guys. At least don't lose before you face our academy. All right, get ready. I need to go compete as well. Tang Xin pondered and said, Wentian, this guy Feng Xiaotian came over and said a bunch of nonsense before leaving. What do you think his intention was? Intentions? Xiang Wentian shook his head and smiled. He must have fallen for some girl, and that girl takes pride in strong individuals. So he wants us to win, so he can face us in the later matches and defeat us directly, which would allow him to win her heart. Oscar scoffed. With his hair dyed like a white-haired girl, he thinks he can compete with us from Shrek Academy? He won't even need me to step in. Mubai can take care of him easily. Dai Mubai laughed and said, I actually want to see what it's like when you make a move. Everyone burst into laughter at Dai Mubai's words. Oscar said, am I just bragging a bit to boost everyone's spirits? Is it necessary to laugh at me like this? To ask the heavens. All right, no more talking. Let's hurry up and study tactics. Otherwise the match will start soon. Shinkong Academy, waiting room. Xiaotian, where have you been? Feng Xiaotian said weakly. I want to cheer for Shrek Academy. Cheering for them? Are you representing yourself or our academy? Feng Xiaotian lowered his head in silence. Look at what you've become now, completely captivated by a woman. If you dare to make the same mistake again in the future, as the captain, I will definitely kick you out of the Shinkong Academy battle team. Feng Xiaotian said anxiously, Captain, I won't dare anymore. I absolutely won't make the same mistake again. Chapter 70, Yi Guqing. At this moment, the door of the Shrek Academy battle team waiting room opened again, and everyone saw Dean Flinder walk in. Dean Flinder smiled and adjusted his glasses, saying, Little monsters, no matter what, you must give it your all in the upcoming match. No matter how great your future achievements are, always remember, be a person who is useful to society. Oscar asked, Dean Flender, what is a person who is useful to society? That's a good question, Dean Flender replied with a smile. A person who is useful to society is like a teacher, putting many people in a sieve, just like sifting sand, repeatedly filtering and eliminating. The ones that remain in the end are the talents that are useful to society. Xiang Wentian stood up and said, Dean Flander, how is this talent? This is just scum. Dean Flander glared angrily and said, Xiao Tian, why do you always go against your teacher? Are you itching for a fight? Please, Shrek Academy team and Songhui Academy team, proceed to the central main soul fighting arena for the match. Dean Flander, sorry, the match is about to start. We have to go on stage now. Goodbye, Dean Flander. Without waiting for Dean Flander to explode in anger, Xiang Wentian quickly ran away. The other members of the Shrek Academy team looked at each other awkwardly and said, Dean Flander, we need to go participate in the match as well. Goodbye. At this moment, both teams walked into the competition venue, and instantly, the audience's cheers erupted. And these cheers obviously did not belong to Songhui Academy. Eliminate them, tear them apart, crush them. Shrek will definitely win. Various cheers continuously flowed from the audience into the arena, while at this time, the professional commentators in the VIP seats also focused on the two teams. Today, the match in the central main soul fighting arena is about to begin. I believe everyone has already seen that the Shrek Academy team is fighting in this round. Their opponent is Songhui Academy. Songhui Academy is a strong team in this competition. Who will win in the match? Let's wait and see. Today, facing Shrek Academy. In my personal judgment, the victory of this match is without a doubt. The key is how long the Songhui Academy team can withstand the attacks from the Shrek Academy team. The commentator's words were undoubtedly sharp and sarcastic. As a professional commentator, he did not have personal biases. His stance would only change according to the audience's will, and at this moment, the audience's support undoubtedly lay with Shrek Academy. By saying this, he undoubtedly elevated the atmosphere in the arena to its peak. Let us see. Today, there is a change in the lineup of Shrek Academy. No longer is it the agile attacker Zhu Zhuqing, but rather a contestant who has never appeared before. Who could he be? Let me check the information. Everyone, take a good look. His name is Yi Gu Chung, MartialSoul, Dragon Slaying Blade, a level 63 strong attack system Soul Emperor. Today, Shrek Academy has sent him to battle. Could it be that Songhui Academy is even stronger in the hearts of Shrek Academy than Qihua Academy? Let's wait and see. The commentator's words undoubtedly increased the audience's enthusiasm. It should be noted that due to the audience's immense love for the preliminaries, the ticket prices had already doubled compared to the first day's opening ceremony. Now, the commentator's words also filled Songhui Academy and Qihua Academy with anger. One was the Songhui Academy that he had declared to be doomed to failure. The other was the Qihua Academy, which was suppressing their anger and had just entered the waiting room. On the side of Qihua Academy, Hua Yunxie gritted his teeth and angrily said, Xiang Wentian, I'll get you. Just wait, don't let me see you on the field, or I will definitely make you lose your teeth. Hua Wushuang, walking behind Hua Yunxie, weakly said, Captain, what if we can't beat Shrek Academy in the future? Hua Yunxie turned around and glared at Hua Wushuang, angrily saying, if we can't beat them, then just eat shit. Looking at Hua Yunxie's furious eyes, the members of Qihua Academy all lowered their heads in silence. In the central main soul fighting arena, both teams had already entered. Hello, everyone. I'm the host Odo. Welcome everyone to continue watching today's match. Next, we have the highly anticipated scene. Both teams prepared, and the match began. What do the audience love to watch the most? Of course, it is the competition arena, the battles between soul masters. Moreover, the process of all soul masters releasing their martial souls at the start of the match is undoubtedly the most spectacular and magnificent. The appearance of each soul ring and the different effects produced by different martial souls always fully arouse the audience's emotions. The Shrek Academy team saw their opponent, 3 soul masters above level 40, plus 4 soul masters above level 30. Right at the beginning of the match, the Shrek Academy team completely overwhelmed their opponents in terms of soul power levels. Among the 7 members of Songhui Academy, only their captain was a soul master with over level 40 strength. The others were just in their 30s. Moreover, even among their soul rings, one member had a non-optimal configuration with 3 yellow soul rings. The 7 members of Songhui Academy looked very cautious. When the referee announced the start and released the martial souls, the 7 quickly gathered together, with their captain standing at the front, forming a circular formation. Chapter 71. Blood Demon God, Blood Demon Frenzy. The 7 members of theAwakening Academy formed a circular formation, vigilantly watching the 7 members of the Shrek Academy team. Xiang Wentian cautiously said, "Everyone be careful. Among the members of the theAwakening Academy battle team, there are 4 people who have never appeared on the competition stage. This indicates that they either gave up the competition or possess means to deal with us." At this moment, all 7 members of the theAwakening Academy have soul weapons that are diamond type, which is a typical rare soul weapon. The appearance of such a soul weapon on the competition stage can only mean that they must have the ability to unleash powerful skills. At this time, the captain of the theAwakening Academy battle team smiled sinisterly and said, "To be honest, Xiang Wentian, our theAwakening Academy has been collaborating with the Douluo Academy for decades. After research by the predecessors of both academies, we have finally developed a 7-in-1 soul fusion skill. Today we are here with our strongest lineup, aiming to defeat your strongest battle team and win the championship. It can be said that our victory is a foregone conclusion." The commentator in the VIP seats couldn't help but say, "What is happening? Why hasn't the Shrek Academy battle team launched their attack yet? Could it be that they are afraid of their opponents? The strength of theAwakening Academy is clearly far superior to theirs. A few charges should be enough to win. Why are they still not taking action? Are they worried about something?" Sitting in the front row of the VIP seats, the Snow Knight Emperor quietly asked Ning Fengji beside him, "Master Ning, what do you think? Why are they still not engaging? Both sides seem overly cautious. Their strengths don't seem proportional." Ning Fengji smiled slightly and said, "The surface does not represent everything. I believe the Shrek Academy battle team must have discovered something amiss, which is why they haven't rashly attacked." Beside them, Platinum Bishop Salas coldly remarked, "Does the Shrek Academy battle team leader Xiang Wentian even need to take action against such trash? Clearly, Xiang Wentian wants to give his teammates a chance to act, while the other members of the Shrek Academy battle team are too timid and cowardly to make a move." Hearing Salas's words, the Snow Knight Emperor and Ning Fengji clearly ignored him, allowing Salas to boast about his members of the Spirit Hall in front of Xiang Wentian. "If you don't take action, both of your academy teams will be automatically eliminated." The audience below was clearly becoming impatient, calling out, "Shrek, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and charge in to tear them apart." Under the referee's warning and the urging voices of tens of thousands of spectators, the 2 teams on the central competition stage finally moved. Xiang Wentian shouted, "Charge!" The Shrek Academy team charged towards the theAwakening Academy team in a triangular formation. The captain of the theAwakening Academy team, with a sinister smile, said, "I'm afraid you won't make a move." Suddenly, he glared with his eyes and shouted, "Attack!" The 7 members of the theAwakening Academy team bit their fingers with their teeth, drawing blood and marking their foreheads with it. The captain of the theAwakening Academy team shouted, 7-in-1 MartialSoul fusion skill, merge. The diamond martial souls of the 7 members of theAwakening Academy instantly floated in the air, forming a circle and spinning rapidly. At this moment, the faces of the 7 members of theAwakening Academy turned noticeably pale. Using blood as a catalyst to initiate the abyss summoning, "Come forth. Great Hell Blood Demon." A blood-red figure slowly descended from the circular formation in the sky. A voice filled with ancient weight slowly emerged from the blood-red figure. "I am the Hell Blood Demon of the Arad continent. Blood Demon Frenzy. Who has summoned me?" The captain of the theAwakening Academy team bowed respectfully and said, "Great Hell Blood Demon, we 7 have summoned you. Please kill the 7 people opposite us." The Hell Blood Demon Frenzy replied, "Sure. However, I lack sufficient blood energy and need to replenish it with your 7 people's blood." The captain of theAwakening Academy said, "Of course. How much blood do you need?" The Hell Blood Demon Frenzy twisted its neck and said in a low voice, "All of it." After saying this, the 7 members of the theAwakening Academy team instantly exploded, creating a large cloud of blood mist on the arena, which quickly coalesced into a massive blood-colored sword, floating behind the Hell Blood Demon Frenzy, creating a fierce wind and an overwhelming aura of bloodlust. What is happening? In the VIP seats, the Snow Knight Emperor was taken aback, murmuring, "Is this the 7-in-1 MartialSoul fusion skill?" Ning Fengji exclaimed, "Not good. This is an evil spirit summoned using blood. The 7 members of theAwakening Academy are too weak to control the evil spirit, and they will be backfired and perish on the spot." On the Shrek Academy spectator stand, Flanders exclaimed, "Xiao Gang, what should we do? This summoned evil spirit is clearly very powerful. We must go save the little monsters." The master anxiously said, "With Erlong not here, it's impossible for just the 2 of us. The Platinum Bishop Salas shouted urgently, Xiang Wentian, run! In the audience, gasps, cheers, and curses erupted one after another. In an instant, the entire arena was in chaos. Chapter 72. Fighting the evil spirit, the Snow Knight Emperor stood up and shouted, All Soul Saints and above from the Tiando Empire, join forces to slay this evil spirit. Ning Fengji hurriedly got up and shouted, Uncle Jian, Uncle Gu, hurry to save them. On the Shrek Academy spectator stand, Flanders' usual cunning expression vanished, and he anxiously said, All Soul Emperors and above from Shrek Academy, join forces to slay this evil spirit and rescue the little monsters. Meanwhile, in the audience, dozens of powerful figures instantly flew out, directly manifesting their martial souls in the air, rushing towards the Hell-Blood Demon Frenzy. At that moment, on the highest building of the competition venue, a figure in a black robe murmured, Xiao San, your father has come to save you. In the air above the competition arena, two figures also dove down simultaneously, shouting, Evil spirit, dare you harm my disciple? Watch as the two Douluos of the Spirit Hall come to battle you. One of them was Ghost Douluo Guemei, and the other was Chrysanthemum Douluo. In an instant, the entire arena was filled with a tumultuous atmosphere, a thick aura of killing intent. On the arena, Xiang Wentian shouted, Shrek Academy team, retreat quickly. The Hell-Blood Demon Frenzy is not something we can handle. Let the other powerful ones eliminate him. Haha. The Hell-Blood Demon Frenzy laughed wildly. I was summoned to wipe out you 7. Do you think you can escape? At this moment, the Hell-Blood Demon Frenzy moved, unleashing a Blood Mountain Splitter, a blood-red slash aimed at Xiang Wentian and the others. Feeling the danger approaching, Xiang Wentian's back hair stood on end. Just when the 7 members of the Shrek Academy battle team were about to be slain in the Polar Stillness domain, the MartialSoul fusion technique of the Chrysanthemum Douluo and the Ghost Douluo appeared just in time to save them. The 7 of them, seeing the Blood Demon God-Blood Demon Frenzy temporarily immobilized, ran away without looking back. At this moment, the attacks from other arriving powerful opponents also reached the front of the Blood Demon God-Blood Demon Frenzy. The Blood Demon God-Blood Demon Frenzy sensed the danger approaching and shouted in anger, Berserk, instantly breaking free from the control of the two-pole stillness field. However, the Blood Demon God-Blood Demon Frenzy could not evade the attack from other strong opponents and was hit directly. The Blood Demon God-Blood Demon Frenzy laughed wildly. Ha! I am immortal. Death resistance. A water blue light point appeared out of thin air, showering down on the Blood Demon God-Blood Demon Frenzy, instantly restoring his vitality. The Blood Demon God-Blood Demon Frenzy shouted in fury, You surround and attack me with so many people. Just right. I will kill you all and devour your blood, and my cultivation will advance further. At this moment, the Blood Demon God-Blood Demon Frenzy's eyes turned red, and his whole body surged with blood energy. Awaken. Blood Demon God. First Awakening. Demon Prison Blood Slaughter. At this time, some lower-ranked soul masters who had not managed to escape were blown apart, and the large amounts of blood that flowed out were rapidly devoured by the blood-colored giant sword behind the Blood Demon God. After the blood-colored giant sword absorbed a massive amount of blood, the blood energy evaporated, transforming into a giant sword that floated behind the Blood Demon God Blood Demon Frenzy. The Blood Demon God Blood Demon Frenzy roared, Let you see how strong I am after awakening. The Outbreak Demon God Blood Demon Frenzy drew the giant sword from his back and slashed into the crowd attacking him, creating a huge explosion. A giant pit formed in the ground, and a thick flow of magma erupted from the pit, surging for 90,000 miles. Dozens of soul emperors and above who could not evade were turned to ashes in the magma flow. At this moment, a figure in a black robe rapidly dove down from above, wielding the great Sumeru hammer. A massive Hautian hammer shadow smashed towards the Blood Demon God Blood Demon Frenzy. Seeing the figure in the black robe above, the Blood Demon God Blood Demon Frenzy roared and soared into the sky. With a mountain-shattering strike, countless blood energy erupted, sending the black-robed figure flying backward. The two-pole stillness field, the MartialSoul fusion technique of Ghost Douluo and Douluo lit up again, immobilizing the Blood Demon God Blood Demon Frenzy within. Just then, Bone Douluo's 9th soul skill manifested a huge bone dragon. With Sword Douluo, Chan Xian standing on the dragon's back, wielding a 100-meter-long 7-killing sword, charging towards the Blood Demon God Blood Demon Frenzy. At this moment, Emperor Snow Knight shouted, Take this opportunity to slay the evil demon. Following Emperor Snow Knight's command, countless strong individuals flew towards the blood demon god blood demon frenzy. The blood demon god blood demon frenzy, now with contracted pupils, saw countless attacks rushing towards him. The strongest being a bone dragon and a middle-aged man in a white robe wielding a giant sword. Boom! 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 The immobilized blood demon god blood demon frenzy could not resist, watching helplessly as colorful soul skills shot towards him. Countless powerful soul skills struck the blood demon god blood demon frenzy, and he could no longer withstand it, exploding into a cloud of blood mist. Just when everyone thought the blood demon god blood demon frenzy was completely dead, a weak, sorrowful voice echoed from the sky. I will remember everything you have done to me today. When my demonic power reaches its peak in the future, I will surely blood wash the Douluo continent. Chapter 73. Xiao Wu's return. Duuluo looked at the figure in the black robe and murmured, "Could this person be Tang Hao, Tang San?" So that's how it is. A strange smile flickered in Duuluo's eyes. At this time, Flender hurriedly brought everyone back to Shrek Academy. Oscar, while trying to make his fantasy mushroom sausages, nearly exhausted himself, so everyone did not witness the fierce battle in the arena. Although Flender loved money dearly, he valued talent even more. The Shrek team members faced such a huge crisis, and since the evil demon was summoned specifically to kill the Shrek team members, Flender quickly led the little monsters back to Shrek Academy after they had left the danger zone, as this was their stronghold and relatively safer. After everyone hurried back to Shrek Academy, they saw Lu Erlong returning with Xiao Wu. Lu Erlong, seeing everyone's panicked expressions, quickly asked, "Flender, what happened? Why are you all so flustered?" Before Flender could catch his breath, Oscar hurriedly said, "Oh, Aunt Lu, you don't know, we almost didn't make it back." Oscar then recounted everything that happened in the arena. After listening, Lu Erlong was also worried for everyone. Xiao Wu, ignoring how many people were present, ran directly to Tang San and they embraced each other. Xiao Wu asked with concern, "Brother, are you okay?" Tang San gently replied, "I'm fine. It's just that Oscar is exhausted and has been running to the toilet, and he has still dripping yellow water on his pants." "Ugh, brother, we're chatting. Why are you talking about him? That's disgusting." Xiao Wu pouted in anger. Upon hearing Tang San mention the yellow water on his pants, Oscar looked down and exclaimed, "Oh no, a large patch." Everyone then noticed Oscar and quickly covered their noses, running far away. At this moment, Flender asked, "Where did you hunt the soul beasts? What is Xiao Wu's fourth soul skill?" Lu Erlong said, "I took Xiao Wu to the Sunset Forest, but then we got separated, which made me very anxious. I searched everywhere, but couldn't find her. It was on the third day that I encountered Xiao Wu again on my way back." At this point, Xiao Wu stepped forward and awkwardly said, "I got separated from my mom and panicked. Just then, a soul beast bumped into a tree and fainted. So I reluctantly took it as my soul ring." Ma Hongjun exclaimed, "That works too." Dai Mubai said, "Last time you encountered a fainted soul beast, and this time again. Xiao Wu, your luck is really great. In the future, let us all follow you to hunt for soul rings. That way we won't have to fight and could just pick up soul rings." Xiao Wu smiled awkwardly upon hearing Dai Mubai's words. The next day, Flender asked everyone to stay at the academy while he went to the competition venue alone. When he returned in the afternoon, he informed everyone, "The evil demon has been slain, so you can rest assured. Also, the arena has been significantly damaged and needs repairs. So let us participate in the competition again in 3 days." The Heavendo Empire, in light of the evil demon incident, also made great efforts to block the news to prevent public panic, thus only stating to everyone, "The evil demon has been slain, there are no more threats. Please rest assured." Upon hearing Flender say that the evil demon had been slain, everyone felt relieved and sighed in relief. He then happily spent 3 days of vacation. 3 days later, everyone arrived at the arena as scheduled. Today, Xiang Wentian came to the venue and took a bamboo stick from the tray, which had 4 characters written in golden sand, Heavenly Water Academy. At the same time, Heavenly Water Academy also drew a stick which said, Shrek Academy. Chapter 74. Heavenly Water Academy. When Wenting returned to the waiting room, Tang Sin asked, "Wenting, which academy is our opponent today?" Xiang Wentian said, "Tianshui Academy." "Tianshui Academy." Dai Mubai exclaimed, "What? You know about Tianshui Academy?" Xiang Wentian asked. Dai Mubai replied, "I know a little. In my opinion, the 5 elemental academies are all a bit peculiar." "Peculiar?" everyone said. Dai Mubai continued, "Indeed, they're a bit peculiar. Each of the 5 elemental academies has its own special admission requirements. For example, The admission standard for the Elephant Armor Academy is that the applicant's weight must exceed 300 pounds. Only then do they consider the MartialSoul requirements. The other 4 elemental academies mainly focus on the traits of the MartialSoul. For instance, Chihua Academy requires that applicants must have a fire attribute MartialSoul. And Tianshui Academy naturally requires a water attribute MartialSoul. Among the 5 elemental academies, Tianshui Academy has the most stringent admission requirements, as they have additional criteria besides the water attribute MartialSoul. First, they only accept beautiful female students. Second, they do not accept ordinary beauties. Third, they do not accept those whose bust is smaller than a pot lid. Fourth, they do not accept those whose hips are smaller than a wash basin. Fifth, they do not accept those whose waist is thicker than their thighs. Sixth, they do not accept those with very dark skin. Although Tianshui Academy has extremely strict requirements for female students' figures and looks, they also have a humane side, as Tianshui Academy is the only one among the 5 elemental academies that is open to commoners. This is similar to our Shrek Academy. Therefore, all the members of Tianshui Academy participating in this competition are not only composed entirely of female students, but are also all beauties. Oscar angrily said, "I bet the dean of Tianshui Academy is a middle-aged man." Ning Rongrong exclaimed, "The dean of Tianshui Academy is indeed a middle-aged man in his 60s who picks his feet." "Oscar, how do you know?" Oscar replied confidently, "Isn't it obvious? It must be because the dean of Tianshui Academy is an old lecher who couldn't find a wife when he was young, and now has turned into a foot-picking man without any woman looking at him. So he sets such strict requirements for recruiting students, definitely to take revenge on women." Ma Hongjun admired, "Oscar, you're truly a model for our generation. Your insight is sharp. I can't wait any longer." Dai Mubai walked over and patted Oscar on the shoulder. "I didn't expect you, Oscar, to have the potential to become a foot-picking old lecher." Hearing Dai Mubai's words, everyone burst into laughter. "Please have the Shrek Academy team and Tianshui Academy team go to the central main arena." "Okay, stop chatting. Today the participating members will follow me to the central main arena for the competition." At this moment, when the Tianshui Academy team saw the Shrek Academy team, a girl from Tianshui Academy said, "Sister, look, that Dai Mubai from Shrek Academy is so stylish. I heard his nickname is Evil Eye White Tiger with dual pupils." The speaker was a girl with an oval face, looking to be in her early 20s, petite, with short dark green hair that looked very spirited. This group of girls was all wearing blue team uniforms, and they were the opponent's Shrek Academy faced Tianshui Academy. The girl with dark green short hair looked to be the youngest among the 7 official team members, and her face still carried a hint of childishness. Dai Mubai is indeed stylish, but I think their captain, Xiang Wentian, is the most handsome. I heard this person is nicknamed Demon Angel and is the strongest in the Shrek team. The one speaking was a girl with an oval face, looking to be around 18 or 19 years old, tall, with long light green hair that looked very tempting. "Lao Lu, Lao Chi, when did you two become infatuated? At this rate, you two will be so smitten by your opponents that you won't be able to compete later." A red-haired girl with an oval face teased. "All right, you guys stop messing around. The match is about to start. Shrek Academy is very strong and hard to deal with. From the preliminary rounds until now, they have actually not lost a single match. The defeats of Chihua Academy and Elephant Armor Academy at their hands are definitely not coincidences. It won't be easy to defeat them. If we lose to them today, we will be at a disadvantage in momentum when we meet them in the finals. Therefore, in today's battle, everyone must do their best." Compared to the previous 2 girls, this girl's voice was much more stable. Among all 7 participating members of Tianshui Academy, she was not the oldest and may even be the youngest, as she looked to be under 20. However, when she spoke, the expressions of the other 6 girls became much more restrained, and their gazes towards her carried a hint of respect. This girl was about 165 meters tall, with a very full figure. Looking at her ample bust, one could tell she had plenty of stock, and her hips looked like 2 balloons, definitely good for childbearing. Plus, with her water blue long hair cascading down her back and her fair face adorned with delicate features, at first glance, she may not seem exceptionally stunning, but upon closer inspection, one could continuously discover her beauty. It was a kind of hazy beauty, becoming more beautiful the more one looked, making people unknowingly fall into it and unable to extricate themselves. She was the captain of the Tianshui Academy team, the eldest sister of the team, Shui Binger. The rankings among the members of the Tianshui Academy team were not based on age, but on strength. So, although Shui Binger was the youngest, the sisters in the team all called her eldest sister with heartfelt respect. At this moment, it was finally their turn to enter the arena for the last round of matches. when the 5 Elemental Academies and Shrek Academy entered the arena simultaneously. The entire Heaven Do Great Soul arena erupted in excitement. The Shrek Academy team and the Tianxue Academy team ascended the stage from both sides of the central main platform. At this time, the commentator in the stands passionately announced, "The last round of the preliminary matches is about to begin. First, let us direct our attention to the left side of the competition platform, where Elephant Armor Academy will face UC Academy. Finally, let us focus on the central main platform. This will also be the most exciting match of the day. The Shrek Academy team, which has already secured a spot from the preliminary rounds, will face the Tianxue Academy team in the final exciting match of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Competition's Heaven Do City preliminaries. One side is this year's dark horse, while the other is an old strong team, who will emerge victorious in the end. Let's wait and see. Please have both Shrek Academy and Tianxue Academy teams bow to each other." The teams from both academies stood in a line, with Shui Binger facing Xiang Wentian. Upon seeing Shui Binger's appearance, Xiang Wentian was taken aback. At first glance, she seemed unremarkable, but upon closer inspection, he found himself captivated. And had he not been mentally strong, he surely would have been enchanted. She was a remarkable woman with both beauty and intelligence. To show his respect for her, Xiang Wentian announced his soul power level. Shrek Academy Team Captain, Xiang Wentian, Level 65 Assault System Soul Emperor. Tianxue Academy Team Captain, Shui Binger, Level 43 Control System Soul Master. Miss Shui Binger, the soul power difference between Tianxue Academy Team and Shrek Academy Team is too great. I suggest you forfeit. Shui Binger angrily said. Xiang Wentian, you want me to forfeit? Soul power does not represent strength. Even if you are all soul saints, our Tianxue Academy team will fight with all our might. Since Tianxue Academy is so courageous, then let us fight. Chapter 77. Snowflakes Falling. Shuewu, Level 41 Assault System Soul Master, said a young girl standing next to Shui Binger, who was the long-haired girl previously very interested in Xiang Wentian, voluntarily announcing her title. At this moment, both Xiang Wentian and Shui Binger were somewhat stunned. The captains announcing their soul power levels was enough to show respect. This was a competition, not a friendly match. Shuewu's words suddenly seemed a bit abrupt. After she finished speaking, she also realized something was off, and a blush instantly appeared on her charming face. However, this girl was clearly very generous, showing no hesitation in her interest in Xiang Wentian, her big eyes staring directly at him. Xiang Wentian saw the other person staring at him intently, so he smirked and said, "How about a date, beautiful?" At that moment, Shuewu's face turned red as she replied, 7 o'clock tonight, room 606 on the 6th floor of the One-Night Stand Hotel, number 38, Tiando, Imperial City. Don't be late. Shui Binger angrily retorted, "Shuewu, this is a competition. Do you think this is your home, where you can just take your pants off whenever you want?" At the same time, Ru Ming was filled with jealousy and pinched the soft flesh at Xiang Wentian's waist, twisting it 3 times, causing him to grimace in pain, feeling both sore and uncomfortable. At this point, the host, Douluo, couldn't help but intervene, saying, Hey, what are you two teams doing? Are you here for matchmaking? This is a competition arena, not a couple's hotel. Enough chit-chat. Let the competition begin." Xiang Wentian shouted, "Shrek team, finish the battle within 1 minute." Yes. At this moment, Shui Binger was completely enraged. "Xiang Wentian, you have too little regard for our Tianxue Academy. You want to finish the battle in 1 minute? Humph." Shui Binger shouted. MartialSoul Fusion Skill, Snowflake Drifting. The moment she finished speaking, a violent wind rose in the air and dark clouds gathered. At this time, the host Douluo was in the sky. Surprised, I didn't expect that the undefeated Tianxue Academy would use a MartialSoul Fusion skill right away. The Tianxue Academy team has never used a MartialSoul Fusion skill in previous competitions. Suddenly, Shui Binger and Shuewu's martial souls merged into one, transforming into a dazzling blue beam of light that shot into the dark clouds above. Shui Binger and Shuewu's bodies simultaneously disappeared. Their MartialSoul Fusion skill began to unleash its power. The MartialSoul Fusion skill Snowflake Drifting was different from Xiang Wentian and Ru Ming's MartialSoul Fusion skill Battle Angel. Battle Angel is a powerful explosive MartialSoul Fusion skill, while Snowflake Drifting, on the contrary, is continuous and persistent. Although its power cannot match that of Battle Angel, it excels in durability. Xiang Wentian shouted, "Tang San, release the blue silver cage and protect Ning Rong well." The martial soul fusion skill of 2 soul masters above level 40 is comparable to the full force attack of a level 60 soul master. Ning Rongrong is the only support-type soul master in the Shrek team, and she has no defensive capabilities herself. If something goes wrong, as the captain, I won't be able to explain it to the academy teachers. Shui Binger, as soon as you enter the arena, you release your martial soul fusion skill. Do you want to go down together? My net is much sturdier than your fish. 6th soul skill, Angel's Pagoda. An angelic phantom appeared in the air, punching towards the martial soul fusion skill. Snowfall. Boom! A loud sound echoed. At this moment, Shui Wu in the air anxiously said, Sister, Xiang Wentian's soul skill attack power is too strong. I think we can't take a few hits. What should we do? Shui Binger widened her eyes and gritted her teeth, saying, For the honor of the academy, we must go all out and fight him. The martial soul fusion skill, Snowfall, rapidly descended from the sky, targeting Xiang Wentian. Xiang Wentian angrily said, You 2 damn women are too ruthless. Are you trying to take my life? It seems I have to take you seriously. The 9th style of the Tathagata palm. 10,000 Buddhas worship the ancestor. A golden Buddhist light handprint shot out from Xiang Wentian's hand, rapidly enlarging, directly striking the rapidly descending martial soul fusion skill, Snowfall. Boom! The snowfall collided violently with the Buddhist light handprint, shattering instantly like a tofu dreg project, scattering countless ice fragments, while the Buddhist light handprint shattered the snowfall, but did not dissipate, passing through the broken snowfall and heading straight into the sky, colliding with the rooftop above, producing a thunderous roar. After the huge sound, numerous bricks and tiles fell from the sky, injuring many spectators. Chapter 78, Green Hat. The host, Douluo, who was flying and spinning in the air, was not spared either, as a brick struck Douluo and sent them crashing down. At this time, the audience was filled with shouts and curses. You bastard, you smashed my head. Can't you use a little less soul power when you attack me? Xiang Wentian, you've hit my nose up to my ear. Xiang Wentian, you smashed my dentures. A woman shouted. Xiang Wentian, you took my chastity. Give me back my first night. A burly man yelled. Xiang Wentian, you almost smashed my super invincible big bucket. Another voice yelled. At this moment, Emperor Shuya could barely hold back his laughter. But as an emperor, he needed to maintain his dignity. So, he forced himself to suppress his amusement and said in a commanding voice, Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, please be silent. All the medical expenses for the injuries you have sustained today will be covered by the Tiando Empire. Upon hearing this, the entire venue fell silent, and one could hear a pin drop. It must be said that Emperor Shuya had a very high reputation in the Tiando Empire. He continued in a loud voice, Now, I declare that the competition will continue. At this point, the host Douluo stood up from the ground a bit dazed and floated into the air as if he were drunk, saying, I announce, Shrek Academy Battle Team versus Tian Shui Academy Battle Team. Shrek Academy Battle Team wins. After saying this, the host Douluo, without knowing it, turned and crashed into the rooftop with a bang, losing consciousness. At this moment, Xiang Wentian shouted towards the waiting room of the Shrek Academy Battle Team. Jiangzhu, come down and save someone. Upon hearing Xiang Wentian's words, Jiangzhu ran down like the wind and asked, Captain, who do we save? Xiang Wentian pointed at Shui Binger, Suivu, and the host Douluo from the Water Ice Academy. After receiving treatment from Jiangzhu, the 3 women slowly regained consciousness. The first to wake up was the host Douluo, as she only had a mild concussion. Following her were Shui Binger and Shui Wu, who were injured more seriously. Although they were awake for now, they would need some time to recuperate before fully recovering. Meanwhile, on the observation platform of Shrek Academy, as usual, Flandris was surrounded by dozens of merchants, each presenting contracts to pay for advertisements. Xiang Wentian looked at the members of the Shrek team and said, We are covered in advertisements. Where else can Dean Flander put more ads? Tang San replied helplessly, As long as they don't stick them on our faces, it's fine. Otherwise, it would ruin our appearance. Upon hearing Tang San's words, everyone fell silent. Xiang Wentian brought everyone to the home-style restaurant they didn't get to go to last time for a big meal. After the feast, they returned to Shrek Academy in the evening. Not long after everyone entered the dormitory, Flinder walked in through the dormitory door, carrying a paper bag with clothes in his hand. Xiang Wentian saw Dean Flander arriving and hurriedly asked, Dean Flander, is there something you need? Flander smiled sweetly and said, You have all been working too hard lately, so I, as the dean, spent a lot of money and went through great difficulties to buy you some small gifts. You must accept them and wear them, otherwise I will be angry. Upon hearing such words from the dean, Everyone thought to themselves, this can't be good. This is definitely a weasel wishing the chicken a happy new year with ulterior motives. Then, Dean Flander took out several hats from a paper bag. It didn't matter that they were hats. What mattered was that they were green, and even worse, they were a sickly yellow-green, poop green, poop green. But that wasn't the most important part. The most important thing was that the hats were covered in poop green advertisements. Dai Mubai panicked and said, Dean Flander, you can't be asking us to wear green hats collectively, can you? I must seriously tell you, Dean Flander, don't do anything reckless. Dean Flander glared and said, if you are smart, you will obediently put on the hats. If you don't listen, I will definitely do something reckless. With no other choice, everyone had to wear the hats covered in green advertisements, poop green hats. Chapter 79, The Fusion of Wind and Cloud. Imoku Wu Liang the next day. The members of the Shrek Academy battle team arrived at the competition venue, dejected. On the way, no one dared to look up. Just thinking about Dean Flanders' forced imposition of green hats made everyone furious. In the waiting room of the Shrek Academy battle team, the doors suddenly opened and the host, Douluo, walked in and said to Xiang Wentian, your opponent, Thunder Academy, has automatically forfeited today, so only Shrek Academy and Kamikaze Academy are left. Therefore, you don't need to draw lots. According to the committee's discussion, your two academy teams will directly participate in the match for the final showdown. Does that mean the preliminary rounds will end after today? Xiang Wentian asked. Pretty much, yes. This is my first time hosting here, so I'm quite lucky. I don't know much else. Here is the basic information about Kamikaze Academy. You can keep it. Dodo took out a piece of paper from the Soul Guide, which recorded the basic information about Kamikaze Academy. Xiang Wentian took the materials and said, thank you. The host, Dodo, showed a professional smile and said, I look forward to your wonderful competition. Goodbye. Xiang Wentian opened the information and said to everyone, attention, I will now provide the basic information about the Kamikaze Academy team. Captain, Bu Jingyun, level 63 strong attack system Soul Emperor. Vice Captain, Nie Feng, level 63 strong attack system Soul Emperor. Team member, Feng Xiaodian, level 44 strong attack system Soul Master. At this moment, after Xiang Wentian finished reading the information, Ning Rongrong stood up and exclaimed, you said their captain's surname is Bu, and his name is Bu Jingyun. Xiang Wentian, filled with doubts, asked Ning Rongrong how she could have such an astonishing move. Could it be that she knows their captain, Bu Jingyun? Ning Rongrong solemnly replied, I don't know much about the captain of Shunfeng Academy, Bu Jingyun, but I do know that there's only one family with the surname Bu on the Douluo continent. My father told me that the Bu family is also known as the Bu Divine Clan. It is said that the Bu Divine Clan originated in the Yin Kingdom, and their ancestor was a god. For some unknown reason, the ancestor of the Bu Divine Clan saved the god of life, Hyrule, but killed the god of destruction, Mieba. As a result, the Bu Divine Clan received the blessing of the god of life and the curse of the god of destruction. Everyone in that clan possesses exceptional talent. Moreover, every 1,000 years, a peerless genius will appear in the Bu Divine Clan. As long as this genius does not die prematurely, becoming a god is just a matter of time. Each peerless genius will have a remarkable birthmark on their face. However, every genius from the Bu Divine Clan is cursed by the god of destruction to not live past the age of 7. It is evident that the captain of the Shunfeng Academy team, Bu Jingyun, has already surpassed that age, which means this person will surely become a god. Oh no! Oscar shouted from the side. I've seen their captain, and he indeed has a birthmark on his face. Ah! Everyone exclaimed. Does that mean we've encountered a quasi-god? At this moment, Xiang Wentian stood up and said, everyone, don't be too discouraged. No matter how strong their captain is, the key point is that he is not a god yet. What are you afraid of? Tang San was the first to react, that's right. He is just a person like us now. Why should we be afraid of him? Exactly. He is a human, not a god. What are we afraid of? Everyone suddenly understood. At this moment, Oscar asked, what about their vice captain, Nie Feng? Ning Rongrong replied, if the Bu family is a divine clan, then the Nie family is a demon clan. It is said that the ancestors of the Nie family and the Bu family were blood brothers. In ancient times, the ancestor of the Bu family cursed the god of destruction, while the ancestor of the Nie family killed the blood demon. Just before dying, the blood demon also cast a blood curse on the Nie family, cursing them to madness for generations. Only a genius who can control the demon heart can survive. Otherwise, they will succumb to madness and die. It is evident that the vice captain of Shunfeng Academy, Nie Feng, has mastered the demon heart. But that is not the scariest part. The scariest part is that the Bu Divine clan and the Niet Demon clan have a unique bond. Males from both clans become sworn brothers, while females become sworn sisters. If it's a male and female, they will become husband and wife. The two clans have been close for tens of thousands of years. And the reason for their closeness is that their martial souls are highly compatible, allowing them to perform a very terrifying martial soul fusion technique. Chapter 80. Nie Feng and Bu Jingyun. So their relationship is like mine and Zhu Zhuqing's, right? Dai Mubai asked. Yes. Ning Rongrong answered. Tang Sin then asked. What is their martial soul fusion technique? Ning Rongrong pondered. I wasn't sure about this before, but my father told me recently that their martial soul fusion technique is wind and cloud unite. Mo Wuyang. Wind and cloud unite. Mo Wuyang. Everyone questioned. Ning Rongrong replied. My father said that wind and cloud unite. Mo Wuyang is divided into 3 levels. Yuan level Mo, Tian level Mo, and D level Mo. And these 3 types are created by gods, demons, and humans respectively. Mo Wuyang is the fusion skill of the captain and vice captain of Shunfeng Academy. The core of Mo Wuyang refers to wind without form. Wind without form is further divided into color form, sound form, smell form, taste form, touch form, birth, existence, destruction form, male form, and female form, totaling 10 forms. The so-called Mo Wuyang refers to infinite greatness. Mo Wuyang does not have a truly specific move. The formless and impermanent imply uncertainty, and this move possesses immense power, capable of shaking the heavens and the earth, and can instantly increase both of their powers tenfold. So strong? Rongrong, you're not joking, are you? Oscar asked. Xiang Wentian said solemnly. According to Rongrong, it seems that we have encountered an opponent this time. Wentian, what should we do? Tang Sin asked. Xiang Wentian said. This time I announced that the number of participants remains unchanged. Still, me, Ru Ming, Shimen Chue Shui, Yi Gucheng, Dai Mubai, Tang San, and Ning Rong, a total of 7 people. At the same time, in the waiting room of Shunfeng Academy, there was a tall man with long curly hair, a dark complexion, and a height of 8 feet, wearing a black long robe. This person is Bu Jingyun. Another person with shoulder-length hair, a fair complexion, and incredibly handsome, was also 8 feet tall, dressed in a white robe that made him appear even more extraordinary. This person is Nie Feng. Bu Jingyun said solemnly. It seems we have encountered an opponent this time. Our opponent is the Shrek Academy team. The information about the Shrek team is as follows. Captain, Xiang Wentian, a level 65 Assault Systems Soul Emperor. Vice Captain, Ru Ming, a level 58 Assault Systems Soul King. Team Member, Shimen Chue Shui, a level 63 Assault System Soul Emperor. Team Member, Yi Gucheng, a level 63 Assault Systems Soul Emperor. Team Member, Dai Mubai, a level 49 Assault Systems Soul Sect. Team Member, Tang San, MartialSoul, Blue Silvergrass, a level 48 Control System Soul Sect. Team Member, Ning Rong, a level 47 Support System Tool Soul Sect. Nie Feng said, Brother Yun, the total soul power level of the Shrek Academy team is significantly higher than ours. What do you plan to do? Bu Jingyun replied. The soul power level is not the most important. The most important thing is that there are 2 martial soul fusion technique users in the Shrek Academy team. They are Xiang Wentian and Ru Ming with their martial soul fusion technique, Battle Angel, and Shimen Chue Shui and Yi Gucheng's martial soul fusion technique, Invincible Sword Realm. Therefore, we must go all out this time. First, I decide, using our 2 martial soul fusion techniques to battle against their 4 martial soul fusion techniques should have a fighting chance. Feng Xiaodian said, Rest assured, Captain, we will definitely give it our all. Bu Jingyun nodded to everyone and said loudly, For the honor of the Academy, Shunfeng Academy will win. Victory! 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 At the same time, in the waiting room of the Shrek Academy team, Xiang Wentian also encouraged everyone. For the honor of Shrek Academy, Shrek Academy will win. Victory! 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 Please invite the Shrek Academy team and the Shunfeng Academy team to the central main arena for the final match. Chapter 81. Shrek Academy vs. Shunfeng Academy. Xiang Wentian saw that Shrek Academy, like his own team, had also arranged in a triangular formation. Both teams slowly walked towards the arena and stood side by side. To show respect from the Shrek team towards the Shunfeng Academy team, Xiang Wentian announced his soul power level. Xiang Wentian, level 65 Assault Systems Soul Emperor. Seeing the respect shown by the opponent towards his team, Bu Jingyun also announced his soul power level. Bu Jingyun, level 63 Assault Systems Soul Emperor. Both sides prepared to unleash their martial souls. After both sides activated their martial souls, Xiang Wentian saw that Bu Jingyun's martial soul was a pitch-black long sword, while Niefeng's martial soul was a blood-red long knife. The Shunfeng Academy team had no support type or agility type soul masters, indicating that the opponent was a strong assault type team with formidable combat power. On the Shunfeng Academy team's side, Bu Jingyun noticed that aside from Shrek Academy's captain Xiang Wentian, there were also two soul emperors above level 60 in the Shrek team, one being Shimen Chueyue and the other Yi Guqing. Bu Jingyun realized that the strength gap between the two teams was not particularly large. Even if there was a gap, with the martial soul fusion technique between himself and Niefeng, they could make up for it. After all, in this world, there was no martial soul fusion technique that could compare to the fusion technique of the two of them. Therefore, this battle would definitely be extremely intense. Both sides prepared, and the match began. Xiang Wentian shouted, "Tang, San, protect Rong Rong, control the whole field, everyone else charge." Bu Jingyun shouted, "Charge together, I'll deal with their captain." Feng Xiaotian, "You're faster, find a way to take out their support type soul master." The two teams collided like a flood and a fierce beast. The most intense battle was between Xiang Wentian and Bu Jingyun, with both of them targeting each other's weaknesses, sword winds howling and fist winds shaking. Bu Jingyun shouted, "Fourth soul skill, sword 8. As Xiang Wentian saw 8 pitch-black long swords shooting towards him at high speed. Each sword was a solid entity. At the same time, Xiang Wentian shouted, "Fourth soul skill, angelic divine light." A dark light beam shot towards the 8 pitch-black swords. The two soul skills collided, and contrary to what the audience expected, there was no deafening explosion. Instead, they directly disintegrated and dissipated in the air. This time, Xiang Wentian took the initiative and said, "Fifth soul skill, angelic flame slash," unleashing a massive circular wave of fire directly at Bu Jingyun. Bu Jingyun's eyes narrowed, and he shouted, "All swords return to origin." Countless pitch-black swords gathered together, forming a gigantic pitch-black sword that slashed horizontally against the circular wave of fire. A deafening explosion echoed, with countless energy waves scattering and forming a circular shockwave that spread outwards. At this moment, Dai Mubai was engaged in a fierce battle with Feng Xiaotian, with both sides holding nothing back. Feng Xiaotian used his gale wings to fly in the air, and Dai Mubai had no way to counter him since he lacked flying soul skills and could only attack from a distance. Dai Mubai shouted, "First soul skill, White Tiger Guardian Barrier. Third soul skill, White Tiger Diamond Transformation. Second soul skill, White Tiger Blazing Light Wave." Dai Mubai consecutively unleashed 3 soul skills, and under the enhancement of White Tiger Diamond Transformation, the power of White Tiger Blazing Light Wave increased exponentially. A white light beam shot towards Feng Xiaotian in the air. At this moment, Feng Xiaotian's mind was not on Dai Mubai. He was constantly looking for an opportunity to approach the support-type soul master of the Shrek team, Ning Rongrong, but he was blocked by Dai Mubai. Seeing Dai Mubai actually launching a ranged attack against him, Feng Xiaotian thought, "First, deal with Dai Mubai, then eliminate Ning Rongrong." Feng Xiaotian shouted, "Fourth soul skill, Demon Wolf Storm." A gigantic green wolf head shot down from the sky, targeting Dai Mubai. Even Dai Mubai's second soul skill could not withstand the power of Feng Xiaotian's fourth soul skill, Demon Wolf Storm. As the White Tiger Blazing Light Wave collided with the Demon Wolf Storm, it was as if light was shining on a wall. It could not penetrate the Demon Wolf Storm at all. Just as the Demon Wolf Storm was about to strike Dai Mubai shouted, "Fourth soul skill, White Tiger Meteor Shower." Countless white fists appeared around Dai Mubai, directly smashing upwards at the descending Demon Wolf Storm. Boom, 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 boom. Countless booming sounds erupted, and just as the sounds faded, Dai Mubai was forced to stagger back several steps, while Feng Xiaotian was also sent flying into the air. Under the powerful clash of both sides' fourth soul skills, neither of them felt good, their faces pale and blood at their mouths. Feng Xiaotian said in midair, "Dai Mubai, you are strong, but I wonder if you can withstand the power of my self-created soul skill. Gale Demon Wolf 36 /." Feng Xiaotian's gale wings behind him rapidly expanded several times, spinning in the air, and after gathering power, he dove straight at Dai Mubai. Self-created soul skills are more powerful than ordinary soul skills because they are skills developed through personal refinement and understanding, making them more practical and powerful. Hearing that his opponent was using a self-created soul skill, Dai Mubai's expression became serious, and he said, "Second soul skill, White Tiger Blazing Light Wave." A white light beam shot towards Feng Xiaotian, but Feng Xiaotian's diving speed was incredibly fast. easily dodging the white tiger blazing light wave and slashing at Dai Mubai. Boom! Feng Xiaoyan's Gale, Demon Wolf 36 slash. The first slash struck Dai Mubai's white tiger guardian barrier. Although the white tiger guardian barrier was not broken, the immense impact still caused Dai Mubai to stagger back 2 steps. Feng Xiaoyan completed the first slash without pausing, flying into the air, spinning around, and after gathering power, he unleashed the second slash. Chapter 82. The Convergence of Wind and Cloud. Emo Ku Wuyang. 1. At this moment, on the viewing platform of Shrek Academy, Flinders said anxiously, "Not good. Gale Demon Wolf 36 slash is a self-created soul skill that accumulates power for each strike, meaning each successive strike is more powerful than the last." Ma Hongjun said anxiously, "What do we do?" The master looked at the arena and calmly said, "It depends on Dai Mubai's adaptability and Xiang Wentian's battlefield commandability." At this moment, Tang Xin saw that Dai Mubai was in danger and wanted to help, but a voice came from Xiang Wentian. "Follow the plan." Second slash. Third slash. Just as Feng Xiaotian executed the fourth slash, Dai Mubai's white tiger guardian barrier finally could not hold on and shattered, while a mouthful of blood spurted from Dai Mubai's mouth. The crowd on the viewing platform of Shrek Academy was extremely anxious. Zhu Zhuqing even exclaimed, "Mubai!" On the VIP seats, Emperor Shui Yi said to Ning Fengji, "It seems that the Godwind Academy has the upper hand." Ning Fengji smiled and said, "Not necessarily. Your Majesty, look at the support-type Soul Master of the Shrek Academy team, which is my daughter. She hasn't made a move yet, so they must have their own plan." "Oh." Emperor Shui Yi responded lightly, turning to look at the arena. On the arena, Xiang Wentian shouted now. At this moment, Tang San's blue-silver prison had finished charging, and he shouted, "Fourth soul skill, blue-silver prison." At the same time, Xiang Wentian's first soul ring shone brightly as he shouted, "Space lock." The 2 powerful control skills firmly restrained all 7 members of the Godwind Academy team in place. Even Feng Xiaotian in the air fell down. At this moment, the 7 members of the Godwind Academy were all frozen in place, enveloped by the blue-silver prison. Xiang Wentian shouted, "Now is the time for the strongest battle output." After saying that, he directly unleashed his 6th soul skill, Angel Floating Pagoda. Lu Meng shouted, "Fourth soul skill, Burning Heaven's Flames." Shimin Chue Shui shouted, "Unity of Man and Sword, the Sword God Smiles." Yi Guqing shouted, "Heavenly Immortal from Beyond." Ning Rongrong shouted, "First is Strength, second is Speed, third is Soul." Boom, boom, boom. The colorful soul skills exploded on the arena, and for a moment, screams and the sounds of bones breaking echoed all around. Seeing such a spectacular scene on the arena, the audience went wild. The purpose of the audience coming to watch the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Competition was to witness such an incredible moment. Today, the Shrek Academy team fulfilled the audience's expectations. How could they not be thrilled? At the same time, the Snow Knight Emperor in the VIP section was stunned and said, "Such a brilliant tactic, truly unprecedented. Which team trained them?" Ning Fengji quietly said, "They were trained by Master from Shrek Academy. Your Majesty, those who have the Master will conquer the world." The Snow Knight Emperor said, "Oh, it seems it's time for me to meet this Master." On the observation platform of Shrek Academy, Flinder was extremely excited and said, "Nice. It should have been like this all along." The Master turned to Flinder and said, "What do you know? This is called strategy. As the saying goes, strike when they least expect it, attack when they are unprepared. If you use such skills as soon as you enter the arena, it would be impossible to succeed because the opponent has plenty of soul power and is on guard. Are you foolish?" Dean Flinder awkwardly nodded. On the arena, after the Shrek team finished releasing their soul skills, Dai Mubai wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, "The match should be over now, right?" Just when the Shrek team thought the match was about to end, 2 bloodied figures stood up shakily. The Shrek Academy team saw the scene they least wanted to see. Wind and Cloud united, Mo, Ku Wuyang. Niefeng and Bu Jingyan unleashed their own martial soul fusion skill. Wind and Cloud united, Mo Ku Wuyang. The Wind and Cloud united, Mo Ku Wuyang was completely different from others' martial soul fusion skills. Others' martial soul fusion skills were skills where the martial souls fused together. However, Wind and Cloud united, Mo Ku Wuyang not only fused their martial souls, but also fused Niefeng and Bu Jingyan themselves. After the 2 fused, a strange man appeared on the arena. Tang Xin anxiously said, "Not good. The opponent is using their martial soul fusion skill, even while heavily injured. It seems they are risking their lives to fight us." At this moment, Feng and Bu Jingyun were extremely angry. They had suffered today, but they had to take back this situation. Xiang Wentian looked at the opponent, his expression serious, and said, Shimen Shui Shui, Yigu Cheng, Martial Soul Fusion Skill, Invincible Sword Domain. Rumeng, let's cast Battle Angel together. Everyone else, quickly withdraw from the stage. Chapter 83, Wind and Cloud Fusion. Mo Ku Wu Liang, Part 2. Amid Xiang Wentian's urgent calls, Tang San and the others immediately exited the stage. Tang San knew that staying on the stage would be of no help and would only become a burden to everyone. Shimen Shui Shui and Yi Gucheng quickly activated their martial soul fusion skill, Invincible Sword Domain, enveloping the unfamiliar man across from them. The unfamiliar man, born from the martial soul fusion skill, Wind and Cloud Fusion, Imoku Wu Liang, executed by Feng and Bu Jingyun, murmured, My father exhausted his life's work to create the Holy Spirit sword technique, Sword 23 before his death. Today, it finally has a place to be used. In the state of Wind and Cloud Fusion, Mo Ku Wu Liang, casting Sword 23, how powerful could it be? Perhaps it could really slay the gods. This is my father said. At this moment, the invincible sword domain cast by Shimen Shui and Yi Gucheng had already enveloped the unfamiliar man. They shouted, Sword breaks the sky, blade tears the earth. The sword energy surged directly towards the unfamiliar man. The blade wind howled as it struck down at him. At this time, the unfamiliar man looked at the descending sword energy and the slashing blade energy without a hint of panic on his face. Instead, he slowly said, Holy Spirit sword technique, Sword 23. Suddenly, an invisible sword energy space emerged like a massive protective shield, encompassing the already vast, invincible sword domain. In this sword energy space, sword breaks the sky and blade tears the earth came to a standstill. Everything was frozen. Just then, a humanoid shadow floated out from above the unfamiliar man's head, wielding a black long sword and striking downwards. An invisible sword energy cleaved the invincible sword domain in half. The martial soul fusion skill of Shimen Shui and Yi Gucheng was forcibly disrupted, and both of them spat out blood, flying backward, their lives uncertain. At this moment, Xiang Wentian and Rumeng's martial soul fusion skill, Battle Angel, had also been completed, but seeing this scene, Xiang Wentian's heart raced. What kind of martial soul fusion skill was this, exerting such power? Even a titled Douluo couldn't unleash such a powerful blow, could they? In the Shrek Academy observation area, Dean Flander exclaimed, Time does not yield to space, and the thing that little Tion fears most is time-type soul skills. The strange and powerful blow just now was not only a time soul skill, but also a mental attack type skill. This is troublesome. Master Stiff Face also showed signs of anxiety as he asked, Flander, do you have a way to break this? Flander shook his head helplessly, no. Unless little Tion also possesses a time-type soul skill. Dai Mubai anxiously said, but the key is that Wentian doesn't have a time-type soul skill. In the VIP section, Emperor Shui Yi remarked in surprise, This year's Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Tournament has seen too many extraordinary talents. Truly worthy of two teams that hold the record for 12 consecutive wins. Ning Fengji said, Your Majesty, this is what I referred to as the Golden Age. As long as we capture the talents of this era, we will have grasped this continent. Saras snorted coldly, thinking, You want to capture the geniuses of this era? How naive. Little do you know that our Spirit Hall has already taken action many years ago. At this moment, the audience was in an uproar, excitement boiling over as they witnessed so many martial soul fusion skills. Shouts and screams echoed continuously. On the stage, Xiang Wentian, controlling the Battle Angel, had a grave expression. He could not lose. If he lost, Rumeng would be harmed, and he could not afford to fail because Shrek Academy was watching him. At this point, Xiang Wentian was like an arrow ready to be released. He controlled the Battle Angel to unleash his first soul skill, Space Lock, and then immediately executed the 10th style of the Buddha Palm. Buddha eradicates demons. The unfamiliar man born from Wind and Cloud Fusion, with a smile on his lips, looked at the rapidly descending golden Buddha seal and thought, Xiang Wentian, let you die under my ultimate sword technique, Sword 24, so that you can smile in the afterlife. The unfamiliar man shouted, Holy Spirit sword technique, Sword 24. An invisible sword energy space enveloped the entire stage. In the sword energy space, not only was time frozen, but even space was locked. Following that, a black sword light slashed down towards the Battle Angel. Wherever the black sword light passed, the space shattered. revealing cracks in the fabric of space. At this moment, Xiang Wentian, controlling the battle angel, found himself unable to move, unable even to breathe. He could only watch this incredibly powerful blow descend towards him. The Buddha Palm 10 style, Buddha eradicates demons, that he had unleashed was torn apart like scraps of paper, transforming into fragments of golden light and vanishing. Chapter 84. Buddha Kingdom in Palm, just as the extreme danger was about to arrive. Xiang Wentian fell into a hazy and wonderful world, where there was no sky and no ground, only a void. At this moment, Xiang Wentian recalled, in the last life, in a martial arts movie, Su Qi'er combined the 17 palms of the dragon, subduing 18 palms into one, thus creating the 18th palm. If he combined the first 10 palms of the Buddha palm into one, what would it become? As Xiang Wentian opened his eyes, he began to move, his thoughts flowing freely. At that moment, Xiang Wentian had an epiphany and started to act. He realized that after having this thought, an indescribable energy surged from within him, directly breaking through the barrier of the sword energy space. Thus, Xiang Wentian shouted, Rulai Divine Palm. First move, Buddha's light appears. Second move, Golden Summit Buddha Lamp. Third move, Buddha moves mountains and rivers. Fourth move, Buddha asks for Kalen. Fifth move, welcoming Buddha to the west. Sixth move, Buddha's light illuminates all. Seventh move, Celestial Buddha descends. Eighth move, Buddha's law is boundless. Ninth move, 10,000 Buddhas pay homage. 10th move, Rulai exterminates demons. 10 palm prints were continuously struck out by Xiang Wentian, layer upon layer materializing before him. The 10 palm prints rapidly merged together, forming a circular golden energy shield that revealed within it the Western Paradise, 800 Arhats, and 3,000 Buddhas, all contained within. The golden energy shield grew larger and larger until it completely covered the arena. At that moment, the swiftly descending black sword light struck the golden energy shield, but astonishingly, it could not harm the golden energy shield in the slightest. Xiang Wentian realized that he was the sky and the earth at this moment, and the entire arena was in his hands. He saw a strange man on the arena, hacking wildly, but could not harm the golden energy shield even a bit. Xiang Wentian flew directly into the sky, looking down at the unfamiliar man within the golden energy shield. 2 beams of golden light shot out from Xiang Wentian's eyes, targeting the strange man on the arena. Upon seeing the 2 beams of golden light descending from the sky directly towards him, the strange man unleashed all his soul power and slashed out hundreds of powerful sword energies, yet he could not block the speed of the golden light. With 2 crisp sounds, the strange man was pierced through by the 2 beams of golden light, and the strong impact sent him flying backward. By the time he landed, he had transformed into 2 individuals, Nie Feng and Bu Jingyun. MartialSoul Fusion Technique. Wind and Cloud Fusion. Mo Ku Wuyang Break. At this moment, the host Douluo exclaimed in surprise. The God Wind Academy's powerful MartialSoul Fusion Technique has actually been broken. On the spectator platform of Shrek Academy, Oscar shouted excitedly, Come and see, the world's most powerful MartialSoul Fusion Technique. The Battle Angel is born. Dean Flinder grinned widely, revealing a mouthful of golden teeth, and said, Even if other academies' geniuses are strong, there is still no match for my students. In the VIP seats, Emperor Shui Yi thought, the elite competition of high-level soul master academies across the continent is about to end. I need to find a way to recruit these geniuses for the Heaven Do Empire. On top of the highest building of the arena, a man in a black robe murmured, These 2 kids' talents are truly terrifying. It's a pity they belong to the Spear Hall. I need to prepare early for Shao San. In a corner of the arena, Douluo laughed. Old Ghost, it seems you have taken a good disciple. Who do you plan to vote for as the next pope? Ghost Douluo replied. Currently, the most qualified candidates for the next pope from the Spear Hall are Qianren Xue and Hulaina. Pope Bibidong supports Hulaina, but the Elder Hall supports Qianren Xue. Everyone has their own selfish motives, and so do you and I. I want Wen Tian to be the next pope. You must tell me then. You're right, Old Ghost. If your disciple sits on the pope's position, our statuses will be above all others. Don't worry, I will definitely help you. After all, that is my nephew, Douluo laughed. On the arena, Xiang Wentian slowly withdrew the golden energy shield in his hand and reappeared on the arena, pondering, what should I name the 11th style of my self-created Rulai, Divine Palm? It seems somewhat similar to the Buddhist realm in the palm of Buddha Rulai. Let's call it the Buddhist realm in the palm. At this moment, Xiang Wentian and Ru Meng had already released their MartialSoul Fusion Technique, Battle Angel. Now, Only two people stood on the arena, himself and Rumeng. The host Dodo saw that the two had released their martial soul fusion technique, Battle Angel, and announced loudly, Shrek Academy versus God Wind Academy. Shrek Academy wins. In an instant, the audience erupted in excitement, the entire venue buzzing with the voices shouting, Long live the Shrek team! Long live the Shrek team! Long live the Shrek team! At the same time, the system notifications sounded. Congratulations to the host for comprehending the heavenly divine ability, Buddhist realm in the palm. Reward. Host's soul power level increases by 1. Name, Xiang Wentian level. Soul, Emperor MartialSoul. Demon Angel Soul Power. Level 66, 629268887000000. Soul Rings. Black. Age 85,100 years. Black. Age 46,000 years. Black. Age 48,000 years. Black. Age 42,000 years. Black. Age 35,000 years. Black. Age 60,000 years. Soul Skills. First Soul Skill. Space Blockade. Second Soul Skill. Angelic Glory. Third Soul Skill. Angelic Holy Judgment. Fourth Soul Skill. Angelic Divine Light. Fifth Soul Skill. Angelic Flame Slash. Sixth Soul Skill. Angelic Stupa Divine Skill. Rulai Divine Palm Divine Ability. Buddhist Realm in the Palm Cultivation Method. Heavenly Demon Annihilation True Scripture. Azure Sky Overlord Body Ability. Devour. Can devour enemy or soul be soul rings and soul power to enhance his own soul rings and soul power. Chapter 85. Post-match rewards in the elite competition of high-level Soul Master Academies across the continent. Shrek Academy, the holder of 14 consecutive victories in the Heaven Do Empire's regional finals, stood out from the 28 participating teams, ranking first and achieving the best position in the Heaven Do Empire's regional competition. This time, Shrek Academy defeated established teams such as the Blazing Fire Academy, the Heavenly Water Academy, and the God Wind Academy, proving their true strength with their performance. The title of the strongest academy team in the Heaven Do Empire is well-deserved, and such a glorious achievement is the result of the Shrek team's collective effort. At this time, several healing-type soul masters from various academies stepped forward to treat the injured competitors. After the treatment by the healing-type soul masters, although some competitors still had relatively serious injuries, they were able to walk without issue. The host Dodo then announced loudly from the air, next, the awards for the top 5 academy teams will be presented by Emperor Shui Yi of the Heaven Do Empire, Master Ning of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, and Platinum Bishop Salas, who will personally present the academy and team honor certificates and bonuses. There are 2 types of academy team honor certificates, the Academy Honor Certificate and the Team Honor Certificate. As for the bonuses, the Shrek Academy team initially did not know, but later Ning Rongrong informed Xiang Wentian. In the elite competition of high-level Soul Master Academies across the continent, the rewards for the winning first team in the Heaven Do Empire's regional finals are as follows. First team, 30,000 gold soul coins. Second team, 20,000 gold soul coins. Third team, 15,000 gold soul coins. Fourth team, 10,000 gold soul coins. Fifth team, 5,000 gold soul coins. After the top 5, aside from receiving an honor certificate, there is nothing else. It's a waste of a trip. This is the reward for the regional finals. When it comes to the finals of the total region, the prizes for the top 3 winning teams will be provided by the Spirit Hall. After the awards were presented, the host handed over the speaking rights to the most distinguished presence at the venue, Emperor Shui Yi. Emperor Shui Yi swept his gaze across the students of the 15 winning academies, lingering a few seconds longer on the Shrek Academy team, before smiling and saying, "First of all, congratulations to Shrek Academy for achieving a remarkable record of 14 consecutive victories. Clap, clap, clap. Amazing. Incredible. Fantastic." The members of the 15 academy teams applauded, and cheers resounded throughout the area. You have successfully completed this session of the elite competition of high-level Soul Master Academies across the continent, the Heaven Do Empire's regional finals. As the highest ruler of the Heaven Do Empire, I am proud of you. You are the hope of the Empire's future. As the captains of each team, your strength has played the most important role in the competition. Therefore, I have decided to confer the title of Viscount to the captains and vice-captains of the top 5 academy teams. The other participating students from the top 5 academy teams will be conferred the title of Baron. Once you graduate, the doors of the Imperial Royal Family will always be open for you. Your fiefs will be uniformly distributed after your graduation. Platinum Bishop Salas interjected, "Your Majesty, that might not be appropriate." Emperor Shui Yi glanced at Salas and said, What is inappropriate? Bishop Salus. Salus replied, in previous competitions, there has been no precedent for awarding titles. Moreover, isn't the rank too high? Whether it is the Heavenly Do Empire or the Star Luo Empire. The ranks of nobility are arranged in order of Duke, Marquis, Earl, Viscount, and Baron. Just from the top 5 of a regional finals, 10 Viscount noble titles were granted. The generosity of the Snow Knight Emperor was enough to astonish anyone around. With just one sentence, the Snow Knight Emperor silenced Salus. Your Excellency, the Platinum Bishop. The granting of noble titles is an internal affair of the Empire and has nothing to do with the Spirit Hall, nor with this competition. I merely appreciate the rewards these children have earned. They represent my Heavenly Do Empire in this all-continental Advanced Soul Master Academy competition. Is it not permissible for me to reward them with a few noble titles? Here, I also want to make you a promise. If any team wins the championship in the finals, all members of that team will be promoted 1 rank in nobility. And the name of their academy will be prefixed with Royal, receiving financial support from the Empire, as the captains of their respective teams. Although these young people have seen the world, the long list of rewards from the Snow Knight Emperor still left them a bit bewildered. What does a noble title represent? A Viscount can already own their own territory and retainers, and will also receive certain subsidies from the state, which can be considered a double gain in fame and fortune. While many Soul Masters possess noble titles, obtaining titles from kingdoms and principalities is easier than securing titles from an empire, especially when it comes to directly granted Viscount titles. The territory owned by a Viscount can already be equivalent to a small city, comparable in size to Soto City. Chapter 86. Journey to Spirit City. What is even more valuable is that the Snow Knight Emperor has assured the 10 individuals before him that after this competition concludes, they will be granted their territories. This means that they will not merely hold a nominal title, but will truly possess land as nobles. This is clearly intended to make the academies below choose sides. It seems the conflict between the Heavenly Do Empire and the Spirit Hall has reached an irreconcilable point. Salus's expression looked grim. He said no more, but there was a hint of malice in his eyes. Ning Fengji merely stood by, smiling silently, as if all of this had nothing to do with him. In a while, the finals will begin. That will be the real battle to determine which academy is the strongest on the continent. As an emperor, the Snow Knight Emperor certainly cannot leave the Heavenly Do Imperial City without permission. However, he announced that the Crown Prince, Xue Qinghe, would represent him as the envoy of the Heavenly Do Empire to participate in the judging of this competition. The 15 teams from the Heavenly Do Empire will be personally led by Xue Qinghe to Spirit City, located at the border between the 2 empires, for the final competition. The finals will be hosted by the Spirit Hall. Each team has only 3 days to prepare. 3 days later, a total of 15 teams, along with their teachers and 500 soldiers from the Royal Knights, will set out for Spirit City, the venue for the finals, in a group of over 1,000 people. Originally, the finals were not set to be held in Spirit City, but for some unknown reason, the Spirit Hall suddenly made a change and decided to hold this final competition in the main city of the Spirit Hall. This city is almost entirely owned by the Spirit Hall. Spirit City is located at the junction of the 2 empires, and neither empire holds ownership over Spirit City. The most important structures in Spirit City are the Pope's Hall and the Elder's Hall. The Pope's Hall is newly built and is claimed to be the most magnificent building on the entire continent. Spirit City has become a holy place for all Soul Masters precisely because of this newly constructed Pope's Hall. Traveling from Heavenly Do City to Spirit City takes about 20 days. The competition time for the finals is not very long, as it is conducted in a knockout format. With a total of 33 teams, a winner can be determined in less than 10 days. Just before the Shrek Academy members were about to set off, Linus brought a little girl to find Xiang Wantian. You asked Tiandao, Grandpa Linus, what brings you here? I came to see you. This time, you have brought glory and honor to our village. Grandpa can walk with his head held high in front of the other village chiefs, looking quite impressive, haha. By the way, I brought you some local specialties from our village, your favorite fruits. But remember one thing, you can't eat the fruits for free. After eating them, you must win a championship and bring glory to our village, understand? Linus said solemnly. Xiang Wentian took the fruit handed to him by Linus and said, Don't worry, Grandpa Linus, I will definitely bring back a championship gold medal for you. Linus smiled and replied, That's good to hear. At least Grandpa's efforts weren't in vain. At this moment, Xiang Wentian turned to the little girl and asked, Grandpa Linus, who is this little girl? Linus smiled and said, This is my granddaughter. Since it's summer vacation, she came back to eat some watermelons we planted in the field. He then turned to the little girl and said, Celia, aren't you going to greet your big brother? You've always admired soul masters, and this big brother is a very powerful soul master. Linus pointed at Xiang Wentian kindly as he spoke to the little girl. Upon hearing Linus say that this was a soul master, Celia excitedly said, Celia meets big brother. Xiang Wentian patted Cyria's head and said to Linus, Grandpa Linus, we are about to set off. Since it's still early, you should hurry back to the village. After Xiang Wentian bid farewell to Lin Naz and Celia, he directly boarded the carriage. A group of over 1,000 people set off in a grand manner. Shrek Academy remained the center of attention, while the Five Elements Academy had become much more low-key, perhaps due to their loss to Shrek Academy in the competition. In order to allow the participating team members to rest better, the Tiando Empire provided a total of 15 luxurious giant carriages specifically for the participants to travel and rest in. Along the way, Xiang Wentian continuously urged the Shrek battle team to keep training and not to fool around. Flander fully supported Xiang Wentian's approach. Chapter 87, Canyon Battle 1. From the day they set off, there was one less master in the Shrek Academy team. Perhaps the others did not know what the master was up to, but Xiang Wentian, who had lived 2 lives, knew. Inside the teacher's carriage of Shrek Academy, Lu Erlong said angrily, Flander, you knew Xiaojing was going to see her. Why didn't you tell me? Flander shook his head helplessly. It's not that Xiaojing and I were afraid you would be angry if you found out. Lu Erlong huffed. Angry? I would only be angry because you didn't tell me. If you had told me, would I still be angry? Besides, Xiaojing and I are a couple. If he told me the truth, would I still be angry? She then muttered resentfully, All right, you Xiaojing, just wait for me. When you come back, see if I don't skin you alive. Flander shivered at Lu Erlong's muttering and thought. Fortunately, this woman didn't take a liking to me back then. Otherwise, I wouldn't know how I would die. Aside from Xiang Wentian, the members of the Shrek battle team were unaware of the master's whereabouts. Even the master's direct disciple, Tang San, was not informed and left quietly by himself, without even bringing Lu Erlong. This greatly disappointed the person sent to invite him, the Snow Knight Emperor. Xiao, it seems your godmother's temper hasn't been great these past few days. What's going on? Ning Rongrong whispered to Xiaowu while lying on the carriage. Xiaowu shook her head helplessly. I don't know either. But my mom's temper has always been bad. Everyone should be a bit more careful recently. Just don't provoke her. Otherwise, you'll only end up unlucky. Ma Hongjun pouted. I'm not afraid. Teacher Erlong is a fire dragon. I'm a fire phoenix. Oscar, who was chuckling to himself, shouted, Teacher Erlong, Fatty says you're a fire dragon. Dai Mubai shot a glare at Oscar and Ma Hongjun. You two keep it down. Do you want to get us killed? If I'm not mistaken, Teacher Erlong's bad temper recently is probably related to the Master's departure. However, since she hasn't exploded yet, she should know where the Master is. It's strange, Xiao-san. How come you don't know where the Master went? Tang San smiled slightly. How would I know what the Master is doing? Mubai, you should take care of your injuries from the battle with Foam Xiaotian. Otherwise, if you can't participate in the finals, wouldn't that be very painful? Dai Mubai snorted, although it has only been 3 or 4 days. My injuries have already healed. It's just that my internal organs still ache a bit, but after a couple of days of rest, it should be fine. Xiang Wentian said seriously, Everyone, let's not waste time. This carriage is really good. There will be no problem practicing on it. Your soul power is about to break through. Hurry up and cultivate. Let's aim to level up before the finals. That way, we can be more confident when we reach the championship. Ning Rongrong said softly, Dad told me that the biggest threat to us this time comes from the team sent by the Spirit Hall. Only by defeating them can we win the final championship. This will be the greatest test we have faced since the formation of the Shrek team. Xiang Wentian asked, Ning Rongrong, do you know their specific soul power levels? Ning Rongrong replied, I'm not very clear about their specific soul power levels, but my father told me that their soul power levels are definitely not inferior to our Shrek team, and might even be higher. Upon hearing Ning Rongrong mention the team from the Spirit Hall, the expressions of the other Shrek team members darkened, except for Xiang Wentian. Although the Shrek team has such potential after consuming the celestial medicinal herbs, they have not yet reached that level. Facing such opponents in the competition would undoubtedly be very difficult given their current strength. However, the opponents exist, and they cannot avoid them. How to defeat the opponents has become a question that everyone in the Shrek team has been pondering over these past few days. Xiang Wentian said solemnly, No matter what, we must get through this challenge. Even if the opponent is a full Soul Saint team, we must fight with all our might. In a narrow encounter, the brave will win. The Shrek team is invincible, and you must maintain the belief in our invincibility. If we don't have the unwavering belief in victory, how can we reach the pinnacle of greatness? Do you really want to live a mediocre life? After saying this to Yuntao, the members of the Shrek team radiated a look of determination to win. Tang Xin said, Yuntao is right. Since we have come to this world and become soul masters, we will walk this path to the end, and we will not rest until we reach the peak. Shimin Chue Shui and Yi Gucheng said at the same time, the swordman and the blade master are the blades of the heart. They can be used for killing or for protection. The knife is the leader of all weapons, and the sword is the king of all weapons. When our blades and swords combine, we can sweep through the world. Shimin Chue Shui continued. In this battle against Feng Yun, we realized the shortcomings of our MartialSoul fusion technique. Based on the experience of the former, we have re-understood a new MartialSoul fusion technique, named Blade and Sword Combination, Sweeping the World. Yi Gucheng said, now we are full of confidence in our MartialSoul fusion technique. Shimin Chue Shui then said, a song breaks the heart. Where can one find a confidant in this vast world? After saying this, the two sat aside and began to play the flute. Upon hearing that Shimin Chue Shui and Yi Gucheng had comprehended a new MartialSoul fusion technique, everyone felt secretly delighted, but upon seeing their demeanor, they couldn't help but shake their heads, thinking they looked like street performers. Chapter 88, The Canyon Battle, Part 2. Oscar turned his head and asked, Rong Rong, did your father tell you what the prize is for this time from the Spirit Hall? Ning Rong Rong replied, the championship prize from the Spirit Hall this time is 3 soul bones, and they're soul bones that are over 10,000 years old. Tang Sand was astonished. What a generous offer to actually put out 3 soul bones as the championship reward. Yuntao, have you received any news recently? Yes. Someone will be detrimental to us on the way. Everyone hurry up and train, and be prepared, Yuntao said. Ma Hongjun said, who dares to be detrimental to us? We are protected by the Royal Knights of Tiandou. Sure. Xiang Wentian made a gesture to stop talking and said, focus on your training. Don't ask anything. In due time, someone will naturally come forward to protect us. At the same time, above a canyon that the team from the Tiandou Empire had to pass through, a shadow slowly said, Lord Daira, when the time comes, kill everyone from the Shrek team except for Xiang Wentian and his girlfriend, Ru Meng. Do you understand? Yes, my lord. Lord Daira will obey the elder's orders. Just then, Xiang Wentian saw Feng Xiaotian talking to a soldier from the Knight Regiment. After Feng Xiaotian finished talking, he headed straight for the Fire Academy's team. Brothers from the Fire Academy, can I come in? Feng Xiaotian shouted, next to the carriage of the Fire Academy. Brother Feng, what brings you here? The curtain of the carriage was lifted, revealing the face of the fire cloud evil god. Feng Xiaotian smiled awkwardly and said, I'm mainly here to see Sister Huowu and to discuss cooperation with the Fire Academy on behalf of our captain. Huowu coldly replied, if you want to talk business, just say so. Don't make it sound so grand as if you're here to see me, Feng Xiaotian anxiously said, Sister Huowu, please don't be angry. I really came to see you. All right, if there's something to discuss, come in and talk, Fire Cloud, evil god said, crossing his arms. Okay. Feng Xiaotian entered the carriage and smiled at Huowu. He then turned to Fire Cloud, evil god, and asked Brother Evil God, do you think the Fire Academy alone can defeat the Shrek Academy? Fire Cloud, evil god sighed and said, given the explosive combat power of the Shrek Academy, our Fire Academy indeed cannot defeat them. Why? Do you have a solution? Feng Xiaotian smiled and said, I'm here for that. Our captain, Bu Jingyun, proposed to combine the Fire Academy and the Shinkei's Academy teams and rename it as the Windfire team. After Feng Xiaotian finished speaking, Fire Cloud, evil god, shook his head with a smile and said, that's impossible. The Spirit Hall will not agree. Brother Evil God, that's incorrect. I can guarantee that the Spirit Hall will definitely agree because our Vice Captain, Niefeng's father, is a titled Douluo of the Spirit Hall. As long as we inform him, no one else will object. As long as your Fire Academy agrees, we can finalize this today. Oh, if that's the case, it benefits both sides. How can we refuse? Huowu's father is the Dean of the Fire Academy. As long as Huowu talks to him, it won't be a problem. Feng Xiaotian smiled and said, if that's the case, does it mean Brother Evil God agrees? Fire Cloud, evil god smiled and said, yes. I agree. Huowu said, the captain agrees. Then I agree too. Good. Xiang Wentian looked at Huowu and asked, Sister Huowu, what about our matter? Huowu looked at Feng Xiaotian and said, Brother Feng, I know you like me, and I know you treat me well, but I have to tell you, we are impossible. My heart already belongs to someone else. Feng Xiaotian's expression darkened. Sister Huowu, can you tell me who it is? It's Xiang Wentian. Mentioning Xiang Wentian, Huowu's eyes revealed a special sparkle. Her obsession with pursuing strength was not inferior to that of some talented male soul masters. Xiang Wentian's power undoubtedly attracted her greatly. However, it was not that kind of attraction. In Huowu's heart, victory meant surpassing Xiang Wentian and defeating him. If she couldn't surpass him, she would have to marry him. But Xiang Wentian already has a girlfriend. Don't you care? Feng Xiaotian asked anxiously. Huowu replied, I don't care, unless one day you can surpass Xiang Wentian. Then I will agree to date you. Feng Xiaotian firmly said, all right, Sister Huowu, with your words, I can rest assured. Please give me time. I will definitely surpass Xiang Wentian. After saying that, Feng Xiaotian opened the carriage door and walked out. Huowu looked at Feng Xiaotian's back. Her eyes suddenly filled with something new. She knew that although Feng Xiaotian was not as talented as the top geniuses, he was truly sincere towards her. Huowu discovered that Feng Xiaotian had many shining points she had previously overlooked. Perhaps it was Feng Xiaotian's sincerity that moved her, and for a moment, Huowu couldn't help but feel a little infatuated. Chapter 89, Canyon Battle 3. The Shinkei's Academy and the Fire Academy quickly reached a cooperation agreement, and of course, this news was kept strictly confidential from other teams. They would not disclose it until the finals began. The members of Shrek Academy had been enjoying themselves during this time. Every day, the Shrek Academy team would gather on the carriage to train. Xiang Wentian had leveled up during the previous competitions, so he was handling outside matters with Flandra. For others, coordination no longer required much practice. What was more important was the improvement of soul power. After so many battles, these already gifted young men and women had made significant progress in soul power in addition to their practical experience. In just a few days, everyone who had reached a bottleneck broke through by one level. Currently, the strength of the members of the Shrek Academy team is as follows. Shrek Team Captain, Demon Angel Xiang Wentian, MartialSoul, Demon Angel, Level 66 Assault System Soul Emperor. Vice Captain, Blaze Angel Rumeng, MartialSoul, Blaze Angel, Level 59 Assault System Soul King. Shrek Student, Shimin Chue Shui, MartialSoul, Etienne Sword, Level 64 Assault System Soul Emperor. Shrek Student, Yi Gu Chung, MartialSoul, Dragon Slayer Knife, Level 64 Assault System Soul Emperor. Team Member, Evil Eye White Tiger Dai Mubai, MartialSoul, White Tiger. Level 54 Ring Assault System Soul Master. He just needs to hunt a soul ring to become a soul king, but with the competition approaching, he has no time to hunt for a soul ring and can only wait until after the finals. Team Member, Thousand Hands Azura Tang San, MartialSoul, Blue Silvergrass. Level 49 Control System Soul Master. Team Member, Softbone Charm Rabbit Xiao Wu, MartialSoul, Softbone Rabbit, Level 48 Assault System Soul Master. Team Member, Evil Fire Phoenix Ma Hongjun, MartialSoul, Phoenix, Level 47 Assault System Soul Master. Team Member, Ghostly Spirit Cat Zhu Zhuqing, MartialSoul, Ghostly Spirit Cat. Level 54 Ring Agility System Soul Master. Team Member, Sausage Specialist Oscar, MartialSoul, Sausage, Level 49 Support System Tool Soul Master. Team Member, 9 Treasure Glazed Tile Ning Rong Rong, MartialSoul, 9 Treasure Glazed Tower, Level 48 Support System Tool Soul Master. Just looking at their levels may not be surprising, but when combined with their current ages, it is enough to shock anyone in the Soul Master community. Such a young team is fully capable of participating in the next Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Competition. If it were 5 years later, to what extraordinary level would they reach? No one could predict. The entire team was calm along the way. As everyone quietly trained, 10 days passed in the blink of an eye, and the journey to Wuhuan City had reached its halfway point. Under the leadership of 500 royal knights and Prince Xue Qinghe, wherever they went, they were treated with great respect, and they encountered no troubles on the road. Bandits would flee dozens of miles away upon hearing that the royal knights were passing through. Today, everyone continued their training under Xiang Wentian's supervision. Seeing that everyone in the Shrek team had entered their training, Xiang Wentian let out a light breath, sat down, and began to train. At that moment, he sensed a strong wave of soul power coming from ahead. Xiang Wentian opened his eyes and smiled sinisterly. Have you finally come? My experience points. They mostly traveled along official roads, and the only dangerous place on their route was the Doomsday Canyon, from which the soul power fluctuations were coming. Of course, it wasn't just Xiang Wentian who sensed the soul power fluctuations. At that moment, everyone in the Shrek team opened their eyes simultaneously. Ma Hongjun said in a panic, Brother Tian, could it be that you were really right? Is someone really going to ambush us on the way? Tang Xin said seriously, there's a killing intent. Everyone, be careful. To ask the heavens. Everyone, quickly get off the carriage. It's too big a target on the carriage, making it easier to be attacked. Of course, it's not just the Shrek team that feels the fluctuation of soul power. The captain leading the Royal Knights also shouted loudly, warning everyone to be on guard. Something is happening. The members of the Royal Knights who were guarding the Soul Masters immediately raised their knight lances. However, the students from the academy didn't take care. With so many talented Soul Masters and teachers present, what did they have to worry about? Although the academy's numbers were not as great as those of the Royal Knights, every single student in these teams was an elite, a genius. Moreover, among their teachers were some powerful Soul Masters, including those at the level of Soul Emperor, Soul Sage, and even Soul Douluo. The academy students believed that those bandits daring to block their path were undoubtedly courting death. Chapter 90, The Canyon Battle, Part 4. At that moment, countless boulders rolled down from the hillsides like rain, appearing not only suddenly, but also in a very orderly manner, quickly crashing down. The terrain before the entire team was extremely unfavorable. The captain of the Royal Knights hurriedly issued a command to accelerate. The boulders were to be jointly defended by the 500 members of the Royal Knights. At this time, the overall quality of the Royal Knights was on display. Although they were not all Soul Masters, their overall strength was very formidable. The hills on both sides of the canyon were not too high, but they were very steep. The impact of the falling boulders was not insurmountable. The soldiers of the Royal Knights took several steps back, leaving a central passage for people to pass through. Holding their knight lances high, they faced the falling rocks. Meanwhile, the Academy's team had all dismounted and was running forward through the passage. Just then, even larger boulders came rolling down, and the captain of the Royal Knights shouted, "Form up." The 500 members of the Royal Knights quickly gathered together, forming a circular encirclement, leaving a long passage in the middle for the Academy's team to pass through quickly. The Royal Knights concentrated their soul power together, forming a massive steel shield to withstand the boulder attacks from above. Seeing this scene, the Academy members quickened their pace. To move faster, they abandoned their carriages. All students hurried on foot. As long as they could leave this unfavorable terrain behind, there was nothing to fear. Now everyone was eager to know who could dare to attack, even the Royal Knights. This was the territory of the Heaven-Do Empire. Could it really be bandits? Did they really have the audacity to act recklessly? Flander and Lu Erlong led the Shrek team forward rapidly. At this moment, Lu Erlong's temper flared up again. "I can't take it anymore. I want to go and kill." Lu Erlong intended to rush into the canyon for a killing spree, but was stopped by Flander. "Big brother Flander, why are you stopping me? I want to kill these blind bandits." Lu Erlong said discontentedly. Flander replied seriously, "It's not that simple. Don't you find it strange? Although the Heaven-Do Empire has some large bandit groups, they are well informed and would have run away at the first sign of trouble. What gave them the courage to attack a team like ours? Looking at the falling boulders, it's clear they were prepared, not just by chance. Regardless of what they intend to do, protecting the children is our top priority. Moreover, with Xiao Gang not here, our Golden Iron Triangle's martial soul fusion technique can't be utilized at all. Protecting the children is the most important thing." After hearing Flander's words, although Lu Erlong felt somewhat unconvinced, she couldn't refute him. The Royal Knights gradually began to struggle against the onslaught. Some particularly large boulders had already broken through the steel shield and were crashing into the team. At this moment, the strength of the Academy's Soul Masters was on display. The elites from various high-level Soul Master Academies in the Heaven-Do Empire remained completely calm, each releasing their martial souls and sheltering the support-type Soul Masters within, while the attack and defense types stood guard outside. When the boulders flew in, they would be shattered instantly, not even affecting the speed of the team's advance. Before long, they were about to pass through the stretch of road between the two hills. The Royal Knights at the back had begun to gradually retreat. Just then, the sound of cannon fire echoed from somewhere, and suddenly, thousands of figures in black appeared on the hillsides, charging down with astonishing speed. At this moment, the Royal Knights were still in the process of retreating, and the Soul Masters from the 15 academies could only rely on their own strength to protect themselves. A variety of dazzling lights began to appear on the Soul Masters, their martial souls released and soul rings shining. They were ready for battle. Although there was no coordination among the various academies, each academy formed a small group, and the appearance of the enemy ignited their fighting spirit. Instead of retreating, they charged forward without needing anyone to organize them. However, an unexpected situation occurred for these young Soul Masters, just when they thought they could easily crush their opponents. They were met with ruthless attacks that forced them to retreat step by step. The combined strength of the 15 academies was only a little over 200, along with the 500 of the Royal Knights, totaling around 700, but the enemy numbered in the thousands, most of whom were above level 50, and they worked together seamlessly, pushing the Heaven Do Empire side back. Form up. Steel charge. The captain of the Royal Knights shouted. The 500 Royal Knights soldiers immediately changed formation, and nearly 100 Flying Soul Masters from the Royal Knights soared up the canyon cliffs to engage the descending enemies. At the same time, the masked leader of the black-clad enemies saw that the Royal Knights were a tough opponent, so he ordered, "Fall back, form up." Hundreds of enemies flew back, aligning in the air, channeling all their soul power into their leader. At this moment, a black 10,000-year soul ring lit up on the leader of the black-clad figures, and a massive black fist emerged from the soul ring, smashing toward the Royal Knights' steel charge. In an instant, the Royal Knights were sent flying, blood and flesh scattered everywhere. Chapter 92. Rampant Enhancement. Xiang Wentian smiled at the corners of his mouth and said, "Finally, it's my turn to take action." As he spoke, all of Xiang Wentian's soul power condensed beneath his feet, and countless black threads formed from the soul power spread out from under him into the distance. Wherever they passed, whether it was severed limbs, broken arms, or complete corpses, they rapidly turned into dry corpses within a few seconds. Ding! The host used the devouring ability to devour severed limbs and broken arms, obtaining 1,000-year soul ring and 2,000 soul power points. Ding! The host used the devouring ability to devour incomplete corpses, obtaining 2,000-year soul ring and 4,000 soul power points. Ding! The host used the devouring ability to devour complete corpses, obtaining 5,000-year soul ring and 10,000 soul power points. Ding! The host used the devouring ability, obtaining 5,000-year soul ring and 10,000 soul power points. At first, others did not notice, but after a short while, the combatants on the battlefield discovered this bizarre scene. On the side of the Tiando Empire, Xiang Wentian was one of their own, so they could not say much and could only complain in their hearts. What an evil martial soul. It can actually devour the essence of others for its own use. On the enemy side, they found it even harder to speak, as the elders had instructed them not to touch Xiang Wentian. Ding! The host devoured 200 severed limbs and broken arms, obtaining. Ding! The host devoured a complete corpse. Ding! Congratulations to the host for leveling up, current level 67. Ding! Congratulations to the host for leveling up, current level 68. Ding! Congratulations to the host for leveling up, current level 69. Xiang Wentian excitedly said. Enhance all soul ring comments. He opened the system panel. Name, Xiang Wentian level. Soul Emperor Martial Spirit. Demon Angel Soul Power. Level 69. 988888810000000. Soul Rings. Red. Age 155, 100 years. Red. Age 116. 000 years. Red. Age 118, 000 years. Red. Age 112, 000 years. Red. Age 105, 000 years. Red. Age 130, 000 years. Soul Skills. First Soul Skill. Space Blockade. Second Soul Skill. Angel's Glory. Third Soul Skill. Angel's Holy Judgment. Fourth Soul Skill. Angel's Divine Light. Fifth Soul Skill. Angel's Flame Slash. Sixth Soul Skill. Angel's Floating Pagoda. Divine Skill. Tathagata Divine Palm. Cultivation Method. Heavenly Demon Annihilation Scripture. Azure Sky. Overlord Body. Ability. Devour. Can devour the soul rings and soul power of enemies or soul beasts to enhance one's own soul rings and soul power. After closing the system panel, Xiang Wentian laughed wildly towards the sky. Who in the world controls the rise and fall? Only I, the demon angel Xiang Wentian, the destruction of the universe. The invincible me is back. Everyone around looked at Xiang Wentian with the eyes of seeing a lunatic, thinking, is this fool off his medication again? But when they saw the dazzling red 100,000-year soul rings flashing around Xiang Wentian, everyone on the battlefield was stunned in place, their eyes wide open in shock. Although the Shrek Academy team knew that these soul rings were obtained through Xiang Wentian's innate skill, Devour, they were still deeply shocked. At this moment, Xiang Wentian was full of confidence. The violent fluctuations of soul power within him were boiling, almost about to explode. He felt that he could even slay a god. So, Xiang Wentian roared, "Who dares to fight me?" After shouting this, Xiang Wentian saw everyone around him gaping in surprise at him. At this moment, The feeling of invincible loneliness filled Xiang Wentian's heart, and he said despondently, "Have you all become timid in the face of the invincible me? Have I reached the peak with no rivals left? Am I about to hide my sword and retreat? Is there truly no one in the world who can withstand my steps?" At this time, dozens of black-clad individuals saw Xiang Wentian boasting so exaggeratedly. They can no longer hold back. They've never seen someone blow their own trumpet to such an extent. "You are the first in history." The dozens of black-clad individuals charged towards Xiang Wentian. Their pride as soul masters would not allow anyone to insult them. "You can insult my character. You can insult my personality, but you absolutely cannot insult my proud soul power level. Even if it meant defying the Elder's orders. They would kill this person on the spot today." At this moment, Xiang Wentian roared, "Brothers of the Spirit Hall, are you heroes?" The black-clad individuals replied, "Of course. We are heroes. Since you are heroes, then let us go witness the destruction of a universe together." Everyone present cheered. Only heroes read the book, Destruction of a Universe. Chapter 93. The white-clad masked man Xiang Wentian saw dozens of black-clothed men charging towards him, his fighting spirits soaring as he said, "Good timing." He activated the second skill of his sixth spirit ability, Angel Meteor Strike. A red soul ring of 100,000 years flipped and flew into the sky, transforming into an enormous angelic phantom. Suddenly, the angelic phantom's eyes snapped open, and countless massive meteors plummeted from the sky, crashing into the crowd and exploding, turning dozens of black-clothed men into a bloody mist, shattered into pieces. Xiang Wentian didn't even have the chance to absorb their souls. At that moment, the 15 Spirit Master teams from the Tiando Empire were stunned, and the black-clothed men above the canyon were dumbfounded. "Tang," San murmured in shock. "Is this the power of 100,000 years soul ring? It's almost a bit abnormal. When will I ever obtain 100,000 years soul ring? Perhaps I will never have the chance like other titled Douluos. It's not easy to kill 100,000 year spirit beast. And even if one is lucky enough to kill it, the process of absorbing the soul ring is not that simple. Wentian, your devouring ability truly makes me envious. Since you have made a move against me, I won't concern myself with who you are anymore. Only through frenzied slaughter can my soul power and soul rings gain a tremendous boost. As the saying goes, a dead friend is better than a living one. In this perilous Douluo continent, having more strength means having more assurance of life." Xiang Wentian continued to activate the second skill of his sixth spirit ability, Angel Meteor Strike. Boom, boom, boom. Countless loud explosions echoed, and in an instant, the enemies were left in a state of carnage, blood splattering everywhere. Devour. Ding. The host used the devouring ability and obtained 1 year soul ring, 10,000 soul power points. Ding. The host used the devouring ability and obtained 1 year soul ring, 10,000 soul power points. Ding. The host used the devouring ability and obtained 1 year soul ring, 10,000 soul power points. Just as Xiang Wentian was getting carried away with the killing, a faint voice echoed in his ear. "Wentian, what are you doing? You are killing your own people. Don't forget you are also a part of the Spirit Hall." Xiang Wentian quickly looked around and did not find any extremely strong opponents. He felt relieved, thinking it must be his troublesome master causing trouble again. He yelled at Xiang Wentian, "I'm just looking for an opponent. I'm not killing innocents. It's just that these people are too weak." Above the valley, a masked figure in white said to a shadowy figure, "Oh, he says the people we brought out are too weak." The shadowy figure replied, "Old ghost, I think your disciple feels that his wings have hardened and is not listening well. As his uncle, I'll go down and teach him a lesson." The masked figure's voice was sharp, sounding like a eunuch with a duck-like quack. The shadowy figure said, "It is time to teach him a lesson, otherwise, if he becomes a titled Douluo in the future, he won't take me seriously. However, the lesson must be measured. Remember, do not harm his life." The masked figure took a few steps, then turned back and said, "Old ghost, don't you trust me? I will make him listen while also making him feel pain, so he knows the consequences of not listening to his master." At this moment, Xiang Wentian saw a masked figure in white rapidly shooting towards him from above the canyon. Although the opponent was masked, he could tell who it was just by their body. Even though Xiang Wentian knew who this person was, he did not intend to disclose it. Now that his strength had greatly increased, he needed a powerful opponent to test his abilities. And it was perfect that this person had come. Xiang Wentian looked at the masked figure and shouted, "Who are you? State your name." "I, Xiang. Do not kill nameless people." The masked figure replied in a sharp voice, "Oh, kid, you have quite the attitude, even asking me to state my name." You're not qualified for that. Let us talk when you become a title Douluo. In the masked figure's mind, Xiang Wentian was just a small soul emperor that could be easily manipulated, so he didn't take him seriously at all. All right, then I will smash you today and see if I have that qualification, Xiang Wentian said sternly. Chapter 94. The Withered Chrysanthemum, 6th Soul Skill. Angel Tower. Suddenly, a gigantic demonic angel phantom appeared behind Xiang Wentian, and he punched towards the masked figure in white. The masked figure snorted coldly, not releasing his martial soul, but relying solely on his physical strength to punch towards the rapidly approaching punch of the giant angel tower. The masked figure's punch seemed particularly small in front of the angel phantom's punch. Yet this seemingly small punch actually blocked the impact of the angel phantom's punch. With a loud bang, the masked figure was incredibly shocked. A mere soul emperor was able to unleash such a powerful blow. Xiang Wentian was equally shocked. This person was actually able to withstand my 6th soul skill, Angel Stupa's first punch with sheer physical strength. However, the power of my 6th soul skill, Angel Stupa, increases with each punch. I want to see how many punches you can endure. Immediately, Xiang Wentian launched the second punch of Angel Stupa. Boom! The white-clothed masked man snorted coldly and said, "Here comes that move again. It seems you're out of tricks." At the moment the two punches collided, the white-clothed masked man was extremely shocked. How could this punch be nearly twice as powerful as the last one? Caught off guard, the white-clothed masked man was directly forced to take 2 steps back from the impact. Xiang Wentian let out a cold laugh and said, "The real power is yet to come. Today, I'll make sure you have a feast." Boom! When the third punch collided, the man in the white cloak was directly knocked back 5 steps. Boom! When the fourth punch collided, the man in the white cloak was knocked back 10 steps. The man in the white cloak gasped for breath and thought, "It seems I can't do this without activating my martial spirit and using soul skills. Otherwise, I'll embarrass myself later and give that old ghost a reason to laugh." Third soul skill, Breath Barrier. A translucent energy shield immediately covered a radius of over 100 meters. All soul masters within that area could not circulate their soul power. Xiang Wentian smiled slightly and said, "A mere breath barrier can't trap me. I not only have space-type soul skills, but also time and space-type divine abilities. Your breath barrier is useless against me." The person in white with a masked face finally showed a change in expression. How is this possible? Under my breath barrier, he can actually launch a counterattack. Boom! Wang Tian's 6th soul skill, Angel Floating Tower, struck solidly on the body of the white-clothed masked man. The masked man let out a miserable scream and was sent flying, with a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. He stood up from the ground, wiped the blood from his mouth, and said with hatred, "You have completely angered me, kid." 6th soul skill, Golden Petal Radiance. The masked man's strange mushroom quickly grew larger in his hand, transforming into a giant pink chrysanthemum, from which a red beam of light shot directly towards Wang Tian. Xiang Wentian saw a red pillar of light rapidly shooting towards him. His eyes narrowed, and he gathered all his soul power. He noticed his 6th soul ring quickly illuminate, shining even brighter than the sunlight in the sky. The 6th punch of the angelic pagoda. At the moment, the giant fist of the demon angel collided with the red pillar of light. The red pillar disintegrated inch by inch, unable to withstand the blow of the demon angel's giant fist. The masked figure in white exclaimed in horror, "How is this possible? A mere soul emperor, even with a 100,000-year soul ring, can unleash such a powerful blow. Kid, I'm not playing with you anymore. If I don't deal with you today, how will I maintain my reputation in the soul master world?" At this moment, the commotion caused by Xiang Wentian was so great that it directly alerted the entire team of the Tiando Empire, who were in battle with the black-clothed man. Flender saw the 9th soul ring of the masked figure in white quickly light up and shouted, "Not good. Little Tian is facing a title Douluo." But at this moment, the Shrek team was being surrounded and attacked by hundreds of black-clothed men, unable to spare any effort, feeling like ants on a hot pot, anxiously running in circles. At this time, Lu Erlong was entangled with the soul Douluo and couldn't break free, angrily shouting, "If anything happens to little Tian today, no matter who you are, I will eradicate you all." The black-clothed man fighting Lu Erlong sneered, "Let's see if you can survive today." At this moment, Ru Meng was blocked by several black-clothed men. Although they did not attempt to kill her, they would not allow her to break through the encirclement. The masked figure in white shouted, "The chrysanthemum withers." Leaving injuries all over the ground, flowers fall. Before he could finish speaking, Xiang Wentian shouted, "I'll make your chrysanthemum wither, you little brat." After saying that, Xiang Wentian directly unleashed his divine ability, Buddha Kingdom in palm. A circular energy shield quickly expanded, enveloping the masked figure in white. At the same time, Xiang Wentian flew into the air, his eyes wide open, and shouted, Buddha Kingdom in palm, with furious divine light. Two golden beams shot out from Xiang Wentian's eyes, directly penetrating the masked figure's rear. The golden beams then shot out from the man's mouth, bringing with them a spray of black and yellow blood, creating a stench that could be described as overwhelming, with a bloody aura spreading everywhere. Xiang Wentian covered his nose and said, What did you eat? It smells worse than a super huge bucket of rotten things. The white-clothed masked man, with a white scarf covering his face, was sprayed all over with dark yellow bloody substance. He covered his backside and jumped high, letting out a series of miserable cries. Oh ah, hey ah, so refreshing. After jumping a few times, the white-clothed man left the battlefield. Seeing the white-clothed masked man jump a few times and then disappear, Xiang Wentian suddenly realized, now I understand. The person got so scared they jumped to their grandma's house. It really is true. At that moment on the cliff, a shadow covered its face and shook its head repeatedly, saying, This is really too embarrassing. Chapter 95. Each displaying their powers, the white-clothed masked man, holding his backside, hopped back to the top of the canyon, grimacing in pain. It hurts me to death. Douluo, seeing this, took a red petal from his spirit guide and threw it to the white-clothed masked man. The white-clothed masked man caught the petal and quickly swallowed it. After consuming the red petal, his injuries healed within 3 breaths, and the pain in certain areas instantly stopped. The white-clothed masked man sighed, This time I really lost face. Going to my grandma's house. As a chrysanthemum Douluo, I was actually humiliated like this. How can I show my face in the spirit master world in the future? Although I'm masked, everyone has seen my martial soul. It's really disgraceful, utterly clean. Hearing the words of the white-clothed masked man, Douluo lamented. I didn't expect the geniuses of the Golden Age to be so extraordinary. My chief disciple is hailed as the #1 genius of the Tiando Empire. Truly remarkable. The white-clothed masked man, seeing all lost in his thoughts, angrily said, Old ghost, if it weren't for our years of friendship, I would have taken care of that stinky kid Xiang Wentian long ago. If I hadn't shown mercy this time, your disciple would have been a corpse by now. Thuo forced a smile on his stiff face and said, I thank brother you for showing mercy to my disciple. All right, don't be angry anymore. It's our turn to take action now. The white-clothed masked man said with hatred, Tang Hao, you've been opposing our spirit hall for so many years. Today, I'll use your son's life to collect some interest. After saying that, both of them charged towards the Shrek Academy battle team below the canyon. Xiang Wentian saw 2 figures flying rapidly over the canyon, one being the masked man in white he had just battled, and the other a shadowy figure whom Xiang Wentian recognized as his opportunistic master, Ghost Douluo. Xiang Wentian realized that these 2 couldn't wait any longer and intended to kill Tang San to eliminate future threats. Meanwhile, the battle continued. On the side of Shenkong Academy, Nie Feng and Bu Jingyun activated their MartialSoul fusion technique, slaying gods when encountering them and exterminating Buddhas when meeting them. The fusion technique of the 2, wind and cloud harmony, Mo Ku Wu Liang, manifested as a strange man standing on a battlefield. Although the number of black-clad attackers targeting Shenkong Academy was not significant, for the Wind and Cloud brothers, only death would ensure they posed no threat. The strange man, fused from Nie Feng and Bu Jingyun, had around him a dozen black-clad individuals attacking the members of Shenkong Academy. The strange man slowly opened his eyes, 2 beams of divine light flashing within. He stepped forward and shouted, Sword 24. Instantly, within 100 meters around him, the area was enveloped in sword energy, rendering the black-clad individuals unable to move or even breathe, left at the mercy of their attackers. The strange man unleashed 14 massive sword lights in succession, each one killing several black-clad individuals. None of those struck by the sword lights remained whole. They were cleaved into halves or even quarters. The black-clad individuals near Shenkong Academy were not the only ones affected. Even those assaulting other academies suffered casualties. At the same time, the battle on the side of Chihua Academy was equally fierce. Although it couldn't compare to the brutality at Shrek Academy, it was still intense relative to the other academies. The team captain of Chihua Academy, Hua Yun Xieshun, went on a rampage, killing with great enthusiasm. He shouted 5th soul skill, Toad's Peak ram it to death. After releasing his 5th soul skill, he shot out like a cannonball, smashing into the chest of a black-clad man, sending him flying over 500 meters before he finally stopped. When the black-clad man looked down, his chest had caved into his back, and blood gushed uncontrollably from his mouth, enough to irrigate 10 acres. After killing one black-clad man, Yuntao's killing intent surged, and his violent nature erupted. At this moment, he saw 5 black-clad individuals charging at him, and instead of feeling alarmed, he was overjoyed, shouting, "Sixth soul skill, Toad's Fury." Yuntao's martial soul instantly enlarged several times, transforming into a gigantic bullfrog. The bullfrog opened its mouth and spewed a thick pillar of fire towards the 5 black-clad attackers. The moment the high-temperature fire pillar met the black-clad men, they were instantly reduced to ashes, disappearing from the world. At this moment, the masked man in white and Ghost Douluo had already rushed to within 50 meters of Shrek Academy's team. Suddenly, a voice echoed from above the canyon. "Those who wish to kill Shrek Academy members must first pass through me." Chapter 96, Swordpath Dust Heart. Suddenly, an elder in green stepped out in front of Shrek Academy's team, 6 long swords embedded in the ground surrounding him, and 9 soul rings slowly pulsating around the elder. Dai Mubai saw the elder appear and said solemnly, "Another title Douluo. It seems this title Douluo has come to assist Shrek Academy." On the side of Chihua Academy, Yuntao halted his killing spree and said gravely, 9 soul rings, a title Douluo. Why are there so many powerful figures appearing here today? Could there be some conspiracy? On the side of Shengkong Academy, Nie Feng and Bu Jingyun felt a powerful fluctuation of soul power coming from afar. They turned to look in that direction and simultaneously said solemnly, "What a powerful aura. Could it be Shrek Academy?" At this moment, both the Tindo Empire's team and the black-clad individuals felt this powerful aura and temporarily ceased fighting, looking towards that direction. At this moment, Zhu and Ghost Douluo halted their advance upon seeing the elder in green appear ahead. The masked man in white, Zhu Douluo, exclaimed in surprise, "Swordpath Dustheart." It was no wonder that Zhu Douluo was surprised. The person before him was known as the strongest attacking title Douluo, whose attributes were entirely restraining to Zhu Douluo. Among the known titled Douluos, this elder in white was undoubtedly one of the strongest adversaries to him. The elder in green was one of the 2 ultimate guardians of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, Sword Douluo Chenshin, in the realm of titled Douluos. Others habitually referred to him as Swordpath Dustheart. He had immersed his entire life in his 7-killing sword martial soul, and in terms of attack power, very few could rival him. Swordpath Dustheart, even you have come to stir this muddy water? Zhu Douluo said, with a fade of bravery hiding his fear. Chenshin replied indifferently, "The Shrek Academy team is a friend of our 7 treasure glazed tile school. If you harm our friends, it is equivalent to being against our 7 treasure glazed tile school." After saying this, Chenshin raised his 7-killing sword. Instantly, the 6 long swords surrounding him fused with the 7-killing sword in his hand, and he soared into the air, attacking Zhu Douluo. In midair, Chenshin unleashed countless blue sword energies, directly slicing towards Zhu Douluo. Seeing the numerous sword energies coming at him, Zhu Douluo hurriedly maneuvered and dodged in midair while unleashing his martial soul, Strange Flower Heavenly Chrysanthemum, to counter the onslaught of powerful sword energies. The sounds of clashing swords echoed as the powerful sword energies struck against Zhu Douluo's martial soul, causing his arms to go numb. Zhu Douluo said solemnly, "Such a fierce attack power. No wonder you are Swordpath Dustheart." 5th soul skill, Gathering of Coal Blossoms. Chenshin saw a massive chrysanthemum petal shoot towards him. Without a hint of panic, he quickly retreated several hundred meters to evade the attack while pointing the 7-killing sword ahead, shouting, 6th soul skill, All swords return to origin. Zhu Douluo saw countless 7-killing swords shooting towards him and quickly mobilized all his soul power, injecting it into the immense martial soul strange flower heavenly chrysanthemum to withstand the barrage of swords. The sounds of clashing swords intensified as the impacts continued. Chenshin sneered, "Seeing you struggle so hard, let the rain of swords fall even harder, making you exhaust yourself on the spot." Thus, Chenshin channeled all his soul power into his 6th soul ring. More 7-killing swords flew towards Zhu Douluo at an even faster pace. The sounds of clashing swords grew more intense. The strange flower heavenly chrysanthemum, being a plant-type martial soul, despite its indestructible characteristics, could not withstand the 7-killing swords. Yueguan had already expended a significant amount of soul power, and his level was lower than Chenshin's. If I don't act now, Yueguan will undoubtedly be defeated today. Ghost Law said solemnly, Ju Flower Barrier, Fusion, Polar Stillness Domain. Qinshin was alarmed upon seeing Ju and Ghost Law attempting to unleash their martial soul fusion technique. He thought, I must stop their fusion. Third soul skill, sword wings like flying. Qinshin stepped on the 7 killing swords, soaring through the air at incredible speed towards Ju and Ghost Law, trying to prevent their fusion. Above the valley, Ning Fengji saw this and quickly shouted, 7 treasures rotate. Glaze light, second. Speed. A beam of colorful light illuminated Qinshin. With the ultimate support from Ning Fengji, Qinshin's speed, akin to flying with sword wings, reached its peak. The nearly completed martial soul fusion of Ju and Ghost Douluo was forcibly disrupted. The martial soul fusion technique of Ju and Ghost Douluo was interrupted, resulting in severe backlash. The white-clothed masked Ju Douluo clutched his chest and said, Why is the speed of sword path Qinshin so fast? Ghost Douluo, seeing Ning Fengji above the canyon, said with hatred, Ning Fengji, do you really want to pose us to the end? Ning Fengji flashed his figure and instantly appeared at the bottom of the canyon, saying to Gui Mei, the 3 upper sects are connected by blood. Do you not know this? The white-clothed masked Ju Douluo said hatefully, Today we concede. The green mountains remain and the waters flow. Let us see how this plays out. After speaking, Ju and Ghost Douluo swiftly retreated. Yuguan and Gui Mei, the 2 titled Douluo, quietly withdrew, while the black-clad men retreated like a tide, not forgetting to take their fallen comrades' bodies with them, leaving no weapons behind. These black-clad men came quickly and left just as fast. In the blink of an eye, these robbers who posed a deadly threat had disappeared over the hill. Dad, why are you here? Ning Rongrong excitedly rushed over and jumped into Ning Fengji's arms. As soon as Ning Fengji appeared, he repelled the opponents. The reason was simple. Although his offensive and defensive abilities were not strong, as long as he was present, 1 titled Douluo was equivalent to 2. With his assistance, Sword Douluo Qinshin was enough to deal with Ju and Ghost Douluo. Ning Fengji smiled as he hugged his daughter and said, I'm not here to protect you. I have been entrusted by the Emperor to guard His Highness the Crown Prince. It turned out that Crown Prince Xue Qinghe, as the representative of the Tiando Empire, did not bring many attendants. Besides the 15 Soul Master Academies, he was also equipped with a carriage, but there were not just him inside the carriage. Ning Fengji and Sword Path Qinshin were also included. As the Crown Prince, Xue Qinghe was the future of the Tiando Empire. How could the Night Emperor allow him to take risks alone? Thus, he requested Ning Fengji to protect him secretly. As the sect master of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, Ning Fengji always had a powerful protective Douluo by his side. This time, it was Sword Douluo who followed, while Bon Duel remained at the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School. Originally, Sword Path Qinshin wanted to intervene when Xiang Wentian was in danger, but he was stopped by Ning Fengji. The reason for stopping Qinshin was simple. Xiang Wentian was a person of the Spirit Hall. They would not kill Xiang Wentian. Later, seeing Ju and Ghost Douluo attacking simultaneously, if Sword Path Qinshin did not act, Shrek Academy would face life-threatening danger. As a result, the battle lost its suspense. Under the simultaneous attacks of Ning Fengji, the sect master of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, and Sword Path Qinshin, the robbers were completely suppressed. The 2 titled Douluo were cunning. Seeing their side at a disadvantage, they immediately led their subordinates to retreat swiftly. Chapter 97, MartialSoul City 1. With the robbers retreating, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. At first, when those robbers appeared, the Soul Master Academies did not take them seriously. However, when the 2 titled Douluo appeared one after the other, their hearts had already risen to their throats. What shocked them the most was that Xiang Wentian was able to defeat a titled Douluo, which was truly astonishing. Previously, Nie Feng, Bu Wingyun, and Hui Yunxie from the Shankong Academy and the Qihua Academy were not quite convinced about losing to Shrek Academy, but today, seeing Xiang Wentian battle the white-clothed mass titled Douluo and even win, the last bit of their unwillingness was thrown to the clouds, leaving only a sense of admiration. At this moment, the team from the Tiando Empire Academy was filled with astonishment. That was a titled Douluo in just one day in this small Doomsday Canyon. 3 had appeared, almost equivalent to 1/5 of the entire continent's number. In front of a titled Douluo, even if they were geniuses, elites, or key training targets of the academy, they felt like ants being looked down upon, trembling, and unable to even think of resisting. Just then, Xiang Wentian stood up, bravely fighting against the white-clothed mass titled Douluo, and even defeated him. This undoubtedly ignited the seeds of hope in their hearts, making them realize that titled Douluos were not unbeatable. If Xiang Wentian could do it, they believed they could do it too. At this moment, Nie Feng, Bu Jingyun, and Hua Yunxia's eyes shone brightly again. They believed that one day they would surpass Xiang Wentian, and that day would not be long. With hard work and their extraordinary talents, they were sure they could achieve it. At this time, Xue Qinghe ordered the captain of the Royal Knights to count the casualties. They were shocked when they counted. The Royal Knights had lost 102 members, 37 were severely injured, 86 had minor injuries, and almost every other member of the Royal Knights was injured. The Academy side also had many injured, although they had repelled the robbers. The Tiando Empire had also suffered a Pyrrhic victory. After counting the casualties, Xue Qinghe ordered the Royal Knights to bury the fallen soldiers and war horses on the spot. Once the enemy retreated, he immediately began to command the Royal Knights in an orderly manner, moving undamaged carriages to the front to rescue the injured war horses and severely wounded. In addition, Xue Qinghe also specifically ordered people to free up 2 carriages to prepare for the severely wounded who could not recover their mobility. Xiang Wentian looked at the bodies of the fallen soldiers of the Royal Knights, buried in this picturesque canyon, and couldn't help but sigh. Loyal bones are buried everywhere in the Green Mountains. There is no need to wrap them in horsehide. Fallen petals are not heartless. They turn to spring mud to protect the flowers. He then moved a large stone from the side, channeled his soul power, and carved it into a rectangular monument, inscribing the words, "Monument to Loyal Souls." At that moment, as Xiang Wentian set up this monument, hundreds of Royal Knights silently shed tears. His action represented the recognition of the first genius of the Tiando Empire for them. After organizing the members of the Tiando Royal Knights and the Academy, Xue Qinghe returned to Ning Fengji's side and respectfully said, "Teacher, what do you think we should do next?" Ning Fengji smiled calmly and decided to continue moving forward as planned. Having learned from this lesson, they would no longer act recklessly. Yes, continue forward. After the Shrek team returned to their carriage belonging to Shrek Academy, the entire group continued to advance, but the atmosphere had noticeably become tense, and everyone was being cautious. Even Ma Hongjun and Oscar were no longer joking and fooling around like before. The carriage of Shrek Academy fell silent, with everyone remaining mute. Seeing this, Xiang Wentian thought to himself that it was for the best, as it would prevent them from wasting precious training time. At this moment, the person looking the worst was undoubtedly Tang San. As the saying goes, it's not the thief you fear, but the thief who has you in mind. Having a titled Douluo-level strongman targeting him was certainly not a good thing. While gaining fame, it also brought in the potential for deadly danger at any moment. At this point, Xiang Wentian sincerely said, "Tang San, I suggest you go to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School instead, and don't participate in the competition at Wuhuan City." Tang San, sensing a hint of wariness from Xiang Wentian, replied, "Wentian, I must go to Wuhuan City for the competition, whether for our Shrek team or for the teacher. I have to go. I know why they want to kill me, and I understand it has to do with my father, but none of that will stop my progress." Xiang Wentian asked Dao, "Have you seen your father?" "Yes. Not only have I seen my father, but he also told me everything. I need to become stronger. I need to become very strong." Tang San said firmly, "Everyone has their own choices, and you and I are no exception. Since you chose to face this path, you must see it through to the end. There is nothing a captain can do to help you. I support you spiritually." "Thank you, Wentian, but I have a question I want to ask you, and I don't know if you can answer me." Tang San looked at Xiang Wentian and said, "Go ahead and ask." Tang San looked into Xiang Wentian's eyes and asked, "Wentian, will you kill me?" As Tang San asked this question, the atmosphere in the carriage became tense, and everyone from Shrek turned their gaze towards Xiang Wentian. Xiang Wentian looked at everyone gazing at him, smiled slightly, and said, "How could that be? Although I am a disciple of the ghostly spirit, I am also the captain of the Shrek team. We are brothers, comrades, and close friends. I hope to be with you all my life, sharing joys and sorrows, living and dying together." At this moment, Tang San's eyes were already glistening with tears. He was moved. To have such a group of friends who would stand by him through thick and thin, willing to follow him to the death, was enough for this lifetime. I told Wang Tian, "Today I will introduce 2 people. The 2 titled Douluo who want to kill Tang San. The first to step forward is the masked person in white who fought with me, named Yuan. His martial soul is Chrysanthemum, and his title is Chrysanthemum Douluo. His soul power is approximately between level 94 and 95. The black shadow that appeared later is my master, the one who forced me to become his disciple. His title is Ghost, and his level is similar to that of Chrysanthemum Douluo. His martial soul is quite unique. Is ghostly. His own name is also ghostly. He is a sensitivity attack type titled Douluo. After finishing speaking to Xiang Wentian, Ma Hongjun couldn't stop laughing. Everyone looked at Ma Hongjun in confusion. Xiang Wentian asked, Hongjun, what are you laughing at? Ma Hongjun, while laughing, replied Tiangu. I was thinking about when your teacher forced you to apprentice. Did they threaten to take off your pants if you didn't comply? Otherwise, why do you like so much? Xiang Wentian frowned and said angrily, if Ma Hongjun dares to joke about the captain again, I will throw you out. After saying this, Ma Hongjun immediately covered his mouth and dared not speak again. At this moment, Xiao Wu asked Wen Tian, why do they know each other is from the Spear Hall, but don't say it out loud? In fact, this question is not limited to the Spear Hall. The same applies to the Tiando Empire and the Xinglua Empire. As long as you know in your heart that it was them who did it, that's enough. But you cannot say it out loud. Saying it out loud and knowing it in your heart are two different things, Xiang Wentian said. Xiao Wu shook her head and said, I still don't understand. Tang San smiled and said, in the future, interact more with people from society, be more observant, and you'll understand. Xiang Wentian smiled and said, everyone, stop looking around. Let's take advantage of the time to cultivate and strive to get our bodies into the best condition before the competition to face the finals. The group exchanged glances, closed their eyes, and entered into their training. Chapter 98, Spirit City, Part 2. Next, the journey went smoothly without encountering any trouble. Finally, on the 21st day, the entire team arrived at Spirit City. Spirit City is not very large, similar in size to Soto City. However, it certainly leaves the greatest impression on Soul Masters, as this is the sacred place for Soul Masters, Spirit City. Although Spirit City is not big, its walls and buildings are even more magnificent than those of the capital of the Tiando Empire. The walls of Spirit City are 300 meters high and 80 meters wide, appearing extremely majestic from the outside. The entire wall is made of blue stone, which gives an idea of how strong the wall's defenses are. What is most shocking is not the walls, but the relief sculptures on them. The entire Spirit City is a massive hexagonal fortress, with a huge spirit pattern on each wall, identical to the emblem of the Spirit Hall, symbolizing 6 powerful spirits. Entering Spirit City gives a sense of prosperity. The streets are bustling with people, shops are numerous, and the sounds of buying and selling are continuous. Here, there are not only various restaurants and hotels, but also home-cooked meals and even spatial soul guiding devices for sale. The Spirit Hall sent a cardinal in red to welcome everyone, which shows how much importance the Spirit Hall places on the Tiando Empire's team. Under the guidance of the cardinal, the group of over 200 people was quickly settled in the largest luxury hotel in Spirit City. The only thing that left everyone a bit speechless was that food and accommodation were at their own expense. What shocked everyone was the exorbitant accommodation fee here, costing 10 gold soul coins per night, not to mention the dining expenses. This made Flander feel like his pants were about to fall off from the pain. However, not staying was not an option, as the Spirit Hall mandated that if one wanted to participate in the competition, they must stay here. It is clear that the Spirit Hall intends to take advantage of everyone. After everyone settled down, the Spirit Hall notified them to attend the competition 3 days later. The next day, Xiang Wentian walked alone on the bustling streets of Spirit City, surrounded by the lively sounds of buying, selling, and bargaining. Xiang Wentian looked at the passers-by around him and felt a sense of melancholy. Perhaps only by being an ordinary person can one understand the simplest joys and happiness. The ancient said, a few houses by the mountains and rivers. One can walk peacefully and live peacefully, with a plow ox and half an acre of land. One depends on heaven for harvest and on heaven for drought. After the rain, the sky clears, sailing a small boat, with fish on one side and wine on the other. Simple clothes keep one warmer than cotton. Long can be worn and short can be worn. Coarse tea and plain meals satisfy 3 meals. Breakfast is sweet and dinner is sweet. In leisure time, one reads books, not greedy for fame, not greedy for profit. At night, the wife talks by the lamp, discussing both the present and the past. Even when the sun is high, one still sleeps, not a god, but better than a god. The sun rises in the east sea and sets in the west mountain. Sorrow is one day, joy is one day. When faced with problems, don't get stuck in a rut. One feels comfortable and the heart feels comfortable. In places of poetry and prose, feeling melancholy, one inevitably drinks 3 to 5 cups. Thus, Xiang Wentian walked into a small tavern. The tavern was not doing well, with only one person inside. Upon closer inspection, Xiang Wentian realized it was Tang San. Xiang Wentian saw Tang San sitting alone here, drinking and looking melancholy. He didn't even notice when Xiang Wentian approached him, which suggested that Tang San must have something on his mind. Well, you're feeling down, and I'm feeling down too, so let's sit down and have a few drinks together. With that, Xiang Wentian plopped down in front of Tang San and asked, Tang San, do you have something on your mind? Tang San was taken aback for a moment when he saw Xiang Wentian sitting across from him, then asked, Wentian, what brings you here? Xiang Wentian smiled and said, I also happened to come here, didn't expect to find you drinking alone. Tang San sighed, forced a smile and said, it's nothing much. I'm just feeling a bit bored alone, so I came out for a drink. Xiang Wentian smiled knowingly and said, you don't ask, and I won't either. Today, let's just drink and not talk business. Waiter, bring me 2 barrels of good wine, 10 pounds of beef, and 10 donkey whips. Great. And you just wait a moment. It will be here soon. At this moment, Xiang Wentian saw Shui Binger from Tianshui Academy walking into the tavern, heading towards their table. Shui Binger smiled and said, Wentian, may I sit here? Of course. The old-fashioned square dining table could accommodate 4 people, and even with Shui Binger sitting here, it felt very spacious. After sitting down, Shui Binger asked Xiang Wentian, is this your friend? Can you introduce him? Xiang Wentian asked knowingly, so he introduced, he is my teammate, named Donkey Whip. Tang San had just taken a sip of wine, and before he could swallow, he spat it out, confused. Why does my name sound so much like a kidney supplement? Xiang Wentian smiled awkwardly and said, sorry, I misspoke. His name is Tang San. Shui Binger covered her mouth and laughed, nodding her head. Tang San noticed the expression on Shui Binger's face, which clearly showed she had an interest in Xiang Wentian. Staying here would only make him a third wheel. So Tang San drank the glass of wine and said, you two take your time to chat. I have something to do, so I'll leave first. Although Tang San didn't mention why he was feeling down, Xiang Wentian knew that the one who wanted to kill Tang San was the Spirit Hall. Now that he was in Spirit City, he was facing a life-threatening crisis at any moment. Anyone in his position would feel immense pressure. Less than 10 minutes later, 2 barrels of wine, 10 pounds of beef, and 10 donkey whips were all served on the dining table. When Tian raised the wine barrel and filled a cup of wine for Shui Binger, asking, Miss Shui Binger, may I ask what you were looking for me? Shui Binger blushed and said, Wen Tian, do you only have one girlfriend like me? Xiang Wentian recalled the dream and smiled happily. Yes. Miss Shui Binger. Why do you ask this? Shui Binger lowered her head, her face flushed, radiating beauty, and shyly said, do you mind having one more girlfriend? Xiang Wentian suddenly froze, his heart racing, and nervously said, what do you mean? Shui Binger took a deep breath, bit her silver teeth, and said forcefully, I mean, I like you and want to be your girlfriend. Would you be willing? Xiang Wentian was both nervous and awkward as he said, isn't this too rushed? I can hardly accept it. Shui Binger let out a shy hum, turned her head away, and said, if you prefer a slow burn, then let's take it slow. All right, enough of that. Sigh, what dish is this? Xiang Wentian saw Shui Binger pointing at the donkey whip and thought that in front of girl. He couldn't tell her it was a donkey whip. So he awkwardly said, this is called old tree roots, a great tonic, especially for men with insufficient yang energy, lethargy, and physical weakness. The key is that this thing has a chewy texture, like crunchy bones. Men can stay awake for 3 days and nights after eating it. And women can improve their beauty and accelerate their endocrine system. Upon hearing this, Shui Binger's eyes lit up, and she said, really? Something so long, so thick, and dark can have such effects. I have to try it. After a while, after finishing a donkey whip, Shui Binger asked Xiang Wentian, how was it? Does it taste good? Shui Binger's expression was a bit strange as she replied, it does have a chewy texture, but why do I feel there's a strange smell inside? Xiang Wentian awkwardly said, this thing just tastes like this, you should eat a few more. Under the awkward atmosphere of chatting and eating between Xiang Wentian and Shui Binger, the two took nearly an hour to finish all the food and drinks. During this time, Xiang Wentian couldn't help but admire Shui Binger's chatty skills, as she kept talking to him about various topics, discussing everything under the sun, even bringing up her grandmother at one point. Thus, Xiang Wentian had no choice but to finish the meal and, under Shui Binger's reluctant gaze, paid the bill and left. Chapter 99, Spirit City, Part 3. On the third day, the final match was about to begin. At this time, no one would think too deeply about this matter. Everyone was still immersed in the prosperity of Spirit City. Over the past 3 days, everyone had quite a good time in Spirit City. In the morning, everyone was discussing strategies when suddenly the door opened and the master walked in, smiling. How are you doing, kids? Seeing the master, Everyone exclaimed, "Master, you're back." The master nodded to everyone and asked, "Where are Flander and Lu Erlong? The final is about to start. How come they're not here at such a critical moment?" Xiao Wu raised her head and respectfully said, "Mom introduced a lady named Ru Hua to Dean Flander. She took him on a blind date." A hint of anger appeared on the master's face as he said, "This old bachelor, even at this time, still doesn't forget to find a companion." He then turned to Tang San and asked, "Xiao San, are you all right?" "Teacher, you already know. I'm Fine. It's all thanks to Uncle Ning and Grandpa Chunexian. Otherwise, you might not have seen me again." The master sighed. "It's my fault. I shouldn't have let you participate in this competition. I didn't expect you to attract their attention." Tang San smiled slightly and said, "Teacher, why blame yourself? I'm fine. It's just a different kind of experience. Only by experiencing a real battle with strong opponents do I understand how small my own strength is. I will work even harder in my training from now on." A smile finally appeared on the master's face. "You are always so sensible. You're right. Keep working hard. As long as I have breath, I will never let anyone harm you." Then the master looked at Xiang Wentian, smiled slightly, and asked, "In your heart, you consider Tang San a friend, right? I believe that if he is in danger, you will protect him, right?" Nodding to master, he reassured, "Don't worry. With me here, Tang San won't be in danger. Also, the finals are about to start. Can you help us formulate a strategy?" The master shook his head and said, "I believe you will excel in your role as the captain of the Shrek team. The strategy should be discussed among yourselves. I will just be here to observe. After this competition, you will all graduate, so before graduation, let your own brilliance shine." The Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Competition is crucial for every student in the academy. Here, you can freely showcase your own brilliance. Let all soul masters on the continent remember your name and be recorded in history. Soon, Flanders and Lu Erlong returned, and everyone noticed several large red lip prints on Flanders' face, resembling cow lips. Just one lip print covered Flanders' face, not to mention several. There were lip prints all over his face, head, and back of his head, making it hard for anyone to compliment him. The master turned to see Flanders and exclaimed, "Oh my, where did this monster come from?" Before Flanders even entered the door, he burst into tears, hugged the master, and cried, "Xiao Gang, I preserved my innocence for over 50 years, and now it's gone just like that. Erlong took me on a blind date, but unexpectedly. The other party was a 9-foot-tall sister, incredibly stinky, as strong as an ox, as ugly as a pig, with big arms and a round waist, and a face full of pockmarks. I was drooling the whole time. It was so disgusting." The master gently patted Flanders' back and asked, "Wasn't Erlong supposed to accompany you?" Lu Erlong looked extremely awkward and said, "I took Flanders there. Originally, it was supposed to be a beautiful young woman, but for some reason, a lump of meat showed up. I thought it was the matchmaker and didn't pay much attention, letting Flanders talk to her. Then I went out shopping, and when I came back, it turned into this." Xiang Wentian awkwardly said to the 3 teachers, "You 3 can chat first. We'll go participate in the competition." After saying this, Xiang Wentian led the Shrek team towards the competition venue. A total of 33 teams participated in the finals, among which 3 were seed teams, selected by the 2 major empires and the Spirit Hall. The greatest threat to the Shrek Academy team undoubtedly came from the team sent by the Spirit Hall Academy. They would be the biggest test that the Shrek team faced. The finals consisted of 5 rounds. Because there were fewer matches, the competition time would be shortened. However, this made the matches even more intense. In the first round, the 3 seed teams would have a bye, while the remaining 30 teams would compete for 15 advancement spots, with losers being directly eliminated. The cruel elimination rounds would undoubtedly drive each Spirit Master team to fight harder. They would reveal all their trump cards in the finals. So the challenges faced by the Shrek team were not singular. For the finals of the Continental Advanced Spirit Master Academy Elite Competition, the Spirit City specially opened up a dedicated venue. This venue was located in the center of Spirit City. The enormous arena had a diameter of over 100 meters and was entirely constructed of blue stone. Right in front of this competition platform was the Pope's Hall. The distance from here to the hill where the Pope's Hall was located was less than a kilometer. The Spirit Hall had already announced in a posted notice that the final 3 would compete in front of the Pope's Hall. At that time, the Pope would personally appear and crown the final champion. For any Spirit Master, this was an unparalleled honor. Early in the morning, all participating academies were led by designated personnel from the Spirit Hall to the competition venue. Each academy had its own designated resting area. The resting areas were built around the competition venue, and on the side opposite the Pope's Hall was the VIP judges' seats. Representatives from the 2 major empires were there to watch the matches, along with people from the Spirit Hall. Upon arriving here, Xiang Wentian said to everyone, "You all tidy up here, I'll go draw lots." Everyone nodded in agreement. At that moment, Ru Ming stepped forward and gently said to Xiang Wentian, "Brother, after we graduate, will you take me to travel around the continent?" Xiang Wentian gently stroked Ru Ming's cheek and replied, "At that time, I'll take out all my savings, and the two of us will go on a spontaneous trip." Ru Ming smiled happily and went to help everyone tidy up the resting area belonging to Shrek Academy, while Xiang Wentian headed straight to the preliminary area to draw lots. Chapter 100. Wind and Fire Academy. Upon arriving at the preliminary area, dozens of team captains or academy teachers lined up to draw lots. The person in charge of drawing lots turned out to be an old acquaintance, Su Yuntao. Su Yuntao appeared very excited to see Xiang Wentian and said, "Xiang Wentian, it's great to see you again." Xiang Wentian was taken aback when he saw Su Yuntao greet him and said, "Deacon Su Yuntao, how come you're here?" Su Yuntao smiled widely and replied, "It's all thanks to you. The ghostly elder took you as his disciple and credited the achievement to me, so I got promoted. Now I'm a deacon in the Spirit Hall. Congratulations, Deacon Su Yuntao. Well, let's stop chatting and draw lots." Su Yuntao handed the lot tube to Xiang Wentian. Xiang Wentian drew a bamboo stick from the sign tube, which read, "Fenghua Academy." Su Yuntao asked, "Which academy did you draw?" "Fenghua Academy. This should be a team from the Xinglua Empire," Xiang Wentian replied with a smile. Su Yuntao shook his head and said, "No. You can tell by looking at the information." When Xiang Wentian received the information and looked at it, he was obviously taken aback and asked, "What is going on? Could it be that Xin Feng Academy and Qihua Academy have paid to become members of the Spirit Hall?" The information stated, Wind and Fire Academy members, Captain, Bu Jingyun, Vice Captain, Hui Yunxia, team members, Nia Feng, Feng Xiaotian, Hu Wu Shuan. Su Yuntao smiled and said, "You can figure it out for yourself." When Wang Tian returned to the of Shrek Academy, everyone surrounded him. Dai Mubai asked, "Wang Tian, which academy did you draw?" Xiang Wentian handed the information to everyone and said, "You can take a look for yourselves." Dai Mubai took the information and exclaimed, "Wind Fire Academy." Before Dai Mubai could say the next sentence, everyone gathered around, chattering, "Wind Fire Academy. Let me see, let me see, let me see." Oscar put on his windproof glasses and casually said, "Which academy is so unfortunate to encounter our Shrek Academy?" Ning Rongrong kicked Oscar in the butt and angrily said, "Unfortunate my foot. Windfire Academy is a temporary battle team name formed by the combination of Shun Feng Academy and Qihua Academy." Rongrong is right. Xiang Wentian comforted. Windfire Academy is indeed a temporary combination of Shun Feng Academy and Qihua Academy, but we don't need to worry. With our strength, can we not defeat our former subordinates? Even if the opponent combines into one, they are still our former subordinates. Ru Ming chuckled and said, "One candle is lit, and two candles are also lit, right?" Dai Mubai glanced at Ru Ming and asked Xiang Wentian, "Wasn't it said that participating academies can't change members midway?" Xiang Wentian pondered. There should be connections within the Spirit Hall. With some maneuvering and exploiting the loopholes in the competition rules, it is possible to change contestants midway. However, this does not mean that the academies that have already registered cannot temporarily switch. There is no explicit regulation on this. The contestants from both academies are on the list for the finals, as long as the elder in charge of the competition from the Spirit Hall receives some benefits. It is not impossible for them to assist in the merger of the two academies. Ma Hongjun said angrily, "If they do this, Brother Tian, we should unite all the academies to fight against them. It's too late. There's no time. The competition is about to start." Tang San patted Hongjuan's shoulder and said, "All right, everyone, don't be angry. The competition is about to begin. Let us show those two money-filled academy teams a good time on the arena." Xiang Wentian smiled. "We must take them down," Hongjun said angrily. "Beat them into pig heads," Xiao Wu said furiously. "We need to let them know that paying money and cheating are two different things," Zhu Zhuqing said angrily. Chapter 101. Tang San vs. Feng Xiaotian. Entering the arena, Xiang Wentian saw 5 massive green stone arenas, each nearly 100 meters in diameter, beautifully carved with countless reliefs around the edges. These reliefs not only depict various powerful martial souls, but also show numerous powerful soul masters roaring towards the sky. In the center of the reliefs, a line of words stood out. "Heaven and earth are heartless, treating all things as straw dogs. Gods and men are heartless, treating the common people as straw dogs." These reliefs not only represent respect for the ancestors of soul masters, but also showcase the unfairness of heaven in an alternative form. The Shrek Academy team, led by Xiang Wentian, slowly entered the arena. Ma Hongjun, walking at the back, said, "Why are there so few spectators for the finals? It can't compare to the Heavendo City." Dai Mubai smiled. "That's natural. The Spirit City does not allow commoners to watch. Those here are all teachers and students from the participating academies." Xiao Wu, with her hands behind her back, said leisurely, "Fatty, it doesn't matter how many spectators there are, as long as we can win the championship in this final." Oscar struck a cool pose and said, "For us, winning the championship is just a piece of cake." Zhu Zhuqing slapped Oscar on the back of his head. "Always trying to act cool. Can you not boast for once?" Ning Rongrong laughed at Oscar's embarrassment. "Oscar, if you think winning the championship is a piece of cake, why don't you go compete yourself while we watch?" Everyone laughed together. Tang Sen smiled. "If Oscar goes to compete alone, he'll definitely get beaten so badly he'll be even fatter than Hongjun." Just then, a pleasant voice came from above the arena. "Friend from the Soul Master Academy, who have come from afar, good morning. I am Douluo, the host for this competition. Next, the participating teams will enter the knockout stage. The knockout stage consists of one-on-one matches, with contestants taking turns until one side is completely defeated to win." Xiang Wentian saw that the host Douluo in the sky looked almost identical to Douluo from Tiando City, both having the martial soul of the Peace Dove. The only difference was that she was a 4-ring soul master, while Douluo was a 3-ring soul sovereign. They must be the Ruan Sheng sisters. Next, we invite the Shrek Academy team to face the Wind and Fire team, the Star Luo Empire Royal team to face the Dawei Academy team, the Tianshui Academy team to face the Moruo Academy team. Please have each side send one contestant to the stage." Dai Mubai angrily said, "Wen Tian, let me go up. I want to beat these people who took shortcuts so badly they won't recognize themselves." Dai Mubai was inherently a very proud person. In his eyes, the Shenkong Academy and the Chihua Academy only came together through backdoor deals, which was unacceptable. At this moment, Dai Mubai was filled with anger and vowed to eliminate each of these shortcut takers. At this moment, all members of the Shrek team were also filled with righteous indignation, shouting, "Wen Tian, let me go up. Wen Tian, let me go up. Wen Tian, let me go up." At this time, Oscar also joined in, saying, "Captain, let me go up." Xiang Wentian said with a sly smile, "All right, Oscar, you go first." Oscar immediately felt embarrassed and said, "I was just caught up in the excitement," and shouted along with everyone. Xiang Wentian glared at Oscar and said solemnly, "I know everyone wants to participate in the first match, but the opponent is not easy to deal with. Right now, their strength is not much different from ours, and they also have 3 Soul Emperors. How about this? Let Tang San take the lead in the first match. Tang San, what do you think?" Tang San replied excitedly, "I couldn't ask for more." Meanwhile, on the side of the Wind and Fire battle team, Bu Jingyun sent out Feng Xiaotian. The first match, being a test battle, would not see either side dispatch their strongest members, but they wouldn't send out the weakest cannon fodder either. They would send out their most stable members. Feng Xiaotian and Tang San were undoubtedly the most stable members of their respective teams. The host, Douluo, announced loudly, "The Wind and Fire battle team has sent Feng Xiaotian to participate in the first elimination match. Now, let us see who his opponent is. Please look at the big screen. His opponent is Tang San from Shrek Academy. Now, both participating teams, please enter the arena." When Feng Xiaotian stepped onto the stage, the audience from the Heavendo Empire team booed him. In their minds, the Wind and Fire battle team had taken shortcuts and relied on connections for their 2 academies to merge, which was extremely unfair to other academies. However, when Tang San stepped onto the stage, a wave of cheers erupted below, with Shrek Academy chanting, "Beat this guy who took shortcuts. Give him a good beating. Leave him with his 2 front teeth. I want to deal with him myself." The cheers and jeers filled the air. The Wind and Fire battle team had indeed succeeded in taking shortcuts, but they had also successfully offended all participating academies from the Heavendo Empire. Hearing the jeers from below, the hot-tempered Huyan Xieshan nearly lost his temper and declared, "Don't let me meet you on the stage. Otherwise, I will make you regret coming into this world." Huo Wu was also furious, but when she saw Xiang Wentian in the spectator area of Shrek Academy, a strange light flickered in her eyes, and her anger dissipated somewhat. Both sides prepared, and the match began. Chapter 102, Tang San vs. Feng Xiaotian 1. Tang San stared at Feng Xiaotian, and Xiang Wentian allowed me to be the first to compete. I must defeat Feng Xiaotian to boost the morale of the entire team. Feng Xiaotian looked back at Tang San with the same intensity, thinking, today, I not only want to defeat Tang San, but I also want to defeat everyone from Shrek Academy. Although my soul power is not as strong as the main members of the Shrek team, for Huo Wu, I must win. Tang San, accept your defeat, Feng Xiaotian shouted. Almost the moment the host Douluo announced the start of the match, Feng Xiaotian's body accelerated instantly, charging straight at Tang San, with a blue light trailing behind him, creating a long afterimage, moving incredibly fast. Tang San was shocked. He had previously seen Feng Xiaotian fight Dai Mubai, and Hen Ti felt much pressure. Today, facing Feng Xiaotian alone, he realized that not only was Feng Xiaotian a powerful assault-type soul master, but his speed was also astonishingly fast. No wonder Dai Mubai was not Feng Xiaotian's opponent. Even if he fought today, the outcome could go either way. As soon as the host Douluo announced the start of the match, Feng Xiaotian's body accelerated almost instantaneously, charging at Tang San, with a blue light trailing behind him, moving incredibly fast. Feng Xiaotian shouted, "First soul skill, Wine Blade Array." Tom did not allow Tang San to think much. At the moment Feng Xiaotian charged in, his first soul ring lit up. Sharp wolf claws shot out from his palms, locking onto Tang San with a cold, merciless gaze. Before he even reached Tang San, the wolf claws had already swung out, sending dozens of semicircular wind blades with a piercing sound, sealing off all of Tang San's possible escape routes. The first soul skill of the Swift Wind Magic Wolf MartialSoul is generally wind blades, but Feng Xiaotian, who possesses the twin-headed Swift Wind Wolf MartialSoul, uses the Wind Blade Array. One can tell from the tenfold increase in quantity that his first soul skill is significantly stronger than that of an ordinary Swift Wind Magic Wolf MartialSoul. Seeing the dozen wind blades surrounding him, Tang San hurriedly activated his purple extreme magic eyes and ghost shadow misty steps. He moved his feet lightly and rapidly shifted his body while charging forward. No one could see the steps he took, and in the instant he moved, Feng Xiaotian was shocked to find that he could not lock onto Tang San's aura. Tang San's figure flickered unpredictably, and the seemingly unavoidable wind blades were successfully dodged by Tang San using his extraordinary agility, remaining unscathed. As their figures intersected, they were only about 5 meters apart. At this moment, Tang San did not release his blue silvergrass, but instead struck out with both hands, aiming directly at Feng Xiaotian. Feng Xiaotian also did not use any soul skills. His wolf claws met Tang San's hands. They had both chosen to rely on their soul power to fight rather than using soul skills. From this alone, Tang San saw Feng Xiaotian's confidence and strength. The soul power of a soul master is limited. No matter which soul skill it is, it will consume a certain amount of soul power. If it's just a physical brawl, the soul power consumption would be much lower. In a situation where the opponent's attack was unclear, whoever used their soul skill first would fall behind. Their decision not to use soul skills did not mean they were unprepared once the opponent's soul skill was activated. They could also quickly activate their own for counterattack. Tang San's right hand struck Feng Xiaotian's right hand. Feng Xiaotian flipped his wrist, and the sharp wolf claws had already seized Tang San's palm. He possessed a beast martial soul, which evidently gave him a stronger enhancement than Tang San's weapon MartialSoul. When his wolf claws grasped Tang San's right hand, even Feng Xiaotian himself was a bit surprised. He firmly believed that under conditions of similar levels, if Tang San's hand was injured in his grasp, he would have no chance left. However, when their palms truly made contact, Feng Xiaotian realized something was off. Tang San's hand was as white as jade. Even the most beautiful girl could not possibly have such hands. Yet these jade-like hands were harder than steel, and the wolf claws struck against Tang San's palm, generating sparks without leaving a trace. The pain from the recoil caused Feng Xiaotian to feel alarmed. With his rich combat experience, he immediately and decisively activated his first soul skill again. The facts proved that Feng Xiaotian's choice was correct, as Tang San's mystic jade hand was already reaching for his acupoint. If Feng Xiaotian had reacted just a moment slower, his hand would have fallen into Tang San's mystic jade hand, and the match would have lost all suspense. 5 wind blades erupted. The distance between them was simply too close. The wind blades exploding from their palms caused a series of crisp sounds to ring out on Tang San's mystic jade hand. Their bodies separated in an instant, and both Tang San and Feng Xiaotian retreated simultaneously. At that moment, a blue-silver grass quietly spread from beneath Feng Xiaotian's feet. As soon as Tang San's foot touched the ground, he sprang up again, showing no intention of giving Feng Xiaotian time to recover. Relying on his incredibly hard mystic jade hand and the assistance of ghost shadow misty steps, he closed in once more, this time crashing directly into Feng Xiaotian. Feng Xiaotian was utterly shocked. He never expected Tang San's hand-to-hand combat ability to be this strong. He had a strong premonition that once Tang San closed in and launched an attack, he would have no opportunity to counter. In the midst of the crisis, Feng Xiaotian reacted incredibly quickly, leaping back suddenly, instantly creating distance between them. Not only did he evade Tang San's attack, but he also narrowly avoided the blue-silver grass that was wrapping around him from below. What incredible speed! Chapter 103, Tang San vs. Feng Xiaotian. 2. Seeing Feng Xiaotian's speed, Tang San suddenly remembered what Xiang Wentian had said before. Feng Xiaotian's martial soul is the Gale twin-headed wolf, and the advantage of having two heads is that it possesses both strong attack and agile attack characteristics. It's no wonder he is so powerful. With the attack and defense capabilities of a strong attack system Soul Master, as well as the speed of an agile attack system Soul Master. Ever since he understood the true meaning of his martial soul and resolved the doubts in his heart, Tang San's attack methods have changed significantly compared to before. As a control system Soul Master, most of his soul skills are used to control the enemy. However, he is also a disciple of the Tang sect. Are the martial skills of the Tang sect inferior to his soul skills? No, certainly not. Although he can't use hidden weapons and poison now, which greatly weakens the power of Tang San's Tang sect martial skills. The abilities of the Tang sect are much more practical. As for his controlling soul skills, they should be used at critical moments. If he uses them, they must give the opponent a heavy blow. As Feng Xiaotian retreated, he no longer hesitated. After a brief test, he realized that as a strong, agile, dual-system battle soul master, he found it difficult to gain an advantage in close combat against Tang San. Now was not the time to consider why Tang San's hands were so hard. It was time to win this match. Therefore, as Feng Xiaotian retreated, his second and third soul rings lit up simultaneously. A pair of gigantic azure wings spread out from his back, and at the same time, azure shadows coalesced behind him, resembling the Gale twin-headed wolf. Under the backdrop of that magnificent light, Feng Xiaotian soared into the air, with just one flap of his wings. Aided by the wind in the air, his body shot upwards, rising to a height of 50 meters above the ground, a distance that Tang San's blue-silver grass could not reach. Seeing Feng Xiaotian suddenly take flight, Tang San did not panic. He focused on his opponent while slowly moving to the center of the arena. Feng Xiaotian spread his wings in the air, gazing down at Tang San. Tang San, I didn't expect you to be stronger than Dai Mubai. Even though you are stronger, I must defeat you for Huowu. Next, I will use my self-created soul skill to defeat you. You can consider it an honor to be defeated. Gale Demon Wolf 36 strikes. The 4 words, self-created soul skill, undoubtedly shocked most of the soul masters present. It is known that self-created soul skills do not naturally form like those granted by soul rings. Any soul master capable of creating their own soul skill is undoubtedly a prodigy. Self-created soul skills are developed through personal refinement and are generally more practical and powerful than ordinary soul skills. On the observation platform of Shrek Academy, Dai Mubai said with concern, "This is Feng Xiaotian's self-created soul skill. Gale Demon Wolf 36 strikes. Little San is in danger this time." Hearing Dai Mubai's words, Xiao Wu looked worried and asked, "Is there anything special about Feng Xiaotian's Gale Demon Wolf 36 strikes?" Dai Mubai recalled, Feng Xiaotian's Gale Demon Wolf 36 strikes focuses on accumulating power and using leverage to strike. His attacks become stronger with each hit. I was injured by his self-created soul skill back then. I wonder how many strikes Little San can withstand. With each hit becoming stronger, isn't Little San in danger? Xiao Wu worriedly said, "You don't need to worry too much. If Tang San continues to use his first martial soul, Blue Silvergrass, he will naturally not be Feng Xiaotian's opponent. However, if he releases his second martial soul at a critical moment, he can completely surpass Feng Xiaotian. Don't forget that Tang San has also practiced enhancement-type soul skills. Chaotic Wind Hammer Method," Xiang Wentian said lightly. On the arena, the twin-headed wolf shadow behind Feng Xiaotian gradually merged with his body. This was his second soul skill, Twin Wolf's Possession. In this state, his attack, defense, and agility would all increase by 50%. Coupled with his third soul skill, Gale Wings, his condition had reached its peak. Only with the assistance of these 2 soul skills could his self-created soul skill be unleashed. From a certain perspective, his self-created soul skill was not inferior to his 4th soul skill and was even stronger, with minimal soul power consumption. With a long howl, Feng Xiaotian moved. His body descended from the sky like a shooting star. Strangely, his massive body with wings spread did not make a sound as it fell. The pervasive azure light was all retracted. At this moment, his body and wings formed a perfect angle. The absence of sound signifies that the wind resistance has less effect on him. Only a wind, attribute, soul master like him could find the best descent path from the wind so accurately. The sharp edges of the wings glimmered with a faint azure light under the sunlight. The so-called Gale Demon Wolf 36 strikes evidently originated from these wings. Blue-silver grass shot up into the sky, transforming into countless vines that directly entwined with the descending Feng Xiaotian. Feng Xiaotian's seemingly unstoppable movement in the air subtly adjusted, changing direction just as he was about to make contact with the blue-silver grass. With a flash of light on his wings, the blue-silver grass snapped. The entangling blue-silver grass was unable to stop his advance, and they were all severed, heading straight for Tang San. Tang San made a bold move, swinging his fists and striking at the point where Feng Xiaotian's wings originated, his shoulders. At the moment of the downward strike, Feng Xiaotian's wings had already fused with his arms, which was a crucial reason why his winged attacks were so powerful. Feng Xiaotian was no pushover. As Tang San's fists approached, he wanted to see just how hard Tang San's hands really were. Adjusting his body slightly, his shoulders contracted strangely, allowing the sharpness of his wings to meet Tang San's glowing white fists. With a loud bang, Feng Xiaotian shot skyward, and Tang San's hands were completely unharmed. However, Feng Xiaotian, under the enhancement of his second soul skill, Twin Wolf's possession, was not injured either. The bone-deep pain made Feng Xiaotian's gaze turn peculiar. Was that really a hand? He knew very well that under the attack of his 36 strikes, his wings had once easily sliced through a meter-thick granite slab. Feng Xiaotian was sent flying, and Tang San was not feeling well either. His feet sank deep into the ground, and a faint red hue rose on his face. Blood surged. Both of them had thoughts racing through their minds. Feng Xiaotian's attack would not stop, and Tang San's defense must continue. Chapter 104. Tang San vs. Feng Xiaotian 3. Feng Xiaotian, who had soared using leverage, did not ascend to the heights Tang San imagined. His body merely rotated in the air before his right wing struck down again. This time, Feng Xiaotian's single wing flickered in the air, constantly changing its trajectory, dodging Tang San's double fists. Just because his fists were hard didn't mean his body was the same. If such a powerful blade fell on him, it would be disastrous. A layer of purple-gold light appeared in Tang San's eyes as he calmly stared at the descending wings. Just when the wings were less than a meter away from him, he raised his hands again and struck out simultaneously. With a loud bang, Feng Xiaotian soared into the air with an incredulous expression. He couldn't comprehend why, despite his utmost control, Tang San was still able to find the position to strike under his wings. This was almost impossible. Little did he know, as a disciple of the Tang sect, Tang San's eyesight was not something that ordinary people could compare to. Not to mention his wing blades, even countless hidden weapons flying in from all directions. Tang San could knock them all down one by one. Feng Xiaotian was astonished, and Tang San was equally surprised as he discovered that Feng Xiaotian's second strike, although it was just a single wing, was actually stronger than the previous one. This discovery suddenly added a few more doubts to Tang San's heart. The battle between the two was not affected in the slightest by their surprise. Feng Xiaotian's body rotated in mid-air, his wings cyclically striking down, launching the third and fourth slashes. Tang San similarly used his Xianyu hand to catch these two strikes. The facts proved that Tang San's judgment was correct. Feng Xiaotian's two attacks were stronger than the last, and although the increase in power was not large, Tang San's arms were already feeling a bit sore and numb. After all, his Xianyu hand had not yet been cultivated to perfection, and the continuous strong attacks from his opponent caused a sharp pain in his palms. Suddenly, Tang San smiled, surprising everyone that he could still smile at such a moment. As he prepared for the next 4 strikes, his calves were already buried beneath the ground, and Feng Xiaotian had already mentioned that his Gale Demon Wolf slash had a total of 36 strikes. For the current situation, it was clear that not only was the power of Feng Xiaotian's attacks increasing, but the speed was also growing. Speed and power are proportional, and the greatest characteristic of his self-created soul skill was the ability to continuously enhance his attack power using speed and gravity. Tang San thought to himself, although Feng Xiaotian could complete the 36 slashes, in the end, if he could really take them head-on, perhaps Feng Xiaotian's wings would break due to the overwhelming force. Feng Xiaotian's soul power was 2 levels stronger than Tang San's, and with such amplification, how could Tang San possibly withstand his attacks? At this moment, an extremely terrifying sharp soul power erupted around Feng Xiaotian's body. Even if Tang San wanted to use his second soul skill, Parasitic, on him, it would have no effect. Even his third soul skill, Spiderweb Binding, might be cut by the continuously amplified blades. What could Tang San do now? Release the 8 spider lances and clash with his opponent? No, Tang San did not choose that. Feng Xiaoyan's attacks reminded Tang San of some past events, recalling a rather inconspicuous one that he hadn't used in a while in his ability sequence. Just in the gap between Feng Xiaoyan's 4th and 5th slashes, a black light surged in Tang San's right hand, and an unassuming small hammer appeared in his grasp. At the same time, a loud explosion suddenly erupted beneath his feet, centered on his legs, which were sunk into the ground, causing the entire ground to burst into a large pit. With his body half-turned, Tang San gripped the hammer with both hands, exerting force through his calves, using his legs to drive his waist to drive his back, and his back to drive his arms. The entire body half-rotated, and the small black hammer, only a foot long, was lifted from below, directly meeting Feng Xiaoyan's 5th slash. Boom! This time, Feng Xiaoyan's body flew exceptionally high, and if one could see, there would definitely be a crack on his wings. The intense pain had already made Feng Xiaoyan's face turn red. As his body spun, he looked in shock at the small hammer in Tang San's hand. And at that moment, he had no time to think about why his opponent had a weapon. The referee did not call a stop, which meant that the opponent had not violated the competition rules. In fact, he had no idea that the referee was already dumbfounded. The two bodies were almost spinning simultaneously, one in the air and one on the ground. Feng Xiaoyan's wings struck down again, while the small hammer in Tang San's hand swung up again. The violent collision sounded like rain hitting banana leaves, continuously rumbling. Whether it was Tang San or Feng Xiaotian, both their bodies spun faster and faster. And in the blink of an eye, dozens of collisions had already ended. At the top of the papal hall, the Pope Bibi Don, holding a scepter, saw Tang San wielding the Haotian hammer, narrowing his eyes and murmuring, "Tang Hao, you have repeatedly opposed me. Last time I didn't kill your son. This time I won't let him escape. Killing your son this time will also count as collecting some interest from you." Standing next to Pope Bibi Don, the titled Douluo respectfully said, "Your Holiness, do you want to eliminate that kid now?" Pope Bibi Don said sternly, "If we kill him now, wouldn't that be too cheap for him? It would be better to capture him after the match to threaten Tang Hao. When Tang Hao falls into the trap, we can kill both father and son together. Your Holiness is wise. I will arrange it right away," Douluo said with a sinister expression. At this moment, a voice entered the host Douluo's ear. "That is not a weapon. That is a martial soul, a top existence among weapon martial souls, the Haotian hammer." The host Douluo exclaimed in shock. The top existence among weapon martial souls, the Haotian hammer. Chapter 105. Victory. The blue silvergrass is a standard waist martial soul, while the Haotian hammer is a top existence among weapon martial souls. The simultaneous appearance of two martial souls in one person creates an incredible sense of harmony. No one had expected that the blue silvergrass and the Haotian hammer, one in the sky and one underground, would appear in the same individual. At this moment, the only term that came to everyone's mind was twin martial souls, Haotian sect, Haotian hammer, twin martial souls. These three terms, which symbolize the unmatched martial souls in the spirit master world, shocked everyone's nerves. Although Tang San did not show it, the ability he was using at this moment was the unique sect soul skill of the Haotian sect, the chaotic wind hammer method. It is said that when the chaotic wind hammer method is cultivated to its peak, it can unleash a continuous series of 81 hammers, with each hammer's power increasing compared to the previous one. Even a true god would not be able to withstand the last hammer of those 81. Although the Haotian hammer in Tang San's hand was so small and appeared so ordinary, the chaotic wind hammer method is unique in its own right. At this moment, no one would doubt his identity. The direct successor of the Haotian sect could only be qualified to learn the chaotic wind hammer method. It must be said that Feng Xiaotian was indeed a very talented spirit master, and the soul skill he created was quite extraordinary. In a split second, the 36 consecutive slashes launched from the air were enough to defeat opponents stronger than himself. Unfortunately, he encountered an opponent who completely countered him in self-created soul skills. The chaotic wind hammer method could be said to be one of the top soul skills among these amplification soul skills. Standing on the ground, Tang San found it much easier to exert force compared to his opponent. Each of Feng Xiaotian's slashes relied on speed and his own gravity for amplification. In contrast, each of Tang San's hammers relied not only on these factors, but also on his own strength. In terms of gravity, could Feng Xiaotian's weight compare to the already 500-pound Haotian hammer? The chaotic wind hammer method had been repeatedly forged by Tang San. He had practiced it far too many times. In earlier collisions, Feng Xiaotian could still contend with Tang San and even had a slight advantage. However, after the 10th hammer, he could only retreat step by step, as if he were a piece of iron being forged by the Haotian hammer, constantly beaten and flying. At this moment, his wings, connected to his arms, had become completely numb from the shock. Feng Xiaotian wanted to stop, but he found that he could not do so at all. The Haotian hammer in Tang San's hand seemed to possess a special stickiness, pulling at his body, making it impossible for him to stop using his Gale Demon Wolf 36 consecutive slashes. At this moment, Feng Xiaotian displayed the demeanor of a powerful warrior. Just as he was about to launch the 19th slash, he suddenly let out a fierce roar, and a blue light surged wildly throughout his body. With a thunderous noise, a great rain of blood scattered in the air as Feng Xiaotian actually shattered his own wings. Countless pieces of flesh, carrying overwhelming power, charged straight at Tang San, while Feng Xiaotian, having lost control over the airflow due to the absence of his wings, flew out at a slant under the tremendous force. A bold move indeed. What a bold move. Although those wings are not limbs, they're also a manifestation of Feng Xiaotian himself. The broken wings cannot be restored in just a day or two. However, it is precisely this that saved Feng Xiaotian's life. Tang San's chaotic wind hammer technique is something he can control, but he is unaware of his opponent's situation. With Tang San's current strength, he can use the chaotic wind hammer technique a maximum of 48 times. After the 36th strike, it is already beyond his control. Moreover, this is his first time using the Haotian hammer with his hammer technique. During the process, Tang San discovered that a special force field is released from the Haotian hammer itself, perfectly complementing the chaotic wind hammer technique. The power is beyond his imagination. However, there is also a problem. The Haotian hammer is too heavy, more than 10 times heavier than a normal forging hammer. As a result, although he can use rotation to control it, stopping it becomes extremely difficult. In fact, if he reaches the 24th strike with the Haotian hammer, it will be very hard for him to control that terrifying power. By then, Feng Xiaotian, who is stuck in the Haotian hammer's force field, would almost certainly die. At this moment, Feng Xiaotian fell with his broken wings, but the flesh and blood from his shattered wings did not harm Tang San. The whirlwind created by the swinging Haotian hammer swept away the strong jets of blood and flesh, dropping them directly onto the ground. Tang San also relaxed his body and spun for a dozen circles before barely stabilizing. His face was pale, and a dizzying sensation constantly attacked his brain. He almost immediately withdrew the Haotian hammer because he was about to lose grip on that terrifying weapon spirit. At this time, Tang San's soul power consumption was not very high, but the load on his body had already reached its limit. The two were separated by more than 10 meters. Although one was standing and the other had fallen, neither was in good condition. Both were panting heavily, staring at each other, and neither had any intention of giving up. In fact, it was not that Tang San wanted to use his Haotian hammer, but at that moment, he could not think of any other way to block his opponent's Gale Demon Wolf 36 strikes. Even the 8 spider lances might not be effective. After all, this self-created skill's attack power kept increasing, aided by the power of 2 soul rings, making it Feng Xiaotian's ultimate move. Tang San thought of the chaotic wind hammer technique and immediately used it. This was also a reflection of his practical experience, making the most correct response in the shortest time. Because of this, he was able to successfully defeat his opponent. Although their physical strength was nearly depleted, Feng Xiaotian, with his broken wings, was heavily injured. This match between the two was on the verge of coming to an end. Twin martial souls, huh? Struggling to get up. Feng Xiaotian's voice sounded a bit hoarse. Nodding, Tang San did not deny it. Hammer name, Haotian. Haotian hammer? Feng Xiaotian's pupils constricted violently, and he bitterly smiled, saying, "It seems that I did not lose unjustly." Tang San sighed and said, "In fact, you did not really lose to me. You only lost to your self-created soul skill. Your Gale Demon Wolf 36 strikes happened to be restrained by me. Otherwise, it's still uncertain who would win or lose." Shrek Team's Tang San versus Wind Fire Team's Feng Xiaotian. Shrek Team's Tang San wins. Chapter 106. A decisive surrender. Wow. The participating soul masters below the stage erupted in excitement. A temporary team wants to win? Dream on. Although the Windfire team is strong, they are bound to lose against a righteous team. After all, the Windfire team took shortcuts. They deserve to lose. On the observation platform of Shrek Academy, Xiao Wu shouted excitedly, "Little San, you are amazing. I love you, Little San." There was no doubt that Shrek Academy was jubilant because the first victory was crucial and boosted their morale. However, the Wind Fire team was filled with worry. Fire Cloud, evil god, angrily said, "A piece of trash can defeat Feng Xiaotian? I'll take care of him." Bu Jingyun also expressed his indignation. "Evil god, go ahead, but remember not to reveal your name. Otherwise, we will lose our qualification for the competition. Don't worry, we may not take his life, but making him lie down for 3 months is still possible." Fire Cloud, evil god, said coldly. The host, Douluo, announced loudly, "Next, the Wind Fire team has sent out their main force, Fire Cloud, evil god." At this moment, Tang San was already at the end of his strength, and he had no power to turn things around against Fire Cloud, evil god. Even at his peak, Tang San would not be a match for Fire Cloud, evil god, let alone now. However, due to the competition rules, Tang San could only continue to face it. Seeing Tang San in such a state, Xiao Wu felt uneasy and said, "Yuntaois, what should we do? The Wind Fire team has sent out their main force, Fire Cloud, evil god. Little Sand is definitely not his opponent. What should we do?" Xiang Wentian was also extremely worried and said, "I will send him a message to let him concede." Xiao Wu nodded at Xiang Wentian with a worried expression. On the arena, Tang San was weakly kneeling on the ground when a voice suddenly rang in his ear. "Tang San, as soon as the match starts, you must immediately concede." Tang San recognized that it was the voice of Xiang Wentian, the captain of the Shrek team. He nodded at Xiang Wentian in the spectator area of Shrek Academy, giving a reassuring smile. On the arena, Yunxia Shun said to Tang San with malice, "Kid, I will make you suffer in bed for 3 months, rest assured. It won't be 1 day less." Tang San weakly smiled and nodded to Hui Yunxia Shun. "Say just right, I also want to take a break. Please hit harder." "You little brat, the match is about to start, and now you're giving me lip? You will suffer 1,000 times more," Hui Yunxia Shun said, furious. The match between Shrek's Tang San and Feng Hui's Hui Yunxia Shun was about to begin. Before the host Do could announce the start, Tang San immediately shouted, "Referee, I concede." Hui Yunxia Shun's cruel smile abruptly stopped, and after a moment of confusion, he angrily said, "Didn't you say you wanted to rest for a few months? Didn't you say to hit harder? You liar, I really want to tear you apart. Tang San, don't let me meet you again, or every time I see you, I will beat you." Tang San turned and slowly walked off the arena, saying lightly, "With our Shrek team's captain protecting me, I'm not afraid, ha ha ha." Hui Yunxia Shun, in a rage, shouted, "What can he do to protect you? I will beat him too. Is that so? As you wish. I'm coming, go ahead and hit." A calm voice suddenly came from afar. Hui Yunxia Shun immediately saw Xiang Wentian slowly walking towards the arena, while also greeting Tang San. At that moment, Hui Yunxia Shun realized that all this was a trap set by Xiang Wentian to provoke him into coming up and defeating his team members one by one. It had to be said that this was a very clever strategy. The Shrek team sent out their captain, Xiang Wentian. Wow! Below the arena, the crowd erupted. Xiang Wentian was hailed as the #1 genius of the Tiando Empire, and if he faced Feng Hui's team, it would undoubtedly be an extremely exciting match. At this moment, countless participating Soul Masters focused their attention on Xiang Wentian on the arena, eagerly anticipating a thrilling match about to begin. At the top of the Pope's palace, Bibi Dong smiled at the nearby Gui Mei and said, "Elder Gui Mei, this is your disciple. Very good talent. Thank you for your praise, your holiness." Gui Douluo respectfully replied with a deep bow. "I heard you plan to have him join the new generation of Pope candidates?" Pope Bibi Dong said with a hint of meaning. "My subordinate does have this thought, but I'm not sure what your holiness means." "I certainly mean nothing. The successor of the Pope should be the capable. The Wuhuan Palace has always treated everyone fairly. If you believe he has this ability, I do not oppose it," said Pope Bibi Dong with a dignified demeanor. On the arena, the host Odo saw that both Xiang Wentian and Hui Yunxia Shun were ready, and loudly announced, "Xiang Wentian versus Hui Yunxia Shun. I declare the match to begin." Chapter 107. Clash of the Titans. At this moment, the Yunxia Shun's expression was extremely serious, thinking, "I need to come up with a unique trick to win." Just as the host Odo announced the start of the match, Hui Yunxia Shun directly released his 5th soul skill, launching himself towards Xiang Wentian like a cannonball, shouting, "5th soul skill, toe top hit hard." Xiang Wentian disdainfully said, "Still using this trick? Wasn't the lesson I taught you last time enough? Do you still want a big abscess to grow on your bald head?" At that moment, Xiang Wentian noticed the Fire Cloud, evil god, shooting towards him at high speed, with a hint of a scheming smile at the corner of his mouth. "Thousand-handed Buddha palm. Even if you are as cunning as a fox, you can't imagine that my 5th soul skill is just a decoy, meant to quickly close the distance between us. using the 1,000 hands of Buddha to deliver a fatal blow. At this moment, Xiang Wentian was ready to unleash his sixth soul skill, Angel's Pagoda, when he suddenly saw the fire cloud evil god change his move at high speed, catching Xiang Wentian off guard. There was no time to change tactics. He could only take the brunt of the fire cloud evil god's 1,000 hands of Buddha. However, the 1,000 hands of Buddha is the strongest attack of the fire cloud evil god, while the Angel's Pagoda is the first strike in the category of stacking enhancement soul skills. How could it possibly shake the 1,000 hands of Buddha to clash his usual attack against the opponent's strongest strike? The consequences are predictable. Boom! The massive golden light palm collided with the devil angel's phantom giant fist, producing a deafening sound. The fire cloud evil god maintained his forward attack posture, while Xiang Wentian was knocked back 3 steps. At this moment, the fire cloud evil god focused his gaze, taking advantage of your weakness to strike 1,000 hands of Buddha, second form. As Xiang Wentian saw the fire cloud evil god attempting to use a powerful attack to knock him off the stage while he was retreating, he thought of the beauty of it. Just as Xiang Wentian's retreat came to an abrupt halt, he looked at the even larger second palm of the 1,000-handed Tathagata, feeling undisturbed inside, and shouted, "Tathagata, divine palm, 9th style, all Buddhas worship the same." Suddenly, a golden Buddha-light handprint, several times larger than the 1,000-handed Tathagata palm, was shot out from Xiang Wentian's palm, colliding with the fire cloud evil god's 1,000-handed Tathagata palm. After the impact, there was no sound. The fire cloud evil god's palm slowly melted away upon encountering Xiang Wentian's Tathagata divine palm, like ice blocks under the June sun. Although the 1,000-handed Tathagata palm had melted, Xiang Wentian's Tathagata divine palm continued to shine with golden light as it struck towards the fire cloud evil god. With a loud bang, Xiang Wentian's Tathagata divine palm, 9th style, all Buddhas worship the same, firmly hit the fire cloud evil god's body. The fire cloud evil god was sent flying like a kite with a broken string, blood gushing out, collapsing to the ground, unconscious and unaware of his fate. Cheers erupted from the crowd below the stage as the wind and fire battle team, which had grown strong through underhanded means, faced repeated setbacks, something the competing Soul Master students were eager to witness. Xiang Wentian truly lived up to his reputation as the greatest genius of the Tiando Empire, defeating the main force of the wind and fire battle team, the fire cloud evil god, in just 2 moves. What good was relying on underhanded tactics when they were completely overpowered by the Shrek battle team? It was also fortunate for Shrek Academy. If the Wind and Fire Academy had encountered our star Luo Royal Academy, the defeat would have been even worse. Bu Jingyan took a deep breath and said solemnly, "Xiang Wentian has made his move. I will personally challenge him today. Even if I have to use all my trump cards, I will defeat Xiang Wentian." Hearing Bu Jingyun's heavy words, Niefeng showed a worried expression and said, "Brother Yun, Xiang Wentian is not easy to deal with. You must be careful." Bu Jingyun's expression turned serious as he nodded to Niefeng and strode towards the stage. Meanwhile, the host Douluo announced loudly, "The Wind and Fire battle team has sent their captain, Bu Jingyun. Bu Jingyun is the strongest main force of the Wind and Fire battle team, and Xiang Wentian is also the strongest in the Shrek battle team. In this showdown of the strong, who will emerge victorious? Let's wait and see." As Bu Jingyun stepped onto the stage, he stared at Xiang Wentian on the other side and said solemnly, "Xiang Wentian, I know you are strong, but today I will bring out 120% of my strength to face you. For the honor of Shunfeng Academy, you will undoubtedly be defeated today." Xiang Wentian looked at Bu Jingyun's serious expression and solemn words, wondering if Bu Jingyun had a trump card that he didn't know about. He then smiled knowingly and said, "Is that so? I hope you'll bring me some surprises today and not lose too badly, so that others won't say I didn't give your Wind and Fire team face." Hearing Xiang Wentian's words, Bu Jingyan laughed wildly and said, "What a boast. We'll see if you can say that after you win against me. Isn't the referee going to announce the start?" The host, Douluo, was taken aback by Bu Jingyun's urging, and after a moment, she reacted and loudly declared, "Xiang Wentian versus Bu Jingyun. The match begins." Chapter 108, The Dance of Ghosts and Gods. The Death God S chapter with a shocking sword strike. The wind and clouds rage. A myriad of golden rays astonish gods and ghosts. As the wind brings rain and clouds cover the moon, the ghostly sword laughs at the vast sky. "Do not cry, Death God S ghostly sword technique. Be careful, Xiang Wentian." At the moment the host Douluo announced the start of the match, Bu Jingyun unleashed this earth-shattering, ghostly sword technique. The white clouds in the sky and the light from the sun began to distort at that moment, filling the entire arena with intertwining black and white sword energy. Countless sword energies sliced through Xiang Wentian, producing a cacophony of sounds. Although Xiang Wentian was protected by the celestial body, the sword energy carried with it a powerful recoil, making him feel as if he was being flayed alive. At this moment, there was sword energy swirling around him, making it impossible to see where Bu Jingyun was. At this moment, Xiang Wentian had no plans and could only frantically unleash his soul skills in the sea of sword energy. Sixth soul skill, Angel Pagoda. Currently, under the Angel Pagoda, Xiang Wentian could unleash a maximum of 99 punches, but the power of the Angel Pagoda was cumulative and enhanced. Each punch surpassed the previous one. Although Xiang Wentian had many soul skills, none could match the power of the 99th punch of the Angel Pagoda, not even the Buddha Kingdom in his palm. A massive demonic angel phantom was unleashing enormous demonic punches in the sea of sword energy, with each punch surpassing the last, its power immense. At this moment, Xiang Wentian had already unleashed 81 punches in succession, and wherever the punch shadows passed, space shattered and sword energy dissipated. Because the power of the Angel Pagoda was too great, it had exceeded Xiang Wentian's control. He could no longer control his body and could only let the Angel Pagoda rapidly swing its demonic punches, with Xiang Wentian only able to control the direction of the punches. At this time, Bu Jingyun looked in horror at the enormous demonic angel phantom behind Xiang Wentian, as it seemed to have gone mad, continuously swinging its powerful black demonic punches. As Xiang Wentian's black demonic punch was about to approach Bu Jingyun, he was unwilling to sit idly by, so he unleashed his strongest attack, the ultimate secret of the Ghost God sword technique, the Death God chapter of Ghost God Dance. The Death God chapter of Ghost God Dance was a soul skill that Bu Jingyun had created after his previous defeat, combining his new insights into his martial soul. It must be said that Bu Jingyun truly lived up to being a descendant of the Bu clan divine lineage, with an astonishing talent. No wonder anyone who lived past the age of 7 could be considered a quasi-god. Ghost God Dance, Death God Chapter, Bu Jingyun shouted. Countless black and white sword energies on the arena seemed to be drawn together, rapidly coalescing into a massive black sword that was 7 zhong long and 1 zhong wide. The giant sword shot towards Xiang Wentian at high speed, reaching him in the blink of an eye. Xiang Wentian saw the pitch-black giant sword shooting towards him at high speed, and instead of feeling any panic, his fighting spirit surged. No matter how many methods you have, let me show you how my 10 strengths can conquer 100, and 1 force can break 10,000 laws. With a loud bang, not only did the arena tremble, but even the spectators felt a slight vibration. The angelic pagoda of Xiang Wentian met the 82nd punch of the demon angel's phantom, striking heavily on the tip of the pitch-black giant sword, producing a crisp cracking sound. Xiang Wentian felt no discomfort. His intuition told him he had hit something tangible, bringing him immense satisfaction. On the other hand, Bu Jingyun was greatly shaken. He was well aware of the power of his self-created soul skill, Death God Chapter of Ghost Dance, having recently realized its shocking might. He had once carved nearly 100 meters deep into a mountain's face with it, but now, just being hit by Xiang Wentian's angelic punch caused the sword to emit a sound of shattering, demonstrating the tremendous power of Xiang Wentian's 6th soul skill, Angelic Pagoda. Before Bu Jingyun could retract the pitch-black giant sword, the 83rd punch of Xiang Wentian's Angelic Pagoda followed closely, striking solidly against the sword's body. Boom! With a loud noise, the pitch-black giant sword shattered, and soon after, the 84th punch of the Angelic Pagoda came in succession. Xiang Wentian knew that if this punch hit Bu Jingyun, it would turn him into a mist of blood. However, they bore no deep-seated grudge. They were merely opponents in a competition. Moreover, if Bu Jingyun died in the arena, the Shrek team would be disqualified from the competition, so this punch could only strike the arena. Boom! The massive arena, made of Qinggang stone, was shattered to pieces. And at the same time, Bu Jingyun was sent flying 100 meters high by the sudden recoil, losing consciousness before he hit the ground. Xiang Wentian, having exhausted his soul power, was unable to deliver the 85th punch. If he had enough soul power to unleash the 85th punch, the level of destruction would be unimaginable. At this moment, the entire Qinggang stone arena lay in ruins, smoke and dust rising everywhere, and the spectators were stunned into silence. No one expected that the captain of the Shrek team, Xiang Wentian, could deliver such a powerful blow. This power not only surpassed the full force strike of a soul Douluo, But even some titled Douluos could not unleash such tremendous strength. After several seconds, the spectator area gradually erupted into a frenzy, the sound rising from low to high, echoing continuously. At the top of the Pope's palace, Pope Ebidon was astonished and said, "The disciple Ghost Douluo has taken and has such an extraordinary talent. If he possesses excellent leadership skills and wise strategies, he could be chosen as the next pope." Unfortunately, people who are both wise and courageous are as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns, not so easily found. I didn't expect you to be this strong. I suffered a great loss last time at your hands. It seems my defeat was not unjust, said the chrysanthemum Douluo, pondering. At this moment, the host Odo finally snapped out of his shock and hurriedly announced, Xiang Wentian versus Bu Jingyun. Xiang Wentian wins. The audience, whether from the Tiando Empire or the Xingluo Empire, erupted into thunderous applause. For them, the battle between Xiang Wentian and Bu Jingyun was undoubtedly spectacular. A duel worthy of being recorded in history. Chapter 109. On the way back to the hotel at this moment, Nie Feng, showing despair, picked up the unconscious Bu Jingyun who had fallen to the ground and said helplessly, "We, the Wind and Fire team, concede." In Nie Feng's heart, he knew how powerful Bu Jingyun's ultimate self-created soul skill, Death God chapter of Ghost Dance, was, but he still was no match for Xiang Wentian. Even if their side took turns competing, they would only be sending food to the opponent. Therefore, conceding was the most correct choice for Nie Feng, as the Wind and Fire team still had to face other opponents from different academies. If they were to fall here, the Wind and Fire team would truly be eliminated. Xiang Wentian also understood why Nie Feng made such a choice. Even though Xiang Wentian himself lacked soul power, Shrek Academy still had two main forces, Shimin Shui Shui and Yi Gucheng, while the main force of the Wind and Fire team was left with only Nie Feng. If he insisted on fighting, then being eliminated would be their only option. However, if Nie Feng chose to admit defeat, this decision would bring hope to the Wind and Fire team, because a losing academy team could still engage in another duel, and if they won, they could continue to participate in the finals. If they lost, they would be directly eliminated. The Spirit Hall made this decision to give strong teams a chance to revive, to prevent them from being eliminated by even stronger teams and losing the opportunity to recruit hidden talents. After Shrek team's victory, Xiang Wentian took everyone back to the hotel. Meanwhile, Flanders and the Master were still watching the match. For Flanders, there were not many opportunities to watch a match without needing a ticket, and if he didn't make the most of this chance, it would be disrespectful to his big golden tooth. On the way back to the hotel, Oscar was very excited. For Oscar, a food-type soul master, continuously winning was what he loved to see the most. However, Shimin Shui Shui and Yi Gucheng were not as pleased. For these two martial arts enthusiasts, fighting was even more important than eating or sleeping. On the way, Ru Meng kept holding Xiang Wentian's arm. For everyone, the uninterrupted victories gave Shrek team members a sense of pride, and Xiang Wentian was no exception. He knew that overconfidence would lead to defeat, so they urgently needed a strong opponent to wake everyone up. Wentian, your sixth soul skill, Angel Pagoda, is somewhat similar to my chaotic cloak hammer, perhaps even stronger. If you have time, could we understand the essence of such soul skills? Tang Sen asked. Of course. The fundamental difference between my sixth soul skill, Angel Pagoda, and chaotic cloak hammer is that my Angel Pagoda is a soul skill obtained from hunting soul rings, and I can infuse an unlimited amount of soul power to amplify critical hits. On the other hand, chaotic cloak hammer is a self-created soul skill that doesn't have soul rings to infuse soul power. It can only infuse soul power into the martial soul. This is the fundamental difference between soul skills and self-created soul skills. Although self-created soul skills are more practical and have greater power, they lack soul rings, meaning they're not soul skills obtained from hunting soul beasts, and therefore have greater limitations. This can be seen as both advantageous and disadvantageous. Oh, so that's how it is, Tang San realized. Then, if I want to break through the 81st strike of the chaotic cloak hammer, do you have any suggestions? Xiang Wentian pondered and said, in this world, there are no perfect soul skills, only the soul skill combinations that are most suitable for oneself. If you truly break through the limits of the chaotic wind hammer technique, you will inevitably lose something. Heaven is fair. Day and night coexist in a cycle. While you possess great power, have you considered whether your speed can keep up and whether your body can withstand it? Hearing Xiang Wentian's words, Tang San fell silent and murmured, is there really no way to break through the limits? Shimin Shui replied, of course there is, but you need to find it for yourself. Wentian is right. When you find a way to break through the limits of the chaotic windhammer technique, you will inevitably lose something. The group discussed their cultivation experiences along the way, and before they knew it, they had arrived at the entrance of the hotel. Chapter 110. The Background of Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing, Part 1. To celebrate today's victory in the first battle, Xiang Wentian treated everyone to a feast. After a night of rest, everyone's bodies were adjusted to their best condition. The next morning, facing the rising sun, the sky was as if it had been washed. A brilliant blue that was pleasing to the eye. The sky was clear and bright, with colorful clouds reflecting the light. The members of the Shrek team, full of energy, headed towards the competition venue under the sunlight of the rising sun. Xiang Wentian, just like yesterday, arrived at the preliminary area and drew a bamboo stick from Su Yuntao. He saw that the bamboo stick was inscribed with Xingluo Royal Advanced Soul Master Academy. Xiang Wentian shook his head knowingly, as if he already knew the outcome of the match. Upon returning to the Shrek Academy team, as soon as Xiang Wentian stepped through the door of the, Oscar hurried over and asked, "Wentian, which academy team did you draw today?" "Xingluo Royal Advanced Soul Master Academy," Xiang Wentian replied word by word. The Xingluo Royal Advanced Soul Master Academy is the team sent by the Xingluo Empire among the three-seeded teams. Hearing that Shrek's opponent this time was the Xingluo Royal Academy team, Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing's expressions darkened in surprise. Naturally, Xiang Wentian knew why Dai Mubai had such an expression, but the others did not. So Tang Xin asked, "Mubai, Zhuqing, what's wrong with you two? Are you feeling unwell? Why do you look so worried?" Just after Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing learned that their next opponent in the Shrek team was the Xingluo Royal Academy team, their expressions changed, becoming very somber, which was completely different from usual. Even when they encountered stronger teams before, they had never shown such expressions. It seemed that the two were accumulating a certain kind of power, and once that power was fully accumulated, it would burst forth. If it did not explode in that low mood, it would perish in it. This was the most genuine portrayal of their faces. Suddenly, the two opened their eyes simultaneously, their eyes full of fervor, and their faces seemed to be on the verge of twisting with excitement. Then, unexpectedly, they made an astonishing move. They did not say anything but bowed to everyone in greeting. A hint of emotion appeared on Shimin Shui's indifferent face. "Have you two gone mad today?" Seeing their actions, Tang Xin was shocked. "Mubai, Zhuqing, what are you doing?" At this moment, everyone else was equally astonished, not understanding why the two would act this way. Seeing the puzzled looks from everyone, Dai Mubai nodded at Zhu Zhuqing and said, "Zhuqing, you should explain." Zhu Zhuqing glanced at Dai Mubai and nodded. "In this match, we must win. This is the only opportunity for Mubai and me." Oscar asked in confusion, "What is going on? Is there an enemy of yours in the Xingluo Royal Academy?" Zhu Zhuqing shook her head. "No. This is a family feud. Mubai and I are both from the Xingluo Empire, belonging to two prominent families, and the relationship between our two families is extremely close, with a tradition of marriage alliances. Only the most outstanding members of the family can become future heirs. Neither Mubai nor I are the legitimate children of our families. My sister and Mubai's brother were betrothed since childhood, and so were Mubai and I. We four are the most outstanding children of our respective families. The reason Mubai and I came to the Tiando Empire is to improve our strength. This Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Competition is an opportunity given to us by our families. Because we are not the legitimate heirs, our chances of inheriting are much smaller. If we could defeat our siblings, then we will qualify for inheritance." Tang Xin said, "So, your siblings are in the Xingluo Royal Advanced Soul Master Academy team?" Zhu Zhuqing nodded silently. "Originally, I thought we had no hope at all. However, when I came to Shrek Academy and met all of you, I suddenly realized that with your help, we have a good chance of winning." Xiao Wu couldn't help but ask, "Is power really that important? Even if you can inherit the family, will you really be happy?" Zhu Zhuqing smiled bitterly. "If it were really that simple, it would be great. Do you think we really value power that much? No, it's not like that. Both our families have extremely special regulations. In order to make the future family heirs more outstanding, once the competing children are selected, they will be trained as enemies. The victor can inherit the family, but the loser will face a tragic fate. To avoid internal strife, the failed competitors will be directly eliminated. Therefore, what we are competing for is not just power, but also our lives." As she spoke, Zhu Zhuqing's emotions grew more intense. "Do you know why I've always been so cold, Mubai? Because I've already accepted that I will undoubtedly die by the age of 25. I might not even reach 25. Mubai's brother is 6 years older than him, and is highly intelligent and powerful. My sister is also 7 years older than me. Competing with them, we have almost no chance. That is why after arriving in the Tiando Empire, Mubai chose to indulge himself in pleasure. If he does that, how can we have a chance to survive? I am angry at his lack of ambition. Dai Mubai finally spoke. Compete? How to compete? My brother is 6 years older than I am. He is already almost certain to be the heir of the family. Choosing me as a backup is just to give him more pressure and motivation. Until I came to Shrek Academy and met 110, Lu Ming, Shimin Chue Shui, Yi Guqing, Tang San, Xiao Wu, Rong Rong, and you, I finally saw hope. The time given to us by our family ends at 25. Aside from intelligence, our own strength is tested in this Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy elite competition. Zhu Qing and I must defeat our siblings during the competition. They're almost 25, and this competition is our only chance. If we lose, we must excel in other aspects to possibly gain acknowledgement. However, the support they receive is far greater than ours, which is almost impossible. I hate my family, but for Zhu Qing, I will no longer evade. In today's battle, even if I die, I will never lose. With blood-red eyes, the atmosphere suddenly became oppressive. No one expected that behind Dai Mubai and Zhu Qing, there was such tremendous pressure and background. It was a threat to their lives. Chapter 111. The background of Dai Mubai and Zhu Qing. Part 2. Xiang Wentian gazed into Dai Mubai's eyes, slowly and firmly saying, "We will definitely win. Please believe in your captain and teammates." Dai Mubai looked at Xiang Wentian's resolute gaze, and a flicker of warmth gradually ignited in his cold heart. "Thank you, Wentian. Thank you all. You have brought me hope, the hope of victory, the hope of survival. Do you remember what I told you? If there are enemies in your heart, the whole world is your enemy. If there are no enemies in your heart, you are invincible in the world. During the match, I will arrange for you and Zhu Qing to go on stage. Remember, only by maintaining an invincible belief can you defeat strong opponents." Under the encouraging gazes of everyone, Dai Mubai and Zhu Qing nodded firmly. At this moment, the voice of the host, Douluo, came through the loudspeaker. "Please welcome the Shrek team and the Star Luo Royal team to the stage for the elimination match." As they walked towards the observation platform, Xiang Wentian saw a team approaching from the opposite side, their uniforms marked with the Star Luo Royal Advanced Soul Master Academy. The leader of the opposing team had long golden hair cascading down his back, a lazy expression on his face, and purple light shimmering in his eyes. But not from dual pupils. His appearance resembled Dai Mubai's to at least 70%, but he was slightly taller. Although he looked casual, there was still a hint of an upper-class smile in his grin. Behind him was a tall young woman, almost as tall as he was, with an exceptionally curvy figure and skin like white jade. She also wore a smile and was even holding onto the former's arm in the competition venue. This young woman was beautiful, resembling Zhu Qing, with the only difference being that she lacked Zhu Qing's icy aura. She appeared very gentle, and amidst this gentleness, her beauty was easier for people to appreciate. Behind the two was a bald man with a fierce appearance, standing 9 feet tall, his bronze skin shining in the morning sun, his explosive muscles giving an overwhelming sense of pressure. He wore a sinister smile the entire time, making him very uncomfortable to be around. At this moment, neither side had sent their competitors to the stage, but the tension was palpable. The young leader's gaze swept over Dai Mubai's face as he said indifferently, "Mubai, I didn't expect you to make it to the finals. To challenge me face-to-face means you've already succeeded. But you should know, what you're doing forces me to strike you down. Davis, there's no need to put on an act. When have you ever stopped attacking me? On the field today, you and I are enemies. If you have the ability, defeat me first. Otherwise, who inherits the family position is still uncertain." Davis looked at Dai Mubai in surprise. "Oh, our playboy has actually changed. Well, I want to see what skills you've learned after leaving home for these years, daring to speak to your elder brother like this. No wonder Zhu Qing is with you. It seems you are really prepared to fight us to the end." His gaze landed on Zhu Qing, and Davis's expression became more serious. He exchanged a glance with the young woman beside him, and a cold glint flashed in both their eyes. "Zhu Qing, if I remember correctly, you should be under 15, right? To be able to participate in this competition at such a young age and make it into the top 10, I don't know whether to say you are lucky or strong. However, this is where it ends for you. Actually, Dad and Mom miss you very much, but they cannot go against the ancestral rules. After the competition, you should return with me." The young woman's voice beside Davis was different from Zhu Qing's. It lacked Zhu Qing's coldness, but had an alluring charm that made it easy for people to fall into it unconsciously. "Zhu Qingyun, you don't need to put on an act here. If I hadn't left home, I might have already died at your hands. Miss me? Is there such familial affection in our family?" Zhu Qing's voice grew colder. For both her and Dai Mubai, This couple before them was a reflection of their older selves. They shared an indelible blood bond, but under the pressure of the family, only one side could survive. No matter the reason, they had to fight with all their might. After all, no one wanted their life to end so easily. The two sides conversing on stage did not deliberately suppress their voices, and the soul masters below had much sharper hearing than ordinary people. When they heard Zhu Qingyun mention that Zhu Zhuqing was still under 15, even the most self-assured soul masters couldn't help but be astonished. At this moment, Xiang Wentian felt helpless. As expected, enemies meet on a narrow road. Before entering the competition area, the atmosphere was already tense. If Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing encountered the other two on the stage, it would undoubtedly be a fight to the death. Therefore, Xiang Wentian said to the Shrek team, "All right, we should go now, no more talking. Let us settle it on the stage." Before the Shrek team could settle into the observation area, Dai Mubai hurriedly and firmly said, "Wentian, please let me be the first to go on stage." "Why?" Xiang Wentian asked. "Because the captain of the Douluo Royal Academy, Davis, will definitely be the first to go on stage, and I need to settle our past grievances. Since you made up your mind, then go for it." "I will arrange for you to be the first on stage," Xiang Wentian said to Dai Mubai. "Please have the participating competitors come to the stage." Then the host, Douluo, exclaimed in surprise, "This is incredible. The first match for the Douluo Royal Advanced Academy team is their captain. Meanwhile, the Shrek team is sending out just an ordinary competitor. Could it be that the Douluo Royal Advanced Academy team overestimates the strength of the Shrek team? Or was there another reason? Let us wait and see." Chapter 112. Dai Mubai versus Davis. 1. Both sides are ready. Unleash your martial souls. Just as the host, Douluo, announced the start of the martial soul battle, Dai Mubai's 4 soul rings, 2 yellow and 2 purple, quickly lit up. Davis looked a bit flustered as he stared at the 4 dazzling soul rings on Dai Mubai's body, feeling a hint of pressure from his soul skills. Davis was currently at level 49, and the only person who could make him feel pressure was a level 50, 4-ring soul master. No, this can't be. When you left home, you were only at level 25. How could you have possibly broken through to level 50 in just 2 years? When the Shrek Academy reached the finals, Davis had already noticed Dai Mubai. However, he had never taken his brother seriously. His attention had always been focused on that freak with 600,000-year soul rings. Who would have thought that his brother, whom he had always underestimated, would shock him to such an extent? To increase 25 levels in 2 years, what kind of talent is that? It's almost 10 levels a year. It could only be described as monstrous. After all, the age gap was there. Under similar talent conditions, how could Dai Mubai possibly catch up with him? Even when Davis learned that Shrek Academy was the champion of the Tiando Empire's sub-regional competition, it didn't change his mindset. As one of the 3 seed teams, they only saw the team selected by the Spirit Hall as their opponent. But now, as Dai Mubai showcased his strength as a level 50, 4-ring soul master, Davis's heart was filled with shock and also murderous intent. With such a large age difference, the opponent had already quickly surpassed him in strength. If Dai Mubai were given more time, he would have no opportunity left in the future. So even if it means risking his life today, he must eliminate this threat, regardless of violating the competition rules. Dai Mubai coldly stared at Davis, and from the look in his brother's eyes, he could naturally read the murderous intent. In terms of talent, he was naturally much stronger than Davis, and his innate evil eyes had drawn attention to him since childhood. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become Davis's rival. At this moment, although the match had not yet begun, Dai Mubai felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Ever since they were young, every time Davis saw him, there was always a deep disdain and contempt in his eyes, never treating him as a rival. But now he could see seriousness, pressure, and a hint of fear in Davis's eyes. All of this was earned through his own strength and opportunities. The match begins with the host Douluo's command. This competition that would determine the fate of both Dai Mubai and Davis finally started. The two collided at high speed, producing a loud bang, and then they fought fiercely, using their martial souls and physical strength, exchanging hundreds of blows in an instant, neither able to gain the upper hand. Suddenly, they both punched towards each other simultaneously, and after a loud noise, they quickly separated. Second soul skill, White Tiger's Fiery Light Wave. Davis instantly unleashed his second soul skill, the White Tiger's Fiery Light Wave, shooting a white beam of light towards Dai Mubai. First soul skill, White Tiger's Protective Barrier. Dai Mubai immediately activated his first soul skill, the White Tiger's Protective Barrier, enveloping himself in a yellow energy shield. The incoming white beam struck Dai Mubai's protective barrier, thanks to the White Tiger's protective barrier blocking Davis's White Tiger's fiery light wave. Dai Mubai suffered no harm. Dai Mubai supported the yellow energy shield, watching as the white beam continuously impacted his energy shield, having no effect on him inside. He then disdainfully said, "Davis, are you just tickling me? Is this all you can do? If that's the case, you will surely die today." Davis chuckled lightly. "Then let me give you a surprise. Light cutting line." Davis compressed the thick energy beam into a thin energy line and shot it directly at Dai Mubai. Seeing this, Dai Mubai's eyes narrowed, and he canceled the White Tiger's protective barrier, leaning back. The light cutting line barely grazed the tip of Dai Mubai's nose, and the strong wind it generated caused him pain. At this moment, Dai Mubai was filled with anger. He had already taken a small loss at the very start. It seemed he wouldn't be able to threaten Davis without using his big moves. Third soul skill, White Tiger's Diamond Transformation. Fourth soul skill, White Tiger's Meteor Shower. Chapter 113, Dai Mubai vs. Davis 2. Dai Mubai released 2 soul skills simultaneously, using the enhancement of the White Tiger's Diamond Transformation to unleash the White Tiger's Meteor Shower, significantly increasing its power. Countless white meteor fists rapidly formed around Dai Mubai, and as he threw a punch, numerous meteor fists shot towards Davis. Davis sneered. White Tiger's Destruction Shield. He unleashed another self-created soul skill, and a massive white shield appeared, firmly protecting him. Countless white meteor fists struck the giant white shield, causing it to tremble, but despite the shaking, it showed no signs of cracking until the meteor fists ended. Boom, boom, boom. At this point, Dai Mubai had finished unleashing the White Tiger's meteor shower, yet he hadn't managed to break through the white giant shield at all, and his expression grew extremely grave. He shouted, "Reverse meteor!" The countless meteor fists he had just released reappeared behind Davis, launching towards his back. Davis seemed to sense something was off, and hurriedly turned the white giant shield to cover his back. Just as he placed the shield behind him, he felt a powerful tremor. Following that came numerous loud bangs. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, Davis was shocked. He could still be attacked from behind. Could it be his self-created soul skill? Davis had already turned around, exposing his back to Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai smirked cunningly. "Davis, you've fallen into my trap." Comet explosion. He clenched his fists tightly, and countless meteors gathered on his fists. Dai Mubai shouted, "Explode." A thick white beam shot out rapidly from his fists, directly striking Davis's back. Boom! Davis was hit and flew forward, spitting out a mouthful of blood and collapsing to the ground. 10 seconds later, just as the host Douluo was about to announce the result of the match, Davis suddenly stood up, wiped the blood from his mouth, and cruelly chuckled. "Mubai, after 2 years, your progress is indeed impressive. I can't help but be surprised. However, I think this duel will end soon, as I will use my ultimate move." Upon hearing Davis's words, Dai Mubai's expression grew even graver. The gap between Davis's soul power and his own was only 1 level apart. If Davis wanted to use a sacrificial move, Dai Mubai would likely find it hard to escape unharmed. Davis's eyes narrowed as he shouted, "Second soul skill, White Tiger's Earthquake." After unleashing his second soul skill, the entire arena shook violently like ocean waves, making it impossible for Dai Mubai to gain any leverage and leaving him immobilized. Davis wouldn't give Dai Mubai a chance to stabilize himself. Second soul skill, second form, White Tiger's Uplift. Numerous massive stones formed from soul power tightly surrounded Dai Mubai, trapping him within. At this moment, Davis coldly snorted and said indifferently, "Mubai, it's over." Fourth soul skill, White Tiger's Annihilation. After releasing his fourth soul skill, Davis leaped into the air and punched down onto the massive stones, trapping Dai Mubai. Boom! The stones pressing down on Dai Mubai shattered instantly, and Dai Mubai, unimpeded by the stones, was sent flying backward, unconscious. The strongest aspect of the White Tiger's Annihilation was not its physical attack, but its mental assault. Dai Mubai was struck head-on by the White Tiger's Annihilation. His body suffered little damage, but his mental power was damaged, which was why he fell unconscious. "Mubai!" Zhu Qing exclaimed. At this moment, Xiang Rentian saw Dai Mubai lying on the ground unconscious, unable to defend himself. Just then, Davis slowly walked towards Dai Mubai. It was clear that Davis intended to deal a fatal blow to him. At that moment, Xiang Rentian pulled out the white handkerchief with the design of a pair of mandarin ducks swimming together that Mu Mengyin had gifted him. Without a second thought, he leaped up and reached the arena in an instant, standing in front of the unconscious Dai Mubai. He threw the handkerchief to Davis and pointed at him, saying seriously, I am Xiang Rentian, the captain of the Shrek team. I represent Dai Mubai in surrendering. Your next opponent is me. Davis sneered, Xiang Rentian. You dare to interfere in our Star Luo royal matters? Then you are an enemy of the Star Luo royal family. I advise you to consider the consequences. Ha! Xiang Rentian laughed wildly. In this world, there's no one who can make me, Xiang Rentian, feel afraid. If it's for my brother and loved ones. Even if the whole world is against me. So be it. Okay, Davis said angrily. Xiang Rentian, you better not step into the Star Luo Empire in this life, or you'll be hunted down by the entire Star Luo Empire with full force. Xiang Rentian coldly snorted, looking up at the host Douluo in the sky, and said, Aren't you going to announce the results of the match? Are you watching a joke? At this moment, host Douluo finally reacted and announced loudly, Dai Mubai versus Davis. Davis wins. The spectator area below erupted in chaos. The captain of the Shrek team, Xiang Rentian, seemed to be out of his mind. The captain of the Star Luo royal team had already gone up, and you sent a cannon fodder up. Isn't that just giving away points? I thought the captain of the Shrek team, Xiang Rentian, had some excellent commanding ability, but it turns out he's just a big guy with courage, but no strategy. In the spectator area of Shrek Academy, Ru Ming angrily said, You guys are the ones with courage, but no strategy. You are the big fools. Before Ru Ming could continue to scold, Tang San interrupted, saying, Our Shrek team has never relied on popularity, but on strength. Zhu Zhuqing apologetically said, I'm sorry, everyone. It's my and Mubai's fault that we let the Shrek team lose a match. Seeing Zhu Zhuqing's expression, Ru Ming quickly comforted her, saying, Zhuqing, what are you doing? Our Shrek team is one body, inseparable. By doing this, are you saying that you don't consider us friends? Yes, Zhuqing. We are close partners. Isn't it a bit distant to do this? Ning Rongrong advised. Yi Guqing slowly said, Our Shrek team has won many battles, and the other Soul Master Academies have high expectations of us. In their eyes, we cannot lose. If we lose once, it will be like having a stain, which they cannot accept. That's why they reacted so strongly. Shimin Shui coldly snorted and said indifferently, Let them talk. We will walk our own path. Our Shrek team has 3 main forces. Which academy can compete with us? Maintaining an undefeated belief and doing our own thing is the most important. At this moment, Oscar looked at the arena and smiled. Rentian is already on the stage. Let us see how he defeats his opponent. The captain of the Shrek team personally went on stage to face the captain of the Star Luo Royal Advanced Academy team. Who will win? Let's wait and see. The match begins. Chapter 114, Huhongxi. At this moment, Davis felt a sense of powerlessness. I am over 10 levels lower in soul power than Xiang Rentian. And after the previous battle, my soul power has been greatly consumed. Even at my peak, I am not a match for Xiang Rentian, not to mention now. So Davis lowered his proud head and said helplessly, I admit defeat. Host Douluo saw Davis voluntarily admit defeat and announced, Captain of the Star Luo Royal Team, Davis, chooses to admit defeat. Xiang Rentian wins. At this moment, there was a wave of sighs from below the arena. To admit defeat without even fighting. The captain of the Star Luo Royal Team is too cowardly. A boy from the academy retorted, What do you know? Xiang Rentian is over 10 levels higher than the captain of the Star Luo Royal Team. By admitting defeat now, he can preserve his combat strength. If he chose to compete, he would definitely be seriously injured. I think he's also considering the Star Luo Royal Team. The viewpoint expressed by this brother was quite agreeable to some. A red-clothed boy in the back said. Davis walked off the stage and returned to the spectator area of the Star Luo Royal Academy, nodding to a bald young man. The bald young man understood and strode confidently onto the stage. Host Douluo announced loudly. The Star Luo Royal Team has sent out their main force, Huhongxi. This contestant is making his debut. Let us take a look at his information. The large screen at the venue displayed. Name, Huhongxi. MartialSoul, Bully Hammer. Soul Power, Level 64 Soul Emperor. Team, Main Force of the Star Luo Royal Team. Academy, Star Luo Royal Advanced Soul Master Academy. In the spectator area of Shrek Academy. Flander murmured, He is actually a Level 64 Soul Emperor. Is this the Golden Age? Are the geniuses of the Golden Age really this extraordinary? If these young people are given time, in less than 20 years, dozens of title Douluo will appear on the continent. Perhaps among these geniuses, a god will be born. The master pondered. On the stage, Xiang Rentian looked at Huhongxi across from him and murmured, Where did this oddball come from? Huhongxi was still dressed in the uniform of the Star Luo Royal Academy. The only difference being that today, he was wearing a thick hemp belt around his waist. And with his nearly 2-meter height, he looked like a mountain cannon. At this moment, Xiang Wentian smiled and asked, "Brother over there, your name is Hu Hongxi, right? After coming to Seoul City, have you gone to the cinema to watch a movie?" Hu Hongxi grinned and said, "I watched it, but I don't know what the movie is called." Xiang Wentian laughed twice and said, "Indeed, it's a mountain cannon coming to the city, tied with hemp rope. Watched a movie, but I don't know its name." Upon hearing Xiang Wentian call him a mountain cannon, Hu Hansen angrily replied, "Xiang Wentian, you are the mountain cannon. Your whole family is a mountain cannon." "Who is the mountain cannon?" Xiang Wentian teased. "The mountain cannon is you," Hu Hansen said. And only after saying this did he realize. His face turned purple with anger as he furiously declared, "Xiang Wentian, you are the first person daring to mock me. I will smash you into meat paste." The host, Douluo, saw that the competition between the two hadn't even started yet, and the powder keg had already exploded. With no choice, he said, "Both sides, unleash your martial spirits." At this moment, Hu Hansen was shaking with rage and shouted, "Martial spirit possessed." Xiang Wentian saw Hu Hansen's martial soul, the bully hammer, which is a pair of round double short hammers. The upper part of the double hammers is covered with mysterious patterns. 6 soul rings slowly pulsate above the double hammers, which are yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, black. Hu Hansen's bully double hammers are completely different from Tang San's Haotian hammer. The Haotian hammer is a long hammer with a rectangular hammerhead, while the bully double hammers are short hammers with round hammerheads, very similar to the drum gold hammer. But the only difference is that the bully double hammers are much larger than the drum gold hammer, holding the bully double hammers in both hands. Hu Hansen looks like an ant dragging 2 yellow beans, completely disproportionate in size. With the 2 oversized bully double hammers, Hu Hansen appears very uncoordinated. Coupled with his bandit-like appearance and mountain cannon-like attire, he is undoubtedly a super invincible mountain cannon, the king of oddities. Looking at his bully-like appearance, he can be described as a super hybrid embodying the traits of a bully, bandit, mountain cannon, and oddity. At the same time, the shock that Xiang Wentian brought to Hu Hansen is immense. Previously, when he saw Xiang Wentian with 600,000-year soul rings from the viewing platform, it was indeed shocking, but it did not reach the level of pressure on Hu Hansen himself. Now, as Hu Hansen personally locked eyes with Xiang Wentian, he felt the immense pressure that Xiang Wentian's 600,000-year soul rings brought to him. He had to take this opponent seriously. Xiang Wentian could be said to be the strongest opponent Hu Hansen had ever encountered. Both sides prepared, and the match began. Chapter 115, Xiang Wentian versus Hu Hansen. The moment the host Douluo announced the start of the match, Hu Hansen roared and jumped up, wielding the double hammers, and smashed down towards Xiang Wentian, simultaneously shouting, "Fifth soul skill, pressing force of 1,000 tons." In an instant, Hu Hansen's martial soul, the bully double hammers, expanded several times, striking down towards Xiang Wentian with the force of Mount Tai. Xiang Wentian saw Hu Hansen's martial soul, the Overlord twin hammers, become as huge as a small mountain. This was no giant hammer. It was essentially 2 massive round mountains crashing down towards him. At that moment, Xiang Wentian chose not to take it head-on, but instead instantly dodged to the edge of the arena. Just as he evaded, a thunderous roar like a mountain crashing and a tsunami surged from behind him. The powerful recoil force sent the entire arena flying nearly 100 meters into the air. When the arena fell from the heights, it let out a deafening boom. The host, Douluo, exclaimed in shock, "What tremendous power! Is this the power of a soul emperor?" It seems a bit abnormal. It wasn't just Douluo who was shocked. Below the arena, the audience was in an uproar. Soul masters below the soul sage rank were left dumbfounded, unable to find words to describe this earth-shattering blow. On the observation platform of Shrek Academy, Flander said gravely, "How can a soul emperor possess such powerful strength? Even Zhao Wujia might not compare." On the observation platform of the Tiando Royal Academy, Dugu Qiubai, filled with fighting spirit, remarked, "The finals of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Competition truly gathers many experts. It seems these days won't be boring. I hope he can withstand my 3 swords." On the observation platform of the MartialSoul Hall's Soul Master Academy, a robust young man opened his tightly shut eyes and murmured, "The power is sufficient, but the accuracy is lacking." On the arena, Xiang Wentian also felt dizzy from shock. Shaking his head to clear his mind, he declared, "You've finished your attack. Now, it's my turn." 6th soul ring. 2nd soul skill, Angel Meteor Fall. 6th soul ring, 1st soul skill, Angel Pagoda. Xiang Wentian continuously unleashed 2 soul skills. The 600,000-year soul ring of Xiang Wentian shone with a brilliant red light, flipping and soaring into the sky, where it exploded, transforming into a massive crimson demon angel phantom. The demon angel phantom opened its eyes wide, swinging its demonic fists. Countless gigantic meteors fell from the sky, colliding with the angel's fists as they simultaneously struck Hu Hongxi. At that moment, Hu Hongxi saw a sky full of meteors mixed with several afterimages of angelic fists, all rushing towards him. Holding the Overlord twin hammers, Hu Hongxi swung them back to fend off the meteors and angelic fists. At this time, Hu Hongxi could only defend himself, with no chance to counterattack, being pushed back step by step. The helplessness in Hu Hongxi's heart was known to no one. Although the impact of the angelic meteors was powerful, their force was consistent. However, the strength of the angelic fists increased with each hit. At this moment, Hu Hongxi felt as small and powerless as a mosquito being bombarded by 100 cannons, with no place to hide. Wherever he dodged, meteors and demonic fists would strike. Just as Hu Hongxi was about to fall off the stage, he let out a furious roar. Sixth soul skill. Overlord hammer breaks the sky. Suddenly, Hu Hongxi's two massive hammers inflated like balloons, quickly growing larger than the arena itself. He spun around and threw the two mountain-like hammers one after the other. The first hammer was thrown at the demon angel phantom in the sky, while the second hammer was hurled at Xiang Wentian on the stage. Xiang Wentian saw two giant hammers rapidly crashing towards him and his martial soul. He quickly flapped his 4 pairs of angel wings and soared into the sky, simultaneously shouting, Tathagata, divine palm, 9th style, 10,000 Buddhas worshipping the ancestor. Tathagata, divine palm, 10th style, Tathagata, exterminating demons. 2 golden light palms were swiftly unleashed by Xiang Wentian, striking the 2 giant hammers. Boom, boom. 2 thunderous sounds echoed, and the 2 giant hammers, like trains with full throttle, returned along their original path, directly crashing towards a stunned Hu Hansan. As Hu Hansan watched the 2 giant hammers approaching him, growing larger in his field of vision, he suddenly felt the sky darken. Boom, boom. The 2 giant hammers heavily smashed into Hu Hansan, sending him flying like a bullet pulled by a string, hurtling at the speed of light, crashing into the gates of the Pope's Hall a kilometer away. In the moment before Hu Hansan lost consciousness, he murmured, I didn't expect it could be played like this. It seemed that Hu Hansan was the first person in the history of this continent to be crushed by his own martial soul, breaking bones and fracturing tendons. The arena erupted in excitement, and the entire venue was in an uproar. He is too strong. Xiang Wentian is truly too strong. Such a formidable person as Hu Hansan was defeated in just a few moves and was gravely injured. If we encounter him, will there be any chance of survival? This person is too strong to be contended with. We can only outsmart him, otherwise he will be the only obstacle to our academy's victory. While thousands of soul masters below the arena were shocked, 3 healing-type soul Douluos from the Spirit Hall rushed to the front of the Spirit Hall's gates, quickly providing medical treatment for the gravely injured Hu Hansan. Meanwhile, the host, Douluo, also snapped out of his shock and immediately announced loudly, Hu Hansan versus Xiang Wentian. Xiang Wentian wins. At this moment, on the viewing platform of the Star Luo Royal Academy, Zhu Zhuyun closed her eyes, and 2 crystal-clear tears slid down from the corners of her eyes as she helplessly said, Davis, let us admit defeat. The captain of the Shrek team is just too strong. Even Hu Hansan is no match for him. If we continue the match, we will be directly eliminated. Davis understood very well that Hu Hansan was already seriously injured and could not continue in the following matches. If the Star Luo Royal team lost both him and Zhu Zhuyun, it would mean certain elimination. Chapter 116. Seeking defeat alone, Xiang Wentian saw Davis shaking his head and sighing as he walked towards the referee's seat. A minute later, the host Douluo announced loudly, the Xingluo Royal team chooses to forfeit and Shrek Academy advances directly to the next match. Wow. The audience below the arena erupted again. The Xingluo Royal Academy chose to forfeit after only 2 defeats. Do they really find Shrek Academy's strength so insurmountable? On the observation platform of the Tiando Royal Academy, Deguxiu stared at Xiang Wentian and whispered, Xiang Wentian, I represent the Tiando Royal Academy team to challenge you. Do you dare to accept? Suddenly, the voice of Deguxiu echoed in Xiang Wentian's ear. He looked towards the observation platform of the Tiando Royal Academy and communicated with Deguxiu in a similar way, saying, what is there to fear? A quarter of an hour later, the host Douluo announced, the Tiando Royal Academy team challenges the Shrek team. They have chosen to settle the outcome with a single battle. After repeated discussions among the organizers and the judges, they agreed to this duel. Meanwhile, at the Shrek Academy observation platform, Xiang Wentian asked the members of the team, "Do you believe in me?" The members of the Shrek team looked at Xiang Wentian with firm eyes and replied in unison, "We believe you will be invincible. You are the eternal war god in our hearts, the undefeated myth." When Flander saw that Xiang Wentian was about to agree to the duel, he hurried over, anxious, and said, "Wentian, are you confident? You just participated in a match. Is your soul power sufficient?" "Don't worry, Dean Flander. My soul power hasn't been consumed much. It's enough for this match. I have the conviction to win." "That's good. Remember, you must win this match. I have placed heavy bets on you," Dean Flander said solemnly. Xiang Wentian couldn't help but shake his head and sigh, murmuring to himself, "Unknowingly, our Shrek team has already turned into a golden egg-laying hen in Dean Flander's eyes." Dean Flander can never go back to the past. He has completely fallen into the allure of money. In the arena, the host Douluo loudly asked, "The Shrek team will face 2 matches today. Are you ready, Shrek team?" "Always ready to face challenges from various academies." Xiang Wentian infused his voice with soul power and spoke slowly. At this moment, everyone in the arena could hear Xiang Wentian's words, but no one felt he was arrogant. He used his absolute strength to prove to everyone present that the Shrek team had the hope of winning the championship. The slogan of not having a champion is not shouted out, it is fought out. Since the Shrek team is ready, let us invite Xiang Wentian and Dugu Qiubai to the stage to compete. Xiang Wentian and Dugu Qiubai walked towards the arena with heavy steps and an unparalleled momentum. The aura they exuded seemed less like a competition and more like a life-and-death duel to the spectators below the stage. How could they know the deep connection between Xiang Wentian and Dugu Qiubai? On the stage, Xiang Wentian looked at Dugu Qiubai across from him and slowly said, "Do you remember what I said to you at the Seoul Arena in Suatawa City?" Dugu Qiubai smiled slightly, having his wish fulfilled, and replied, "Of course I remember. You said there would be a battle between us, that you wouldn't hold back and would give it your all. What I need is an opponent like you who goes all out. It's too lonely being invincible among peers. Come on, can't you just stop pretending?" Xiang Wentian's face twitched. Dugu Qiubai shook his head and sighed. "How can you mortals understand my realm? All right, I really can't take it anymore. Hearing your words makes me want to vomit." Host quickly announced the start of the match. Xiang Wentian couldn't stand Dugu Qiubai's continued pretense any longer. Upon hearing Xiang Wentian's words, the host Douluo announced loudly, "The match begins." Chapter 117. Defeating the defeated. At the moment the host Douluo announced the start of the match, Xiang Wentian thought to himself, "I'm giving face to the other academies. I don't want to cause trouble for Dean Flander. As for you, I won't spare you any mercy. First soul ring, first soul skill, space lock. First soul ring, second soul skill, time stop. Second soul ring, first soul skill, angel's glory. Second soul ring, second soul skill, demon frenzy." The instant the match began, Xiang Wentian unleashed 4 soul skills in succession. The power of the 200,000-year soul rings attached to the soul skills was immense, especially the second soul skill of the second soul ring, demon frenzy, which directly enhanced Xiang Wentian's strength and speed by 50%. Under the dual enhancement of demon frenzy and angel's glory, Xiang Wentian's strength and speed reached 100%, equivalent to 2 Xiang Wentians combined, far beyond the simple addition of 1 + 1 = 2. In contrast, Dugu Qiubai hadn't even had the chance to unleash his soul skills before Xiang Wentian completely froze him in place, unable to move an inch. Boom! With a single step, Xiang Wentian appeared in front of Dugu Qiubai, delivering an uppercut that sent him flying off the ground, spinning into the sky, and disappearing from sight. Xiang Wentian flapped his 8 angel wings behind him and flew into the sky, directly chasing after his opponent. At that moment, the audience below the arena was in shock, their eyes almost popping out. They knew very well the combat power of Dugu Qiubai. In past battles, he could defeat his opponents with just 1 move. But now, facing Xiang Wentian, he was completely powerless to fight back. The key point was that with just 1 punch, he was sent flying without knowing where he landed. On the observation platform of the Spear Hall, a young boy with black hair wore an extremely serious expression and said, "How has Xiang Wentian become so powerful? His strength is almost unimaginable." At the top of the Pope's palace, the Pope Bibi Dong spoke to herself with a dark expression. "This child's talent is truly terrifying. A Soul Emperor at 16 displaying such formidable combat power. In less than 10 years, no one in the Spirit Hall will be able to suppress him." By then, the position of Pope. On the observation platform of Shrek Academy, Flanders watched Xiong Wentian flying in the sky and shouted excitedly, "My money tree! My money tree! Ha ha! This time victory is certain! My money! Endless money! Ha ha!" Rumeng pointed excitedly at Xiong Wentian and said to everyone, "Look, look! My brother is stepping on a rainbow cloud to the sky." In the air, Xiong Wentian almost instantly flew above YuntaoIs and shouted, "Third soul ring. Second soul skill, demon/heaven." Boom! A massive black blade light erupted. Demonic flames surged, directly covering half the sky and striking down on YuntaoIs. He fell like a cannonball, crashing to the ground and instantly losing consciousness. Xiong Wentian landed on the arena with an invincible demeanor, directly stunning everyone present. The black-clad youth on the spectator platform of the Spear Hall looked even more serious, murmuring, "Is this all of Xiong Wentian's strength? He seems a bit abnormal. Like he took Viagra. Why is his combat power off the charts like this? Why didn't he have such strength before?" The host, Douluo, saw Xiong Wentian flying down and announced in shock, "Xiong Wentian versus YuntaoIs. Xiong Wentian wins." Just below the arena, while everyone cheered, Flinder ran up, hugged Xiong Wentian tightly, and excitedly exclaimed, "Wentian, I struck it rich. I bet all my fortune on you. And this time, I made a fortune. 1 million gold soul coins." Xiong Wentian, feeling extremely awkward, said, "Let go of me first. We can talk slowly about how to split this money." Upon hearing Xiong Wentian's words, Flander was immediately stunned, released Xiong Wentian, and with a dazed expression said, "Split? Split what? Who are you splitting with? Go split with your second uncle-in-law. I'm leaving. I didn't say anything just now. I don't know anything. Goodbye." Xiong Wentian looked at Flanders and shook his head helplessly, saying, "Flanders is now increasingly obsessed with money. It seems he has completely fallen into the trap of wealth and is beyond saving." After Xiong Wentian returned to Shrek Academy with the members of the Shrek Squad, he opened the system panel and began to observe carefully. Name, Xiong Wentian. Level, Soul Emperor MartialSoul. Demon Angel Soul Power. Level 69. 989999910000000. Soul Rings. Red. Age 155, 100 years. Red. Age 116, 000 years. Red. Age 118, 000 years. Red. Age 112, 000 years. Red. Age 105, 000 years. Red. Age 130, 000 years. Soul Skills. First Soul Skill, Space Blockage, Time Stasis. Second Soul Skill, Angel's Glory, Demon Frenzy. Third Soul Skill, Angel's Holy Judgment, Demon Sky /. Fourth Soul Skill, Angel's Divine Light, Death Ray. Fifth Soul Skill, Angel's Flame / Demon Kiss. Sixth Soul Skill, Angel's Pagoda, Angelic Meteor Fall. Divine Skill, Buddha's Palm. Cultivation Method, Heaven Demon Annihilation, True Scripture, Azure Sky, Tyrant Body. Ability, Devour, can devour the soul rings and soul power of enemies or soul beasts to enhance one's own soul rings and soul power. Chapter 118. King of Pig Slaughter. At this moment, Ma Hongjun pushed the door open and said to Xiong Wentian, "Brother Tian, someone is looking for you." "Someone is looking for me? Who is it?" Ma Hongjun replied. "I don't know. He said he's the captain of the MartialSoul Academy team, called King of Pig Slaughter, and is currently in the reception room." "All right, I got it." After Ma Hongjun left, Xiong Wentian got up and headed straight for the reception room. Upon arriving at the reception room, Xiong Wentian saw a young man dressed in a black MartialSoul Academy uniform, drinking tea by himself. Presumably, this person was the captain of the MartialSoul Academy team, King of Pig Slaughter. He had shiny, straight black hair, slanted, heroic eyebrows, slender eyes containing sharpness, thin lips, a distinctly chiseled profile, and a tall, slender yet not rugged build, resembling an eagle in the night. Cold, proud, and solitary yet imposing, exuding an air of superiority that was characteristic of every Academy team captain, cultivated from long-term leadership of the team and conquering all. Xiong Wentian sat next to the other person and asked, "Are you Brother Killing Pig? May I ask what brings you to me?" Brother Killing Pig gulped down the tea in his cup, gazed at Xiong Wentian, and said casually, "Brother Wentian, I came to find you this time to discuss something." "What is it? Please speak frankly, Brother Killing Pig." "Tomorrow on the arena, I want to have a match with you," Brother Killing Pig said seriously while staring at Xiong Wentian. "Isn't that inappropriate? After all, it's not yet the finals." Xiong Wentian replied, No, Brother Wentian, you're mistaken. As long as our two Academy teams compete for victory, the winner will naturally be the champion team. Who would dare to dispute that among the other academies? Xiang Wentian looked at the other person and said, "All right, one-on-one or group fight. You decide. I, the Pig Slayer, represent the Wuhuan Academy team, and I will have a one-on-one showdown with you tomorrow." The Pig Slayer stated word by word. "Okay, since it's that simple, I will also represent the Shrek team and accept your challenge. Farewell." After saying this, the Pig Slayer left directly. Xiang Wentian watched the departing figure of the Pig King and self-deprecatingly said, "Indeed, it's true that people fear fame and pigs fear becoming fat. Now that I have a reputation, even the captain of the Wuhuan Academy team wants to challenge me." Back in the wooden house, Xiang Wentian gathered the members of the Shrek team and said to everyone, "There won't be any team battles in this year's finals. The captain of the Wuhuan Academy team came to find me today. He wants to challenge me on behalf of the Wuhuan Academy team. The time is set for tomorrow on the competition arena, and this battle will decide the champion." Upon hearing this news, Oscar shouted excitedly, "Yay! I believe in you, Wentian. You can definitely win. With your combat strength, no one at the same level can be your opponent. Tomorrow, if Brother Tian wins the championship, we can relax and enjoy a comfortable victory." Ma Hongjun, munching on an apple, mumbled unclear words. Hearing this news, Shimin Chue Shui and Yi Gucheng did not show any signs of excitement. For them, the improved MartialSoul fusion technique had no place in the competition, and they didn't even have the chance to make a move. All the spotlight was taken by their captain, Xiang Wentian. Ning Rongrong smiled and said, "After the competition tomorrow, we will graduate. Where do you all want to go after graduation? If you can't think of anywhere to go at the moment, you can come to our Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School to stay for a while." For Ning Rongrong, her companions were rare young talents, and if one or two could join the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, then within 10 years, there would likely be one or two title Douluo emerging, elevating the overall strength of the school. Rumeng came to Xiang Wentian's side, wrapped her arms around his, with a happy expression, and said, "After graduation, my brother Wentian and I plan to travel across the continent." Xiao Wu lowered her head, blushing, and said, "Wherever Sin goes, I will go." Oscar stared with his peach blossom eyes at Tang San and Xiao Wu, teasing them. "Are you two going on honeymoon? Don't talk nonsense." Xiao Wu and I are going to the seaside to see the ocean, Tang San replied awkwardly. "All right, however you explain it, in my heart, it's still a honeymoon." Oscar turned to pat Ma Hongjun's shoulder and asked, "Fatty, what are your plans?" Ma Hongjun stuffed an apple in his mouth and mumbled, "I agreed with Dean Flanders to stay at Shrek Academy to help him teach students. With my strength, I can at least be a teacher." Dai Mubai patted Ma Hongjun's shoulder and teased, "You're not helping Dean Flanders. You're just trying to pick up girls, right?" Ha ha. Upon hearing Dai Mubai tease Ma Hongjun, everyone burst into laughter. Zhu Zhuqing stepped forward and said, "I believe everyone knows about Mai and Dai Mubai's identities by now. After graduation, Mubai and I will return to the Star Luo Empire to handle some matters." Shimin Chue Shui sighed and said, "A song of broken liver and intestines. Where can I find a confidant in this world?" After graduation, Yi Gucheng and I will challenge the world's experts and strive for a lifetime to hone our martial souls. Xiang Wentian looked at Shimin Chue Shui and Yi Gucheng and respectfully said, "The spirit you two have shown in your continuous efforts for your martial souls has deeply impressed me. As the captain, I have nothing more to say, and I wish you both to reach the pinnacle of the Great Way soon. Your determination and cultivation is rare in the world," Tang San admired. Oscar looked around, took an apple from the table, bit into it, and said, "You two should stop admiring each other. Since you both have your own matters to attend to, I will go back to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School with Rongrong." Chapter 119. Xiang Wentian versus King of Slaughter Pigs the next day. The members of the Shrek team arrived at the arena as usual. Compared to yesterday, there were significant changes in the arena. The multiple stages from yesterday had been reduced to only one today, and the judging platform in front had disappeared, replaced by a magnificent and imposing papal throne. Sitting on the papal throne was a beautiful woman, adorned with a papal crown. Her long hair cascaded down like a waterfall, and her oval face featured a pair of star-like eyes that sparkled with captivating brilliance. Below her heavenly nose was a cherry-like mouth, and she wore a papal robe while holding a papal staff, looking like a fairy descended from the heavens. This person could only be the Pope Bibi Dong. Xiang Wentian thought to himself, "Master, oh master, you are such a fool. You don't want such a beautiful woman and insist on marrying your cousin. Are you blind?" On either side of Pope Bibi Dong stood two titled Law, Gui Mei and Yuguan. Behind them stood 6 elders in black clothing, lined up. Xiang Wentian had never seen these 6 people before and had no idea who they were or what positions they held in the Spirit Hall. Welcome everyone to the Spirit City Arena once again. Sitting in the VIP seats is His Holiness the Pope of the Spirit Hall. Let us invite His Holiness to give a speech for the grand competition. The host, Douluo, announced loudly. The audience in the various academies erupted in excitement. For the teachers and participants of the academies, seeing the highest authority of the Spirit Hall, His Holiness the Pope, was an unparalleled honor. As the Pope was the ruler of the Spirit Hall and one of the strongest individuals in the world, I, the Pope of the Spirit Hall, am very pleased to see all the talents from the 2 great empires. Your performance yesterday was outstanding, worthy of the title of genius. Although all of you performed excellently, there can only be one champion. Where the flower falls, it depends on your efforts, the Pope stated. The crowd cheered and thunderous applause erupted. Today, the battle was between the Spirit Academy team and the Shrek Academy team. They decided that the 2 captains from each side would determine the winner, and the victor would be the champion. If any academy felt it was unfair, they could challenge the champion team. If they won, then they would become the champions. Thunderous applause and cheers followed. For them, being able to directly battle the champion team would save them a lot of complicated procedures. How could they not be happy? However, most people couldn't feel happy, as defeating the champion team was no easy task. But trying it out and making an appearance was still possible. After the Pope BB Dong finished his speech, the host Douluo said loudly, "Thank you, Your Holiness, for the wonderful speech. Now, let us invite the captain of the Spirit Academy team, King of Pig Slaughter, and the captain of the Shrek Academy team, Xiang Wentian, to the stage for the decisive battle." King of Pig Slaughter and Xiang Wentian walked towards the arena amidst the cheers of the crowd. Both sides prepare. Unleash your martial souls. Martial soul possessed. Martial soul possessed. Xiang Wentian saw that the martial soul of the pig killer was a black wild boar. However, his martial soul was different from that of ordinary people. Similar to the Master's martial soul, the 3 canon, it was an external martial soul. At this moment, the 6 soul rings on the pig killer's body were slowly pulsating. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, black. At this time, the pig killer was gazing at Xiang Wentian with the same intensity. Previously, when he saw Xiang Wentian's martial soul, the demon angel, and 600,000-year soul rings from the observation platform, he was shocked, but it didn't bring him much pressure. Now, standing on the arena, the moment Xiang Wentian activated his martial soul, he understood why others had lost so miserably to Xiang Wentian. The pressure brought by the 600,000-year soul rings was something not everyone could withstand. At this moment, the pig killer's belief in victory was somewhat shaken. Even so, he gritted his teeth and prepared to fight until the end, because he was the captain of the Martial Soul Academy team, the pig killer. Even if he knew he was at a disadvantage, he had to dare to fight back. Pig killer, martial soul, Zhu Ganglai, level 67 assault type, soul master. Xiang Wentian, martial soul, demon angel, level 69 assault type, soul master. Both sides announced their names, martial souls, and soul power levels to each other, which represented a great respect for one another. Both sides prepared, and the match began. Chapter 120. Victory in battle. The moment the host Douluo announced the start of the match, both of them moved simultaneously. The external martial soul Zhu Ganglai of the pig killer instantly merged with him, transforming into a huge black-haired wild boar. This is the first time Xiang Wentian has seen a perfect fusion of martial soul and soul master. Usually, soul masters only have their martial souls attached to them. But the pig king is different. His martial soul has fused with his body, transforming him into a gigantic black-haired wild boar. The moment its hind hooves hit the ground, it charged towards Xiang Wentian, roaring, ultimate strike, wild boar charge. Xiang Wentian, I'm going to trample you. The wild boar's face twisted in an instant, its blood-red eyes glaring. Nostrils flaring with 2 jets of white steam as it charged towards Xiang Wentian with incredible speed and immense impact. First soul ring, first soul skill, space lock. First soul ring, second soul skill, time stop. 2 shadowy field barriers immediately enveloped the wild boar, but to Xiang Wentian's surprise, the giant wild boar could still move slowly within the space lock and time stop barriers, frantically stomping its hind hooves on the ground, attempting to break free from the field. At this moment, on the arena, it looked quite comical as the giant wild boar stomped like a pig in heat. Suddenly, the 2 field barriers shattered like glass, reminding Xiang Wentian of the Panga god from the primordial era. Could it be that there really exists a force that can break all laws in this world? The situation on the scene did not allow Xiang Wentian to ponder further. He quickly activated his sixth 10,000-year soul ring, which shone brightly, releasing his sixth soul skill, Angel Pagoda. A red demon angel phantom shot up into the sky, its height instantly surpassing the Pope's Hall. In that moment, the demon angel phantom unleashed dozens of punches, each one landing on the giant wild boar's long snout. Boom, boom, boom. The explosive sounds echoed continuously, and the rapidly charging giant wild boar was pushed back by the demon angel's colossal fists. Just as the demon angel phantom unleashed its 99th punch, the giant wild boar could no longer hold on and was sent flying backward, its pig face crashing down onto the arena. The pig king, who fell onto the arena, instantly returned to human form, clutching his bloodied and mangled face, howling, "My pig head meat, I'll give it to you." Xiang Wentian kicked the pig face on the arena towards the pig king, who was covering his face and howling below, saying, "Take your black pig face away. After you go back, make a plate of cold pig head meat. Maybe you'll grow a black pig head after eating it." Xiang Wentian, you're too ruthless. You even made me disfigured. You have no regard for my dignity. Though I lost, I don't accept it. Just wait, we'll see. The pig king roared, picking up the pig face from the ground and sprinting away. Xiang Wentian defeats the pig king. This year's champion team of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Tournament Finals is the Shrek Academy team. The host, Douluo, announced loudly. After Douluo finished announcing, there wasn't much cheering from the audience of various academies because, in their hearts, it was only natural that Xiang Wentian's displayed combat power surpassed that of this match. Douluo paused for a moment and then announced, if any academy team wants to challenge the champion team, they can come here to sign up for the challenge. The Shrek Academy team has won the championship, and my Dawei Academy team is the first to refuse to accept it, Meichuan Nei Ku angrily declared. Xiang Wentian knew without thinking that Meichuan Nei Ku would definitely stand up, because Xiang Wentian had once severely injured a member of the Dawei Academy, and there was an unresolved, deep grudge between them. One-on-one or group fight, you decide? Xiang Wentian said calmly. Meichuan Nei Ku shouted angrily. Of course it's a group battle. In Meichuan Nei Ku's mind, Xiang Wentian had just consumed a lot of soul power in the previous battle, and he definitely wouldn't have the soul power to participate in the upcoming challenge match. Without Xiang Wentian, the Shrek Academy team would be easily crushed like a bunch of useless chickens. Meichuan Nei Ku thought this way, but reality would make him face disappointment. Before other academies could sign up for the challenge match, the captain of the Dawei Academy team had already started to boast. Xiang Wentian loudly said to the host Douluo, who was receiving registrations, "Please announce that the Daiwa Academy team will battle against our Shrek Academy team." Douluo asked, "Do you need a break?" "No need. Let's start right away," Xiang Wentian replied. Then he shouted to the Shrek Academy viewing platform, "Shimin Chue Shui, Yi Gu Cheng, Dai Mu Bai, Tang San, Ma Hongjun, Ru Ming, come over quickly. Someone is challenging our Shrek Academy." Chapter 121. Challenge match. Meichuan Niku immediately turned pale when he heard that Xiang Wentian didn't need a break and was going to continue with the challenge match. He mumbled, "Is Xiang Wentian some kind of freak? He still wants to participate in the challenge match. Doesn't he have any soul power left?" Ma Hongjun was the first to run over from the viewing platform, shouting, "Who dares to challenge our Shrek team? Are they tired of living?" Shimin Chue Shui and Yi Gu Chang followed closely behind. For them, participating in the match was even more exciting than eating. Dai Mu Bai followed Shimin Chue Shui and Yi Gu Cheng, rubbing his fists and saying, "No matter who challenges our Shrek team, I'll stand on the stage and lie down afterward." Tang San followed Dai Mu Bai, equally excited. Ru Ming trailed behind everyone with a calm expression. She was a quiet girl who preferred peace over action. Battles did not attract her much. The only person in this world who captured her heart was Xiang Wentian. As her fiancé, she was willing to participate in the match. Xiang Wentian is biased. Why don't we go on stage? I am a #1 support type soul master in the continent. Ning Rongrong pouted angrily. Zhu Zhuqing smiled slightly and said to Ning Rongrong, "I didn't go on stage either. As long as our Shrek team can win the championship, does it matter who goes on stage?" Zhuqing is right. Let us cheer for them from below. Isn't winning while lying down the easiest? Oscar laughed. Ning Rongrong huffed and stopped talking. The Shrek team arrived on the stage. Ma Hongjun stood at the edge of the stage, looking at the Daiwa Academy team closest to the stage, and pointed at Meichuan Niku disdainfully. "Is it you guys from Daiwa Academy who want to challenge our Shrek Academy? Have you lost your minds? Didn't we already beat you enough last time in the Tiando Empire subregion? Are you feeling itchy today and wanting to give you a good beating?" Meichuan Niku was instantly furious at Ma Hongjun's disdainful attitude, shouting, "You little pumpkin, How dare you insult the warriors of our Daiwa Academy? Are you tired of living? Shut up, you. Ma Hongjun yelled back, if you have the guts, don't back down when it's time to fight on stage. Let's see if I 1T roast you, you underwear-less rogue. Just wait, you little pumpkin. If I don't make you lose 2 pounds of oil on stage. I 1T call myself Meichuan Niku. Isn't that still not wearing underwear? Look, I haven't even finished my sentence, Xiang Wentian interrupted. All right, Hongjun, don't waste your breath on them. We'll see the real strength on stage later. Then Xiang Wentian said to the Shrek team, show your full strength to welcome the Academy team that dares to challenge us. Let them know that the price of challenging us is either death or severe injury. Everyone nodded in agreement, ready for the match. Now, please welcome the Daiwa Academy team to the stage to challenge the champion team. At this moment, Meichuan Niku glared at Ma Hongjun. Upon seeing Xiang Wentian and the others, his face turned from green to pale, but having already signed up for the challenge match, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and participate. Xiang Wentian saw the Dawei Academy team. Under the leadership of Meichuan and EI, the 7 members slowly walked onto the stage. At the moment they stepped onto the stage, Xiang Wentian loudly announced to the audience, those who have registered to challenge our Shrek Academy team, listen carefully. On this stage, fists and feet have no eyes. If any accidents occur, resulting in serious injury, disability, or death, it has nothing to do with our Shrek Academy. All consequences will be borne by yourselves. It was a threat, a blatant threat. At this moment, upon hearing Xiang Wentian's warning, many Academy teams that had registered chose to withdraw. However, there were also a few who were not easily intimidated. They believed that the Shrek Academy team would not dare to do such a thing, thinking they would surely face punishment or lose their championship qualification. What they did not know was that Xiang Wentian was a member of the Spirit Hall, and also a disciple of Gui Mei, the nephew of Yuguan. Both were favored by the Pope, so how could the Spirit Hall allow any deviation? Chapter 122. Champion. Both sides are ready, the match begins. Xiang Wentian shouted at that moment. Shimen Shui Shui, Yi Gu Cheng move. Upon hearing Xiang Wentian's command, Shimen Shui Shui and Yi Gu Cheng moved simultaneously, their blades combining to sweep the world. They instantly unleashed their upgraded MartialSoul fusion technique, and their martial souls quickly merged into one, forming a massive white light blade that resembled both a sword and a saber, swiftly slashing towards the Daiwa Academy battle team. Before the Daiwa Academy team could make any defensive posture, they were cut off the stage, their lives unknown. The defeat of the Daiwa Academy team was so swift that no one had imagined it. Throughout history, no academy had ever been swept off the stage without even lasting a second. It can be said that both the Shrek team and the Daiwa Academy team set 2 records on the Douluo continent, one for the fastest victory and the other for the fastest being knocked off the stage. At this moment, the arena was silent. Everyone was astonished, staring at this incredible scene on the stage. Has the Shrek Academy become so powerful? The Shrek team is unbeatable. I think we should concede, or else we might end up disabled, losing face, and possibly suffering lifelong disabilities, which is not worth the risk. In this golden age, the strongest team has emerged, their strength unimaginable. Within 10 years, there will surely be dozens of titled Douluos appearing on the continent. And in the competition for titled Douluos, God's might also emerge. The various academies watching from the stands were filled with endless praises, exclamations, and helpless sighs. The host, Dodo, announced loudly, Shrek team versus Daiwa Academy team. Shrek team wins. Who else wants to challenge us? The Shrek team. Today, bring it on. Whoever wants to come. Xiang Wentian shouted to the entire audience. Upon hearing Xiang Wentian's roar, the people below the stage snapped back to reality. And then they saw the Daiwa Academy team being carried away by medical staff. Their hearts instantly chilled. It seemed that at the last moment, the Shrek team had completely unleashed all their power, not wanting to see any other academy challenge their championship status. If anyone dared, they would retaliate with thunderous force. The first to stick their head out will be shot down. Now, whoever continues to challenge the Shrek team will face their furious assault, with light injuries at best, and at worst, becoming disabled or dead. No one wanted to step forward to continue challenging the Shrek team. They all wanted to be the last straw that broke the Shrek team's back, reaping the benefits while avoiding being the second cannon fodder team. Just then, the pig-killing king, whose face was wrapped in bandages with only his eyes visible, intended to step forward but was stopped by the leader of the MartialSoul Academy. The leader of the MartialSoul Academy, named Insha, was a peak soul Douluo with an 8th-9th level soul power. He had a long face with a head of neat black short hair, and beneath his sword-like brows were a pair of bright, spirited eyes. His high nose and thin lips complemented his black, gold-trimmed teacher's robe, making him appear exceptionally tall. Standing at 2 meters tall, he had an imposing figure, and with a Tuzhong silver spear in hand, he exuded even more authority. The soul skills swirling around the silver spear were undoubtedly his martial soul. Insha slowly said to the pig-killing king, "No need to go. The overall strength of the Shrek team is several levels above us. Moreover, with Xiang Wentian's 600,000-year soul rings and their powerful attack power, I believe no academy students on the continent can match Xiang Wentian in combat." As he spoke, Insha revealed an expression of yearning and continued, "The 100,000-year soul ring is a treasure that every soul master aspires to. Even the Pope only has 100,000-year soul ring." The pig-killing king asked dejectedly, "Teacher, is there really no way for me to defeat Xiang Wentian?" "It's not that there isn't." Insha shook his head and said, "Unless you can also obtain a 100,000-year soul ring. Perhaps you could have a chance to fight Xiang Wentian with a 50-50 outcome." "Teacher, how did Xiang Wentian obtain his 100,000-year soul ring? Even his first soul ring is a 100,000-year one. How did he achieve that?" Insha smiled slightly and said, "This I also heard Elder Gue Mei mention. Xiang Wentian's martial soul has the ability to devour, allowing him to absorb other soul power and soul rings for his own use. So that is how it is. It truly is an enviable martial soul." In the air above the arena, the host Douluo saw that all the registrants had forfeited, and no one was challenging the Shrek team. Thus, Douluo announced loudly, "Since no one challenges the Shrek team, I declare that the champion of this elite competition for high-level Soul Master Academies is the Shrek Academy team from the Tiando Empire." At the moment the host Douluo announced the champion, celebratory fireworks erupted, flowers bloomed, countless doves of peace soared into the sky, drums beat in celebration, and horns sounded, causing the enthusiasm in the arena to reach its peak. Oscar jumped up and cheered. "Did you see that? This is what we call a lay win. It's all about choice over martial souls and soul power. Even if you choose right, even I, Oscar the sausage seller, could win the championship." Zhu Zhuqing saw Oscar so excited he seemed out of his mind and kicked him in the butt, saying, "Lay win my foot. If you dare to shout like that when we go up to receive the award, see how I deal with you when we get back." Oscar rubbed his sore butt and said with a smile, "I was too excited and lost control, but I definitely won't embarrass the team when we receive the award. That is more like it. I'll continue to cheer with Rong Rong. What the heck? You want let me be happy and cheer. But you two are happily cheering away. What kind of nonsense is this?" Chapter 123. The storm is coming just as the Shrek Academy collectively cheered with joy. Pope Bibi Dong stood up and said loudly, "Congratulations, Xiang Wentian. You have led the Shrek Academy to win the championship this time." Xiang Wentian respectfully said to Pope Bibi Dong, "Thank you for your praise, Your Holiness. Winning this championship is the result of our Shrek team's collective effort." Pope Bibi Dong smiled and nodded at Xiang Wentian. Suddenly, her expression turned cold as she scanned the entire venue and shouted, "Capture Tang San and that girl named Xiao Wu." Everyone in the audience, except for Xiang Wentian, was taken aback. At this moment, Master stood up anxiously from the Shrek viewing platform and said, "Your Holiness, what are you doing?" Pope Bibi Dong smiled slightly and replied, "Tang San is the son of the wanted criminal Tang Hao, a son of a criminal. And that girl named Xiao Wu is a transformed 10,000-year soul beast. It only natural for me to capture them. If you want to capture my students, you must see if our golden iron triangle agrees." Flender stepped forward and shouted, "Ha! A mere golden iron triangle can be wiped out with a wave of my hand. You three dare to block the path of the Spirit Hall? You really overestimate yourselves." The speaker was a tall, middle-aged man with a strong aura, wearing a purple gold crown. His single phoenix eyes revealed a steady brilliance, and beneath his high, prominent nose was a pair of thin lips. Dressed in a black and gold python robe, he exuded an impressive presence, and a sea turtle's spirit slowly appeared behind him, with 9 soul rings rhythmically moving around him. This man was actually a title Douluo. "Who are you? The Spirit Hall seems to have never had a character like you," Flender asked solemnly. "Well, since you asked, I'll tell you so you don't end up in the underworld not knowing who killed you. Listen carefully, my title is Xiongba." On the Tiando Academy viewing platform, Chen Xian wanted to stand up, but was pressed down by Ning Fengji beside him. "Sir Uncle, it's not the time yet, just wait a bit." Seeing Ning Fengji's deep expression, Chen Xian slowly sat back down. Meanwhile, Ruo Meng anxiously asked, "Brother, Tang San and Xiao Wu are about to be captured. What should we do? Why don't you ask your master to say a few good words for Xiao Wu and Tang San?" "What good words? Can't you see that the Pope is determined to capture Tang San and Xiao Wu?" Dai Mubai shouted. "The Shrek team is a whole. Anyone who wants to harm Tang San and Xiao Wu is challenging our Shrek team. Don't act rashly. Don't you see how many titled Douluos are here? Even if our Shrek team wants to save Tang San and Xiao Wu, it would only lead to our total annihilation. We can only observe the changes and use strategy, not force. Xiang Wentian said softly. Captain, we can't just stand by. Tang San and Xiao Wu are our brothers. How can we watch them die? Ma Hongjun said anxiously. Can you defeat a titled Douluo? Xiang Wentian retorted. The crowd fell silent. Tang San looked around and sighed. I anticipated this day. From the moment I decided to go to Spirit City, I was prepared. I have a way to escape, and someone will come to rescue me. You don't need to take action for me. I don't want to see our Shrek team annihilated. Brother, even if we die, we must die together. Xiao Wu looked at Tang San with gentle eyes. At this moment, seeing the expressions of Xiao Wu and Tang San, Xiang Wentian felt a pang of sadness in his heart. He didn't want to see the two lovers meet their end. If Tang Hao couldn't save them, he would definitely take action. Attack, Pope Bibi Dong said coldly. Just as Bibi Dong gave the order, a figure in a black robe suddenly descended from the sky. Laughing wildly, Bibi Dong, is my son someone you can capture? Ha ha ha. The black-robed man's voice echoed, and immediately a massive Haotian hammer appeared out of thin air, with immense lightning power swirling around its head. The black-robed man's red 10,000-year soul ring suddenly shone brightly, and the large Haotian hammer turned red. Bibi Dong, you spent a lot of money on your newly built papal hall, but I wonder if you will feel pain when I destroy it. Ha ha ha. The boisterous laughter continued. The black-robed man swung the giant hammer, hundreds of meters long, crashing down towards the papal hall. In an instant, the heavens and earth changed color, the wind and clouds transformed, and lightning raged in the sky. The air felt as if it were on fire and became distorted. Many teachers and academies of soul masters in the audience looked on in horror at this scene. Did this black-robed man have the guts of a bear and the courage of a leopard? Was he really going to destroy the holy hall of soul masters? Didn't he fear retaliation from all the soul masters in the world? This thought echoed in the minds of most soul masters. Tang Hao, you dare! Pope Bibi Dong was furious, almost simultaneously leaping into the air with Jute Douluo and Gue Douluo to confront the giant hammer. Meanwhile, 6 other figures shot out from the papal hall, a total of 9 figures, all rushing toward the giant hammer in the sky. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted, and the eardrums of some soul masters under level 50 were directly shattered, leaving them bleeding from their 7 orifices and fainting. Xiang Wentian revealed a hint of understanding, as if he had long anticipated that Tang Hao would come. The tyrant Douluo aimed at a gap in Tang Hao's defense and shot a white light beam at him, who had yet to regain his strength. As the 9 figures suspended in midair were knocked down, a white light beam struck directly at Tang Hao's chest, spitting out 2 mouthfuls of blood. Tang Hao looked extremely pale, yet he continued to laugh wildly, saying, Spirit Hall, wait for me. One day, I will bury the entire Spirit Hall along with Aeneas' life. Tang Hao's figure moved at lightning speed, disappearing in an instant, leaving only a fading afterimage in the air, along with Tang San and Xiao Wu. Meanwhile, a deep voice echoed from afar, Flander, Master. You have taught the little ones for many years, and there will surely be great rewards in the future. As the Pope Bibi Dong landed, a flush appeared on her face, and, after taking a deep breath, the flush slowly faded. Behind her, Juto slowly retracted his martial soul, the strange chrysanthemum. With a cold snort, the ghost Douluo, standing beside him, was just a shadow, making it impossible to see his features. The other 6 members staggered as they landed. The blow that tyrant Douluo dealt to Tang Hao was the heaviest, and it was the key reason for Tang Hao spitting out blood. Tang Hao was also very wise. He knew that attacking Pope Bibi Dong would be futile and might even cost him dearly, so he chose to attack the Pope's Hall of the Spirit Hall. The Pope's Hall represented the sacred place of the Spirit Hall, and Bibi Dong and the others would certainly not allow Tang Hao to destroy it and would do everything to stop him. Your Holiness, let the old ghost and me chase him, Judo respectfully suggested. No need to chase. It's useless, Bibi Dong replied, her voice tinged with despair. Over the years, she had been practicing diligently and finally reached the level of a titled Douluo. In her mind, her imaginary enemy was Tang Hao. However, today when facing Tang Hao, she realized that even though their soul rings were identical, she was far inferior to him in momentum. The Haotian Douluo truly deserved his title. At this moment, Bibi Dong's gaze turned to Xiang Wentian, thinking that perhaps only he could surpass Tang Hao in the future. Your Holiness, Tang Hao caused a ruckus in our spirit hall, disgracing us. If we don't hunt him down now, when will we? Ghost Douluo angrily exclaimed. Pope Bibi Dong scolded. If Tang Hao were so easy to deal with, he would have survived until now. But Tang Hao is ultimately just a person. Now is not the time to confront him. We need to focus on the entire continent. Ghostly Beauty bowed her head in silence. Zhu interjected. Your Holiness, what about the people from Shrek Academy? Seeing the golden iron triangle standing there, using their MartialSoul fusion skill, Bibi Dong let out a breath and said, if we kill the teachers from the participating academy here, who will come to our spirit hall for the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Competition in the future, let them go. Keep Xiang Wentian. He is the young talent of our spirit hall. With a cold snort, Pope Bibi Dong waved her sleeve and left, accompanied by the 6 powerful figures behind her, who had not spoken a word from beginning to end. As everything gradually came to an end, the golden iron triangle slowly dissolved their MartialSoul fusion skill. Chapter 125. 3 soul bones. After Pope Bibi Dong left, Ghostly Beauty, Yueguan, and 2 red-robed bishops continued to preside over the competition. The host Do received a transmission, nodded towards Ghostly Beauty, and turned to announce loudly, next, please welcome the champion, the Shrek Battle Team, to the stage to receive their award. The members of the Shrek Battle Team looked at Xiang Wentian, who understood everyone's thoughts. The one who had exerted the most effort in the entire competition was Xiang Wentian. The others had almost won by lying down, and moreover, he was the captain of a Shrek Battle Team, so it was only right for him to go on stage to receive the award. Xiang Wentian glanced at the members of the Shrek team and nodded before walking over. In front of the VIP stand, the one presenting the awards to the champion team was none other than Xiang Wentian's master uncle, Yueguan. Xiang Wentian approached the VIP platform, bowed respectfully to Yueguan, and said, hello, Master Uncle. Etiquette is highly valued in Douluo continent, so it was perfectly normal for Xiang Wentian to pay his respects to Yueguan. Yueguan smiled slightly and said, congratulations, Wentian, for leading the Shrek Academy battle team to win the championship in this competition. That old ghost has a better eye than I do for accepting such an outstanding disciple like you. How great it would be if you were my disciple. Seeing the look of admiration on Yueguan's face, Xiang Wentian humbly replied, Master Uncle, you flatter me. I believe that one day you will definitely find a disciple even more outstanding than me. Yueguan laughed heartily and said, thank you for your kind words. I hope so. Here, take this prize. Yueguan picked up a tray covered with a red silk cloth from the VIP platform and handed it to Xiang Wentian. As Xiang Wentian respectfully took the tray and prepared to step down, a sudden voice rang in his ear. After distributing the prizes, come to the Pope's Hall. Without needing to think, he knew this voice was from his master, the ghostly presence. Xiang Wentian nodded at the ghostly figure and continued walking towards the Shrek viewing platform below. Xiang Wentian arrived at the Shrek Academy viewing platform. Under the eager gaze of the crowd, he unveiled the red silk cloth covering the tray, and in an instant, 3 beams of white light burst forth. 3 soul bones. The members of the Shrek team already knew that the prize for this competition was 3 soul bones, but at that moment, they couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, as soul bones are coveted treasures for soul masters. Xiang Wentian smiled and said, yes, these 3 soul bones are the wisdom skull of spirit condensation, the flame right arm of explosive burning, and the swift left leg of wind pursuit. These 3 soul bones all come from 10,000-year soul beasts. Now, let me assign the ownership of the soul bones. Just after Xiang Wentian finished speaking, Ning Rongrong said anxiously, last time everyone already gave me a soul bone. I can't take another one this time. I withdraw from the soul bone distribution rights. Oscar looked around and said, none of these 3 soul bones suit me. I am a food system soul master, and even if I get a soul bone, my combat power won't increase, so I also withdraw from the soul bone distribution rights. Dai Mubai smiled and said, none of the 3 soul bones suit me. I withdraw. Stop, stop, stop. Xiang Wentian made a gesture for them to stop and said, I haven't distributed the soul bones yet. Why are you all in such a hurry? I haven't said I would give them to you. Look at you all, acting like you're the wealthy landlords, as if your family produces soul bones. After finishing speaking to Xiang Wentian, everyone was momentarily at a loss. Next, I will assign the ownership of the soul bones. The right arm of the explosive burning flame belongs to Ma Hongjun. Does anyone have any objections? No objections, everyone replied. Ma Hongjun declined, saying, Tiange, this won't do. You should give it to Ru Meng instead. Ru Meng's flammability is too strong, and the right arm of the explosive burning flame wouldn't be of much use to her. If she absorbs it, it would instead become a burden for her. Additionally, Rumeng's flames belong to a fusion and purification type, which doesn't match the attributes of the right arm of the explosive burning flame. Therefore, this soul bone is not suitable for her. Your phoenix flame, on the other hand, is of a very explosive type, which perfectly matches the attributes of the right arm of the explosive burning flame. Thus, it is most suitable for you to absorb this soul bone. Ma Hongjun felt a bit embarrassed and said, since that's the case, Tiange, I will accept it. The ownership of the left leg of the Speedy Pursuit belongs to Zhu Zhuqing. The left leg of the Speedy Pursuit increases speed, making it suitable for agility-type soul masters. And among our entire team, only Zhu Zhuqing is an agility-type soul master. I will assign the left leg of the Speedy Pursuit to her. Does anyone have any objections? No objections. Is there anyone in our team who cultivates spiritual power? Xiang Wentian asked. Everyone looked at each other, and suddenly Yi Guqing stepped forward, saying, my celestial flying immortal is a self-created soul skill that comes with a spiritual attack. Captain, can you assign this wisdom skull of spiritual condensation to me? Take it. Xiang Wentian replied simply. So straightforward. Captain, you're not joking, right? Yi Guqing asked nervously. Ha ha. Seeing Yi Guqing's nervous yet excited expression, everyone burst into laughter. With a smile, Xiang Wentian said, when have you seen me not keep my word? Seeing Xiang Wentian's confident attitude, Yi Guqing picked up the last piece of soul bone and returned to Shimin Shui Shui's side. All right, the soul bones have all been allocated. Don't be discouraged if you didn't get any. In the future, when we acquire more soul bones, we'll prioritize giving them to you. Additionally, I have some matters to attend to, so I need to go to the Pope's Hall. You all wait for me here. After finishing, Xiang Wentian headed straight to the Pope's Hall. Chapter 136. Acting Pope upon entering the Pope's Hall, Xiang Wentian immediately saw Bibi Dong sitting majestically on the Pope's throne. Upon closer observation, he realized that Bibi Dong was extraordinarily beautiful, captivating the world. With her melodious and authoritative voice, she said, Xiang Wentian, from the moment you awakened your martial soul, I received all your information. It was also my suggestion for the ghostly elder to take you as a disciple. The Spirit Hall needs outstanding talents like you. Would you be willing to become the next pope, serving the Spirit Hall wholeheartedly and leading it to the pinnacle? Thank you for your praise, your holiness. I am willing, Xiang Wentian replied. Pope Bibi Dong smiled and said, the tradition of the Pope's Hall states that female popes retire at 55 and male popes at 60, and I am already 56 this year, past the retirement age. Then, Pope Bibi Dong changed the subject. Do you know why I chose you to be the next pope? Xiang Wentian respectfully said, please enlighten me, your holiness. Pope Bibi Dong smiled mysteriously and replied, because you're the most outstanding among the younger generation of the Spirit Hall. Your exceptional leadership abilities and monstrous talent leave me in awe. Then Bibi Dong sighed and said, our generation is aging, and the future of the Spirit Hall relies on you young people. After saying this, Bibi Dong looked up at the sky, feeling melancholic. King Sunji, I do not resent you. Rather, you have made me realize how heartless and ungrateful Yu Shaojing is. He would rather marry his sister than spare me a glance. Perhaps what you said before was right. They were indeed my enemies. But why do I feel a pang of pain in my heart? Maybe it is because there was once deep love between Shaojing and me. Thinking of this, Bibi Dong secretly made a decision, and a sinister expression appeared on her face as she said, Xiang Wentian, I want you to promise me that after you become the Pope, you will kill 2 people. Please enlighten me, your holiness. Xiang Wentian asked. The first is Tang Hao, and the second is Yu Shaojing. Can you do it? Bibi Dong asked seriously. Xiang Wentian was taken aback and exclaimed, Tang Hao and the master. What can't you do it? Bibi Dong asked calmly. Xiang Wentian shook his head and said, no, it's not that I can't do it, but that I see the heart demon in your eyes. As the saying goes, appearance comes from the heart, and demons are sown by the heart. Heart demons arise from hatred. Tang Hao and the master are talents that are hard to come by. If you treat them as mortal enemies because of your heart demon, only you will suffer. Since Tang Hao is difficult to deal with, and the master has some reluctance, why not relax your mindset and leave them to me? I will definitely give you a satisfactory answer. Have they really become my heart demons? Perhaps I don't even know myself. Bibi Dong pondered and said, Wentian, it is absolutely impossible for them to join the Spirit Hall. They have been opposing our Spirit Hall for so many years and have long become our mortal enemies, harboring an unresolved hatred. How can they willingly serve the Spirit Hall? Your Holiness, give me time. I will definitely be able to make them join the Spirit Hall, Xiang Wentian said firmly. Pope Bibi Dong shook her head and laughed. This is almost an impossible task. Are you sure you want to do it? If you fail the task you take on, you won't be able to become the next pope. Are you sure you accept this test? Absolutely, Xiang Wentian said resolutely. Good. Indeed, a young bull is not afraid of tigers, Pope Bibi Dong praised. However, besides this task, there are a series of tests waiting for you to complete. Only after you complete these tests can you become the next pope. Thank you, Your Holiness, for your recognition, Xiang Wentian said respectfully. Bibi Dong nodded in satisfaction and said, I will hold a meeting of the Spirit Hall later to announce you as the acting pope of the Spirit Hall. Just wait for the test to come. Thank you, Your Holiness, for the promotion. Xiang Wentian bowed again respectfully. All right, you can go out now, Bibi Dong said. Yes. After speaking, Xiang Wentian slowly exited the Pope's Hall. Upon leaving the Pope's Hall, Xiang Wentian returned to the rest area of Shrek Academy. Seeing Xiang Wentian come back, Zhu Zhuqing hurriedly asked, Brother, did the Pope call you for something? Xiang Wentian smiled and said, His Holiness, the Pope, has promoted me to the position of acting Pope. After I complete her test, I will be able to ascend to the next Pope. Acting Pope. Upon hearing Xiang Wentian's words, everyone exclaimed in surprise. Oscar stepped forward, rubbing his hands and grinning mischievously. Wentian, you become the acting Pope, haven to you? Looking at Oscar's cunning expression, which was quite reminiscent of Flandre, Xiang Wentian smiled and said, Are you thinking of a feast? Tonight, let us go to the luxurious restaurant in Seoul City. Yay! Wentian, you are amazing. Oscar cheered. At that moment, everyone was excited for Xiang Wentian's ascension to acting Pope. For them, having a captain who was an acting Pope meant they could walk confidently across the entire continent. And it would be a remarkable achievement to boast about. After the Shrek group celebrated with a feast that evening, the next day, Bibi Dong indeed promoted Xiang Wentian to acting Pope, this supreme honor. But Xiang Wentian did not know that being acting Pope was also the starting point of his path of slaughter. Chapter 137. The Purgatory Demon Sect. After the ceremony of conferring the title, Xiang Wentian welcomed the first task of the Pope's trial. Since Xiang Wentian had become the acting Pope and Bibi Dong had retreated to the background, in the Pope's hall, Xiang Wentian sat upright on the Pope's chair, with two elders and a row of guards standing respectfully below. The two elders were Douluo and Douluo. Yuegwan. Gue pays respects to His Holiness the acting Pope. Masters, you don't need to be so formal, Xiang Wentian turned to the guards and commanded, Come, provide seats. Shortly after, the guards brought over two chairs. Yuegwan and Gue respectfully bowed to Xiang Wentian and said, Thank you, Your Holiness the acting Pope, for granting us seats. Once the two elders were seated, Xiang Wentian asked, May I ask what brings the masters here? Yuegwan stood up seriously. By the order of His Holiness the Pope. The actions of the Blazing Sect in the Star Luo Empire have recently been unusual, showing signs of detaching from the Spirit Hall. We ask acting Pope to go and resolve this matter. May I ask whether His Holiness intends to kill or spare them? Xiang Wentian asked seriously. Yuegwan chuckled lightly. If they are obedient, naturally they will be spared, but if they are not. As he said this, Yuegwan looked at Xiang Wentian and revealed a hint of a sinister smile. Xiang Wentian nodded and said, Thank you, Master Uncle, for your guidance. Wentian knows what to do now. At this moment, the ghostly figure slowly said, Your Holiness the acting Pope, this time you can only go alone, without any helpers or reinforcements. This is also a test from His Holiness the Pope for you, so you must be careful. Thank you for your concern, teacher. Wentian will remember. Xiang Wentian replied respectfully. One could say that the ghostly figure was also concerned for him. Now that he had taken the position of acting Pope, it was not without the assistance of the two. As Xiang Wentian ascended to this supreme position, the two also rose alongside him. Therefore, the ghostly figure and Yuegwan were the two who least wanted anything to happen to Xiang Wentian. The next day, Xiang Wentian set off alone on his journey to the Fire Leopard sect of the Star Luo Empire. The Fire Leopard sect is one of the lower four sects and has been dependent on the Spirit Hall since ancient times. Each of the lower four sects has one or more soul Douluo guarding it, but there are no title Douluo, as title Douluo exists only among the upper three sects. This time, the Fire Leopard sect wants to break away from the Spirit Hall, which surely means that someone is secretly instigating this. Otherwise, with the strength of the Fire Leopard sect, they wouldn't have the courage to do so. Who could the opponent be? How dare they undermine the Spirit Hall? The Spirit Hall holds a transcendent position across the continent, and no force can compare to it. Even a powerful sect like the Haotian sect can only choose to retreat into seclusion. The Fire Leopard sect is well aware of how strong the Spirit Hall is, so why are they still determined to break away? There is only one possibility. The opposing force is stronger than the Spirit Hall. But that doesn't make sense. Which force on the continent could be stronger than the spirit hall? Xiang Wentian pondered and repeatedly inferred along the way, considering various possibilities. But none were reasonable in light of the situation on the continent. The Fire Leopard sect is located in the southern part of the Xinglua Empire, in a hilly area outside of Sun City, covering an area of 8,000 acres. The sect's inherited martial spirit is the Fire Leopard, a type of agile, offensive martial spirit, which is how the sect got its name. There are thousands of direct disciples in the Fire Leopard sect, along with a total of over 10,000, including workers and servants. With his 8-winged demon angel flapping behind him, Xiang Wentian arrived in front of the Fire Leopard sect's gate in no time. In front of the sect, 2 lifelike Fire Leopard statues roared as if to declare the sect's status. The sect's city wall, made of blue stone, is over 100 meters long and about 10 meters thick, showcasing its impressive defense. The sect is forged from adamantine, and besides the 2 majestic Fire Leopard carvings, it also features lifelike carvings of flowers, birds, fish, and insects. Xiang Wentian stood straight 10 meters in front of the sect, injected his soul power, and shouted, "I am Xiang Wentian, the of the Spear Hall. Where is the master of the Fire Leopard sect? Why hasn't he come out to meet me?" Hearing Xiang Wentian's voice, which was like a bell, an old man hurriedly ran out of the sect, his face full of smiles and eagerness, respectfully saying, "It is indeed a blessing for the Fire Leopard sect that they can come. I am the steward of the Fire Leopard sect, and I respectfully invite that to enter the sect." Xiang Wentian's eyes revealed frost, and he coldly said, "Where is your sect master? To send a mere steward to deal with me. You truly do not put me, Xiang Wentian, in your eyes. Does the Fire Leopard sect want to be removed from Douluo continent? Oh, that has quite the audacity, wanting to remove the Fire Leopard sect. I wonder if you have consulted the Purgatory Demon sect." A disdainful voice came from the city wall. Looking up at the sky, Xiang Wentian saw a young man of about 18, exuding a strong aura. However, Xiang Wentian did not sense any soul power fluctuations from him, which could only be described as ominous. This person was not a soul master. The young man had long white hair and a handsome face, with striking features. However, the disdain in his eyes was particularly conspicuous. Dressed in a luxurious brocade robe, he held a 3-foot-long sword, pointing it at Xiang Wentian. The contempt in his gaze and the disdain in his words ignited Xiang Wentian's anger. Chapter 138. Outsiders, what infernal demon sect? I've never even heard of it. Where did you crawl out from to dare speak so brazenly here? Xiang Wentian shouted angrily. Ha ha, what a substitute pope, simply a substitute fool. You don't even know about my infernal demon sect from the Tianwu continent. You are truly ill-informed, the other party mocked. Suddenly, he changed his tone and said, "Oh, right. It's not surprising that you natives of Douluo continent haven't heard of us people from Tianwu continent. After all, being uncultured is to be expected for natives." Xiang Wentian suddenly had a flash of realization, his eyes gleaming with understanding. "So you are not from the Douluo continent. How did you come to the Douluo continent?" The other party disdainfully shook his head and said, "Letting you be a white ghost is fine. Do you know about the space gate? No need to say more. Just looking at your pig-like face, it's clear you know nothing. And you're a proxy pope? Have you eaten too much pig head meat?" At this moment, Xiang Wentian could no longer hold back his anger and shouted, "Go to hell. First soul ring, first soul skill, space lock. First soul ring, second soul skill, time freeze. Fifth soul ring, second soul skill, devil's kiss." Xiang Wentian instantly released 3 soul skills, and the first and fifth soul rings around him shone brightly with red light. The young man on the sect city wall was almost caught off guard and froze in place. A black lip mark flew out from Xiang Wentian's lips and directly pressed against the young man's cheek, making a soft popping sound. The young man barely had time to scream before he rapidly dissolved and evaporated like an ice block in the summer heat, as if he had never existed in the world. The sudden turn of events on the sect's city wall stunned everyone from the Fire Leopard sect. The powerful and seemingly invincible disciples of the Purgatory Demon sect, whom they regarded as their strong support, were unexpectedly crushed in front of the acting pope, turning into dust and vanishing from existence. At the same time, 6 disciples of the Purgatory Demon sect were equally shocked. Their senior brother, seeing his junior brother die in such a tragic manner, was heartbroken and exclaimed, "Seventh brother." The other 5 disciples of the Purgatory Demon sect also cried out in unison. Acting Pope Xiang Wentian, "I will crush you to ashes to avenge my 7th brother. Junior brothers, come with me to kill him." The senior brother's eyes were filled with killing intent as he spoke angrily. The Thunder Sword Technique, the Heartless Snow Sword Technique, the flowing light 3 immortal sword, the withered wood sword technique, the scarlet sun 3-section slash, and the lotus sword dance. 6 figures appeared in the air, swords pointed at Xiang Wentian. Each one unleashed different sword techniques, and in an instant, the air was filled with flickering sword lights, changing winds and clouds, and overwhelming killing intent. Xiang Wentian saw the dazzling sword light slicing towards him from all directions. With a smile at the corner of his mouth, he said, "Even if your sword light is magnificent and your attacks change, I will break it with a single skill. First soul ring, second soul skill, world stasis. Devour." At the moment Xiang Wentian activated the time-stopping ability, the 6 individuals were instantly frozen in mid-air, unable to do anything but breathe. Immediately, 6 black lines spread out from Xiang Wentian's hand, wrapping around the 6 people. 5 of them instantly turned into dried corpses, while the remaining one was the eldest senior brother among them. He appeared emaciated, if it weren't for his chest still slightly rising and falling. Others would definitely mistake him for a corpse. The purpose of Xiang Wentian leaving him a breath was to ask 3 questions. Where did they come from? Where's the door to space? What is their purpose for coming to the Douluo continent? Ding! The host devoured 6 cultivators and gained 1,800,000 soul power. They truly were not from the Douluo continent. Through the devour skill, he surprisingly did not gain a soul ring. Ding! Congratulations to the host for leveling up. The current level is 70 level Soul Saint. Xiang Wentian did not pay much attention to his promotion to Soul Sage level 70, but instead walked slowly towards the monk who was still breathing and asked, "Where do you come from? Where's the space gate? What do you want to do in Douluo continent?" "Haha, cough cough, I will never tell you. Just give up on that idea. Do you think there are only 7 of us in the entire Douluo continent? You are mistaken. Within 10 years, everyone in Douluo continent will become slaves to our Tianwu continent." After this person finished speaking intermittently, he died on the spot. At this moment, the 7 people from Tianwu continent had already been exterminated, and Xiang Wentian could only place his hopes on the Fire Leopard Sect's master, hoping he would know the ins and outs of the matter. The 7 who were regarded as the invincible support of the Fire Leopard Sect were now dead, leaving the entire sect, from the master to the ordinary workers, in unprecedented shock. They had witnessed the battle between the 7 and the master could not withstand even 5 moves from each of them. It could be said that the 7 were genuine titled Douluos. But such extraordinarily powerful individuals were so easily defeated in front of Xiang Wentian. How could the Spirit Hall have such a formidable person? With all soul rings being 100,000 years? No wonder he could sit on the throne of acting pope. At this moment, the master of Fire Leopard Sect knelt tremblingly before Xiang Wentian and stammered, "Please spare me. Acting pope, I was also forced into this." With a cold snort, he asked, "I ask you, what is the deal with those 7 people? Tell me the ins and outs of this matter in detail. If there is a single word of falsehood, be careful for your life." Chapter 139. The destruction of the Fire Leopard Sect. The old servant did not dare to. The master of the Fire Leopard Sect recalled, "A month ago, these 7 people suddenly appeared in my bedroom without any warning. They claimed to be disciples of the Purgatory Demon Sect from the Tianwu continent. At that time, I didn't take it seriously and planned to kill the 7, but to my surprise, their combat power was not lower than that of an ordinary titled Douluo, while I was only an 89th level soul Douluo and was no match for them. They demanded that I assist the Purgatory Demon Sect in conquering the entire Douluo continent. I thought to myself, if the disciples of the Purgatory Demon Sect are this strong, then their elders and sect master must be godlike existences. They also promised me that once the Douluo continent was conquered, I would be allowed to manage it. At that moment, I was indeed a bit tempted, but the most important thing was that their strength was too formidable, and I had no power to resist. I was forced into a corner, so I asked Your Excellency the acting pope to show mercy." Xiang Wentian continued to ask, "One last question. Are you willing to stand by my side and help me defeat Pope Bibi Dong?" "I am willing. I am willing." Xiang Wentian saw the Fire Leopard Sect master, who looked like a pug, radiating killing intent, and said, "A wall grass sways with the wind. What use do I have for you, Xiang Wentian?" "Godi." Before the Fire Leopard Sect master could react, a dagger suddenly appeared in Xiang Wentian's hand and was thrust directly into the Fire Leopard Sect master's skull. The Fire Leopard Sect master looked at Xiang Wentian in disbelief and stammered, "Why? I have already bowed to you. Why do you still want to kill me? I'm not a wall grass." Xiang Wentian glared with killing intent and said, "Not all bugs can turn into butterflies. You are just a maggot. The only outcome for betraying the Spirit Hall is death. Not only will you die, but the entire fire leopard sect will die as well. This is the price of your wrong decision. Xiang Wentian, the ruthless master of the fire leopard sect, said intermittently before his death. Devour. Ding. The host used the devouring ability to devour one soul Douluo, gaining 130,000 year soul ring and 60,000 soul power points. The elders of the fire leopard sect were horrified upon hearing Xiang Wentian's words and seeing their master turned into a dried corpse. The spirit hall doesn't intend to let us go. Let's fight back. You need to have that strength to do so, Xiang Wentian mocked. As he watched 3 elders of the fire leopard sect and hundreds or even thousands of direct descendants rushing towards him, Xiang Wentian chose to go on a killing spree. Second soul ring, first soul skill, Angel's Glory. Second soul ring, second soul skill, Devil's Frenzy. Third soul ring, second soul skill, Devil's Sky Slaying. Under the powerful boosts of Angel's Glory and Devil's Frenzy, releasing Devil's Sky Slaying, Xiang Wentian's overall combat power doubled instantly. A gigantic, boundless black blade light slashed horizontally towards the people of the fire leopard sect. Wherever the black blade light passed, people were thrown into disarray, and many were cut in half. Sixth soul ring, second soul skill, Angel Meteor Fall. A massive crimson demon angel phantom suddenly opened its eyes, and countless gigantic meteors fell from the sky, crashing into the crowd and exploding, splattering blood and sending severed limbs flying. The sounds of wails, screams, broken bones, and the squelching of those crushed into meat paste merged into one. The once mighty fire leopard sect was reduced to a hellish slaughterhouse. Devour. Countless black lines spread out from Xiang Wentian's hand, and wherever they passed, severed limbs or complete corpses all turned into mummified remains. Ding. The host uses the devouring ability to consume severed limbs, obtaining 1,000-year spirit ring and 2,000 soul power points. Ding. The host uses the devouring ability to consume incomplete corpses, obtaining 4,000-year spirit ring and 8,000 soul power points. Ding. The host uses the devouring ability to consume complete corpses, obtaining 10,000-year spirit ring and 20,000 soul power points. Ding. The system averages the obtained spirit rings, enhancing 6 spirit rings above 100,000 years. View system panel. Name, Xiang Wentian level. Soul Emperor. Must obtain the 7th spirit ring to become a soul sage. MartialSoul. Demon Angel Soul Power. Level 78. 8168628690000000. Spirit rings. Gold. Duration 1,666,666 years. 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 Soul skills. First soul skill, Space Blockade. Time stop. Second soul skill, Angel's Glory. Demon Rampage. Third soul skill, Angel's Holy Judgment. Demon Heavens Slash. Fourth soul skill, Angel's Divine Light. Death Beam. Fifth soul skill, Angel's Flame Slash. Demon Esquisse. Sixth soul skill, Angel's Pagoda. Angel's Meteor Strike. Divine skill, Tathagata Divine Palm. Cultivation method, Heavenly Demon Annihilation Sutra. Celestial Overlord Body. Ability, Devour, can devour the spirit rings and soul power of enemies or soul beasts to enhance one's own spirit rings and soul power. After a moment, Xiang Wentian closed the system panel, exhaled a breath of turbid air, and said, "It seems I need to obtain the 7th spirit ring." A day later, the news of the destruction of the fire leopard sect spread throughout the Douluo continent. This sudden news made everyone feel insecure, and while people were discussing this shocking news, Xiang Wentian had already arrived at the Douluo forest to obtain his 7th spirit ring. Chapter 140. Breaking Army Demon Tiger with Xiang Wentian's current strength. He is already invincible on the Douluo continent. Although he is still a soul emperor, his cultivation has reached the soul sage realm, and 6 spirit rings have broken through the million-year level. While one cannot say there will be no successors, certainly there have been no predecessors. Even gods must be cautious when absorbing million-year spirit rings, as the immense soul power and divine consciousness contained within can directly lead to the death of the absorber. However, Xiang Wentian does not need to consider so much. He can easily obtain it through the system's devouring and enhancement. Deep in the Douluo forest, 6 golden million-year spirit rings around Xiang Wentian slowly undulate. An unparalleled powerful pressure spreads outward, while Xiang Wentian's divine consciousness scans in a circular manner towards the distance, revealing various soul beasts, either strong or weak, in his mind. These soul beasts, feeling the immense pressure bestowed by Xiang Wentian's spirit rings, all rushed in all directions. At this moment, a 90,000-year soul beast, the Breaking Army Demon Tiger, appeared within the range of Xiang Wentian's divine consciousness. Xiang Wentian lightly hummed, and the divine consciousness mark directly locked onto the trace of the Breaking Army Demon Tiger. At the same time, the Breaking Army Demon Tiger also sensed the powerful pressure coming from afar, initially intending to flee, when suddenly it saw a half-black, half-white figure with 8 wings descending from the sky, surrounded by 6 golden spirit rings slowly undulating, an unparalleled powerful might pressing down on it, rendering it unable to move an inch. Xiang Wentian said to himself, the Breaking Army Sky Demon Tiger is an ancient, naturally possessing the ability to break through defenses. It is the king among attack-type soul beasts. Using its soul ring as my martial soul, true body, couldn't be more fitting. At this moment, although the Breaking Army Sky Demon Tiger could not move, the wildness and vigilance emanating from its eyes excited Xiang Wentian's heart. Indeed, as the king among attack-type soul beasts, it showed no signs of fear even in such a situation. It truly deserves to be the most suitable soul beast for the martial soul, true body. Xiang Wentian said excitedly to himself, Breaking Army Sky Demon Tiger, are you willing to sacrifice and become my 7th soul ring, my martial soul, true body? Xiang Wentian asked seriously. The Breaking Army Sky Demon Tiger had already reached 90,000 years of cultivation, and its intelligence was no less than that of a human. Upon hearing Xiang Wentian's words, it looked at him with an expression as if he were an idiot. Xiang Wentian looked at the expression of the Breaking Army Heavenly Demon Tiger without the slightest anger, his eyes revealing a hint of fervent killing intent, slowly saying, since you disagree, I will take it by force. 4th soul ring, 2nd soul skill, Death Ray. A death ray as thin as a mosquito thread and as fast as lightning shot down from above, directly slicing the Breaking Army Heavenly Demon Tiger in half. A black soul ring with a hint of red slowly emerged from the corpse of the Breaking Army Heavenly Demon Tiger. Xiang Wentian sat cross-legged beside the corpse and began to absorb this 90,000-year soul ring. Now, under the tempering of the Santian body, Xiang Wentian's physical body was already quite perfected, as hard as gold and iron. Absorbing this 90,000-year soul ring was almost effortless, and he completed it in no time. The powerful soul power attached to the soul ring directly helped Xiang Wentian break through the level 80 soul Douluo realm. Ding! Open the system panel. Name, Xiang Wentian level. Soul Saint. Needs to obtain the 8th soul ring to become a soul Douluo martial soul. Demon Angel Soul Power. Level 80. 9000866 Soul Rings. Gold years. 1. 666 gold years. 1 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 666 black years. 91. 268 soul skills. 1st soul skill, Space Lock. Time Stasis. 2nd soul skill, Angel's Glory. Demon Frenzy. 3rd soul skill, Angel's Holy Judgment. Demon Heavens Slash. 4th soul skill, Angel's Divine Light. Death Ray. 5th soul skill, Angel's Fiery Slash. Demon S-Kiss. 6th soul skill, Angel's Pagoda. Angel's Meteor Fall. 7th soul skill, Martial Soul True Body. Divine skill, Buddha's Palm. Cultivation method, Heavenly Demon Annihilation Scripture, Santian Body. Ability, Devour, can devour enemy or soul beast soul rings and soul power to enhance one's own soul rings and soul power. Xiang Wentian slowly opened his eyes, exhaled a breath of turbid air, and said, I have reached the level of an 80-level soul Douluo, but I still need to obtain a soul ring. As Xiang Wentian stood up, intending to continue deeper into the forest, a flash of colorful light suddenly caught his attention. He turned to look at the corpse of the Breaking Army Heavenly Demon Tiger and discovered that the colorful light was emanating from its leg. Xiang Wentian squatted down, took out a dagger from his soul guide, and cut open the tiger's leg, revealing a bone from its right arm that radiated a rainbow of colors. Immediately, Xiang Wentian could no longer remain calm and exclaimed, "Soul bone. Breaking army heavenly demon S, ignoring defense, right arm chapter 141. Ignoring defense, breaking army strike. This right arm soul bone is perfect for me. Absorb." As Xiang Wentian felt the soul bone merge into his right arm, an incredibly piercing pain surged into his mind. Gritting his teeth, Xiang Wentian endured the pain and mobilized all his soul power to his right arm to accelerate the fusion of the soul bone. The breaking army demon S, ignoring defense, right arm adhered tightly to his right arm's bone like a piece of rubber. Ding! The soul bone absorption was complete, granting the accompanying skills, ignoring defense and breaking army strike. He opened the system panel and checked for himself. Name, Xiang Wentian level. Soul Sage. Must obtain the 8th soul ring to become a soul martial spirit. Demon Angel Soul Power. Level 80, 90008661000. Soul Rings. Gold. Years. 1. 666, 666 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 black. Years. 91. 268. Soul Skills. First Soul Skill. Space Blockade. Time Freeze. Second Soul Skill. Angel's Glory. Demon S Fury. Third Soul Skill. Angel's Divine Judgment. Demon S Heaven Slaying. Fourth Soul Skill. Angel's Divine Light. Death Ray. Fifth Soul Skill. Angel's Flame Slash. Demon S Kiss. Sixth Soul Skill. Angel S Pagoda. Angel S Meteor Shower. Seventh Soul Skill. True Body of the Martial Spirit. Soul Bone. Breaking Army Demon S, ignoring defense right arm, with accompanying skills. Ignoring defense, breaking army strike. Divine Skill. Tathagata, Divine Palm, Cultivation Method. True Scriptures of Demon Destruction. Overlord Body of the Azure Sky. Ability. Devour. Can devour the soul rings and soul power of enemies or soul beasts to enhance his own soul rings and soul power. Xiang Wentian opened his eyes and smiled to himself, saying, "It's time to head to the center of the Stardow Forest to find my 8th spirit ring." Just as Xiang Wentian was setting off deeper into the forest, at the edge of a lake deep within the Stardow Forest, a graceful figure was sitting cross-legged by the lakeshore. She slowly opened her eyes and murmured, "Such a familiar aura, like the scent on Wentian. In. Accompany me outside for a while." A large Titan giant ape sat beside the girl, nodding to her and saying, "Xiao Wu, I also sense a strange aura spreading towards us. This aura is very powerful. I'm not a match for it. Why don't we call the Een to join us?" The girl smiled and shook her head, saying, "No need for Ereen. This aura is very familiar to me. It belongs to my captain, Xiang Wentian." The Titan giant ape nodded, lifted Xiao Wu, and placed her on its shoulder. With a few leaps, they disappeared into the center of the forest. At this moment, Xiang Wentian had opened his spiritual sense to its maximum state. Within a 10-mile radius, no matter the birds, beasts, flowers, or insects, they could escape the scanning of Xiang Wentian's spiritual sense. To save time and avoid trouble, Xiang Wentian directly activated his martial soul, with 6 golden spirit rings and 1 black spirit ring slowly moving around him. Within a few miles, all spirit beasts that sensed this aura fled in a panic. Just then, a large Titan giant ape appeared within the range of Xiang Wentian's spiritual sense, and on the shoulder of the Titan giant ape sat a graceful figure dressed in pink attire. Xiang Wentian was taken aback for a moment and then excitedly said, "Isn't that the Titan giant ape and Xiaowu? How did they end up here? Perhaps Xiaowu sensed my presence. Could this be one of the 4 great joys in life? Meeting an old friend in a foreign land?" In an instant, the ground began to tremble slightly. Within 3 breaths, Xiang Wentian saw the Titan giant ape leap high into the air and land heavily in front of him, instantly kicking up dust and splattering dirt and dry branches everywhere. Wentian spat out the dust from his mouth and waved his hand to fan away the grime. "Displeased gorilla, can you please be a bit gentler the next time you appear before me? My handsome appearance has already become a mess because of your violent entrance." The Titan great ape remained silent, while the little girl sitting on its shoulder, Xiao Wu, covered her mouth and chuckled. "Wentian, you look so disheveled. Your face is completely covered in yellow dust. What are you wearing in your hair? Is it a hairpin made of branches?" With a huff, Wang Tian shook off the dust and the dry branches from his head using his soul power and said unhappily, "Xiao Wu, did you instruct the Titan giant ape to make such a violent entrance? Is this how you welcome your old captain?" Xiao Wu, with a hint of playfulness, replied, "Wang Tian, I'm so happy to see you in the depths of the Stardo forest. I was just joking around, don't take it seriously. By the way, how did you end up here?" Xiang Wentian said seriously, "I've broken through to level 80 and came to the Stardo forest to find a soul ring." "So soon? Wentian, you really are the most talented one in our Shrek team." At this moment, Xiao Wu noticed the soul ring on Xiang Wentian's body and exclaimed, "Golden, a million-year soul ring. How did you do it? Did you devour an enemy's soul ring again?" Xiang Wentian smiled and nodded, saying, "I am now the acting pope of the Wuhuan Temple. The Fire Leopard sect has betrayed the Wuhuan Temple, and I just wiped them out." Chapter 142, Soul Douluo Acting Pope. Xiao Wu exclaimed in shock, "No wonder your cultivation has advanced so quickly. By the way, what kind of soul ring are you planning to look for in the Stardo Great Forest?" "A destruction-type soul beast with extremely strong destructive power," Xiang Wentian replied without hesitation. Xiao Wu pondered, "I do know of a soul beast that somewhat fits your requirements, but its age is a bit low. It's just a 30,000-year-old soul beast." "Oh," Xiang Wentian asked, "it doesn't matter if the age is a bit lower. I can enhance the soul ring's age through devouring. What kind of soul beast is it?" Xiao Wu said angrily, "It's the evil Spider Emperor, a very despicable soul beast that likes to bully the weak. It has extremely strong destructive power and loves to steal the eggs of other soul beasts. I and Arene have caught it many times, but it always escaped. The evil Spider Emperor is very cunning and best at running away." Xiang Wentian's eyes lit up as he said, "No problem. I have time-space soul skills and the 8 wings of a demon angel. In terms of speed, I don't think any soul beast can surpass me. Well, let's not delay any longer. Let's set off now." Xiao Wu said, "Okay," Xiang Wentian replied. Half an hour later, Xiao Wu and the Titan Great Ape brought Xiang Wentian to a marshland. Xiao Wu whispered, "The Abyssal Spider King is right in the center of the marsh. This is its nest. It should be in the center during the day." Xiang Wentian nodded and said, "You all wait here for me. I'll go check the center of the marsh first." "All right," Xiao Wu said with concern. "Be sure to be careful." "Don't worry." Xiang Wentian gave Xiao Wu a reassuring smile, flapping the 8 wings of the demon angel behind him as he flew deeper into the marsh. The marshland has a surface that is overly wet or has a thin layer of standing water, with soil moisture reaching saturation and peat accumulation, where hydrophilic and moisture-loving marsh plants grow. Due to the excess water, the soil in the marsh is oxygen deficient, and organic matter decomposes slowly under anaerobic conditions, remaining in a semi-decomposed state, ultimately forming peat. The strong water absorption of peat causes the soil to be even more oxygen deficient, leading to an even slower decomposition process and less nutrients. As a result, many marsh plants have underdeveloped underground parts, with their root systems often exposed above ground to adapt to the oxygen-deficient environment. Marsh plants have developed aeration tissues, adventitious roots, and special reproductive abilities. There are 3 types of marshes: woody marshes, mainly distributed in temperate regions, which can be divided into tree marshes and shrub marshes, with dominant plants including the genus Dipterocarpus; birch and willow, herbaceous marshes, which are diverse and widely distributed, with dominant plants including sedges, followed by reeds and bulrushes; and moss marshes, also known as high marshes, with the dominant plants being sphagnumosses. The Stardo forest belongs to the temperate forest, and this marshland is exactly a woody marsh. At this moment, Xiang Wentian flapped the 8 wings of the demon angel behind him, hovering in midair, and saw a massive hexagonal spider web in the center of the marsh, connected to dozens of giant marsh trees, slowly floating above the water surface. In the center of the enormous hexagonal spider web was a gigantic black spider, which was the Abyssal Spider King. At this moment, the Abyssal Spider King seemed to sense Xiang Wentian hovering in midair, and with a powerful push of its 8 legs, it disappeared from the spider web. Xiang Wentian muttered in shock. As expected of a spider that excels at escaping, this escape ability is truly impressive, moving so quickly. At this moment, Xiang Wentian couldn't afford to be astonished anymore. He flapped his 8 wings of the demon angel behind him and gave chase. "You have 8 legs. I have 8 wings. You're running on the ground while I'm chasing in the sky. Let's see who is faster." That being said, how could someone running on the ground possibly be faster than someone flying in the sky? Xiang Wentian fiercely flapped the 8 wings of the behind demon angel, his speed still reaching its peak. In just a few breaths, Xiang Wentian caught up with the doomed Spider Emperor. First soul ring, first soul skill, space lock. First soul ring, second soul skill, time stasis. Xiang Wentian released 2 soul skills in quick succession, directly freezing the fleeing evil Spider Emperor in place. Xiang Wentian coldly snorted and said, "A mere 30,000-year soul beast. Can you escape?" Fourth soul ring, second soul skill, Devil's Kiss. The evil Spider Emperor turned into a puddle of pus the moment it came into contact with Devil's Kiss, disappearing without a trace, leaving only a black soul ring as proof of its past existence in the world. Absorb the soul ring. For Xiang Wentian, a 30,000-year soul ring was far too low. Absorbing the soul ring was almost effortless, and he succeeded instantly. Ding! The host has absorbed the 8th soul ring and gained the soul ring skill, Destruction Strike. Ding! Open the system panel. Please check yourself. Name, Xiang Wentian level. Soul, Douluo MartialSoul. Demon Angel Soul Power. Level 80, 90666866100000. Soul Rings. Gold Years. 1666666 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 Black Years. 91268 Black Years. 36888 Soul Skills. First Soul Skill, Space Blockade. Time Freeze. Second Soul Skill, Angel's Glory. Devil's Fury. Third Soul Skill, Angel's Holy Judgment. Devil's Heaven Slayer. Fourth Soul Skill, Angel's Divine Light. Death Ray. Fifth Soul Skill, Angel's Flame Slash. Devil's Kiss. Sixth Soul Skill, Angel's Pagoda. Angel's Meteor Shower. Seventh Soul Skill, MartialSoul, True Body. Eighth Soul Skill, Destruction Strike. God Skill, Buddha's Palm Cultivation Method. Celestial Demon Annihilation Scripture. Sky Overbearing Body Ability. Devour can devour the soul rings and soul power of enemies or soul beasts to enhance his own soul rings and soul power. Chapter 143. Crisis in Douluo Continent. After absorbing the soul ring, Xiang Wentian returned to the edge of the swamp. Wu sat on the shoulder of the Titan giant ape and asked, "Did you find the evil Spider Emperor?" Xiang Wentian smiled slightly and said, "I've finished absorbing the soul ring." Hearing Xiang Wentian's words, Wu was obviously taken aback, surprised. So fast. Of course, Xiang Wentian said matter-of-factly. The evil Spider Emperor is just a 30,000-year soul beast. Absorbing its soul ring is very easy. It was completed in no time. By the way, how is Tang Xin doing? Upon hearing Xiang Wentian's words, Wu's expression showed a hint of longing, and she smiled sweetly. San was taken away by Uncle Tang Hao. And now I don't know where they are. You should be fine now. Xiang Wentian nodded and said seriously, "Wu, I have to go now, but before I leave, I have something to tell you. The Douluo continent is currently very unstable, with storms brewing. I have a premonition that an unprecedented war is about to break out on the Douluo continent, because I discovered that people from another world have crossed through the spatial gate, aiming to control the Douluo continent and seize the resources along the road, intending to enslave us humans. However, I will not give them a chance. I will lead the Spirit Hall to fight them to the end." When Wu heard this shocking news, she exclaimed, "People from another world. Who are they?" "I don't know exactly who they are, but I know they are from the Martial Continent," Xiang Wentian said solemnly. "People from a Martial Continent. What do I need to do?" Wu hurriedly asked. "What you need to do now is to unite the soul beasts in the Star Do Great Forest to prevent unknown dangers," Xiang Wentian suggested. "Okay, I'll discuss it with Daming when I get back. What will you do next?" Wu asked with concern. "I need to return to the Spirit Hall first and announce this matter through the power of the Spirit Hall," Xiang Wentian said. "Time is of the essence." "I'll go back and tell Daming immediately," Wu said. Xiang Wentian nodded and said, "I have to go now. When we meet next time, I hope it will be when our Shrek team gathers together." Wu smiled knowingly, waved goodbye to Xiang Wentian, and said to the Titan giant ape, "Erming, let's go." The Titan giant ape nodded and disappeared from Xiang Wentian's sight with a few leaps. At this moment, a hint of homesickness arose in Xiang Wentian's heart. Everyone has a hometown, but I, Xiang Wentian, do not. My hometown, Earth, is picturesque. The trees are lush, flowers are blooming, and people are resting and playing freely. Driving along the Riverside Avenue, a beautiful picture unfolds before me. Truly, the car is on the road, and people swim in the painting. I miss my hometown, the land of Yin and Zhao. Xiang Wentian closed his eyes and then slowly opened them, 2 beams of determined divine light bursting forth. I want to cultivate to the pinnacle of the great Tao, cross the starry universe, and return to my hometown, where my family is waiting for me. My hometown is waiting for me. My motherland is waiting for me. When he returned to the spirit hall, chaos reigned. Pope Bibi Dong was severely injured and on the brink of death after being ambushed by strangers while inheriting the position of the Rakshasa god. Fortunately, the 6 elders of the Elder Hall, led by Douluo, risked their lives to save her, and she barely retained her life. However, due to the severity of her injuries, her soul power had regressed to the level of an 80th level soul Douluo. Without the assistance of a reverse celestial grade treasure, she would never be able to reach the divine level of comprehension in her lifetime. According to Douluo's recollection, the ones who heavily injured Bibi Dong were a group of cultivators without soul rings. Xiang Wentian immediately realized they were from the martial continent. It seemed they could not wait to strike at the spirit hall. At this moment, the spirit hall was leaderless. As the acting pope, Xiang Wentian could only shoulder the burden of supporting the spirit hall through this mess. He then issued a papal decree, announcing to all soul masters to unite against the martial continent's attack. Months later, countless thunderous sounds echoed from the sky. Boom, boom, boom. A series of transparent spatial gates slowly opened, and countless cultivators descended, shouting greedily, "The Douluo continent is ours. All men go to mine, all women stay behind. Soul beasts are to be exchanged for money. Herds are to be used for alchemy. Brothers, charge." Chapter 144. The earth-shattering battle. Xiang Wentian sat upright in the spirit hall, his eyes suddenly wide open. At this moment, there was no time to issue commands. He quickly escaped from the spirit hall, flew into the air, and infused his soul power, shouting, "The spirit hall is the first and last barrier guarding the Douluo continent. I, the acting pope of the spirit hall, command, elite members of the spirit hall from across the continent, clench your fists, unleash your spirits, drive the outsiders out of the Douluo continent, and kill to your heart's content. I, Xiang Wentian, the acting pope of the spirit hall, vow here, as long as I, Xiang Wentian, am alive, I will ensure the safety and peace of the billions of souls on the Douluo continent. If I, Xiang Wentian, die, I will transform into a demon angelic holy soul, blessing our Douluo continent to remain eternally prosperous and never perish for ages. This vow, with the sun and moon as witnesses and heaven and earth as witnesses, is heard by all gods, demons, and spirits. The roar and oath of injecting soul power into the sky, asking heaven resound through every corner of the mountains and rivers. Every commoner on the continent feels proud to have a great pope in the spirit hall. Every soul master leads their family and sect forces to this side to confront the invading outsiders. The Haotian sect has reemerged, putting aside its prejudice against the spirit hall in the face of a great enemy, leading hundreds of soul masters into the battle. The 7 treasure glazed tile sect, the blue lightning tyrant dragon family, and dozens of other sects of varying strengths bring countless soul masters to this side. At this moment, whether it is a hidden sect or a powerful soul master, they all participate in the great battle, knowing that if the spirit hall falls, it will be a catastrophe for them. Xiang Wentian flew into the sky to battle alongside the foreign realm cultivators, with ghostly figures, Yueguan, Kindaliu, and more than a dozen titled Douluos following closely behind, activating their martial souls to fight alongside the foreign realm cultivators. Xiang Wentian was in the midst of a fierce battle with the foreign cultivators, and several roars echoed through the air. How could such a grand battle be without me? Tang Hao, Wentian, I, Tang San have returned. Ha ha ha. I, Yi Guqing, and Shimen Shui finally have a chance to show her skills. I have lived a lonely life, seeking only a defeat. Duguqiu by has come. Countless familiar and unfamiliar figures appeared one after another. At this moment, Xiang Wentian's eyes turned blood red, and his roars continued. 6th soul ring, 1st soul skill, Angel Pagoda. 7th soul skill, Martial Soul, True Body. In the state of using the Angel Pagoda, Xiang Wentian unleashed his Martial Soul, True Form, and a gigantic demon angel phantom instantly materialized, causing his combat power to double. Boom! In his Martial Soul, True Form, Xiang Wentian punched, sending dozens of cultivators flying. As the dozens of cultivators just caught their breath, they saw a fist as massive as a mountain coming down towards them. Boom! Xiang Wentian's second punch directly shattered the bones and tendons of over a dozen cultivators, sending them flying and resulting in instant death. With the activation of the Angel Pagoda and his Martial Soul, True Form, Xiang Wentian not only doubled his combat power, but also materialized the demonic angel's phantom, inheriting the characteristics of the angel pagoda, with each punch surpassing the last. Xiang Wentian practiced the heavenly demonic annihilation scripture, and his soul power was even several times denser than that of a titled Douluo. As long as he had sufficient soul power, he could continuously unleash the angelic demonic fist. Under the overwhelming power of each punch from the angel pagoda, no one could match Xiang Wentian. After unleashing 50 punches in succession, any foreign cultivator who approached him would be directly turned into a mist of blood, vanishing from the world. Countless foreign cultivators, witnessing Xiang Wentian's ferocity like a killing machine, were utterly terrified. Boom, boom, boom. Under Xiang Wentian's full output, the battlefield situation abruptly shifted to a one-sided massacre. The 100-foot-tall demonic angel MartialSoul true form harvested the lives of countless cultivators with each punch, resembling divine punishment. At that moment, a foreign cultivator stared in horror at the mountain-like Xiang Wentian, and his mental defenses crumbled as he thought, "It's the end of the world, the end of the world. I want to return to the heavenly martial continent." This cultivator's terrified cries seemed to carry a magical power, instantly infecting most of the foreign cultivators. These foreign cultivators, like lost dogs, ran desperately toward the spatial gate. Xiang Wentian looked at all of this with a smile on his lips and said, "Want to run? Can you escape?" Boom! Xiang Wentian's 81st punch struck firmly against the spatial gate, which seemed unable to bear such a world-shaking blow, shattering instantly. One of the white-haired elders fighting against Tang Hao felt immense pain and said, "The spatial gate is destroyed. Everything that countless ancestors sacrificed for it is gone. The main force can't come over. It's over." As the spatial gate shattered, countless cultivators were filled with despair. "It's time to send you all to the west," Xiang Wentian murmured with killing intent. First soul ring, first soul skill, spatial lock. First soul ring, first soul skill, time freeze. 2 transparent light shields instantly enveloped a radius of 10 miles. Within this area, all foreign cultivators were rendered unable to speak or move, like fish on a chopping board, at the mercy of others. 3/4 of an hour later, the last foreign cultivator was blasted apart by Xiang Wentian's punch, marking the official end of this great battle. Devour. After the fusion of the MartialSoul true body and the angelic pagoda, under the materialized demon angel true body, the Devour skill was unleashed, transforming from the usual black threads into a demonic energy storm. Wherever the storm passed, countless severed limbs and blood rivers turned into a sea of dry corpses. Ding, 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 ding. Ding. The host used the Devour ability to consume severed limbs and arms, gaining 2,000 soul power points. Ding. The host used the Devour ability to consume incomplete corpses, gaining 1 4,000-year soul ring, 8,000 soul power points. Ding. The host used the Devour ability to consume complete corpses, gaining 20,000 soul power points. Among the countless corpses were not only those of foreign cultivators, but also the bodies of soul masters. Under the extensive use of the Devour skill, Xiang Wentian's soul power level directly surged by 5 levels, with the accumulated years of soul rings exceeding hundreds of thousands. Xiang Wentian directly infused the soul rings obtained from devouring into the 7th and 8th soul rings. The system panel has opened. Please check it yourself. Name: Xiang Wentian. Level: Soul, all MartialSoul. Demon Angel Soul Power. Level 85. 5666666866600000000. Soul Rings. Gold. Years. 1666666. 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 Black. Years. 161668. Black. Years. 116888. Soul Skills. First Soul Skill. Spatial Lock. Time Freeze. Second Soul Skill. Angel's Glory. Demon Rampage. Third Soul Skill. Angel's Holy Judgment. Demon Sky Slash. Fourth Soul Skill. Angel's Divine Light. Death Ray. Fifth Soul Skill. Angel's Flame Slash. Demon Kiss. Sixth Soul Skill. Angelic Pagoda. Angelic Meteor Fall. Seventh Soul Skill. MartialSoul True Body. Eighth Soul Skill. Annihilation Strike. Divine Skill. Buddha's Palm. Cultivation Method. Heavenly Demon Destruction Scripture. Celestial Tyrant Body. Ability: Devour. Can devour the soul rings and soul power of enemies or soul beasts to enhance one's own soul rings and soul power. Chapter 145. the belonging of the Shrek team. Closing the system panel, Xiang Wentian released his martial soul true body and summoned the spokespersons of various sects, as well as Tang Hao, the master, and others to the Pope's hall. Xiang Wentian looked at the dozen or so people standing below and said, I know that some of you have deep grudges against the Spirit Hall, but the Spirit Hall is, after all, one of the forces guarding the continent. Today, I have gathered everyone here to form an alliance to jointly resist the unknown dangers from another world. I wonder what you all think. The only title Douluo of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family is their head of the family, Yuanjin. At this moment, Yuanjin said, I support the establishment of an alliance, but I wonder who will hold the position of the alliance leader. Before he could finish speaking, Yuguan, who was standing beside him, sternly reprimanded Bold. In front of the Pope, do you still wish to the position of alliance leader? Xiang Wentian waved his hand to stop him and said, the position of the alliance leader should naturally be held by the strong. If Master Yu has the confidence to overpower the others, you could take the position of the alliance leader. Yuanjin was about to agree. But then he thought of Xiang Wentian's unprecedented golden soul ring and his abnormally strong power. He shook his head and said, Your Holiness, I still need to go back and discuss with the elders of my sect. I will inform Your Holiness as soon as I have results. A hint of killing intent appeared in Xiang Wentian's eyes, almost imperceptible. He smiled and said, Master, you can think of the sect elders. It seems that the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family is still very united, something that our Spirit Hall can learn from. I dare not. Your Holiness has flattered me. Yuanjin replied with a fist salute and a smile. Xiang Wentian snorted coldly in his heart. I, from the Spirit Hall, have to learn from you? Do you think there exists a force in the world that can teach my Spirit Hall? At this moment, Ning Fengji stepped forward and clasped his fists, saying, Your Holiness. Before he could finish, Xiang Wentian interrupted, Sect Master Ning, I see that Rong is not small anymore. When you plan to pass on your position to your daughter? Upon hearing Xiang Wentian's words, Ning Fengji's expression clearly froze for a moment, but he quickly concealed it well and replied, I, Ning, am still strong and healthy. I will retire in a couple of years. Xiang Wentian let out a cold snort in his heart again. The old fox didn't know how many years it would be in 2 years. He didn't know what it was like to be a pope, but once he became one, it was tough. They were all disobedient and unruly. No wonder Bai Dong wanted to eliminate you all. It doesn't matter. Xiang Wentian smiled and turned to look at the master of Hao Yian's sect, saying with a smile, I wonder if Hao Yian's sect still plans to remain hidden? The master of Hao Yian's sect, Tang Xiao, nodded but did not speak. Xiang Wentian smiled slightly and said, Everyone who has come from afar has made a tremendous contribution to the protection of the continent. Today, our Spirit Hall is hosting a grand banquet to celebrate our victory in the war, and I hope you all can grace us with your presence. Thank you, Your Holiness. The leaders of various sects below expressed their gratitude, but there were a few stubborn individuals who looked down on Xiang Wentian's gesture, and Xiang Wentian firmly remembered these few people. After the banquet, Xiang Wentian gathered the members of the Shrek team together and said, I am not the Pope right now. I am inviting you to join the Spirit Hall in my capacity as the captain of the Shrek team. Are you willing? Before anyone could respond, Rumeng excitedly raised her hand and said, Brother, I am willing. Xiang Wentian nodded to Rumeng and looked at Shimin Chue Shui and Yi Gucheng. Yi Gucheng said, As long as I can hold my sword in tent, it doesn't matter which faction I join. Since the Pope of the Wuhuan Temple is the captain, after I join the Wuhuan Temple, you must spar with me often. Shimin Chue Shui smiled and nodded to Wang Tian, then turned to look at Shimin Chue Shui. Shimin Chue Shui pondered. The Shushan Sword sect is a reclusive sect, unrelated to any forces. Since Gucheng has joined, I will join as well. He nodded to Wen Tian, then looked at Dai Mubai and said, Mubai, what about you and Zhu Qing? Dai Mubai smiled and said, The power struggles in the Star Luo Empire are giving me a headache. Zhu Qing and I are still following the captain. Since Mubai has joined, how could I? Ma Hongjun be left out? Brother Tian, I will also join the Spirit Hall, but if I get bullied, you have to protect me, okay? Ma Hongjun said confidently, patting his chest. Xiang Wentian smiled slightly at Ma Hongjun, then turned to Tang San and said, Tang San, what about you? Hearing Xiang Wentian's question, Tang San hesitated. In his heart, the Spirit Hall was his enemy. His mother had died at the hands of Pope Qiang Sunji, and he originally wanted to destroy the Spirit Hall. However, he found himself in a dilemma. On one side was his father, who viewed the Spirit Hall as a mortal enemy. And on the other side were his brothers who had shared life and death with him, making it difficult for him to make a decision in that moment. Xiang Wentian saw Tang San hesitating and said, Tang San, I know you have a grudge against the Spirit Hall for the murder of her mother, but after all, Qian Xuanji has been dead for many years. Can this mental knot never be untied? Tang Sen looked at Xiang Wentian firmly and said, it's not just Qian Xuanji. It includes Yue Guan, Ghost Shadow, and those enemies who persecuted my parents back then. Unless they are all dead, I will never join the Spirit Hall. Otherwise, the Spirit Hall will always be my enemy. Captain, please forgive my selfishness. Xiang Wentian helplessly shook his head and said, everyone has their own choices. Your choice shows that you are a filial son, and I won't blame you. He then looked at Ning Rongrong, feeling a bit nervous under Xiang Wentian's gaze. Ning Rongrong lowered her head and said softly, Wentian, I am the sole heir of the 7-treasure glazed tile school. Whether to join the Spirit Hall, I need my father's consent. Oscar, the romantic, felt a bit awkward seeing that Ning Rongrong had not made a choice, and said, Wentian, I have always loved Rongrong. Her choice is my choice. Seeing that everyone had made their choices, Jiang Zhu also felt it was inappropriate to remain silent, and immediately decided, I will join the Spirit Hall and follow the captain to reach greater heights. Xiang Wentian smiled and nodded at Jiang Zhu, saying, no matter what choices everyone makes, you just need to remember one thing. No matter when or where, we will always be good brothers, good partners, and the perfect team. Chapter 146, Atomic Core. After Xiang Wentian's persuasion, apart from Tang San, Xiao Wu, Oscar, and Ning Rongrong, everyone else in the Shrek team has joined the Spirit Hall. Xiang Wentian returned to the Pope's hall, sat upright in the Pope's chair, closed his eyes, and began to silently cultivate the Heavenly Demon Annihilation Sutra. After an hour, while he was immersed in his cultivation, Xiang Wentian heard a knock on the door from outside. He opened his eyes, stopping his cultivation, and 2 beams of blood-red divine light erupted from his eyes as he said with authority, come in. The great door of the Pope's hall slowly opened, and Zhu Thiliuan walked in, respectfully saying, Your Holiness, in this battle, we have found a survivor. A survivor? A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Xiang Wentian's eyes as he asked, Have you interrogated him? Yue Guan respectfully replied, Reporting to Your Holiness, after the interrogation, he revealed everything. Xiang Wentian asked, though, I have interrogated dying witnesses before, and they refused to speak even in death. How did you manage to do it? Yue Guan smiled and replied, It was Old Ghost who extracted the information. He is an expert in this area. His martial soul is the soul of the body, which can directly penetrate the witness's sea of consciousness. Even if the other party doesn't want to speak, they have no choice. I see. Xiang Wentian nodded, realizing. Tell me the results of the interrogation. Yes, Your Holiness, Yue Guan said slowly. After the interrogation, it was revealed that the people of the Tianwu continent are willing to risk everything to traverse the space gate for a certain treasure. A treasure? What kind of treasure could possibly compel the entire Tianwu continent to pay any price to cross the space gate? Xiang Wentian inquired. Yue Guan respectfully replied, Reporting to Your Holiness, it is called the Atomic Core. What exactly the Atomic Core is, the witness did not know, presumably due to his low rank. However, he was aware of some of its effects. What effects? Xiang Wentian asked. The witness knew of 2 effects of the Atomic Core. The first is related to the secret of immortality. The second is that it can break through cultivation barriers, enhance one's self, and open passages between realms. The witness only knew these 2 effects and was unaware of any others. These 2 effects are already enticing enough. If there are more effects, even saints would be envious. Xiang Wentian thought. He then asked, Elder Yue Guan, did the witness mention where the Atomic Core is? How many are there? Yue Guan answered respectfully. The witness did not know where the Atomic Core is, but he mentioned that there are many atomic cores on the Douluo continent. Many, but no one knows where they are. This is indeed a headache. Xiang Wentian scratched his head. Your Holiness, you need not worry. I believe we will surely find out one day. Yue Guan comforted. All right, I understand. You may leave now, Xiang Wentian said. Yes, Your Holiness. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. Today, the gates of the papal palace slowly opened, revealing a disheveled old man with a waxy complexion, an unattractive appearance, dressed in gray, holding a transparent staff topped with a large red gemstone. This was a very unkempt elder named Laduzi. His martial soul was a very rare staff, which had no offensive, defensive, or supportive capabilities. The only ability of this staff was the power of fables, and he was the only soul master in the Spirit Hall without combat capability. Laduzi hurriedly ran into the papal palace. Kneeling on one knee, he respectfully said, Your Holiness, something terrible has happened. Sitting in the papal chair, Xiang Wentian said sternly, Why are you so panicked? Speak slowly. Laduzi, in a state of panic, replied, "Reporting to your holiness, I just used my 8th soul skill, ultimate fable, and discovered that the continent is about to undergo a great change. And an unprecedented war is imminent." "A war?" Xiang Wentian asked suspiciously. "The space gate of the Tianwu continent has been shattered by me personally. What force on the continent can compete with our spirit hall?" "Reporting to your holiness, the force that will engage in battle with our spirit hall is not from this realm, but from beyond. According to the results of the fable, countless planes will soon descend upon the Douluo continent, and an earth-shattering war will ensue. A new world will give birth to new rulers. Please make arrangements, your holiness." "Oh," Xiang Wentian frowned. "Fable Douluo, is this true?" Laduzi affirmed. "According to the fable judgment, it is absolutely true." "Good, I understand. You may leave first," Xiang Wentian said. After Laduzi exited the papal palace, Xiang Wentian said solemnly, "According to what Bibi Dong said, Laduzi's fable ability is very accurate and infallible. Since Laduzi has predicted that the world will be thrown into chaos and planes will merge, it is reasonable to believe in its existence. Kumin, summon Yu Guan and Gue Mei to the palace. In less than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, Yu Guan and Gue Mei appeared instantly in the papal palace, respectfully saying, "Yu Guan and Gue Mei pay their respects to your holiness." Xiang Wentian nodded and said, "According to the judgment of the fabled law, there will be great chaos in the world soon, and countless dimensions will merge." Yue Guan and Gue Mei exchanged glances upon hearing this shocking news, their faces filled with horror. Xiang Wentian ordered, "Yue Guan, you are responsible for gathering all the common people within the jurisdiction of the Spirit Hall and escorting them to safety. Prepare ample food and send strong protectors." "Yes." Yue Guan received the order and instantly disappeared. The common people are the foundation of the Spirit Hall. Without them, the Spirit Hall would be like a tall building without a foundation, collapsing instantly. It would no longer be the Spirit Hall, which is why Xiang Wentian prioritizes the common people. Xiang Wentian then commanded, "Gue Mei, go notify all the powerful individuals from the Spirit Hall who are out on missions to return as soon as possible. Also, inform the people of the Spirit Hall to prepare for defense." "Yes." After receiving the order, Gue Mei disappeared without a trace. Chapter 147, Plane Fusion. Half a month later, under the effective promotion of the Spirit Hall, the people of Duuluo continent learned that the world would undergo a transformation. In the Pope's Hall, Xiang Wentian sat upright on the Pope's chair, closing his eyes to rest and slowly cultivating. Zhu and Gue stood on either side of Xiang Wentian. Below the stage was a small, exquisite round table adorned with various sweet and delicious fruits. Under the round table was a thick, soft canvas, where Ru Meng sat cross-legged, enjoying the tasty fruits, displaying a relaxed demeanor. She showed no signs of being affected by the grandeur and authority of the Pope's Hall. In her heart, Xiang Wentian was the Pope, and she would soon be the Pope's wife, so there was no need for formality. She ate and drank as she pleased, not letting anything trouble her, sitting on the canvas and enjoying the fruits like a happy nut. Horizontal inscription, "Just be at ease." Just as Xiang Wentian was closing his eyes to rest and silently cultivating, the world suddenly stirred, with dark clouds rolling in and fierce winds rising. As if a storm was approaching, Xiang Wentian suddenly opened his eyes, 2 beams of divine light burst forth, and his consciousness penetrated through the ceiling of the Pope's Hall. He saw heavy dark clouds rapidly drifting from south to north, and wherever the clouds passed, the ground instantly turned pitch black. The originally sunny weather was suddenly engulfed by darkness. Yue Guan communicated with Gue Mei, saying, "Old ghost, look at the clouds outside the hall. It seems like a storm is coming." Gue Mei looked outside, extending his consciousness, and said gravely, "Rain? I've never seen such thick clouds and dark weather. If it were to rain, it would have to be an astonishing downpour. I seem to sense something unusual. Such weather is rarely seen in 100 years. It's truly strange." Lu Meng, out of curiosity, jumped out to take a look and returned to say to Xiang Wentian, "Brother, the clouds outside are so heavy. It looks like the sky is about to collapse." Xiang Wentian smiled and said, as if in a dream, "Go back to the room, brother." Ru Meng pouted and reluctantly said, "I don't want to go back. I want to play here for a while." "Be obedient," Xiang Wentian said sternly. "Oh," Ru Meng said weakly, lowering her head. After a moment, there was a rumble and crack, as thunder and lightning roared in the dark clouds. Between the dark clouds and daylight, it was as if a fissure had opened, with continuous booming sounds echoing. At this moment, the dark clouds became even more violent and heavy, and the world was instantly shrouded in darkness. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble, as if a magnitude 10 earthquake had occurred, and the earth gradually cracked open, with countless mountains slowly rising. Could this be the collision caused by tectonic movements? The scene on the ground resembled tectonic activity, only much more intense. At this moment, Xiang Wentian saw the earth gradually splitting apart, with cracks forming, and the newly risen mountains slowly disappearing. Suddenly, Xiang Wentian's expression changed, and he murmured to himself, could this be a sign of dimensional fusion? Some temporary camps that had just been set up near Wuhuan City couldn't withstand the violent movements of the ground and collapsed, producing a loud rumble. Yu Guan and Gue Mei followed Xiang Wentian out of the hall. Yu Guan pointed in surprise at the void and said, there are actually cities in the sky. Xiang Wentian and Gue Mei heard the surprised voice of Yu Guan and looked up at the same time, only to see several mountains, rivers, cities, and green spaces of various sizes flashing through the void. Plane fusion. These 4 words echoed in the hearts of the three. Gue Mei exclaimed in shock, is this plane fusion? It's truly astonishing. Xiang Wentian was equally shocked and said, the fable of Douluo is indeed correct. Countless planes have fused together. Yu Guan looked at Xiang Wentian in astonishment and exclaimed, with so many planes merging into one, won't that lead to chaos and conflicts across the world? Gue Mei said solemnly, Isin Sadanje, the strongest from the Tianwu continent have yet to emerge. We titled Douluo can barely resist, and fortunately, His Holiness the Pope has personally intervened to suppress this. With so many planes appearing on a main road, there are definitely realms stronger than the Tianwu continent. When the Great War comes, how shall we cope? Xiang Wentian smiled faintly, showing no signs of fear, and said, a new world will give birth to new rules. At that time, all forces will be reshuffled, the weak will be prey to the strong, and the strong will be respected. This is the law of the world. Encountering stronger opponents will motivate oneself. Why fear? When soldiers come, we block. When water comes, we cover. Becoming stronger in the face of strength and having unmatched fighting spirit is the will that our martial spirit hall should have. Teacher, you're being too serious. Gue Mei slightly closed his eyes, exhaled a breath of turbid air, and said, thank you for the reminder, Your Holiness. At the Tiando Royal Academy, Dugu Qiubai looked at the numerous mountains and cities emerging in the distance, feeling a mix of anxiety and excitement. He said, is this the fusion of planes? Wouldn't that mean countless powerful beings from other realms will descend? Then I can better hone my undefeated sword intent and quickly improve my strength. Xiang Wentian, just wait. One day, I will defeat you. At the Blaze Fire Academy, Huiyun Xieshun stood on the rooftop, alarmed as he watched the world expanding before him. He clearly understood in his heart that this was plane fusion. He saw a fire domain descending dozens of miles ahead of the Blaze Fire Academy, emitting extremely high temperatures. Even from dozens of miles away, Huiyun Xieshun could feel waves of heat approaching, and the increasing fire element rapidly enhanced his soul power. Above the Shunfeng Academy, a magnificent palace shimmering with colorful light suddenly appeared, resembling a celestial realm. Nie Feng and Bu Jingyun intended to go investigate, but unexpectedly, they were bounced back by a transparent barrier. The entire world was rapidly expanding. Continents were constantly shifting, and cities, grasslands, and dangerous terrains appeared one after another. The sky changed, the earth changed, but the only thing that remained unchanged was the greedy human heart. Chapter 148. The Daxia dynasty this night was destined to be a sleepless one, facing the fusion of planes, the expansion of the continent, and the changing tides of the situation. No one would be able to sleep. The next morning, the crust finally stopped moving. The plane fusion was complete. The dark clouds gradually dispersed, and the long-awaited morning sun slowly rose. The order from countless planes gradually merged, forming a brand new heavenly Tao rule. Everyone's soul power and cultivation were no longer suppressed, and cultivation became much faster. The rich aura of heaven and earth was almost mist-like. Taking a deep breath made one feel their soul power slowly increasing. Although the world had undergone tremendous changes, the benefits it brought to people were indeed immense. In the Pope's palace, Xiang Wentian, as the Pope, sat as usual in the luxuriously ornate papal chair. Suddenly, the doors of the Pope's palace were flung open, and Ma Hongjun, drenched in sweat and gasping for breath, exclaimed in panic, Brother Tian, something bad has happened. Xiang Wentian slowly opened his slightly closed eyes and said softly, What's wrong? Take your time to explain. Ma Hongjun took a deep breath and said, 50 miles south of Seoul City, there's an enormous city, much larger than the Heavenly Do Imperial City. The people inside don't have soul rings. They are not from our continent. They must be foreign cultivators who arrived after the merging of dimensions. Oh, is that so? Xiang Wentian frowned and said, let's go out and take a look. As Wang Tian walked towards the palace's exit and gazed into the distance, he discovered a towering city that reached into the clouds, immense and magnificent. Above the city, mist swirled, purple clouds billowed, auspicious clouds soared, and celestial cranes danced together, presenting a truly ethereal city. Xiang Wentian said solemnly, the cultivators in this city must be unfathomable. By the decree of the Pope, no one is allowed to step into the city without my command, to avoid harming innocent bystanders. After receiving the order, Ma Hongjun ran off to convey the Pope's decree. After the merging of the planes, it was the first time Xiang Wentian inspected the Spirit Hall. As he walked inside the Spirit Hall, soul masters gathered in groups, discussing the enormous city that had appeared in the south. We pay our respects to Your Holiness the Pope. Every soul master who saw Xiang Wentian would bow respectfully. In their hearts, Xiang Wentian was not only the Pope of the Spirit Hall, but also its guardian deity and the strongest being. In this world where strength is revered, the strong are always respected. At that moment, Yu Guan and Gue Mei appeared before Xiang Wentian simultaneously, bowing respectfully and saying, we pay our respects to Your Holiness the Pope. Xiang Wentian smiled and said, there is no need for the two elders to be overly courteous. Yu Guan respectfully replied, we have just finished patrolling around the Spirit Hall. In a massive city ahead, there are several incredibly powerful auras. We did not dare to enter, and we are unsure if this suddenly appeared city poses any threat to us. Xiang Wentian pondered slightly. There is definitely a threat, but not at this moment. The planes have just merged, and some powerful and ambitious individuals will surely begin to stir. The current calm is merely a precursor to the upcoming war. Right now, the enemies and allies are unclear, and we don't even know who our true enemies or allies are. What we need to do now is to prepare defenses and avoid making enemies. As you command, Yu Guan said, taking his leave. Gue Mei also took his leave. Both Yu Guan and Gue Mei vanished simultaneously, coming and going in a hurry. At this moment, Xiang Wentian felt a bit anxious. He sensed that time was running short. After the plane merger, unknown dangers would inevitably descend. It was just a matter of time. Whether he could protect the Spirit Hall would depend on his own strength. Overthinking wouldn't help. He should focus on cultivating and strive to reach the title Douluo level as soon as possible, so he could have more power to protect his family and friends. A few days later, in the papal hall, Xiang Wentian was sitting on the Pope's chair, silently cultivating. After the plane merger, his cultivation speed had noticeably increased several times, which was good for him, but it was also beneficial for others. Xiang Wentian didn't believe that having a system meant invincibility. The most important thing was still relying on his own strength. At that moment, a faint wave of soul power suddenly emerged. Xiang Wentian opened his eyes and saw Zhu and Guer, two titled Douluos, standing before him, slowly saying, we pay our respects to Your Holiness. Masters, please rise. I didn't expect you two to come suddenly. What urgent matters bring you here? Outside, Xiang Wentian would refer to them as elders, but in the presence of just the three of them, he would address them as masters out of respect. Yu Guan said gravely, the southern city has sent envoys demanding our submission. Submission? Xiang Wentian frowned and asked, are they part of an empire or dynasty? Yu Guan's expression carried a hint of anger as he replied, the other party claims to be from the Daxia dynasty, demanding that our Spirit Hall submit and pay tribute annually. Or else. Xiang Wentian snorted coldly and said angrily, I originally wanted to live peacefully as neighbors with you. But as the ancient said, how can one allow others to sleep soundly beside one's own bed? And a mountain cannot accommodate two tigers is indeed not without reason. Just after the planes have merged, you come looking for trouble. Do you think the architecture of my Spirit Hall is inferior to yours? Yu Guan and Gue Mei saw Xiang Wentian's thunderous anger and quickly advised, Your Holiness, please calm down. Xiang Wentian snorted and said, where are their messengers? They have left. Yu Guan said cautiously. Xiang Wentian shouted angrily, I will personally go to the southern giant city. No, the two exclaimed simultaneously. Yu Guan said with concern, the Daxia dynasty is too dangerous. Your Majesty, I am worried about you going alone. This is an order. Xiang Wentian insisted firmly. However, the two wanted to continue persuading, but were directly stopped by Xiang Wentian raising his hand. Chapter 149, Wutan City Shaoyan. Xiang Wentian let out a breath and said calmly, from the perspective of architecture, momentum, and numbers, The opponent's strength and influence are obviously higher than that of the Spirit Hall. What difference does it make whether I go alone or the three of us go? As the Pope of the Spirit Hall, I am already prepared to sacrifice myself at any moment. The Spirit Hall can fall, but the millions of common people within our territory cannot die. As long as the foundation is there, the soul will not perish. After saying this, Xiang Wentian soared into the air, instantly arriving above the vast city of the Daxia dynasty. Xiang Wentian stood above the clouds, looking down at the towering city that pierced the sky and shouted loudly, "I am Xiang Wentian, the Pope of the Spirit Hall. You dare to demand my submission? What outrageous appetite! Are you not afraid of bursting?" Just as Xiang Wentian finished his words, 5 figures from the giant city flew towards him at high speed, simultaneously shouting, "Flying in the air above the capital of the Daxia dynasty is prohibited. Violators will be killed." Before Xiang Wentian could utter another word, the opponents launched an attack on him, leaving no room for rebuttal. The 5 individuals wore golden helmets and masks, donned golden armor, and wielded golden holy swords. Swish, swish, swish. They slashed at Xiang Wentian with several swords, sending arcs of golden sword light towards him. The 9th style of the Buddha's palm, 10,000 Buddhas adoring the Buddha. A massive golden Buddha light handprint descended from above, shattering several sword lights, and continued to strike towards the 5. Boom! Before the 5 could launch a second round of attack, they were sent flying by the golden Buddha light handprint. Xiang Wentian frowned tightly. Using his current realm to perform the 10,000 Buddha salute, even an ordinary title Douluo would not be able to easily handle it. Yet these 5 people were merely knocked back and did not suffer significant injuries, which shows the profound heritage of the great Xia Empire. Casually sending out 5 people is already at the title Douluo level. At the same time, the other party was also extremely shocked. This person, with just 1 strike, repelled our 5-person team, demonstrating his formidable strength that cannot be underestimated. Just as Xiang Wentian was about to launch a second round of attack, a dozen people suddenly appeared in the distance. One of them caught Xiang Wentian's attention. This person was dressed in black, with a massive black ruler on his back, the size of which was completely disproportionate to him, making it look absurd at first glance. He threw out several human heads and shouted, "Great Xia Empire, you dare to claim that the people of Wutan City should mine for you? How can I, Xiao Yin, forgive you? Here are the heads of your envoy. Take them." Just as Xiao Yin finished speaking, another person flew in. Before Xiang Wentian could see this person's face clearly, he heard a lascivious voice coming from afar. "Hi, Lin Fan, the master of Invincible Peak, have arrived. The great Xia Empire dares to recruit my Yan Huizong without asking for my consent. People of the great Xia Empire, listen up, kill all the men, and let the women have fireworks. Haha." Following that, another figure shot in from the distance at high speed, even more ferocious, not saying a word and directly attacking. With a flash of cold light, what's the harm in slaughtering the world? Deeply buried, yet unchanging in ambition, gathering the winds and clouds, is to be the emperor. Xiang Wentian shook his head. If the heavens want to bring about its downfall, they must first drive it mad. The appetite of the great Xia dynasty is simply too great, thinking it can incorporate so many forces. This time, it will definitely lead to its own destruction. Xiang Wentian watched as strong warriors continuously appeared from the distance, joining the battle one by one, and he anxiously thought, all of this is my cultivation. I can't let you guys waste it. Kill. Xiang Wentian unleashed his full power with 1,000,000-year golden spirit rings and 100,000-year golden spirit ring, instantly shining brightly. The first spirit skill of the second spirit ring, Angel's Glory. The second spirit skill of the second spirit ring, Demon Frenzy. The first spirit skill of the sixth spirit ring, Angelic Pagoda. The first spirit skill of the seventh spirit ring, MartialSoul True Body. The second spirit skill of the seventh spirit ring, Demon True Body. With so many spirit rings boosting his abilities, Xiang Wentian's demon Angel True Body transformed from crimson to dark gold, surrounded by demonic energy, resembling a demon from hell and an angel descending from heaven. With immense destructive power, the 5 people who had just been knocked away by Xiang Wentian charged at him again. But this time they faced a gigantic fist enveloped in demonic energy, as large as a mountain, crashing down. Boom! Before the 5 could even launch their attack, they were smashed to pieces by Xiang Wentian's demon Angel Giant Fist, with not even a complete piece of flesh left. No one knew just how strong Xiang Wentian was in this state. Not even he had ever tried it before. Xiang Wentian finished off the 5 people and charged directly into the battlefield below, in his true form as a demon angel, wherever his demonic energy passed. The dead turned into mummified corpses, transforming into Xiang Wentian's own cultivation. Ding! The host used the devouring ability, gaining 20,000 points of soul power. Ding! The host used the devouring ability, gaining 20,000 points of soul power. Ding! The host used the devouring ability, gaining 20,000 points of soul power. Countless corpses around him all transformed into Xiang Wentian's own cultivation. Xiang Wentian looked at his rapidly increasing cultivation level and shouted excitedly, "Kill, kill, kill! Your lives are all mine, all mine!" Boom! Every punch from Xiang Wentian can blast apart dozens of cultivators. He won't approach cultivators who are too powerful. Whether he can defeat them is another matter. The key is that it's a waste of time. Let the strong deal with powerful cultivators. Rushing towards the place where there are many people, with a swift punch, dozens of them were blasted into a mist of blood, surrounded by demonic energy. The blood mist instantly vanished. Ding! The host used the devouring ability, gained 20,000 soul power points. Ding! The host used the devouring ability, gained 20,000 soul power points. Ding! The host used the devouring ability, gained 20,000 soul power points. Boom, boom, boom. Xiang Wentian's fist shadows flashed like mountains, swiftly smashing down, turning countless cultivators into meat paste. After the demonic energy surrounded them, the meat paste instantly turned into dry cakes. Xiang Wentian was killing with such enthusiasm. Yet there were not many cultivators attacking him. Xiang Wentian looked around and soon realized that his kill count was actually the lowest compared to the later strong ones. Xiang Wentian saw the person who claimed to be the invincible peak Master Lin Fan, and he looked like a murderous beast. He didn't know what kind of cultivation technique this person practiced, but his body had grown to over 10 meters tall, with muscles bulging everywhere. What surprised Xiang Wentian the most was that this guy couldn't be killed. Even if he was turned into meat paste, he would fully resurrect 10 seconds later. Where did this freak come from? Even top-tier VIPs don't play like this. It was simply like cheating. Xiang Wentian saw the young man dressed in black, wielding a giant ruler and surrounded by countless fire dragons, exuding an incredible ferocity. Especially his skill of throwing red lotus flowers was like a bomb, causing a massive explosion that contained violent fire energy, turning everything around him to ashes, leaving nothing unburned. Behind him, Xiang Wentian didn't even have a chance to use his devouring skills. Chapter 150. Lin Fan's Immortal Body. Xiang Wentian's favorite is still that sword-wielding youth. Although he doesn't know his name, the rhythmic swordplay resonates with him, sounding quite pleasing. A flash of cold light, a boundless brilliance. What's wrong with slaughtering the world? Deeply buried, yet unyielding in ambition, gathering the winds and clouds, is to be a king. Compared to others, the bodies he leaves behind are the most intact, often just split in half, unlike Lin Fan, who leaves behind severed limbs, or Xiao Yin, who leaves only ashes. This is also the main reason why Xiang Wentian follows him to steal corpses. An intact body is easier to devour, resulting in more soul power gained. After a while of fighting, Xiang Wentian stopped attacking and decided to let them fight while he focused on devouring. Ding! The host used the devouring ability and gained 20,000 soul power points. Ding! The host used the devouring ability and gained 20,000 soul power points. Ding! The host used the devouring ability and gained 20,000 soul power points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for leveling up. The current soul power level is 86th level Soul Duo. Congratulations to the host for leveling up. The current soul power level is 87th level Soul Duo. Congratulations to the host for leveling up. The current soul power level is 88th level Soul Duo. Congratulations to the host for leveling up. The current soul power level is 89th level Soul Duo. Ding! Congratulations to the host for leveling up. The current soul power level is 90. The host has reached level 90, unlocking the mall system. A new points column has been added to the panel, and the host will earn points for killing cultivators of different levels. Hearing the message from the system, Xiang Wentian was obviously taken aback, then excitedly said, "Mall, points. What am I waiting for? Kill." At this moment, Xiang Wentian became even more frenzied, directly joining the battle. With full firepower unleashed, Xiang Wentian's combat power soared several times. At this point, the enemies on the battlefield were dwindling, and Xiang Wentian transformed into a towering demon angel, roaring at the enemy forces. The enemy troops of the Great Xia dynasty were being pushed back to the front of the palace, still struggling to hold on. The emperor of the Great Xia dynasty, Ji Haodian, was locked in a fierce battle with Xiao Yan, and he shouted, at this critical moment for the survival of the great Xia dynasty. Why hasn't the ancestor come out yet? With a fist as solid as a mountain, Xiang Wentian directly shattered the palace of the great Xia dynasty, causing countless princes and princesses within the palace to die on the spot. Ji Haodian, who was battling with Xiao Yin, cried out in anguish, "My beloved, my son." This was the moment when Xiao Yin seized an opportunity to strike Ji Haodian with a massive blow, sending him flying. In midair, Ji Haodian was further sent soaring by a punch from Lin Fan. Xiang Wentian saw the severely injured Ji Haodian and exclaimed excitedly, "I'll take your life while you're sick." Boom! With a punch, Xiang Wentian smashed Ji Haodian into the ground, and at the same time, the system prompt sounded again. Ding! The host has killed a powerful cultivator and gained 1,000 points. Xiang Wentian smiled slightly at the corner of his mouth, then threw a punch towards the dozens of enemies struggling in front of the palace. Boom! The host killed one cultivator and gained 50 points. The host killed one cultivator and gained 50 points. The host killed one cultivator and gained 50 points. Lin Fan saw Xiang Wentian kill Ji Haodian and shouted, "Good job, you giant angel monster. You actually stole my kill. I'll settle the score with you after the battle." Half an hour later, after everyone killed the last enemy, they felt a powerful killing intent spreading from the ground. Boom! A loud noise echoed, the ground instantly cracked, and an old man with long white hair, a beard, a face full of wrinkles, dressed in a golden dragon robe, and holding a golden holy sword flew out from the ground, standing in the void. He had a face full of killing intent and coldly shouted, "You little brats dare to destroy my great Xia dynasty while I was breaking through. Today, not a single one of you will leave here alive, including the forces behind you. None will be spared." Lin Fan flew into the air and locked eyes with the old man, disdainfully saying, "What do you mean no one will be spared? You think you can keep us all with just a firewood stick? Just look at your dumpling-like face." The old man raised the sword in his hand, gritting his teeth and saying, "Ignorant brat, this is the extreme Dao imperial weapon, the Tai Wang sword." "What Tai Wang sword? I still want the San Huang sword," Lin Fan retorted dismissively. The old man's eyes bulged. He snorted coldly and slashed the sword at Lin Fan. A sword light was unleashed, directly splitting Lin Fan in half. "Ignorant brat. Dying is not a pity," the old man said hatefully, as Lin Fan's split body fell to the ground. The old man coldly snorted and turned his gaze to the others, viciously saying, "Not a single one of you will leave here alive today." Just as the old man was about to attack the crowd, he suddenly heard a mocking voice from behind, saying, "Hey, old man, don't go yet. Stay and spar with me for a bit." The old man abruptly turned around, looking incredulously at the fully revived Lin Fan, saying, "Aren't you dead?" "How are you?" Lin Fan interrupted, "I was dead just now, but now I'm alive again." The old man revealed a sinister smile and said, "Good. A ni secret technique. That was your clone, right? I'll turn you into meat paste and see how you revive." The old man categorized Lin Fan's revival as some secret technique and charged towards him at high speed. Standing at a distance, Xiang Wentian shouted to everyone, "Let us go together and take this man down." Hearing Xiang Wentian's roar, everyone charged towards the old man. The old man looked at the crowd, rushing towards him, and laughed maniacally, saying, "Ha, one person is easy to kill. A group is also easy to slaughter. Perfect. I want to even have to chase after you all." Xiang Wentian controlled the true form of the demon angel and punched towards the old man. The old man did not dodge and thrust his sword towards the giant fist. Boom! A twinge of pain came from the giant fist of Xiang Wentian, and he looked at the white-haired old man with caution. The strength is sufficient, but unfortunately, the speed is too slow. The old man laughed maniacally. Chapter 151. Chu Yang's 9 Tribulations Sword Technique. Is my speed too slow? Then try my Chu Yang's 9 Tribulations Sword Technique. Xiang Wentian looked at the sword-wielding youth and murmured, "So his name is Chu Yang." With a long sword in hand, Chu Yang charged towards the old man, his speed reaching its peak while shouting, a flash of cold light, a myriad of brilliance. What's the harm in slaughtering the world? Deeply buried, yet unyielding in ambition. Gathering the winds and clouds is to be a king. A blade spanning the heavens, autumn for all ages. This road to the Yellow Springs leads to the 9 underworlds. Severing the ties of the passionate guests. Everywhere the sharpness brings everything to a halt. Chu Yang unleashed dozens of sword lights in quick succession, each one incredibly fast and infused with a fierce and powerful sword energy, directly slashing towards the old man. The old man's lips curled into a cold smile as he shouted, "The royal way of attack and defense, the dragon energy." 9 golden giant dragons burst forth from the old man's body, forming a circular shield that blocked Chu Yang's countless sword energies. Dodge! Xiaoyan shouted, and he threw a golden fire lotus emanating a destructive aura towards the old man. Let you experience the power of 12 different fused together. Xiang Wentian and Chu Yang saw the golden fire lotus radiating such destructive power and quickly retreated. However, Lin Fan remained unfazed and directly embraced the old man who was trying to dodge the destructive fire lotus. No matter how the old man attacked, Lin Fan did not let go. The old man shouted frantically, "Brat, let go of me. Do you want to perish together with me?" Boom! A huge explosion sounded, and Lin Fan was obliterated to nothing. The old man lost one leg and both arms, his body covered in wounds. Chu Yang, who hadn't run far, was blasted away over 100 meters, spitting out several mouthfuls of blood, his face pale. Xiang Wentian, protected by the true form of the demon angel, was already strong enough with his own cultivation of the azure sky, dominating body, and did not suffer much harm. However, Xiaoyan, who unleashed such a shocking attack, was left weak and vomiting blood due to his own assault before regaining some clarity. The people on the battlefield were covered in dust and dirt from Xiaoyan's indiscriminate destructive fire lotus attack, cursing loudly. Xiang Wentian shook his head and said, "That guy named Xiaoyan, are you stupid? Who passed this martial skill to you? You even got injured yourself. The person who taught you this martial skill definitely has bad intentions. It seems they want your life." Xiaoyan stood up, spat out a mouthful of blood, and weakly replied, "This is a fighting technique I created myself." Upon hearing Xiaoyan's words, everyone criticized him as an idiot. Who knows? If he messes up one day and ends up blowing himself up, then he would become famous in the cultivation world. Xiang Wentian then looked at the old man, originally planning to kill him with a punch. But at that moment, a sneaky voice came again. "Brother, brother, quickly, let me help you." Boom! Xiang Wentian saw Lin Fan resurrected in full health once again, and with one punch, he turned the old man into a mist of blood. Xiang Wentian shook his head and muttered to himself, "The points are gone, but I can always devour some cultivation, right?" Devour. The demon chi headed towards the blood mist. Where it passed, the blood mist disappeared, and the blood clots instantly dried up. Ding! The host used the devouring ability, gaining 50,000,000 soul power points. Xiang Wentian said in surprise, "Indeed, a strong person, actually providing himself with 50 million soul power points." Then, Xiang Wentian opened the system mall again, and the products in the mall left him utterly shocked. There were soul rings, soul bones, martial skills, and cultivation methods for sale. Currently, what Xiang Wentian needed the most was the 9th soul ring, and the mall had soul rings of 100,000 and 1 million years available for purchase. To avoid being dazzled by the options, Xiang Wentian directly commanded the system to help him select the most suitable soul ring. Ding! Due to the host's limited points, which are less than 30,000, the system recommends a 20,000-year soul ring from the lion sea crane whale beast. Absorbing this soul ring will grant the soul skill, Break the 9 Heavens. Xiang Wentian said, "It doesn't matter. Anyway, in the future there will be points and soul rings, which can also enhance and improve. Purchase absorb." Ding! Host absorption complete. Xiang Wentian exclaimed in surprise. So fast, truly a product of the system. It must be a masterpiece. He opened the system panel. Name, Xiang Wentian level. Title Duuluo MartialSoul. Demon Angel Soul Power. Level 91. 110000012000. Soul Rings. Gold, years. 1666666 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 red, years. 161668 red, years. 116888 black, years. 20,000 soul skills. First soul skill, space lock. Time stop. Second soul skill, Angel's Glory. Demon Frenzy. Third soul skill, Angel's Holy Judgment. Demon Slay Heaven. Fourth soul skill, Angel's Divine Light. Death Ray. Fifth soul skill, Angel's Flame Slash. Demon Kiss. Sixth soul skill, Angel's Pagoda. Angel's Meteor Fall. Seventh soul skill, True Body of MartialSoul. True Body of Demon. Eighth soul skill, Destruction Strike. Annihilation of All. Ninth soul skill, Power Break 9 Heavens. Divine skill, Buddha's Palm. Points, 623 Cultivation Method. Heavenly Demon Extinction Scripture. sovereign body of the heavens. Ability, devour, could devour the soul rings and soul power of enemies or soul beasts to enhance his own soul rings and soul power. Chapter 152, Shameless Duanda. After closing the system panel, Xiang Wentian found that everyone was gathered in front of a 12-story pavilion behind the palace, seemingly arguing about something, filled with a sense of impending storm and tension. Xiang Wentian was very curious. After flying over, he saw that everyone was fighting over the ownership of the Daxia dynasty's treasury, with pill bottles scattered all over the ground, indicating that they had already looted the treasures. At this moment, the crowd was fighting over a sword that Xiang Wentian recognized as the Tai Wang sword, an extreme imperial weapon used by the old man before he died. The sword was currently in Lin Fan's hand, and Lin Fan casually declared, "This sword is in my hand, so it belongs to me. Whoever dares to take it will turn into fireworks. You shameless Lin Fan, you've already snatched 8/10 of the pills and techniques. And now you want to claim the Tai Wang sword for yourself. Isn't that too much?" shouted a young man named Beatty angrily. "Hand over the Tai Wang sword, and I will spare your life. Otherwise, we will all attack you, and you will undoubtedly die," threatened another young man named Ditian. "Wuyang, Tianzuan, the Tai Wang sword is fated to be with me. Lin Fan, you should just hand it over," said a Taoist named Duanda, smiling with a greedy expression. "Lin Fan, if you don't hand over the Tai Wang sword, you will definitely die today. Hand over the Tai Wang sword," threatened several young talents and powerful figures. "If you want the Tai Wang sword, you can kill me for it. If you can't kill me, then you will be the ones to die," Lin Fan replied without showing any fear, instead revealing a greedy look. He thought to himself, "You're all points for me, now that I am not lacking in techniques. What I lack is points. Although your appearances are varied, they are enough as fireworks. Damn it, you're asking for it. Let's all go together. After we kill him, we will decide the ownership of the Tai Wang sword." "Good," Lin Fan laughed. "No one has ever dared to rob me. You're the first. Remember, I am Lin Fan, the master of the invincible peak of the Yanhuazong. If you die, don't blame me for not knowing who killed you." Arrogant and seeking death, the crowd charged at Lin Fan together. Lin Fan, seeing them coming, showed no signs of panic but instead wore a strange smile. With a flash, Lin Fan disappeared from his original spot, shouting, "All firepower, unleash." His body rapidly expanded, muscles coiling together like mountains. His long hair danced behind him like a dragon, and his eyes sparkled with madness. Seeing Lin Fan put the Tai Wang sword into a space ring, Beatty cursed, "Die. Even after you die, the space ring will still belong to me. Ice Heaven's 9 styles. First style, Absolute Zero." Beatty shouted. Lin Fan had intended to clash head-on with Beatty, but he didn't expect the opponent to directly freeze him. Before Lin Fan could break free from the ice, the crowd rushed in and smashed him into ice shards. Ditian, seeing Lin Fan shattered into ice pieces, hurriedly searched for his space ring. Beatty also rushed forward, using the power of ice to sense the location of the space ring, but to his surprise, he found no space ring among the ice shards. Just then, a mocking voice suddenly rang in his ear. "What are you looking for?" Ditian instinctively replied, "The space ring." "Oh, you're looking for the space ring? It's with me." Ditian suddenly turned around and saw a familiar yet infuriating face. Ditian exclaimed in shock, "Lin Fan." Before Ditian could finish speaking, he was sent flying by a punch from Lin Fan, who had been gathering strength for a long time. The crowd, who had been looking down for the space ring, heard Ditian shout and quickly looked up, only to see Lin Fan, who had been shattered into ice, standing there completely unharmed. One of the young men suddenly realized, "That must have been his clone. Kill him, and I want to see how many clones he has." This remark snapped the shocked crowd back to reality, and the battle against Lin Fan resumed. In the distance, Xiang Wentian stood on a palace that had not been affected by the battlefield, silently watching the fierce battle. At this moment, Xiao Yin slowly walked over from afar and stood beside Xiang Wentian, asking, "Your name is Xiang Wentian, right?" Xiao Yin glanced at Wang Tian, who did not speak but just nodded. Xiao Yin continued to ask, "Why don't you compete for the Tai Wang sword? It's an extraordinary divine weapon." Xiang Wentian smiled and said, "Because I don't use a sword. Why don't you fight for it? Do you also not use a sword?" Xiao Yin drew the huge ruler from his back and swung it several times, saying, "My weapon is the Xuanzhong ruler." At that moment, a Taoist named Duanda arrived alongside Chu Yang, and with an inscrutable demeanor, he said, "Wuyang Tianzuan, young friend Wentian, the angel radiating demonic energy behind you has a fate with me. Please hand him over to me, and I will take him back to chant scriptures day and night to help him transcend." Xiang Wentian shot Duanda a glance and said irritably, "You thief." You come to rob me here. This is my martial soul, the demon angel. How can I give it to you? Upon hearing that this demonically charged angel was Xiang Wentian's martial soul, Duanda's face turned awkward, and he said, Wuliang Tianzuan, I misspoke. The Tai Huang sword on the battlefield is the weapon that truly has a connection with me. I will go fetch it right away, Wuliang Tianzuan. After Duanda left, Xiaoyan looked at the 3-foot green blade in Chu Yang's hand and asked, Brother, you are a swordsman. Why don't you go seize the Tai Huang sword? Chu Yang picked up the Jujia sword in his hand, gently caressed it, and with a face full of affection said, A sword. One in a lifetime is enough. Chapter 153. The furious Lin Fan. At this moment, Lin Fan and the others were in a fierce battle, reaching a stalemate. They were unable to completely kill Lin Fan, and likewise, Lin Fan could not kill them. In the state of being killed and resurrected repeatedly, Xiang Wentian moved. Xiang Wentian shook his head and said, If you continue like this, you will never determine a winner after fighting for a lifetime. Let me end this pointless battle. Xiang Wentian activated the 8 wings of the demon angel behind him, instantly arriving above the battlefield. At the same time, the first soul ring of Xiang Wentian shone brightly. First soul ring, first soul skill, space lock. First soul ring, second soul skill, time stop. The crowd fighting for the Tai Huang sword was directly frozen in place and unable to move. Although Xiang Wentian had immobilized everyone, the sheer number of them, including many powerful individuals, meant that the energy consumption of the first soul ring was enormous. However, for Xiang Wentian, the time was sufficient. He approached Lin Fan, took off his space ring, and put it on his own hand, declaring triumphantly, The Tai Huang sword and 80 of the pills and techniques are mine now. Goodbye. After saying this, Xiang Wentian instantly vibrated his demon angel wings and disappeared from the spot. After Xiang Wentian escaped, the spatial blockade and time stasis, both of which relied on soul power, instantly collapsed. Once everyone regained their ability to move, Lin Fan shouted angrily, Xiang Wentian, if you dare to steal my spatial ring, I will definitely turn you into fireworks. With that, Lin Fan chased after the direction in which Xiang Wentian had vanished. The others, feeling a wave of fear, recalled how Xiang Wentian had just frozen everyone in place, giving him the opportunity to kill them all. Only the immortal Lin Fan was unafraid of death. So everyone else took their hard-earned gains and scattered. At this moment, Duanda put away his inscrutable expression and murmured, after the fusion of dimensions, So many geniuses have emerged. With the immortal Lin Fan and the time-space power of Xiang Wentian, I wonder how many more monstrous geniuses and powerful beings will appear in the future. Xiao Yan, observing the disappearing figures of the old man and others, said solemnly, The fusion of dimensions and the changes of the times, the competition between geniuses and powerful beings will surely be fierce. I should find the cave of the ancient emperor Ta Shi first. Chu Yang simply gazed silently at the direction in which everyone had disappeared. Xiang Wentian flew into a nameless canyon, removed the restrictions on the spatial ring of Lin Fan, and took out the pills, cultivation methods, martial skills, and the Tai Huang sword from the ring. He poured the pills onto the ground, creating a pile that could easily fill a room of 100 square meters. Looking at so many pills, Xiang Wentian was momentarily stunned. He asked the system, What should I do with these pills? If I eat them, will I explode? The system replied, Host, these pills are meant for cultivators. They won't have any effect on soul masters. It is recommended that the host use the system for recycling. What? You can recycle pills? Xiang Wentian exclaimed in surprise. Of course. Xiang Wentian hurriedly said, System, quickly retrieve. Ding, retrieving. Xiang Wentian watched as the elixirs continuously decreased, almost instantly being fully recycled by the system. Ding, recycling complete. Host points increased by 168, 886, 868. Wow. Xiang Wentian's mouth opened wide, excitedly saying, I've struck it rich. I've struck it rich. System, help me enhance the years of my soul rings. I want to buy soul bones. Ding. The host consumes 701, 442 points to upgrade the 7th, 8th, and 9th soul rings to 666, 666 years. Ding. The most suitable soul bones for the host are the Demon Angel War God Skull, 1 million years. Demon Angel War God Backbone, 1 million years. Demon Angel War God Left Arm, 1 million years. Demon Angel War God Right Leg, 1 million years. And Demon Angel War God Left Leg, 1 million years. The Demon Angel War God set increases all attributes by 100% in speed and strength. Considering the lack of a right arm bone in the Demon Angel set, The system custom-made a comprehensive skill for the host, War God Possession. When a host activates War God Possession, their combat power can instantly increase tenfold. Purchase, Xiang Wentian said excitedly. Ding. The host spends 5 million to purchase the incomplete angel set. Incomplete is fine, it's just missing a right arm bone. But this is already enough to be against the heavens. After his excitement, Xiang Wentian asked, System, do you accept martial arts techniques? Martial arts technique scanning in progress. Ding. Scanning complete. The system has backups of all martial arts techniques possessed by the host, so it will not accept them. What is going on? Xiang Wentian said in disbelief. With so many martial arts techniques, you actually won't accept them? Have you considered my feelings? Ding. The system is an emotionless machine and will not consider the host's feelings. Xiang Wentian said awkwardly, All right, let's end the transaction here for today. In the future, when I think of what I need, I'll come find you to trade. He opened the system panel. Name, Xiang Wentian level. Title, MartialSoul. Demon Angel Soul Power. Level 91. 110001 Soul Rings. Gold. Age 1. 666. 666 years. 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 Soul abilities. First soul ability. Space lock. Time stop. Second soul ability. Angel's glory. Demon frenzy. Third soul ability. Angel's judgment. Demon slash of heaven. Fourth soul ability. Angel's divine light. Death ray. Fifth soul ability. Angel's flame slash. Demon kiss. Sixth soul ability. Angel's stupa. Angel's meteor fall. Seventh soul ability. True body of martial soul. True body of demon. Eighth soul ability. Annihilating strike. Destruction of all things. Ninth soul ability. Breaking the 9 heavens. Primordial shock. Soul bones. Demon Angel's War God skull. Demon Angel's War God backbone. Demon Angel's War God left arm. Demon Angel's War God right leg. Demon Angel's War God left leg. Ignoring defense right arm of the breaking army demon. Soul bone skills. God of War possession. Fusion skill of Demon Angel's War God soul bone. Ignore defense. Breaking army strike. Skill attached to the breaking army demon right arm bone. Divine skill to Thagata palm. Points. 15, 986, 049 Cultivation Method. True classic of demonic destruction. Azure Sky Dominance. Ability. Devour. Can devour the soul rings and soul power of enemies or soul beasts to enhance one's own soul rings and soul power. Chapter 154. The Indestructible Lin Fan. Just as Xiang Wentian closed the system panel, he saw a huge fist coming toward his face. Bang! Xiang Wentian was directly blasted backward for hundreds of meters. Fortunately, he had the Tsangtian body to protect him. Otherwise, any other title Douluo would have been killed on the spot. Lin Fan, fully unleashed, stood there like a towering figure over Tenjong high, his muscles coiling with power, and shouted angrily, Xiang Wentian, return my space ring. Xiang Wentian was directly enraged by Lin Fan's sudden punch. In an instant, his martial soul manifested, and several golden soul rings around him shone brightly. The first soul skill of the 6th soul ring, Angel Pagoda. The first soul skill of the 7th soul ring, Martial Soul, True Body. The second soul skill of the 7th soul ring, Demon True Body. Xiang Wentian's Martial Soul, the Demon Angel, instantly rose up, transforming into a 100-foot-tall, true form of the Demon Angel. At the same time, he roared at Lin Fan. You little brat dare to sneak attack me? Let's see if I don't beat the crap out of you today. Lin Fan, facing the true form of Xiang Wentian's Demon Angel, appeared as small as a baby. In a state of fury, Lin Fan shouted, Do you think being big makes you impressive? If you don't hand over the spatial ring, let's see if I don't take you down today. Xiang Wentian looked at Lin Fan, who showed no signs of backing down, and was filled with rage. He roared and charged at Lin Fan. Boom, boom, boom. The two immediately collided, fists hitting flesh with no technique involved, purely a contest of strength. The fierce battle created a howling wind, and the overwhelming energy turned the area within 100 miles into a wasteland. The nameless canyon was reduced to barren land from their powerful clash. All the flowers, birds, fish, insects, flying creatures, and beasts within 100 miles were killed by the tremendous sound of their collision, while all the wild beasts, demon beasts, and spirit beasts beyond that distance fled in terror. After exchanging hundreds of punches, neither side gained the upper hand, and neither could do anything to the other. Not bad, Xiang Wentian. You're the first person under heaven who can exchange hundreds of punches with me. I didn't expect you to be so strong. You really have some substance. This is exhilarating. I've never felt this good before. Come on, let us keep going. Lin Fan's fighting spirit was boiling, and his battle blood was raging. In his mind, he believed he possessed multiple buffs, and under the enhancement of so many buffs, no one could withstand his powerful strike. He never expected to encounter an equally powerful opponent today. His strong desire to win drove him to defeat Xiang Wentian. He considered himself the source of strength and the ancestor of buffs. At this moment, Lin Fan's fighting spirit had reached its peak, and he shouted, Xiang Wentian, today I'll show you my true power. All my strength belongs to me. Xiang Wentian saw all the laws of power within 1,000 miles, entangled around Lin Fan's body like shackles. The red lines of power order writhed on Lin Fan's surface. Xiang Wentian could not imagine how powerful Lin Fan was at this moment. War got possessed. Xiang Wentian shouted. A thick layer of golden armor covered the entire body of the 100-foot demon angel. At that moment, Xiang Wentian felt that his overall combat power had increased by more than 10 times. He was confident that in this state, he could even pierce through the heavens. Boom! The two shouted in anger and collided with each other. Their fists clashed, and a massive power storm ravaged everything around them. Lin Fan felt an extremely terrifying force coming from Xiang Wentian's fist. With a loud bang, Lin Fan was directly sent flying. He couldn't believe it and exclaimed, "How is this possible? Someone can actually defeat me in pure power." Ignoring defenses, the attack of Breaking Army struck. Xiang Wentian roared and directly used the soul bone skill of the Breaking Army demon, which ignores defenses, with his right arm. Just as Lin Fan was sent flying and fell to the ground, Xiang Wentian moved in and delivered a punch to Lin Fan's chest. The enormous angelic demon fist, infused with the power of the Breaking Army's defense-ignoring strike, turned Lin Fan into a puddle of flesh. Xiang Wentian knew that even turning Lin Fan into mush wouldn't kill him, as he had seen Lin Fan be obliterated into nothingness and still come back to life. Therefore, to prevent Lin Fan from escaping, Xiang Wentian directly unleashed the 12th form of the Buddha's palm, the Buddha Kingdom in the palm. A circular golden light curtain rapidly expanded, covering an area of dozens of miles. Xiang Wentian stepped into the Buddha Kingdom in the palm, and 3,000 Buddhas and 800 Arhats followed closely behind. Within the Buddha Kingdom in the palm, he was the sky, he was the earth, and the power of the laws came and went at his command. 10 seconds later, Lin Fan resurrected once again, and then unleashed all his power, charging towards Xiang Wentian. Xiang Wentian smiled slightly and murmured, "In my world, what storms can you still stir up?" The cage of heaven and earth, with countless powers of laws, bound Lin Fan within, rendering him unable to move. Xiang Wentian punched Lin Fan's chest, directly turning him into a mist of blood. After another 10 seconds, Lin Fan revived again. Boom! Lin Fan was once again turned into a mist of blood. After hundreds of repetitions, Xiang Wentian was extremely frustrated. Faced with such an indestructible cockroach, he had no way to deal with it. He could only smash Lin Fan again and again as he revived. After thousands of revivals, Lin Fan finally pleaded for mercy, saying, "Stop, stop, stop hitting. Continuing like this will lead to no results. It's just a waste of time. How about this? I don't want the elixirs or the Tai Huang sword anymore. Can you at least return my martial arts techniques to me?" Xiang Wentian had no choice but to agree. Although he was within the Buddha Kingdom, where his soul power would not deplete, and this realm continuously replenished him, he still felt fatigue in his body. Even if he didn't feel tired today, over time it would certainly manifest, because Xiang Wentian was human, not a deity. Thus, he stored the martial arts techniques from the system space into Lin Fan's spatial ring and tossed the ring to Lin Fan. With a helpless tone, he said, "Well, today we can consider ourselves as having met without fighting. Let's call it a day. How about we be friends in the future?" Lin Fan, jumping up in anger and pointing at Xiang Wentian, shouted, "You still want to be friends with me? Don't you see how badly you beat me today? Being friends is fine, but wait until the day I beat the shit out of you. Then we can talk about being friends." Xiang Wentian retrieved the Buddha Kingdom from his palm, released the true form of the demon angel, shook his head and smiled, saying, Good. I'll wait for you. Whenever you have the strength to do so, I will be here to welcome you. Lin Fan took back the spatial ring into his hand, put it on his middle finger, snorted in anger, and then left in the distance. Xiang Wentian watched as Lin Fan's figure gradually disappeared into the horizon. And soon the vibrating demon angel with 8 wings also vanished from sight. Chapter 155. Tang Hao, Tang San, Xiao Wu. Upon returning to the spirit hall, Xiang Wentian saw the crowd in front of the Pope's hall, standing in a row, anxiously waiting. At the forefront was an old man in a white robe, who was also extremely anxious, pacing back and forth. His ethereal figure, with 3,000 strands of white hair cascading over his shoulders, shimmered slightly. Despite his old appearance, his eyes were bright and full of vigor, embodying the spirit of an elder who remained steadfast and youthful at heart. Undeterred by poverty, he upheld his lofty aspirations. Having witnessed the mundane world, he was free from its materialistic stench, presenting himself as a transcendent figure. Though he paced back and forth, he exuded an imposing presence akin to that of a dragon or tiger, a rare demeanor indeed, truly a person of extraordinary caliber. This man was the Grand Elder of the Spirit Hall, Douluo. Upon seeing Xiang Wentian return, Douluo and the others quickly knelt on one knee and respectfully said, "We pay our respects to your holiness the Pope." "Get up," Xiang Wentian said sternly. Lu Meng hurried over, worried, and asked, "Brother, are you okay?" A tremendous battle broke out in the capital of the Daxia Empire, and the residual force made it impossible for us to approach. Everyone was very worried about you. Xiang Wentian gave Lu Meng a reassuring smile and said to the crowd with authority, "The Daxia dynasty seeks to dominate the entire continent, but has been destroyed by countless powerful beings. After the merging of the planes, many factions are testing each other, with most hoping to reap the benefits. The fate of those who stand out is only one: destruction. The powerful beings outside are indeed formidable, with some so strong that even gods can be easily killed by them. Therefore, I announce, the people of the Wuhuan Temple should minimize going out. Patrolling and defending is sufficient." "Understood." The thunderous response highlighted Xiang Wentian's authority perfectly. Xiang Wentian continued, "Moreover, we must seize the time to cultivate and strive to improve ourselves at every moment. Currently, there are countless soul beasts, demon beasts, and wild beasts across the continent. The laws of Douluo continent have also integrated into this world. Therefore, whether it's killing soul beasts, demon beasts, or wild beasts, one can obtain soul rings. When Soul Douluo and titled Douluo hunt for soul rings, I must accompany them personally." "Understood." "All right, disperse and go back to focus on your cultivation." Xiang Wentian waved his hand. "Yes." The next day, the Spirit Hall welcomed 3 familiar guests, Tang Hao, Tang San, and Xiao Wu. Xiang Wentian entered the reception hall, where 3 people were drinking tea and waiting. He asked, "Aren't you all leaving? How come you're back?" Tang Hao finished his cup of tea in one gulp and sighed. "Don't mention it. I originally planned to take Shaoxin back to the Haoyan sect to recognize our ancestors, but then the world suddenly changed. Countless cities, mountains, and rivers appeared, crisscrossing everywhere, and we couldn't find our way back. We had no choice but to return to the Spirit Hall and ask you for a place to stay." Xiao Tian, "Uncle Tang, you're being too polite. It's an honor for us juniors that you would come to the Spirit Hall. How can we talk about asking for accommodation? I will arrange rooms for you right now." Xiang Wentian smiled. Tang Hao had once saved Xiang Wentian, and he was also Tang San's father, so out of both sentiment and reason, he felt he should treat him with respect. At that moment, Xiao Wu spoke worriedly to herself. "We can't even find the Stardow Forest. I wonder how Ming and Air Ming are doing." Tang San gently took Xiao Wu's hand and comforted her. "Don't worry. Ming and Air Ming have a cultivation of 100,000 years. They will definitely be fine." As Xiao Wu looked into Tang San's gentle eyes, her heart stirred, and her worries for Ming and Air Ming faded considerably. Just then, a servant from the Spirit Hall entered and respectfully saluted Xiang Wentian, saying, "Your Holiness, the rooms have been prepared and are ready for you to move in at any time." "All right, you can go now," Xiang Wentian nodded. After the servant left, Xiang Wentian said to Tang Hao and the others, "The rooms have been arranged. There are 3 guest rooms. Uncle Tang, Xiao San, and Xiao will each have one." Tang Hao nodded, his expression calming down a lot. In his heart, he hated the Spirit Hall, not Xiang Wentian. Now, seeing Xiang Wentian seated in the position of Pope, and thinking about the drastic changes in the continent, he felt lost, but his hatred for the Spirit Hall also lessened somewhat. After sending the 3 people to the guest room, Xiang Wentian returned to the Pope's hall and summoned Lu Meng. Once Lu Meng entered the Pope's hall, she sat beside Xiang Wentian, her face full of affection, and said, "Brother, did you call me for something?" Xiang Wentian smiled with tenderness and said, "Hurry up and practice. When you reach the title Douluo level, I will give you a set of Seraph Soul Bone set." "Seraph Soul Bone set?" Ru Meng exclaimed excitedly. Xiang Wentian smiled and nodded slightly. Seeing Xiang Wentian nod, Ru Meng ran over and gave him a deep kiss on the cheek. Her face flushed as she ran out of the Pope's palace. Ru Meng's voice came from outside the hall, growing fainter. "I'm going to cultivate now. I will definitely reach the title Douluo in the shortest time possible." Chapter 156, The Heavenly Path Rankings. Xiang Wentian looked at the disappearing figure of Ru Meng. His eyes filled with affection. Although Ru Meng was Xiang Wentian's child bride, their relationship was more akin to familial love than romantic love. At that moment, a majestic and ethereal voice echoed through the sky. The heavenly Tao has been integrated. Special rankings for heaven, earth, and humanity have been established. There are 108 strong beings on the human ranking, 72 on the earth ranking, and 36 on the heaven ranking. The top 3 on each ranking will receive the blessings of the heavenly Tao. The center of the continent is located at the peak of Mount Huashan in the 9 regions. Every year on the 15th of August, during the full moon night, it is the day of discourse at the peak of Huashan and the time to compete for rankings. The majestic and ethereal voice of the heavenly Tao resonated in every corner of the continent. Upon hearing this voice, the strongest beings on the continent felt invigorated. For every cultivator, the merits were a tempting treasure. The heavenly Tao had just been integrated and established such awards. How could it not excite people? After hearing this voice, Xiang Wentian immediately entered the system space and asked, "System, did you hear that voice just now? What is the function of merit?" The system replied, "The functions of merit are numerous, such as strengthening the body and elevating one's realm, etc. However, the most important function is that it can eliminate karma. A cultivator's life is filled with slaughter, which leads to the accumulation of endless karma and a lot of tribulations. Merit can eliminate these tribulations, leaving cultivators a path to elevate their realm." Xiang Wentian continued to ask, "Oh, so that's how it is. But why does the heavenly Tao reward only the top 3 on the leaderboard, instead of rewarding everyone on the list? The stronger the cultivators are, the stronger the heavenly Tao becomes. The top 3 on the leaderboard must be exceptionally talented individuals, which is more beneficial for the cultivation of the heavenly Tao, and therefore they provide the greatest assistance to it." Xiang Wentian realized, so that's how it is. After understanding everything, Xiang Wentian exited the system space. At this moment, the elders of the Spirit Hall and the members of the Shrek team arrived at the Pope's Hall together. As the Grand Elder, Qin Dalu asked, "Your Holiness, did you hear that voice just now?" Xiang Wentian nodded and said with authority, "I heard it, but it doesn't affect us much. There are only 3 lists, heaven, earth, and humanity. Only the top 3 on the list will receive merit rewards, and the top 3 must be exceptionally gifted geniuses." Dai Mubai asked, "What is merit, and what is its purpose?" When Tian solemnly explained to everyone, "As soul masters, wanting to become stronger inevitably involves killing, and each act of killing leaves a trace of karma. This karma lurks in everyone's body like a virus, bringing various calamities to the cultivators. However, merit can eliminate this karma, and at the same time, it can strengthen the physical body, enhance soul power, augment soul rings, and boost overall combat strength." Ma Hongjun exclaimed with joy, "Merit has so many benefits. I want all 3 spots on the leaderboard." Zhu Zhuqing rolled her eyes at Ma Hongjun and coldly snorted. "If the top 3 spots were that easy to obtain, would it even be up for you? When Tian and Mu Bai are in the top 2, you can't even beat Tang San and still want to make the list." Ma Hongjun awkwardly replied, "I was just joking, trying to have some fun with everyone." Tang San asked, "When Tian, as the captain of our Shrek team, do you have any plans?" Xiang Wentian nodded and said, "The Shrek team is training hard. On August 15th this year, we will collectively head to Jiyu Huashan to compete for a spot in the top 10 of the human rankings." Tang San nodded, took Xiao Wu's hand, and softly said, "Let's go back and train." Xiao Wu nodded and followed Tang San out of the Pope's Hall. Ma Hongjun flattered, "Brother Tian, for the sake of our brotherhood, you have to help me get on the rankings." Before Xiang Wentian could respond, Dai Mubai kicked Ma Hongjun's large backside and said irritably, "You don't know to train diligently. Always eating like a pig. Even if everyone helps you get on the rankings, you won't be able to stand firm. Now go back and train." Ma Hongjun looked at Xiang Wentian with a face full of grievances, but Xiang Wentian shook his head at him. Feeling even more wronged, Ma Hongjun ran back to train. After today, the entire Wuhuan Palace fell into a frenzy of training, and Xiang Wentian felt very gratified. In the evening, as night fell, a bright moon appeared in the deep blue night sky, white and pure, round and bright, like a large disk, allowing people to appreciate it freely. The moon hung high, and the stars twinkled. Everything was so peaceful and wonderful, bringing many thoughts to people. 200 miles north of the Wuhuan Palace, there was a sect called Mingguang Sect. A person from the Mingguang Sect, dressed in black and masked, quickly moved along the outer city wall of Wuhuan City without alarming anyone, directly infiltrating the Wuhuan Palace. With the merging of planes, this force is the closest to us. I want to see how strong the people in this force are. Only by understanding the strength of this force can we survive better, the figure in black thought. In his view, this force shouldn't be impressive. Although the city walls were high, they were not shocking, merely a second-tier sect. A truly powerful force would be different. The distance between their buildings would be hundreds of miles apart, clearly visible. This force, in his eyes, had walls that were not high, and without a protective formation. He directly classified it as a second-tier sect. The figure in black saw the magnificent Pope's hall ahead and muttered, "This building is maintained well enough to give me a slight sense of shock, but it's only a slight one." The figure in black kept surveying every building of the Wuhuan Palace, commenting on them. He originally wanted to push open the door of the Pope's hall and take a look inside, but before his hand could touch the door, he felt an incomparably powerful aura emanating from inside the Pope's hall. The figure in black widened his eyes in disbelief and said, "A martial god realm expert? How could such legendary experts appear? Those who trespass the Wuhuan Palace shall die." A voice of authority echoed from the Pope's hall, directly causing the figure in black to go deaf, and he immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. The figure in black clutched his chest, horrified, and said, "Senior, I did not mean to intrude. I am from Mingguang Sect, 200 miles from here, a neighbor of your sect. I came to explore for better development. I have no other intentions. Please forgive me." Boom! An invisible force instantly condensed into a giant fist in front of the figure in black, sending him flying away, disappearing from sight. From the moment the figure in black entered the range of the Wuhuan Palace, Xiang Wentian had detected him. At that time, Xiang Wentian did not act, mainly wanting to see what this person was up to. Fortunately, the figure in black did not show any killing intent. Otherwise, he would have turned into a mist of blood today. Dozens of miles away from the Wuhuan Palace, boom. A loud crash sounded as the figure in black heavily hit the ground, spitting out several mouthfuls of blood. He exclaimed in shock, "How could this happen?" A second-tier force is actually hiding a legendary martial god realm expert. This sect is too powerful. I must not provoke it. I need to return to the Mingguang Sect immediately and report this to the sect master. Chapter 157. Mingguang Sect. Xiang Wentian revealed a hint of a conspiratorial smile and muttered to himself, "Breaking into my Wuhuan Palace at night. There's no way I'd let you go so easily. If I don't leave any survivors, how can I catch the big fish?" He then flapped his 8 wings of the demon angel behind him and instantly disappeared from his original spot, quietly following the severely injured black-clothed man. They arrived 200 miles north of the Wuhuan Palace, and what came into view was a massive mountain without peaks, as if it had been severed by a powerful being, smooth and flat. At the top of the mountain was an enormous sect, with walls about 800 meters high and 50 meters thick, intricately carved with countless flying birds, beasts, flowers, fish, insects, and ancient auspicious beasts, all vividly depicted. The mountain gate was even more shocking. The entire enormous gate was made of diamond, exuding unparalleled luxury. The sect's plaque was entirely made of luminous stones, ensuring that even at night, the area in front of the mountain gate was brightly lit. The 3 large characters Mingguang Sect were extraordinarily bright, clearly visible even from a kilometer away. In front of the mountain gate stood 6 disciples of the Mingguang Sect, arranged in 2 rows, facing forward, standing straight. Surrounding the entire sect was a faint pink light curtain that enveloped the Mingguang Sect, which was the protective formation of the sect. At that moment, the formation's pink light was faint, indicating that the protective formation had not been activated, and it would only be turned on in times of life and death for the Mingguang Sect. Xiang Wentian saw the man in black enter the mountain gate, a smile on his lips as he said, "The fish is hooked. It's time for me to take action and destroy this sect." After the man in black entered the Mingguang Sect, he rushed towards a magnificent hall. Boom! The man in black broke open the hall door and spat out a mouthful of blood, not knowing where his mask had flown off to. Inside the hall, 4 jade pillars supported the ceiling, and in the center, an old man with white hair, a rosy complexion, and an ethereal presence slowly opened his eyes in surprise, saying, "Inca, Weren't you supposed to be out gathering information? How would you be injured like this? The man in black, named Inca, said in fear, Sect Master. I went to the Southern Lin sect tonight to gather information, but unexpectedly, I was discovered by the other party and severely injured. Fortunately, they didn't use their full strength. Otherwise, I wouldn't have returned tonight. What level of cultivation was the other party to injure you like this? The old man asked. Sect Master. The other party is a martial god realm powerhouse. Inca said, panic still evident in his voice. A martial god realm powerhouse. The old man exclaimed. Then he calmed down, a look of wisdom flashing in his eyes, and said, Inca, I need you to endure for a moment. Go to the dungeon to avoid the storm. I will go and apologize to them, hoping they won't make things too difficult for a sect. At the same time, Xiang Wentian calmly arrived at the Mingguang sect's mountain gate. When the 6 guarding disciples saw Xiang Wentian, they were startled and shouted, This is the forbidden area of the Mingguang sect. No entry without permission. Do not come any closer. Otherwise, you will be treated as an enemy intruder. Hearing their shouts, Xiang Wentian did not stop. He let 9 golden soul rings slowly emerge around him. The 6 disciples guarding the gate had no idea what soul rings were. They only saw the 9 golden rings appearing around Xiang Wentian. Their first thought was that it was a magic treasure, but soon they felt an indescribable and overwhelming pressure bearing down on them, causing all 6 to kneel on the ground, unable to move or speak. Faced with such a powerful being, the 6 guarding disciples could only be at his mercy, cursing in their hearts, who offended such a powerful figure that they didn't even say a word before approaching the mountain gate. Unaware of your esteemed guest's arrival, I apologize for not welcoming you properly. I hope for your understanding. A friendly voice came from within a mountain gate. With a creaking sound, the mountain gate slowly opened, and a white-haired old man floated forward, a gentle breeze wafting in, his face full of friendliness. May I ask where this esteemed guest has come from, and where you are headed? As the saying goes, you don't strike a smiling face. Since the other party was so friendly, Xiang Wentian, not being an evil person, felt his killing intent dissipate for a moment. He retracted his martial soul and said lightly, I come from the martial soul hall. Today, I discovered a thief sneaking into my martial soul hall at night. I didn't kill him, but followed him here. Oh dear, how should I put this? The old man feigned a tearful expression, smiling apologetically. I intended to send my subordinate to visit the neighbors, but I didn't expect he just returned and told me he sneaked in without notifying your sect. I was immediately furious and had him thrown into the dungeon. I planned to go to your sect to apologize, but I didn't expect the esteemed guest to come personally. I hope you can forgive my negligence. Xiang Wentian understood that the other party was forced to take such a desperate measure in order to seek self-preservation. In the face of a powerful enemy, sacrificing one person was much better than sacrificing everyone in the sect. So, Xiang Wentian waved his hand and said, no problem. The other party apologized profusely, which directly dispelled Xiang Wentian's thoughts of exterminating the entire sect. Thanks to Lao Ba for the 100 book coins for the special hamburger. Chapter 158, Ginseng Fruit and the Golden Melon of the Rabbit Day. Esteemed guests, please come in, the old man said with a smile. Xiang Wentian followed the old man into the Mingguang sect. Although it was nighttime, the sect was brightly lit, with hundreds of glowing pearls the size of footballs embedded throughout the corridors, adding a touch of splendid charm to the Mingguang sect. The old man led Xiang Wentian to the reception room, where 2 rows of chairs stood against the walls, and in the middle, there was a round dining table adorned with various fruits. Xiang Wentian sat opposite the old man. At this moment, a servant brought in a tray, which neatly held a wine pot and 2 wine cups. The second servant's tray had 2 baby-like, glistening fruits that resembled the legendary ginseng fruit. The third servant's tray had a large red lobster about a foot long, looking very appetizing, and this lobster was completely different from the common ones, as it had a pair of wings. The fourth servant's tray held a 3-eyed ox head, which was reddish-brown, similar to the color of braised pork, making Xiang Wentian salivate. The fifth servant's tray had 2 dragon claws covered in scales, appearing charred as if they had been overcooked. The last servant's tray held a watermelon, which left Xiang Wentian puzzled. How could an ordinary watermelon be worthy of the table? After the servants arranged the delicacies and drinks on the round table, the old man waved his hand, and the servants withdrew one by one. The old man stood up, clasped his fists, and smiled, saying, I am Li Chunfeng, the head of the Mingguang sect. May I ask for the esteemed guest's name? I am Xiang Wentian, the Pope of the Wuhuan Hall. So it is the Pope. My apologies, the old man Li Chunfeng said with a smile. No problem, Xiang Wentian replied. pointing at the spread of food and asking, "What are these dishes? Is it appropriate to include a watermelon?" The old man smiled and said, "What you may not know, Pope, is that this is no ordinary watermelon. It is the Miao Rijingua, which grows in areas rich in sunlight. It takes 3,000 years to blossom, 6,000 years to bear fruit, and 9,000 years to produce this one Miao Rijingua. Not only is it sweet and delicious, but it is also greatly beneficial for cultivators." "Oh, I see. Then, are these baby-like fruits ginseng fruits?" The Pope indeed has a discerning eye. These are indeed ginseng fruits, also known as grasswandan. They bloom once every 3,000 years, bear fruit every 3,000 years, and take another 3,000 years to ripen. It takes 10,000 years to eat one. In such 10,000 years, only 30 fruits can be produced, and their appearance resembles that of a child under 3, complete with limbs and features. The ginseng fruit tree is a root of the earth, and its fruits are rare treasures. If someone is fortunate enough to obtain one and just smell it, they can live for 360 years. Eating one can extend life to 47,000 years. Su Wentian asked in surprise, "Does ginseng really have such miraculous effects?" The old man smiled awkwardly and replied, "For ordinary people, it indeed has such miraculous effects, but for us cultivators, it can only enhance our cultivation, stabilize our realm, and strengthen our bodies." "Well, that's still quite good. What is this double-winged lobster? Why does a lobster have wings?" The old man chuckled and said, "It's not unreasonable for the Pope to be unaware. This is a unique product of our moonlight continent, called flame dragon double-winged lobster. This creature does not live in water, but resides in magma, relying on fire attribute energy to enhance its cultivation." After the old man finished introducing the delicious food and wine on the dining table to Su Wentian, the two began to enjoy the feast. Xiang Wentian picked up a ginseng fruit, inhaled its fragrance, and instantly felt a refreshing aroma fill his lungs, making him feel completely invigorated, as if he were floating like an immortal. He brought the ginseng fruit close to his mouth and took a bite. His mouth was immediately filled with a fragrant sensation that lingered for a long time. It was crisp, rich, sweet, smooth, and incredibly delicious. Unable to resist, like Zhu Beiji eating ginseng fruit, Xiang Wentian quickly stuffed the remaining ginseng fruit into his mouth, swallowing it without even chewing. He immediately felt a warm, gentle power fill his body, and then the heavenly demon destruction sutra rapidly began to convert this immense power into his own cultivation. Ding! The host has consumed one ginseng fruit, increasing 4 levels. The current soul power level is 95. Xiang Wentian was overjoyed. He really did not expect that a single ginseng fruit could help him advance 4 levels. After reaching level 90, every level up for a soul master required years of accumulation, let alone 4 levels. One ginseng fruit replaced over a decade of cultivation. If he were to consume a few more, wouldn't he become invincible in the world? Moreover, the ginseng fruit not only helped Xiang Wentian enhance his cultivation, but also strengthened his physical body and refined his aptitude. The benefits were numerous and would greatly aid him in his future cultivation. After finishing the ginseng fruit, Xiang Wentian picked up the Maori Day golden melon, smashed it in half with a punch, and without caring about others' gazes, started to munch on it. Slurp, slurp. After finishing, Xiang Wentian let out a satisfied burp. Ding! The system notification sounded again. The host has consumed the Maori Day golden melon, and cultivation level has increased by 4 levels, currently at soul power level 99. After finishing the fruit, Xiang Wentian continued to devour the food like a whirlwind, eating ravenously. It wasn't that Xiang Wentian's eating was too unrefined, but rather the food was too delicious. The old man, still holding half of the ginseng fruit, hadn't finished yet, while Xiang Wentian had already cleared the food on the table. Xiang Wentian rubbed his round belly and asked, "How many ginseng fruits and gold melons do you have left?" "Pack me up 100 or 80. The old man was taken aback and exclaimed, 100 or 80? Your Holiness, this is not cabbage. Moreover, ginseng fruits and gold melons are rare treasures of heaven and earth that can only be consumed once. Taking them a second time is ineffective." "What? Ineffective on the second use?" Xiang Wentian had originally planned to consume a large quantity of ginseng fruits and gold melons to elevate his realm. But now his plans were completely dashed. However, upon reflection, it made sense. Such rare treasures of heaven and earth must have some resistance. The old man handed Xiang Wentian a spatial ring, feeling a bit pained, and said, "Your Holiness, from now on, my Mingguang sect and the MartialSoul Hall will stand together through thick and thin. Xiang Wentian took the spatial ring and opened it to see several ginseng fruits and 2 golden pumpkins inside. He said happily, "Masterly from now on. The Mingguang sect and the Wuhuan Hall will be allies, sharing joys and sorrows, life and death together." The old man smiled broadly and said, "Thank you, Pope. It was getting late, and I also need to return to the Wuhuan Hall." After Xiang Wentian finished speaking, he disappeared from the spot. The old man had intended to keep him for some pleasantries, but seeing Xiang Wentian vanish in an instant, he didn't have time to say anything. Back at the Pope's Hall, Xiang Wentian immediately opened the system panel. Name, Xiang Wentian level, Ultimate MartialSoul, Demon Angel Soul Power, Level 99, 9000100 Soul Rings, Gold, Years, 1666666 Gold 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 Years, 1666666 Soul Skills. First Soul Skill, Space Lock. Time Stop. Second Soul Skill, Angel's Glory, Demon Frenzy. Third Soul Skill, Angel's Divine Judgment, Demon/Heaven. Fourth Soul Skill, Angel's Divine Light, Death Ray. Fifth Soul Skill, Angel's Flame/Demon Kiss. Sixth Soul Skill, Angel's Pagoda, Angel Meteor Fall. Seventh Soul Skill, MartialSoul, True Body, Demon True Body. Eighth Soul Skill, Destruction Strike, Annihilation of All. Ninth Soul Skill, Breaking the Heavens, Primal Shock. Soul Bones, Demon Angel's War God Skull. Demon Angel's War God Backbone. Demon Angel's War God Left Arm. Demon Angel's War God Right Leg. Demon Angel's War God Left Leg. Breaking Army Demon S Ignored Defense Right Arm. Soul Bone Skills, War God Possession, Fusion Skill of Demon Angel's War God Soul Bone. Ignore Defense, Breaking Army Strike, Skill of Breaking Army Demon S Right Arm Bone. Divine Skill, Tathagata Divine Palm. Points, 159860049 Cultivation Method. Heaven Demon Annihilation True Scripture, Azure Sky, Overlord Body. Ability, Devour, can devour the soul rings and soul power of enemies or soul beasts to enhance one's own soul rings and soul power. Chapter 159. The Strength of the Shrek Team, Closing the System Panel. Xiang Wentian summoned the Shrek team to the Pope's Hall and distributed 6 ginseng fruits and 2 golden pumpkins among everyone. Rumeng took a ginseng fruit and affectionately asked,